Chapter 321 Dubai. Mirgon. Howling Castle. It's unimaginable that there's no one here. Where have all the people here gone? Mirgon Killick looked around in the messy castle, but he didn't see even a dog. It is said that they were taken to Cane Bird by the Knights of the Lion. The Kingdom of the Lion gave up here before and handed over the castle to the three prophets. So I asked you to come here. Inna replied. He looked at the Temple of Order on the top of the mountain in the distance, took off his helmet, and silently saluted. Don't you have no faith? Why do you still salute to the temple? Mirgon looked at Inna, a little confused. That's where I was born. I just buried my mother's bones there 2 hours ago. Mirgon. It's not that I have no faith. I just don't believe in God. But I firmly believe that I can still enter the heroic spirit in the future. I now understand a truth. Inner shook his head, looked at Mirgon and smiled. What's the point? Mirgon was even more confused. He obviously didn't understand what Inner meant. People need faith, but they don't need gods. In fact, it's just the opposite. It's the gods that need people, and they need a lot of people. Moreover, they both need people to die for them, but in different ways. Inna said blasphemous words, and the word he used was them. Inner. Shut up. I think you will go to H.L. Mirgon was obviously a little timid, and he looked around. Saying something like this these days is basically tantamount to heresy. And there are hundreds of heroic female warriors around them. These female soldiers are the most devout believers of the ice and sea gods. Fortunately, these female soldiers couldn't understand the Pender language they spoke. You probably don't understand. Mirgon, you are actually the one who has no faith. Inna smiled mockingly. I am now a loyal servant of the ice and sea gods. Mirgon was silent for a while, looking rather annoyed. Yes, when you were in the Lion Realm, you were a servant of the Goddess of Order. When you arrived at Vanskari, you became a servant of the ice and sea gods. If you go to the Amara continent in the future, what will happen to you? Won't he become a servant of the snake cult Aziz Dahaka again? Inner grinned. You believe in as many gods as you have deceived women. Mirgon's face darkened, but he was unable to refute, and he did not get angry, although Yenna would taunt him from time to time. This provoking temperament of Yenna was so unpopular. From Mirgon's point of view, if it weren't for having such an open mouth, how could this handsome guy with good skills become a murderer? Where is your fugitive? He's such a nice guy. Why does he have to have a mouth? Alas, but now I need his mouth again. Winata! Suddenly a female warrior shouted loudly on the city wall. All the heroic female warriors drew out their axes and looked outside the city. They said there were enemies. Inner translated for Mirgon. I have realized this situation. Mirgon quickly climbed up the wall and took a look. Is it Philswise's troops? Huh? They are not enemies. Just right. Inner, raise the white flag. You plan to surrender to this army? This is not my father's army. Inna also went up to the city wall to take a look, but did not make any move. Instead, he shook his head. Of course we have to surrender. Isn't that what we originally planned? Mirgon pointed outside the city. Although Lord Gundor is not here, this is Count Eden of the Red Sword. He is a powerful lord than your father. Shouldn't you surrender to him? This was indeed their plan to take control of Howling Keep and then defect to Field's Way, with Inar's adoptive father Gundor the Doom Seeker as the introducer. In this way, Mirgon can become the Lord of Field's Way and also have the base of Howling Castle. Although there are not many residents in the Howling Castle, at least the city defenses are complete. And this is indeed the territory of the three prophets. So there can be a proper explanation for the heroic female warriors. This allows Mirgon to lead the female warriors to search for the three prophets and lift the queen's curse, as long as he has soldiers in his hands. And they are female soldiers. Mirgon firmly believes that he can turn around again. Oh, surrender to Earl Eden, and then your life or death will be decided by him. Is this really your plan? Inner shook his head with a half smile. Mirgon, you may not know that every time Count Aiden goes to Vanskari Island, he always sleeps in Queen Agnes's bed. Oh, maybe he never slept in that bed. Hey, is this happening? Mirgon took a breath. Although he was not sensitive to politics, he reacted extremely quickly to matters between men and women. Since Count Aiden is also the man favored by Queen Agnes, Mirgon must not surrender to Aiden. Will Aiden see herself as a love rival? If you surrender to him, you might get 2 ounces of flesh cut off. Prepare for war. Guard the roaring castle. Inner, are you sure your father will come here? Mirgon asked Inna worriedly. He knew that Gundor must have nothing to do with Queen Agnes. After all, Gundor was not from Vanscarry. Of course. My father will be here in a day or two. Mirgon. Let's change our equipment. Your blue armor is too conspicuous. Inner nodded. When it came to the battle, he no longer taunted, but instead considered Mergen's safety. Mergen's blue heavy armor looks too obvious on the city wall, and it is indeed easy to be attacked by concentrated fire. This is why Mirgon can always trust Inna. Inna did always think of Mirgon when faced with danger. As for the usual indifferent ridicules, those are just words that Inna can express his true thoughts to his friends. At least that's what Mirgon thinks. So Mirgon returned to the city wall, exchanged armor with Inna, and patted Inna on the shoulder. Be careful. I'm commanding the female warriors from behind. Inna shrugged and said he would not go to a conspicuous place. Outside the city, Earl Eden's troops have begun to speed up. I don't know what order Aiding gave, but all the troops started to attack the city without even saying hello. It looks like Aiding really wants to kill me. Mirgon laughed ferociously, drew his sword and stood on the top of the city. Regardless, he was indeed a brave warrior. In fact, the battle was anything but intense. This is not because the combat effectiveness of both sides is not good. In fact, the troops on both sides are elite and very powerful. Mergen's side is the female warrior of the heroic spirit, while Earl Aiden's side is the guard of Queen Agnes. The Queen's guards are also all female soldiers, but these women are tougher than most men in battle. They are called the Queen's Guards bandits and are good at using various axes, including throwing axes. The main reason why the fight was not intense was because the Queen's Guards and the heroic female warriors knew each other. Moreover, the troops on both sides did not have crossbows in the siege battle, and they were all acquaintances, so naturally it would not become intense. The heroic female warriors shouted at each other and soon stopped. Mirgon saw that Inna had tried his best to shout and command the female warriors, even exposing himself at the top of the city, but it still seemed to have no effect. Instead, the heroic female warriors got off the city wall and stopped fighting. On the top of the city, only Inna and Mirgon were left. The Queen's guards outside the city also stopped and looked, as if they were trying to discern something. Then, I don't know what hatred they had for Mirgon, but almost all the Queen's guards started throwing axes at Mirgon. As a result, Mirgon at the top of the city faced an overwhelming barrage of flying axes. The number of axes flying towards him once made Mirgon feel like it was dark. No matter how good your skills are, no matter how thick the armor on your body is, there is only one result in this situation: being hit by countless axes and being covered with bruises. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What the HL? Mirgon is not dead yet. At least he still has the strength to curse. But he definitely couldn't live long. He fell upside down from the city wall into the city, with at least a dozen flying axes embedded in his body, and 3 fatal wounds on his chest. Inna, however, was unscathed. Why is that? Mirgon didn't understand why the guards only threw axes at him. Mirgon, I'm sorry. I was just following orders. You are best at dealing with women. Now that you die in the hands of so many women, it is the best fate. Inna stroked the dirt on his armor. He wore Mergen's blue heavy armor. My special? Mirgon probably understood, but he could not finish the curse in his mouth. A large stream of blood came out of his mouth. He looked at the city gate with dull eyes and stopped moving. His throat was rolling, but he could not utter any words. Sound. Inna turned around and saw that the city gate had been opened, and several of the Queen's guards entered the roaring castle. Yes, they just wanted to kill me. These are the guards of Queen Agnes. They dare not attack you. Your armor is very conspicuous, but you are safe. Goodbye, Mirgon. Inna stretched out his hand to touch Mergen's wide eyes downward. It's useless, and I still can't rest in peace. Earl Eden entered Howling Castle and nodded to Inna. Well done. We must separate the heroic female warriors and the Queen's guards to prevent them from talking too much to each other. Inna also nodded towards Count Aiden. So, I will leave here temporarily. Uncle Aiden. Eden laughed and patted Inna on the shoulder. Yes, you can go to High Cliff Castle to support King Vides. You are now the Lord of Filswy. Inna, King Vides may not think so, Uncle Aiden, but I do want to swear allegiance. Inna shook his head, summoned the heroic female warriors, and left the Howling Castle first. A few minutes later, there was a burst of exclamation outside the Howling Castle. The female guards finally discovered that they had killed the wrong person. The queen's favorite concubine, Mirgon, was actually thrown to death by their axes. These guards must be homeless now. They came out to retrieve Queen Agnes's favorite concubine. But this beloved concubine died in their hands. If they returned to Vanskerry again, Queen Agnes might eat them. On the road outside the Howling Castle, the heroic female warriors also sighed silently. Mirgon brought them out to find the three prophets, with the purpose of lifting the queen's curse. But now that Mirgon is dead, this means that their mission will be difficult to complete. Naturally, they cannot go back if they fail to complete the task. They are not familiar with the place, and now they can only consider how to survive under the leadership of Inna, and then try to complete the extremely difficult task of killing the three prophets. If nothing else, they won't be able to find any three prophets until they learn the common language of Pindar. Wait until they learn Pandey language. It will take at least a year and a half. Do they still want to return to Vanskerry by then? Inner wasn't sure, but he can at least be sure that within a year and a half, these female warriors can only follow him now, because Inna really wanted to find the three prophets. However, it is not because of love that he wants to find the three prophets now, but because of hate. He already knew that his mother died at the hands of the three prophets. Although the three prophets claimed that it was suicide, he found a skeleton wearing a nun's robe in the Temple of Order in Howling Castle, as well as the corpses of young children on the ground. When he saw all this, he was with his biological father Ors. Liang specially asked Ors to go to Howling Castle to find out the truth. Ever since he discovered that the name, Circe, belonged to a fat cook who specialized in destroying corpses and destroying traces, Liang didn't believe anything the three prophets said. And everything that happened in Howling Castle was indeed very different from what the prophetess, who called herself Circe, said. Sister Clancy did not fall off the cliff, and all the ribs on her chest were broken. They were all broken inward, as if they had been hit by a battering ram. This couldn't be suicide. It was a fatal blow to the chest with a huge force. And only the three prophets could hit a person's ribs like this with just one blow. And Anna, that beautiful girl, is now certain that her skin was used by the three prophets simply because she was beautiful, and her identity as a noble orphan was easier to conceal. Inna can now answer the question that Liang asked him. Do you love Anna's skin or soul? Skin. Yes. That's the honest answer. Of course, maybe it also contains some other bonds. Maybe this is a natural connection between mother and child. Anna was raised by Sister Clancy. In Anna, you may be able to see what her mother once was. Look. That's why he fell in love at first sight. But that wasn't real love. Now, Inna wants to find the three prophets and kill them. He also said the same to Mirgon and these heroic female warriors. He never lies. Including to Earl Eden. He did not lie. He really wanted to swear allegiance. However, the object of allegiance is not King Vides. Inna knew that he was not a smart person. But he was certain that Liang must be a smart person. A person 100 times smarter than his adoptive father. After all, Gundor the Doomseeker has struggled for half his life, and is now just the Lord of Longbeard Castle. And Liang, after 3 years of struggle, has become the Grand Duke of the Lion Kingdom. Not even just the Grand Duke. Inner now knows who he should follow, and who has the same aspirations as him. The hatred against the three prophets is their common appeal. The person he really swore allegiance to was waiting for him a dozen miles outside the Howling Castle. Lord Liang, Count Aiden is actually a good man. If I may. Inna begged Liang in a forest. Inna, I just want to use the minimum force to trap Eden. He is much safer than you. But your adoptive father. Are you sure you can convince Gundor? Liang shook his head, a little undecided. After all, he is my father, who has raised me for more than 10 years. I know him. Although he doesn't like King Ulrich. He has no grudges against you and His Majesty Sonad. And he has no pursuit of territory. What he likes is life on the sea. And he is a born captain, Inna said with certainty. You said you have a Mettenheim ironclad. He dreams of becoming the captain of the ironclad. My child, this is not what Master Liang is worried about. Let's go. We will go with you to meet the Doomseeker. Or stepped forward and patted Inner on the shoulder. Chapter 322, He met the Devourer. Gundor led a large number of troops. More than 1,000 of them. All of whom were various Fieldsway axemen or guerrillas. In fact, they were pirates and smugglers who had just been transferred to the regular army. But right now, these infantrymen who have left the sea are being blocked by a cavalry force that is by no means inferior to them. People who have lived on the sea for a long time can easily lose their balance on land. And they will definitely not be able to outrun or defeat the cavalry of the Lion Realm. So these infantrymen do not dare to move at this time. Your Excellency Leon, thank you for your trust and respect. I really want to be the captain of an ironclad ship. But you may not know that King Vides is my only friend. After Gundor the Doom Seeker met Leon, his first words were rejection. I can't betray him. Leon smiled and nodded. I know this. Inna told me that you once saved Vides' life. Moreover, not betraying one's oath is the most basic professional ethics of a lord. Then you come to me to talk about this? Gundor turned to look at his troops. I admit that I am no match for you on land. But I will not throw down my weapons and surrender. I didn't ask you to surrender either. I didn't intend to let you betray Vides. In fact, I didn't ask Inna to betray Field's Way. I guarantee that neither you nor Inna will betray Vides. Leon shook his head and said, Gundor, Vides is not my enemy. What do you mean? The Lion Kingdom declared war on Field's. But as the Marshal of the Lion Kingdom, you said that King Vides is not your enemy? Gundor did look a little confused. Field's is my enemy, but Vides is not my enemy. Declaring war on Field's is just because the Lion Kingdom must declare war. I have no intention of attacking Field's at all. In fact, I plan to save Vides' life, and I want you to save your only friend one more time. Leon looked at Inna next to him. Tell your father about the current situation. Inna nodded, walked up and spread out the map. The current situation is actually a bit strange. The troops of the Lion Kingdom did not invade Field's territory. Instead, Field's was attacking the fierce Lion Kingdom. Count Leofric withdrew from the High Cliff Castle and turned to attack the castle of Cain, southeast of the High Cliff Castle. This attack was so sudden that no one expected Leofric to do this. King Vides has considerable battlefield and political experience, and he soon realized that Leofric might want to solve the internal problems of the Lion Kingdom first. Any king can realize that after Ulric's death and Queen Amy came to the throne, there must be people in the Lion Kingdom who are dissatisfied, especially those who originally belonged to the Knights of the Lion. This is indeed a fact. Leofwan of Cainborg, Elfried of Caroldenburg, and others did not pay allegiance to Amy. In addition, Leon has never appeared in the Legion of the Lion Kingdom. So Vides came to the conclusion that Leon was solving internal hidden dangers, and Leofric gave up the siege of Highcliffe Castle, left Field's army alone, and turned around to attack Castle Cairn, which originally belonged to the Kingdom of Lions. This was the most obvious signal. This is of course a good opportunity, and King Vides will naturally not let go of this opportunity to take advantage of the situation. So, while Leofric was fighting Leofen east of Cainburg, Vides led his troops to launch a surprise attack from the western slopes and occupy Cainburg in one fell swoop. This seemed to be a clever surprise attack, and Vides basically did not lose many men. After Leofric discovered this situation, he took the initiative to evacuate Cainburg and retreated towards Harlingsburg. There were many cavalry in his legion. After Vides occupied Cainburg, he really should not attack again. City. This is the correct judgment in anyone's opinion. Originally, King Vides planned to give up as soon as possible. He waited cautiously in Cainburg for 2 days, and only tentatively sent some manpower to surrounding villages and towns to investigate the situation. But the result of this test gave him more ideas. Most of the villages and towns around Cainburg were empty of people. No one could be seen in Yaju village. There was a civil war in Guehu town before, and most of the residents fled. At present, the journey from Cainborg to Sherhu city is almost smooth. At the same time, the scouts reported that there was a fierce battle in Sherhu city, and the entire city was currently defenseless. Later, Vides got the initiative of a lord of the Lion Kingdom to join Fothart. Vides knew Fothart. The Duke of Alma was a friend of Vides. Of course he knew his friend's eldest son. Fawcett said that he had taken back the Lion Lake city that should have belonged to him. For this reason, he hoped that King Vides would march into Lion Lake City. Fothart claimed that he just couldn't hold Lion Lake City alone. In fact, Lion Lake City had already been captured by him. He defected to Field's Way just to ensure that the counterattack of the Lion Kingdom was repelled. In Vides' view, Lion Lake City should indeed belong to Fothart, and Fothart did have a reason to rebel against the Lion Kingdom. Ulrich was dead. Since Fothart had lost the king to whom he was loyal, then it would be reasonable to switch to anyone now, especially for a friend who switched sides with his father. This would also allow him to regain the territory that originally belonged to the Horton family. At the same time, Vides also understood the decision made by Leofric before. No wonder Leofric had abandoned the battlefield of Highcliffe Castle and turned to attack Castle Cairn. It seemed that it was because Father had made a big mess in Lion Lake City. If Lion Lake City is captured, there may be problems with Leofric's retreat. So he will attack Cainburg. This is not to solve the rebellion against the Queen, but to protect his own retreat. Afterwards, Leofric withdrew to Haringosburg, which was actually to protect the Lion City. At this time, the Raven Kingdom was attacking Craggy Bay, and Godric's troops were cooperating with the Crow people in the Moorkeep. Of course, Vides does not intend to interfere in the war at Cliff Bay. At least not until the war situation is clear. Most of Fieldsway's troops are infantry, and there are only more than 2,000 people around Vides. After all, the most powerful lords are not here. If he helps the Ravens, it means having to fight in the field with Brennus's Lion Knights, which is the last thing Vides wants to do. If they help Brennus, the Crow army and Godric will probably work together to destroy Fieldsway's troops first. At the same time, Vides also knew that he could not capture the Lion City. After all, Leofric's troops and Leon's troops should be around the Lion City. But what if we take advantage of the current chaos to occupy Sherhu City? Of course, Vides was tempted. If Highcliff Castle, Cairn Castle, Fox Town, and Lion Lake City all become the territory of Fieldsway, this will make Cliff Bay completely surrounded by Fieldsway. No matter who wins the battle at Cliff Bay, in the end, they can only be swallowed by Fieldsway. And it won't take long for Earl Eden and Gundor to complete the reorganization of the female warriors from Vanskerry and Howling Castle. And they can calmly capture the Bog Castle. The several forces in Qiaolian Bay are fighting so fiercely that by that time, they may not be able to fight anymore. Vides only needs to stick to the city and sit on the mountain to watch the fight between tigers and tigers, waiting for the fishermen to reap the benefits. If Fox Town, Lion Lake City and Qiaolian Bay were all purely inland towns, then Vides might not have made such a determination. But these places are not inland towns. They are all close to Sea Lion Lake. Although it is called a lake, it is not a lake, but an inland sea. It is formed by seawater pouring into the hinterland of the mainland along the bays around Churchway Bay and Crow City. In other words, these places, including Chomsong Port and Crow City in Crow Kingdom, are actually coastal towns. As long as these places can be controlled first, Vides will be confident to defend these coastal towns. When the battlefield turns into the sea and coastline that are most familiar to pirates and smugglers, Fieldsway will not be afraid of any enemy. In addition, Father said that he would be stationed in Pain to personally block the lords in the eastern part of the Lion Kingdom. There's nothing to say. People have such a good attitude. But in this case, the efficiency must be high, because Leofric has retreated to Harlingsburg, which means that the Lion City will get the news soon. And it is estimated that the troops from the Lion Kingdom will arrive soon. Go to Sherhu City. You have to compete with the Lion Kingdom for speed. So King Vides quickly advanced his troops from Cainburg to Fox Town without encountering any resistance along the way. Then he sent leader Hawken of the Strong Shield to Sherhu City to monitor Father's actions. Father was very trustworthy. He did not let his troops enter Sherhu City. He only sent people to help Chief Hackett open the gate of Sherhu City, and then led his troops to station in Pain Village. Chief Hackett entered Lion Lake City smoothly, which obviously meant that Father was not lying, and he really wanted to defect to Fieldsway. Father himself did not enter the city, but handed the castle over to Hawken's troops. Naturally, this would not be a false surrender. So King Vides sent troops to garrison in Weihu Town, and then he also came to Sherhu City. There was indeed internal strife in Sherhu City, and there were traces of battles everywhere. Moreover, those residents who stayed in Sherhu City and had not yet had time to escape said that before Gronlong led the first flag guard of Sherhu City and had a melee with some heretics, it was almost a loss for both sides, and Gronlong died in the battle. Vides felt that this was because Fawcett had done a lot of things before, so it was no wonder that Fawcett was able to take over Lion Lake City. So Vides promised Fawcett that if he could defend Lion Lake City this time and finally get Cliff Bay, then Fawcett would become the Lord of Lion Lake City and the Duke of Fieldsway. If we can get this prosperous town on the coast of the Lion Lake Inland Sea, then Fieldsway will soon become the most powerful kingdom in the Pender continent. And it is indeed time to entrust several dukes. If this is all, then King Vides will win a great victory, and the Lion Kingdom will probably lose half of its territory. Mr. Leong, since you can say this to me so calmly, Gundor the Doom Seeker probably realized something. Just tell me, what happened in Lion Lake City? How is Vides doing now? He encountered an army of heretical fallen ones in Sherhu City. Countless fallen ones. Leong drew 3 circles on the map. I came to you, actually intending for you to join forces with me to rescue Vides. Otherwise, he will most likely die in the hands of the Devourer, and may even be killed. Devouring souls. The Devourer? You mean the devil? Gundor asked in surprise. He had heard this name before. 30 years ago. At that time, a demon called the Devourer also appeared in the Lion Realm and destroyed the hometown of Gundor. But at that time, the Mad King was busy arresting the rebels, and did not care about the life and death of the people under his rule. Yes! I knew that Earl Eden would not believe me. So I asked Inna to come to you. I guarantee that this is absolutely true. Gundor, you should know that there is no need for me to lie to you in this situation. Liang nodded. Indeed, more than 1,000 cavalry were able to charge directly when facing infantry, with slightly fewer troops than themselves in the wild. So, Inner told me before that you wanted me to leave Field's Way. What does this mean? In fact, Gundor has long believed that no lord would tell the enemy the truth about these situations. This is the price. The price you need to pay to save your friends. I know your reputation and don't want to be your enemy. So I hope you leave Field Way. If you agree, I will take you to save Vidi. Doesn't this mean you're betraying me? Leon pointed at the cavalry behind him. But if you are not willing, then I will have to destroy your troops here, and then consider how to solve the problem of Shirhu City. Of course, Vidi's is not my friend. I won't think about how to save him. There is nothing unpleasant about this. Gundor knows that now he can only go to Lion Lake City with his enemy Liang. King Vidi's now understands why Fawcett did not enter the city, but took the initiative to retreat to Pain Village. This is not to show the sincerity of defecting to Field's Way, but because there are so many degenerates around Lion Lake City. Yes, too many to count. As a well-informed pirate king, Vidi's has seen the Fallen before. But this is indeed the first time he has seen such a huge number. They seem to appear suddenly overnight, and completely surrounded Shirhu City. It is impossible to count. There should be tens of thousands of fallen ones. Vidi's immediately realized that this was probably the reason why places such as Yaju Village and Weihu Town had no residents at all. Probably the only good news is that these degenerates are outside the city. No major problems were found in the city. Only a few ruffians took advantage of the panic brought by the fallen army to commit crimes. This is something that would happen in any city during a war. These had already cleared them up immediately. He threw the rogue knights directly out of the city and into the fallen. There are currently only 1,600 people in the city, all of whom are skilled Filswy warriors. There are only 3 lords: Chief Hawk in the Shield, Count Airy the Forkbeard, and Vidi's himself. Other lords were stationed at Highcliff Castle, Cairn Castle, and Fox Town. If you want to defend Shirhu City, you may have to find some reinforcements. However, there is currently no way to leave this city. On the contrary, we can see a Crow Realm troop appearing near Lion Lake City. That troop is Ursula's rebels, and Vidi's recognizes them. But after discovering the Fallen, the rebels immediately retreated into Big Lynn Village. At the same time, in the direction of Eagle Claw Fort, some people would come to investigate from time to time. But they looked like people from the Misty Mountains. Apart from Father from Pain Village, there seems to be no reliable reinforcements. But Fawcett is a sinister villain, since he had tricked himself into coming to Shirhu City to face the heretic army. How could he support him? Not long after, Vidi's met the leader of the Fallen, an extremely terrifying monster. Chapter 323: The Devourer and the Killer. The west side of Shirhu City. A demonic war horse slowly walked to the foot of Shirhu City. The horse was covered in heavy black armor, but it was obviously not a living creature. Its eyes were emitting a strange red light, and there were 2 curved horns on its head. This is a demon war horse, because its whole body is covered with horse armor. It looks no different from the undead horse that Liang saw when he dealt with the fearful legion at the beach. But let's just say that the person on the horse is a human being. After all, it looks like a human being. It is not a decaying undead, but more like a bloody corpse that has just lost its skin and flesh. It also looked a bit like the Fallen, only taller and more terrifying. Its almost completely fleshless head revealed its white and rosy cheekbones, and its 2 big eyes were looking around. He was wearing a set of dark red and black armor, and he was holding a shimmering battle axe in his hand. This set of equipment looks very unusual, and anyone can tell at a glance that this is the leader of the Fallen army, the Devourer. King Vidi's has heard of this image, and then he slightly regretted that he shouldn't have thrown those rogue knights and underworld members who were causing trouble in Shirhu City out of the city. At this moment, a black mist emitted around the Devourer's body. Along with the black mist, there was an incomprehensible whisper. It might be some kind of spell. Just listening to it from a distance would make people feel upset. The black fog gradually lingered, covering the scoundrels who had broken their legs and were screaming. Then, those scoundrels began to howl in pain while tearing themselves apart crazily. Most people may have nightmares for a long time after seeing this kind of scene. In the thin black mist, more than 100 scoundrels used a cruel method to tear off their skin and flesh, together with their clothes, piece by piece, broken. Start with the head, the scalp, eyelid, face, neck. Then comes the torso and limbs, where the fingers scratched. The skin and flesh were separated, and the flesh and blood were blurred. They tore apart very slowly, as if they were tearing themselves apart, piece by piece, and picking off each piece. Blood rained down along with their skin and flesh fragments, turning the open space outside the city into a mess. Soon after, these scoundrels tore off all the skin on their bodies, even the soles of their feet. In other words, they have become brand new degenerates. Like the devourer, they stared at the living people on the city wall with their big, smooth eyes. There were more than 100 scoundrels who made trouble, and Vides threw them out of the city, which was equivalent to adding more than 100 troops to the devourer. King Vides swallowed hard. He was now the only person on the wall who remained calm. The Filzwai warriors around him, including leader Håkon of the Strong Shield, were all vomiting. Perhaps these Filzwai warriors were once thugs who killed without batting an eye. But no matter how merciless they were, they had never seen a tragedy in which hundreds of people collectively committed suicide. Devourer stared at Vides for a few times, then turned and left. And the black mist also left with it. That disturbing whisper also disappeared with the devourer and the black mist around it. In the distance, terrible howls and whines continue to sound. There are other living people who have been transformed into fallen ones. The wailing that came from afar made the Filzwai warriors in the city constantly recall the horrific scenes they had seen before, and their eyes were filled with horror and despair. As the black mist and whispers continued to move away, the wailing sound gradually extended to the entire surrounding area of Shurhu City, and could perhaps be heard for dozens of miles around. Your Majesty, someone from the south shot a letter with a bow and arrow. What happened to you? Did you all vomit? At this moment, Count Chahu Eri found King Vides with a crumpled piece of craft paper, and then looked at Lord Håkon and the soldiers on the city wall with a strange look. The people of Filzwai rarely vomit except when they drink too much because they don't get seasick. Forked beard. Eri is a blonde macho man with a long beard on his chin, completely covering his neck. The long and dense thick beard could easily make his neck uncomfortable, so he used a silver buckle to part the beard on his chin to the left and right. This is where his nickname comes from. This is a typical feature of Vanskerry people. The beard is thick and stylish. This is male fashion in their eyes and a symbol of strength. Vides is also a stylish hunk. He also has a beard all over his face. The beard can also cover his neck. For the big guys who came from Vanskerry, covering the neck with a beard is the starting price. They think those who cannot cover their necks are immature brats and cannot be entrusted with important responsibilities. At this moment, except for Vides, almost all the Vanskerry people had a lot of vomit residue on their beards. Leader Håkon of Strong Shield wiped his mouth and said with lingering fear, Chahu, you didn't see it just now. That was simply a nightmare. I think this letter is a nightmare. Your Majesty, this is a letter from Leon of the Lion Kingdom. Earl Eri handed the letter to Vides. To King Vides, I'm sorry. I have to lead you to Shurhu City to face all this. Because except in this way, I can't make you believe me and send troops to support Shurhu City. You should be able to see that what the terrible monster is doing is that it will turn all humans into degenerates. And I am sure that it is to force people's souls to surrender. I don't want to be like that. And I think you don't want to either. So, I hope to work with Filzwai to return it to where it belongs. As for the dispute between you and me, I guarantee that before this terrible monster is killed, the Lion Kingdom will fight against Fields. There is nothing wrong with Autumn. And your friends Gundor and Lord Eden will see to it. From the Lord of the Reach, Lion Griffin. This is the content of the letter, written by Leon himself. At the end of the letter, in addition to Leon's Griffin emblem, there is another emblem, Gundor's Trident of the Sea King. This means that when Leon wrote this letter, Gundor was by his side. Maybe Gundor fell into the hands of Leon, or maybe he cooperated with Leon. But in any case, Vides does not believe that Gundor will betray him. In other words, the Chiowugwa promised in Liang's letter may be true. The three people looked at each other in silence. The person who shot this letter into the city seems to be an older elf. He rode a fast horse, shot an arrow and ran away towards the village of Pain. Most of the fallen moved slowly and seemed unable to stop the light cavalry. Earl Airy smartly spoke first, avoiding Beatty's asking about the specific process. Well, it can't stop the light cavalry. But the problem is that Fieldsway's troops in Sherhu City have no cavalry. Only 3 of their lords had horses. Moreover, there are also many people on horses in the army of fallen ones. But the number is just not large. Those horses were all bloody monster horses with no skin on their bodies. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Brothers are all infantry. I'm afraid it will be difficult to confront that monster head-on. Hawken asked hesitantly. Find a courageous warrior and ride my horse out of the city. Go to Pain and ask Leon to see what he plans to do. You guys send people to ride your horses and go to Foxtown and Caneburg separately. Recruit all our troops. Beatty's gritted his teeth and tore the letter into pieces. We have no choice. Pain Village. Sir. I think what we saw north of Dawnforge City was Wolfbird, the Wolf of Omens. The largest manor in Pain Village has been transformed into a military camp. Leon met Ndongjia, who had just arrived in the military camp, and Ndongjia brought a knight from the Crow Realm or escorted him, because the knight named Kelvin was tied up tightly. No, that's not the Wolf of Omen. Maybe it should be called the Huricide. That's not the incarnation of the legendary god Veovis, but a complete monster. It's not just they're attacking Crowland, and they're also killing you Misty Mountain people. Kelvin shook his head, still objecting to Ndongjie's statement. Kelvin is a member of the Crowspear Knights. He wanders around Shallow City all year round, leading a small army, and is good at guerrilla warfare. This guy is very familiar with the slave traders of the Red Brotherhood in Ravenland. His main business is to capture the Misty Mountain people and sell them to slave traders. This can also be regarded as the traditional business of many knights in the Crow Realm. Not long ago, he crossed the Misty Mountains, intending to find some goods in the ice fields of the Misty Mountains. Unfortunately, his team was almost wiped out. He encountered a bloodthirsty monster who was indiscriminately massacring Gospel Village, a village in the ice field north of Xiaolu City. Fortunately, this guy was a good horseman and ran away in embarrassment with a few of his men. But their luck was really bad. Before they could escape back to Xiaolu City, they ran into Ndongjia again. Ndongjia was fighting with Ursula at the time. At that time, he brought a large number of people near Xiaolu City and encountered a few wild Crowland knights. They must be caught. Later, Ndongjia learned the news about the Bear Claw tribe that had a grudge against her. It was a little ridiculous that a Misty Mountain man got news from another tribe through a Raven Realm knight who was running for his life. Kelvin told Ndongjia that the plundering team of the Bearclaw tribe was in Gospel Village, north of Xiaolu City, but they were facing a massacre, and the one who carried out the massacre was a monster. So Ndongjia went over and took a look from a distance. She was not there to rescue. She wanted to see if she wanted to add insult to injury. Then she saw the monster, which she believed to be Wolfbird, the Wolf of Omens, the messenger of the god Veovis, and she had no intention of going against the god. But Kelvin believed that it was a monster from Ravenland, and now it has become a murderous devil. Ndongjia was not sure what it was, but whether it was a god or a demon. Ndongjia couldn't ask directly face to face, so she tied up Kelvin and took him away. The Wolf of Omens does occasionally kill people who disobey him, I heard my father say, but maybe this is also the will of God Veovis. But it seems that this time the incarnation of God does seem a bit tyrannical. Ndongjia shrugged. So I took away those who were willing to follow me to avoid misunderstandings. I am not sure that in the eyes of God Veovis, people who have learned the Pendor language and have lived in Ravenland all year round are you considered a Misty Mountain person? No, Ms. Ndonga. That is definitely not your god. I know Misty Mountain. I have also heard the rumors of the Omen Wolf. But what that thug did is completely inconsistent with the rumors. Kelvin was still emphasizing with Ndongjia. Yes, that's why you came here alive. Ndongjia nodded, agreeing with Kelvin's view, then turned to Liang and said, Sir, I only saw it from a distance, but this guy has had direct contact with the incarnation of God, Misty Mountain and Lin Crowland. There is indeed a big situation now. Liang sighed and nodded. This seems to have happened at the same time as the discovery of the heresy in Sherhu City. Ndongjia, is the Wolf of Omen really the incarnation of God Veovis? Indeed. But in our legend, the Wolf of Omen is the chosen messenger sent by the gods to allow the Misty Mountain people to survive. And Domja nodded and said, the Misty Mountain tribe is a people favored by the god Beovis. For the people of the Misty Mountains, if a shaman sees the god Beovis in the form of a lynx or a snow leopard, it is a symbol of good omen, indicating that the various tribes in the Misty Mountains are prosperous. But if the people of the Misty Mountains reach the end of their rope and the tribe is fragmented, the god Beovis will send his human incarnation, Wolfbird, the Wolf of Omens, to lead the tribes of the Misty Mountains. As the chosen messenger of God, Wolfbird will appear and howl of the wolf, and then he will quickly unite the Misty Mountain tribe in a short time to regain the territory that the god Beovis originally belonged to, which is the kingdom of Ravenland, northern lands and ice sheets. In the legends and records of the Misty Mountains, this divine envoy has appeared several times, but according to rumors, it will not deliberately kill the people of the Misty Mountains, but will take over the leadership of the various tribes in the Misty Mountains with a powerful and swift attitude. Of course, there is usually killing involved in this process, but that is just to solve the problem quickly. Brutal killings usually occur in the Crow realm. Wolfbird will select elites from each tribe to attack the land of the Crow realm. In the process, the people of the Misty Mountains will obtain a large amount of survival resources and continue to restore the strength of the Misty Mountains. More than 150 years ago, the Kingdom of Crow was established when the people of Crowland united to repel Wolfbird, the Wolf of Omens, who appeared at that time, and the Misty Mountain army led by it. But, in all the legends and records, Wolfbird appeared in winter, and appeared when the Misty Mountain people were having disputes within themselves and strong enemies outside, and were basically unable to sustain themselves, and faced the crisis of annihilation. In other words, whether in legends or records, to the people of Misty Mountain, Wolfbird appears as the God's chosen hero. It represents the resurrection of Misty Mountain from the dead. However, it is not winter now. It is summer when it is easiest to find resources. And the people of Misty Mountain are not facing the crisis of annihilation. And the Wolfbird, who appeared this time, is also inconsistent with the rumors. And Donga, Kelvin, are you saying that Wolfbird appeared when it shouldn't have appeared? And that it was massacring the people of the Misty Mountains? Leon asked. My lord, it's not just that. I'm from the Knights of the Crow Spear, and the so-called Wolfbird I saw looked very similar to a traitor in our order, Kelvin said to Leon. He is 7 feet tall, 2 meters 1, and one of his 2 eyes is black and the other is blue. This is exactly the same as the appearance of Sir Crow Boris. Chapter 324, Strong Abilities. Of course, heavy tasks. It is indeed impossible for the god of Misty Mountain to come at this time. After all, the people of the Misty Mountains can only pose the greatest threat to the Crow realm in winter. This is more like someone using the name of the gods to cause chaos in the Crow realm. As for Sir Crow Boris, Leon had actually heard of this person, because Sarah once mentioned to him this guy who claimed to be the son of prophecy. Boris is a well-known person in Ravenland. He has been famous since he was a child because of his 2 eyes. One is black and the other is light blue. His father died of an illness when he was just born. So many people said he was a sign of something ominous, believing that his birth led to his father's death. Children with this kind of strange eyes and crippling fathers are usually regarded as the children of the devil who will bring disaster in the Crow realm, and most of them will be thrown into the toilet and drowned. This era is so rough, and most children who are born with strange visions will survive. Not until weaning time. But Boris was lucky. His mother was a local noble, a shrewd lady that no one dared to mess with. Although people were wondering if there were other reasons for his father's death, they also secretly gossiped about their family behind their backs, mostly saying that his mother had a bad relationship with a certain Menheim mercenary. When he was a child, Boris lived a very lonely life, because he had no friends. The villagers considered him an unlucky person and did not allow their children to keep him company. Therefore, most of the time, he can only read books or practice swordplay alone. But in any case, Boris grew up smoothly under the protection of his mother. As an adult, Boris was extremely tall, nearly 7 feet tall, and extremely powerful. But this tall and powerful man is not a simple-minded warrior with well-developed limbs. In fact, Boris likes reading very much. He is knowledgeable and cunning, and is a rare talent with both civil and military skills. Therefore, he was naturally recruited by the Knights of the Crow Spear, whose mission was to protect knowledge, and became a glorious Knight of the Crow Spear. During his years in the Knights of the Crow Spear, Boris developed superb martial arts and learned a lot of knowledge. especially engineering and military science. But like many young people with amazing talents, Boris gradually became extremely conceited, even narcissistic. In the Knights of the Crow Spear, he read many historical and legendary records, one of which mentioned the prophet Madigan's prophecy: a magical hero will reunify the continent of Pendor. He believed this prophecy and believed that he was the son of the legendary prophecy, and that he would rule the entire Pendor, because he himself did have some contact with heresy and black magic, due to his natural abnormal eyes. His mother has always had personal contacts with heretical worshippers and the Twilight Knights. There are even rumors that strange sounds often come from his mother's manor, and there are many blasphemous patterns in the house. To Boris, he was the magical hero in the prophecy. He began to preach his vision of the world within the Knights of the Raven's Pair, claiming that he was destined to rule Pendor. Boris is knowledgeable, charismatic, and powerful. Many Crowspear mercenaries, and even Crowspear Knights believe that he may indeed be the hero predicted by Madigan. Afterwards, he gave up the responsibility of the Crowspear Knights to protect scholars and knowledge, formed an army, and began his journey. Boris led a group of Crowspear Knights and rogue knights from Ravenland who followed him, rampaging across the north in the style of the Misty Mountain Men, and sometimes briefly serving the monarch as mercenaries. Because he is familiar with military art and has many tricks, he often uses cunning tactics to defeat more with less, and defeats enemies several times his own size. His engineering skills gave him a thorough understanding of the structure of the castle, and the ability to construct some complex siege devices, making him almost invincible. At the same time, his experience of loneliness as a child made him have no limits on what he could do, and he was ruthless and ruthless. Many northern lords were defeated by his cunning tactics and became prisoners, and Boris also received a lot of ransom and gradually grew stronger. This caused many lords in the north to fear him deeply, calling him Sir Crow. This is actually because the northern lords feel that Boris is like a crow, always bringing ominous omens. This is indeed the case. Boris's army was cunning and cruel. They would only take away valuable hostages, while ordinary prisoners of war were often tortured and killed by them. Boris himself often said, "It is too troublesome for a wounded prisoner to survive." But it is not clear whether they were simply killing prisoners for fun, or whether they were using it to cover up heretical practices such as human sacrifice. However, under normal circumstances, nobles and noble ladies can still survive if they fall into his hands. But the ransom must be paid quickly enough, because of his cruel style. And in order to redeem his family safely, the nobles of the north would often agree to some of Boris's additional requests, and the noble ladies could only submit. Gradually, Sir Crow, Boris became a cancer in the Raven realm, and the Knights of the Crow Spear also regarded him as a traitor. It wasn't until 3 years ago that Boris's troops suddenly disappeared without a trace, that the lords in the north breathed a sigh of relief. Many people felt that Boris, like the previous villains who claimed to be the sons of prophecy, had been punished by the gods. But now, Kelvin and Ndongjia saw him again. "My lord, I swear, that is Boris himself. I will not mistake him for Boris, and no Crowspear Knight will mistake him for him," Kelvin said seriously. "But I noticed a strange thing. Boris didn't ride a horse in the past because he was too tall and heavy. But now he is riding a very scary horse. That the horse is exactly the same as the one we saw riding the Devourer this morning." And Ndongjia thought about it carefully and nodded. "Indeed, it is impossible for Wolfbird, the Wolf of Omen, to ride a horse. A demonic war horse that is the same as the horse of the Devourer?" Leon said thoughtfully. "I have a feeling that the guy you saw in the north may be both Wolfbird and Boris. Sir Crow, my lord. Although Wolfbird is cruel and murderous, he is indeed the incarnation of a god. Although we Crow people do not recognize the god of the Misty Mountains, at least we understand that he is indeed not immortal. But Boris. How can you become a god?" Kelvin was a little confused. He seemed to be a knowledgeable member of the Knights of the Crow Spear. Most of the people in the Knights of the Crow Spear had a wide range of knowledge. "God? Huh. Even the main god of Pendor cannot walk on earth. So why can the gods of Misty Mountain have so-called incarnations on land?" Leon laughed and shook his head. "I think this has something to do with the snake cult or the dark goddess. This is more like a heretical riot launched in the Lion Realm and the Raven Realm at the same time." The reason why I say this is because Leon thought of another person. The monster found in the temple of Braitwin. His chest was cut open and all his internal organs fell out. But he still moved freely and was extremely powerful. Marshal Kairos chased the monster to the direction of Dexia before, and then disappeared. Now think about it. if it weren't for the fact that the monster was smashed open the temple and released in advance. The monster might have set off a similar riot in Bacchus at the same time. At the same time, Anson also encountered the Devoured One there. Liang felt that the Devourer might also be being cultivated in the Breton temple. I see. Liang suddenly understood. Breton was massacred, and monsters and devourers appeared. The place was less than 100 miles away from the densely populated city of Erudition. The village of Gothbul in the Crow realm was massacred, and Boris appeared riding a demon war horse. The location was about 100 miles away from the densely populated Xiaolu city. The surrounding area of Weihu town was massacred. Heretical fallen ones appeared. And then the devourer riding a demon horse led a large number of fallen people to surround Lion Lake City. Weihu town was only a little over 100 miles away from Lion Lake City. And these three cities happened to be the cultural centers of the kingdoms of Bacchus, Crow and Lion. It seems that Bretwing is the work of the snake cult. Gosper village will be blamed by Wolfbird, the omen wolf of the Misty Mountains, and Lion Lake City is obviously a believer of the Dark Goddess. But in fact, this is probably all done by the same group of people. This group of people doesn't care about any gods at all. They are just raising the same riots in the name of various evil gods. No wonder I have always felt that the devoured ones of the snake worship cult and the fallen ones of the Dark Goddess cult are very similar to the same thing. That's probably exactly the same thing. Even the Red Death might have been paired with this kind of riot. Fortunately, the spread of the Red Death was prevented in advance. Otherwise, the same heresy riots may occur around other big cities. Perhaps the kingdom of Pendor faced this kind of situation with heresy riots everywhere. That's why the lords from all over the world are completely unable to support the center of the kingdom of Pendor. But this definitely has nothing to do with the three prophets. Because the three prophets' operation methods seem quite gentle compared to this group of people. The fallen ones created by the three prophets must be fanatic believers who completely believe in the Dark Goddess and ultimately have their skin completely peeled off. But this group of people directly massacred and then transformed the corpses into fallen ones. Liang thought of the drunkard he met when he first entered the Lion City. The unlucky guy who ended up with only one piece of skin left. This was the way the three prophets operated. It was not carried out in the form of massacre, but was done quietly. Change. And it was after the drunkard was accidentally killed. This may be because the Dark Goddess gave believers a way to resurrect from the dead. And the believers made sacrifices voluntarily. Just like when the three prophets faced a certain death situation in Chang'e town. Most of their followers ran away. Some of the dog-licking believers tried to protect their beloved women with suicide charges. And then became degenerates. They were just seduced by beauty and drugs. He believed in the Dark Goddess wholeheartedly, and thus voluntarily sacrificed himself. The three prophets did not force the corpse to transform into a fallen person. They should not be able to do so. They just used methods such as deception and drugs to quickly spread their faith. Although they were also cruel, they were much gentler compared to the other group of mysterious heretics who were prone to massacres. A warrior made from pure corpses after massacre. This reminded Liang of the Fear Legion, Malthus's Terror Legion. The third legion of the Bacchus Empire was transformed into undead warriors after all its members were killed. The enemies that the third army of Bacchus dealt with back then might have been this group of people. I didn't expect. The Dark Goddess Arita is also a scapegoat, Liang murmured. And Dongjia, let this guy go. He plans to free Kelvin. Sir, this guy once sold my people to the Red Brotherhood, so I plan to sell him to Single. And Dongjia was a little unhappy. She had a simple concept of fairness. And Dongjia, after the trouble we are facing is solved, you can settle old scores with him. Do you think the killer you have seen is more terrifying, or the murderer we saw today are big eyes more terrifying? Liang waved his hand and looked at Kelvin. I will let you go, but you have to face that killer or Boris again. After all, you know him and have escaped once before. You have experience. No. I will die. Kelvin shook his head as if he was shaking. I would rather be sold to Single. I just need you to lead the way. I don't need you to fight. Liang turned around and shouted. Sigismund, you have work to do. Sigismund ran over from a nearby tent. Let this Crow Spear Knight lead the way for you. Go to the Crow realm with Ndonga and lure the Crow Sir Boris from Gospel Village here. Let the heretics deal with the heretics. Liang ordered. Sigismund's face suddenly fell. Sir, I was chased by heretics for more than 200 miles just now. Do I have to be chased by heretics again now? It looks like I have to make up 1,000 miles. Ahem. You are more experienced in seducing the fallen. Look, no one in your scout team died. I believe in your ability. Besides, you have to protect the people of Croland and fight for the civilians. Right. Leon said very gently that this was trust in capable subordinates. There is no way. The most capable workers will definitely be assigned the most difficult tasks. Sigismund had pulled monsters all the way from Foxtown to Harlingsburg. But all his people were safe and sound. This is obviously a sign of outstanding ability. Typical. Currently, the village of Payne where Leon is located has 2,000 troops. 1,000 cavalry from the Royal City Guards. And 1,000 Filswy infantry from Gundor. This strength will definitely not be able to deal with the army of fallen led by Devourer in a field battle. And if nothing else happens, the soldiers who die in battle will probably become fallen. So Leon really cannot act rashly. But we can't just wait for the Devourer to roam around Sherhu City, killing civilians and constantly creating new fallen ones. If this terrible guy cannot be dealt with quickly, its troops will snowball and grow. So now, whether they are heroes or scum, Leon has to find a way to force them to fight this demon. Shortly after sending Sigismund and Domda and others away, Rasadalin returned. Sir, I received news from Sir Roland. He found the guy named Oswood who was killing civilians everywhere in the woods east of Foxtown. Lisa Dillon asked. That guy is coming toward Sherhu City. Finally, we found that bastard. It seems that the Filswy people are lucky. Vides may be able to hold on for a little longer. While looking at the map, Leon gave the order. Lisa Dillon, take the Nolder guards and take a detour from the south. Light a fire south of the woods in Foxtown. And force the Oswood troops to Lion Lake City. Chapter 325 Before Dawn. South of Cliff Bay. On a bare, nameless soil slope. This is a tragic battlefield, with corpses lying scattered on the ground. And a group of remnant soldiers wearing lion retinue uniforms are retreating down the hillside. Godric stood on the top of the slope, slashed the last enemy's neck with his sword, and then sat down on the ground and gasped. He had another victory. But he was also covered in blood. His armor was damaged. His sword was blunt. And he was unable to pursue him. A Raven Realm Lord also panted and walked to Godric's side, and sat on the ground with his sword in his hand. Why are there so many lion retinues? Lord Godric, are there so many people in the Lion Knights? Why do I feel like these people don't look like knight retinues? This is Duke Adarian, Lord of Fallen Bay from the Raven Kingdom. He is the same age as Godric and his current status is also the same. At present, the two of them are jointly commanding the war in Qiaoyan Bay. The combined armies of the Crow Kingdom and the Lion Kingdom have previously fought many battles with Brennus troops around Cliff Bay. Brennus lost consecutive battles and seemed to be losing ground, but new troops were always blocking his way. Qiaoyan Bay seemed to have endless troops. A large number of troops wearing lion retinue equipment poured out again and again. Although they lost consecutive battles, they successfully prevented the joint forces of the two countries from launching large-scale siege warfare. Although the Union Army has achieved successive victories, its actual progress has been quite slow. So far, the Union Army has not even touched the city wall of Qiaoyan Bay. So far, they have only just conquered a mere village, which can be regarded as removing the last stronghold outside the Qiaoyan Bay Peninsula, completely sealing off Brennus' sphere of influence within the peninsula. After the continuous fighting, both the Crow Kingdom and the Lion Kingdom were exhausted and had to rotate their main combat forces. The combined forces of Gregory IV and Leofric had fought several battles and were currently lost. Rest in the area around Swamp Castle. The Silver Hand led by Close originally followed Godric, but after continuous battles, they had to stay in a mere village to reorganize. The current main offensive force was replaced by Duke Adarian and Godric. So far, Adarian and Godric's troops have faced 3 rounds of resistance. The progress made only push the battlefield to the hillside south of Qiaoyan Bay, but it was still 20 miles away from Qiaoyan Bay. Of course, there are not so many people in the Lion Knights. These people are not lion followers either. Godric gritted his back molars and pulled out a crossbow bolt embedded in his breastplate. The people of the Lion Knights don't know how to use crossbows. I didn't expect that Brennus was actually in Cliff Bay. We have prepared so many weapons and equipment. During this period of time, more than 1,000 people have died in battle just wearing the equipment of the Lion Guards. Right? You mean these people are temporarily armed? But where did Brennus find so many troops who are willing to fight for him? And the Lion Knights haven't appeared yet. Duke Adarian shook his head, looking a little confused. Godric sighed. It's because the Lion Knights have been in the Cliff Bay that so many people will try their best to stop us. and even die fighting for it. These people are just poor people wearing the equipment of the Lion Guards. Forget it. Their family must be controlled by Brennus with the Lion Knights. For the survival of the family, and the life of the whole family, they can only come out to resist us. This kind of coercion. Sigh. Adarian also sighed. As a duke, Adarian knew that this method was actually difficult to solve, because those who came out to resist were fighting for their respective families. If they didn't fight, the whole family would probably die at the hands of the Lion Knights. But if they go to war, it will be an inexplicable act of rebellion. The Lion Kingdom will definitely regard them as rebels. After all, it is difficult to distinguish who is forced and who actively follows Brennus. Therefore, they will fight resolutely and will not retreat until the battle is irreversible, and will not accept surrender. Moreover, Brennus did a very planned job. He probably secretly organized these troops, who were forced to go to the battlefield in waves. 500 or 600 people at a time were just enough to stop the Union army, but not so much that the people of Kiamen fully resisted and rioted. People everywhere have the same bad nature, and will not stand out if it does not concern themselves. Most people will sit back and watch a small group of people being forced into the battlefield. They will only pray that this kind of thing will not happen to them. The few who resist and advance will naturally be suppressed by the Lion Knights. And then their properties will be turned into military expenses for the Lion Knights. And their families will be turned into military supplies to maintain the morale of the Lion Knights. Everyone knew that this was Brennus' final madness. But there is nothing anyone can do. Enemy attack. Sir, there seems to be another enemy coming down the mountain. An archer who was observing the movement loudly reported the military situation, interrupting the conversation between the two. The two tired leaders sighed and stood up. It's really endless. They won't force all the men in Cliff Bay to fight. Right? Adarian pulled out the sword from the ground, shook his head and sighed. Such a Lion Knights really do not deserve to be called a knights. They didn't deserve to be called Lion Knights from the beginning. Especially not worthy of being called Lion Knights. Godric put on his helmet, ready to fight. Wait, Godric. Something seems wrong. Adarian looked straight down the mountain. Why do I feel like those people are the lion followers who have just evacuated? Sir, be careful. These corpses are fallen ones. The archer who reported the news made a perfect leap and knocked down a bloody fallen person behind Godric. Then he pulled out his dagger and stabbed the fallen person vertically in the chest, pinning the fallen person to the ground. Adarian and Godric turned around at the same time and shouted in fear. Off with its head. Both of these lords have seen the world. But this reminder was already too late. A sword thrust through the chest failed to make the newly minted fallen lose his fighting ability. Instead, it caused the brave archer to lose his life. The fallen grabbed the archer and broke his neck easily, then pulled out the dagger from his chest and stood up again. Adarian swung the sword with all his strength with both hands, but was blocked by the fallen man with a short sword with one hand. This block had no technical content, and sparks flew everywhere. But Adarian's sword flew out of his hands. The difference in power was too great. If it's too big, it's like cutting into a wall. Godric cleverly moved around and barely cut off the back half of the fallen's neck with a sword from behind. The sword was indeed blunt, and the sword with all its strength didn't even cut the throat. But fortunately, the sword was struck from behind. At least it still cut off the neck bone of the fallen man. The fallen man shook his bloody head and fell down. Next to this fallen man is a nearly complete piece of skin. At this time, Godric heard the chanting of the prayer of the Lady of Justice that he remembered deeply. 3 prophets, retreat quickly. The entire army retreats. Godric turned around and took a look, shouted to retreat, then pulled Adarian and started running towards the place where the horses were tied down the mountain. All around them, in various places on the hillside, one after another the recently dead bodies stood up again. There were corpses of enemies and corpses of our own people. These corpses all began to tear their bodies apart crazily and silently. The whole army retreats to a mere village, Godric shouted as he ran. He knew that the silver hand was resting there, but Godric's heart had completely sunk, because Close had sent someone to convey the news to him before. He knew that Liang's troops would not be able to come to the Qiaoan Bay area in a short time, and a large number of degenerates appeared in Shehu City. And now, Qiaoan Bay has also appeared, in the forest east of Weihu Town. Sir Roland led a team of about 200 people silently walking through the woods. This is a troop trained by Roland at Dark Falcon Castle, and most of them were recruited by Roland in Raven Realm. This doesn't look like a top-tier unit, as they aren't well equipped and don't look very strong. However, It can be said that 200 well-trained people walked through the dense forest. But they made almost no sound at all. Roland is a strict person. His subordinates live a poor life in Dark Falcon Castle. And their equipment is naturally not very good. Moreover, Roland mainly recruits people based on their character. And he will not just accept someone like Ndongjia. So he didn't have many troops. At the same time, Roland is a person who always sets an example. He is generous, upright, fair and selfless. He will always take the lead in the charge when fighting. And he will always be the last one in the queue when sharing supplies. Such a person will naturally win the respect of his subordinates. Therefore, the actual combat effectiveness of Sir Roland's troops cannot be measured by their equipment and physique. At this time, Roland was thinking about how to deal with Frey's Oswood. Roland had already fought against Oswood's troops a day ago. The numbers of both sides were equal. The brief confrontation was evenly matched. And then Oswood retreated into the woods. This is a force whose combat effectiveness cannot be measured by equipment and physique. Maybe justice and evil can bring equal fate to people. Sir Roland already knew that Oswood had caused countless tragedies in this area. He had learned about Oswood's habits from clothes when he met Godric before. What this unit did was even worse than what the heretics did. Almost everyone, regardless of gender, age or child, was tortured and killed. Therefore, he took the initiative to take over the task of hunting down Oswood. In the past few days, Roland saw countless tragedies in the surrounding villages. All the female corpses were naked and covered with traces of abuse, while all the male corpses were mutilated. This behavior deeply angered Roland. He couldn't understand why a human could have such a perverted hobby. Roland is a paladin, and he will not participate in any war related to the struggle for power. He does not intend to get involved in the war at Cliff Bay. But he will never let Oswood go. Even if he had to abandon his horse and venture into the dense forest to fight. He still wanted to kill Oswood. In the eyes of this paladin, it is far more evil than heresy for humans to commit such evil acts because of personal preferences or desires. Because this is an anti-human thug who specializes in tearing down the ladder of Lady Justice. Roland led the troops to search and advanced slowly. Careful! A female warrior walking beside Roland suddenly grabbed Roland. There is a trap here! Roland didn't see any traps here at all. But he believed in his partners, especially those he recruited in Croland. 1 meter directly in front of him, there was a small vine lying under a tree. The female warrior squatted down and used a short spear to break the vine. Whoosh! Thump thump! On a tree on the side, 2 sharp wooden spears flew out from the dense leaves and inserted into the ground where the vine was with a whistling sound. Alano, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Sir Roland looked around in the direction where the wooden spear was fired, then pointed to a big tree in front of him and shouted loudly, Oswood people, right! Don't hide sneakily. Come down and join me at battle. I am Roland. Although he couldn't see the trap, he could tell that the ambusher, Roland, was the best at dealing with those shackles hiding in the shadows. The troops began to move quickly, and quickly surrounded the big trees. The operation efficiency was surprisingly fast. The female warrior named Irano also raised her crossbow. But instead of aiming at the big trees, she turned around and aimed at another place dozens of meters away. Sir Roland? Are you Paladin Roland? A voice came from the tree. This is a misunderstanding. Don't do it. Misunderstanding. Then, a man in black slowly climbed down from the tree. This person had his back to Roland and crawled slowly on purpose. After landing on the ground, he stretched out his hands and raised them above his head. He was obviously not hostile. Roland put down the sword in his hand. Who are you? Are you not from Oswood? My name is Leonard Fieldswine. We have actually been looking for you. Sir Roland. The man in black turned around slowly. My partner and I were once members of the Knights of the Dawn. As he spoke, he slowly reached out and untied the belt of the black hooded coat, revealing the white knight's robe underneath. This is indeed the robe of the Knights of the Dawn, but it is different from the one worn by Roland. This is a new style that only appeared after the Knights of the Dawn settled in the light Howling Bay in Fields Way. In the past, the Dawn Knights of Buckley Continent wore black and white plaid robes. After the Dawn Knights were expelled from Buckley Continent, the Twilight Knights separated from it. Since then, the Dawn Knights have used pure white robes and armor, while the Twilight Knights have used pure black equipment. On several other trees, the same 5 men in black also slowly got off the tree. One of them was even outside Roland's team. He was dozens of meters away, and was not discovered by Roland's army. Only the man named Ilano's female warrior held a crossbow at him. We heard that there were many tragedies here. So we came here specifically to deal with Oswald. But I didn't expect. Huh? We almost accidentally injured Sir Roland. You came here to deal with him too. Right. Leonard explained awkwardly. You are indeed a real paladin. No. It's not just Oswald. There's something even more terrifying. Egram the Devourer. Roland nodded. But Oswald must be dealt with first. Otherwise Egram will continue to get dead souls and corpses full of hostility. Wait. Sire. I don't believe he is a Knight of the Dawn like you. Arana suddenly spoke. This female warrior looked very young. 20 years old at most. But her eyes when she looked at Leonard were a bit sharp. Or cold. I think you smell like a thief. Your senses are very sensitive. Ma'am. I did steal something. Leonard glanced at Irano in surprise. Then slowly knelt down on one knee facing Roland. And then took out an object from his arms, with even slower movements, and handed it to Roland. I stole it. Come out. Lord Paladin. Please allow us to follow you. Chapter 326 The Choice Between Good and Evil. Roland reached out and took it. Looking at Leonard with eyes full of excitement and warmth. Bright choice. Leonard moved very slowly. And Roland already recognized what it was when Leonard took out the thing. This is a goddess statue. A very small statue of the goddess of justice. Only as big as the weight on the hilt of a sword. The base at the bottom looks like a heraldry seal. And there is a card slot on the edge of the base. In fact, this was originally the weight of the sword hilt. This is Bright Choice, which is the hilt of the Sword of Justice that the Knights of the Dawn have long destroyed. At the same time, it is also the heraldic seal of the Knights of the Dawn. Its implication is that when making judgments and decisions, the person holding the sword should maintain a balance between compassion and punishment with a bright heart. The weight on the hilt is to make the sword more balanced. In the original teachings of the Knights of the Dawn, the sword of the Knights of the Dawn is used to uphold justice and to eliminate evil with moderation, both to purify evil and to forgive the lost. But decades ago, the blade of the Sword of Justice was suddenly damaged. It was probably from that time that the entire Knights of Dawn gradually lost their balance. It should be on the hilt of the sword of the leader of the Knights of the Dawn, Roland said softly. Yes, but only a true paladin should become the leader. And only a paladin sword is worthy of the Bright Choice. Leonard nodded, then smiled at Arana. Madam, I am indeed a thief. But I believe in the light. Paladin Roland finally met his true kind at this time. Leonard was originally a member of the Swift Dragon Rangers, which was originally a local civilian self-defense group in Guangxi Bay. It was somewhat similar to the Horn Rangers, but not as large in scale. After the Knights of the Dawn came to the Bay of Light, the Dragon Rangers were attracted by the teachings of the Goddess of Justice. When the Knights of Dawn first arrived in Pendor, they actually showed a very sense of justice. They helped business travelers for free, maintained security in villages and towns, built bridges and roads, and acted bravely. It can be said that he is a moral model for knights. At that time, civil strife had just broken out in the Knights of Dawn. Many knights defected to form the Knights of Dusk, and they were expelled from the Buckley continent. Their strength was damaged, and their footing was unstable. When they first arrived in Pendor, they naturally had to maintain a noble image. As for the Swift Dragon Rangers, a local group that had not seen much of the world, they were quickly attracted by those decent-looking Dawn Knights. Coupled with the fact that the Knights of the Dawn were powerful and quite wealthy, the entire Velociraptor Ranger soon merged into the Knights of the Dawn and became the Rapid Dragon of the Dawn. Leonard was a captain of the Velociraptor Rangers, and he became the Dawn Knight at that time. All the captains in the Velociraptor Rangers became the Dawn Knights. This was the main reason why they were merged. After all, everyone I want to obtain the official status of a knight. And I am a Dawn Knight with a great reputation and a strong sense of justice. This is also the first batch of Pendor native knights recruited by the Knights of the Dawn in Fields Way. But soon after, the Knights of the Dawn gained recognition from the people of Pendor and established an auditorium and garrison in Guangxi Bay. Quickly revealing their true nature, they began to kill in the name of justice, purify the countryside with torches and swords, and force people to pay tribute to the goddess. In Kuei and other places in the east of Guangxi Bay, they even caused tragedies such as treating the followers of the prosperous goddess Terra as heretics and killing and plundering a large number of innocent farmers. However, later they only asked King Vides, and Eden the Count paid a large sum of money to settle the matter. Speaking of which, Vides and Eden believe in the ice and sea gods, which is actually a heresy in the eyes of the Knights of the Dawn. But they almost never conflict with the Vanscary pirates. Moreover, the relationship between the Knights of the Dawn and Count Aiden, the Lord of Guangxi Bay, is very good. Otherwise Aiden would not let them build an auditorium in Guangxu Bay. Probably. Their main criterion for distinguishing heretics is whether the target that needs to be purified is easy to deal with, and whether the costs and benefits of implementing purification are appropriate. After all, everyone is a businessman doing business without capital, and the main consideration is the return on investment. But Leonard gradually fell into confusion. He thought he would become a knight of justice, but he didn't expect to become this kind of businessman. Leonard has followed the Knights of the Dawn many times, and he and his colleagues have killed in the name of justice. In the process, Leonard gradually developed a habit of stealing loot. Many villagers who were forced to ask for offerings often found that a small amount of property or food seeds had been quietly returned to their homes after the Dawn Knights left. That was what Leonard did in confusion. He almost instinctively left hope of life for the villagers. Finally, after Kuei's action, Leonard completely woke up. Terra is one of the main gods of Pendor, conveying the hope of good harvests and prosperous commerce. How could such a belief be heresy? Why should we purify a group of innocent farmers? He publicly opposed this matter in the Dawn Hall, but he was reprimanded as not firm enough in his faith, and was imprisoned in the ashram. The ashram is actually an internal prison. In addition to confinement and hard labor, you must be whipped before each meal as the goddess's teachings. Putting a habitual thief in prison who can steal loot for a long time without being discovered will result in an internal prison that will soon be unable to contain anyone. Leonard defected from the Knights of the Dawn along with those members in the prison who had the same insufficient faith as him. He wanted to be like the former paladin Roland, a knight who truly abided by the teachings of the goddess of justice. For this reason, he also stole the bright choice. He felt that the current Knights of the Dawn were not worthy of retaining this seal. In the days that followed, he went around doing good deeds as a wandering knight, intending to atone for the sins he had committed. Not long after, he heard about Oswood's brutal deeds, so he planned to ambush Roland. But he almost ambushed Roland. "Sir Roland, I saw Oswood coming in this direction a day and a half ago, so we hid here until now. I didn't expect you to be the first to come." Leonard pointed to the surrounding ground. "Moreover, we have set up many traps around here, but none of them have been triggered. There seems to be no wild animals in this forest. Traps set in the woods will not be triggered by humans most of the time, especially those that have been set for a long time, and are usually destroyed by wild beasts. No people or beasts were found. Then, have you seen the fallen?" Roland became alert. "No dot, and if it's a fallen person, it should be easier to hit the trap." Leonard shook his head. "Teacher Roland, I think Oswood may have gone that way." The female warrior named Arano pointed to the sky and said, "There is smoke to the south." Through the gaps between the leaves, you can barely see the faint smoke in the southern sky. Alano is obviously very good at finding those subtle clues, and his observation skills are quite keen. "Pursue southward. We can't let him escape." Roland also trusted this young girl. A few hours later, Roland's troops caught up with Oswood's troops at the southern edge of the woods. Oswood ran south because he met many fallen people. Close and Sigismund were right when they initially encountered the fallen blocking their way. The fallen in the woods will indeed pursue and hold back the largest human forces. Originally, this was probably to prevent the large army from transferring to reinforce Fox Town, but now, these fallen people have become a roadblock for Oswood. Oswood's army is the largest at this moment. Encountering the fallen in the woods, Oswood of course had no choice but to run away, since there was Sir Roland to the northwest and Lion Lake City, which was obviously in serious trouble. To the northeast, Oswood chose to run south in order not to be hindered. This is why when running on the Three Fork Road structure in the forest of Weihu Town, the faster the better. Otherwise, in an environment full of bushes and vegetation and vines in the woods, humans cannot outrun the powerful fallen ones. But when Oswood reached the edge of the woods, he was forced to retreat, because there was a raging fire in the woods to the south, and the fire lines were extending to the east and west sides. It was obvious that someone was setting fire outside. In the woods, it is actually impossible to break out of the fire line, because the smoke and dust will keep swirling into the forest. People near the fire line are basically unable to breathe, and they cannot see the surrounding environment. People and animals who die in forest fires are not burned to death, but suffocated. In addition, someone was obviously setting a fire outside the woods, which meant that someone was guarding it. At this time, the best option is to stay away from the line of fire and flee upwind. That's what Oswood did. But this is near the Sherhu Inland Sea. The direction against the wind is actually the direction of the Shirhu Inland Sea to the north. The wind usually blows from the Shirhu Inland Sea inland. In other words, Oswald had to turn back and head north to fight the fallen who were chasing him and fight his way out. Otherwise, he would most likely be suffocated to death. When Sir Roland's team arrived, Oswald was fighting the fallen. And the fight was fierce. Sir Roland, how about we wait until they finish fighting? Leonard suggested. Indeed. On one side are cruel villains with no humanity. And on the other side are degenerates without souls and flesh. Even Sir Roland thinks this situation is very suitable for watching a drama. Withdraw! Before Roland could enter the state of watching the show, he heard someone giving an order. Then, a small group of people suddenly abandoned the fallen ones they were dealing with and ran toward Shirhu City. Obviously, Oswald discovered Roland's troops. He didn't want to be entangled. So he abandoned the troops and ran away with only his cronies. Follow him! Roland's order was equally brief. He said loudly, and then chased Oswald without hesitation. And some of the fallen also followed Roland's troops to catch up. Oswald felt that this period of time was too bad. The main purpose of committing crimes around Yaju village is to help the Lion Knights take the blame. The Lion Knights were responsible for the Crow village incident. But in order to hide the truth, the Lion Knights would always hire other teams to cover up such things. Sometimes it's the Three Prophets. Sometimes it's Oswald's adventure group. The way to cover it up is also simple. Just massacre the surrounding villages, and show that it was all done by yourself. Why do terrorists always openly claim cases of attacks against humanity? Because the Royal Knights have to keep themselves clean, and cannot let other lords come to check for terrorists like Oswald who are strong. Ordinary lords cannot deal with him at all. And usually only the Lion Knights can deal with him. But the Lion Knights will naturally be escaped by Oswald. Again and again, due to various reasons. Oswald has done this kind of work many times. It not only allows him and his men to vent and have fun, but also make some money from the Lion Knights. For Oswald, this is of course a very suitable job. Anyway, the Lion Knights can cover any sequelae. But who knew that his troops encountered the Silver Hand near Yaju village, and lost more than 200 people for no apparent reason. Moreover, this time the Lion Knights were unable to protect themselves. They were turned from the Royal Knights into an illegal knights without even paying the final payment. That's all. Oswald stole a lot of money from the villages and towns. After the troops were damaged, he originally planned to leave here and go elsewhere to avoid the limelight. However, just as they were preparing to evacuate, they unfortunately ran into Godric, who rushed to Fox Town to save his daughter, but was blocked back to Yaju village by the army. This was very troublesome. Yaju village became the main battlefield, but he didn't have time to withdraw. However, Amy disappeared with a large number of cavalry at that time, and Amy went south back to Lion City. But in the eyes of the Lion Knights and Oswald, why would Amy suddenly evacuate during the war? This is most likely an ambush with cavalry. Therefore, Oswald had to cautiously confront the people of the Lion Knights first. It turns out that this kind of confrontation fits Godric's fighting style very well. He has many archers, and he likes this kind of confrontation and a war of attrition. So, after several wars of attrition, Amy became the queen. The Lion Knights became an illegal knights, and Oswald was beaten until there were only more than 200 people left. The bastards of the Lion Knights always let him taking the lead. Godric also wanted to kill him. There was no way around it. Oswald was the one responsible for the massacre of the Crow village. He also massacred several surrounding villages and towns, which caused too much hatred. Afterwards, the Lion Knights withdrew, and Oswald finally escaped from Godric's sight. He hid at the beach for a few days, thinking that nothing happened, but met the paladin Roland in Crow village, who was cleaning up heretics. There were Godric's troops to the west, and Oswald couldn't go, so he had to escape into the forest east of Fox Town. But not long after entering the forest, he was attacked by a wave of fallen ones. Then he desperately headed south, trying to run out of the forest. But as soon as he reached the edge of the forest, a fire blocked his escape route. After running wildly through the woods for nearly 10 miles, Oswald finally escaped from this damn forest. But something even worse happened when Oswald led dozens of remaining soldiers and plunged into a large number of fallen people. Chapter 327, When Evil Meets Evil. There are countless fallen people entrenched on the edge of the forest. Oswald, who was running at the front, caused a huge commotion as soon as he rushed out. Almost all the fallen turned their heads and pounced on him. Oswald's skills were indeed very good. He swung the sharp sword in his hand and easily cut off 2 bloody heads. But no matter how skilled he is still afraid of being attacked by a group, especially when being attacked by a large group of degenerates. These non-human beings are like locusts swooping in from all directions. One person and one sword cannot get out of the way, and Oswood is surrounded almost instantly. "Hurry and stop them!" Oswood yelled, expecting his men to help him. However, the dozens of people he brought with him did not save him. The few people closest to him were also entangled by the fallen. Most of the others saw that something was wrong and immediately turned around and ran back, completely ignoring the life and death of their boss. These are people who are accustomed to killing and looting. They will call themselves brothers when they torture civilians for fun, and they will commit crimes together and share the spoils when they can get benefits. But when it is obvious that their lives will be fatal, how can they sacrifice themselves? What about yourself? Oswood was abandoned by his brothers, just as he was always used as cannon fodder by the Lion Knights before. When encountering difficulties that cannot be solved, no one will share the difficulties with terrorists. But those remaining soldiers who abandoned their boss and ran away did not survive either. They were blocked by Sir Roland, who was chasing behind them. Sir Roland and his troops have been chasing closely behind Oswood. They have not yet left the forest and cannot see the situation outside. Seeing that Oswood's men turned back, Roland thought that they were going to bravely fight him to the death. So he stopped the troops to attack and annihilate them, which was a relief to these remaining soldiers. Probably those who insist on justice can indeed get the protection of the goddess of justice. If it were not for a while to annihilate these remnants, Roland would have plunged into the sea of degenerates. Just after killing these remnants, Roland saw a large number of fallen people pouring into the forest. "Oops! There's one from behind too!" Leonard ran over from behind the group. There are indeed fallen behind them. They are the group that fought with Oswood's troops before, and they are now chasing them. Although the fallen is not fast, he is now in the forest. The vision in the forest environment is not good, and vines, shrubs, and fallen leaves will all hinder people's footsteps. In this environment, it is difficult for humans to outrun the fallen. The fallen are extremely powerful, and shrubs and vines have little impact on them. "You all separate and evacuate. I'll stop them." Roland raised his sword and faced several fallen ones, intending to buy time for his troops. There was no fear in the paladin's eyes. "Run quickly, madam. You are still young and don't deserve to die here." Leonard sighed and said something to Irano. Then, he took his 5 brothers and followed Roland to face the fallen. "Dawn Knight! Charge!" But Irano ignored Leonard and stood still and shot the crossbow in his hand. The crossbow arrow was shot in the direction of Roland, passed by Roland's side, and accurately nailed the head of a fallen man. The fallen man fell. Then Elanor picked up a short spear and followed Leonard. "I am also a member of the Knights of the Dawn." Speaking of which, Irano is indeed considered a member of the Knights of the Dawn now. If Roland is regarded as a real Knight of the Dawn, she was once a member of Duke Undermar, the Lord of Dawnforge City, a maid to the Duke's daughter Katia, and Katia's bodyguard. Not all maids these days serve tea, pour water, and wash underwear. There are also a few who have practiced martial arts since childhood to protect their female relatives. Irano is such a maid who has practiced martial arts since childhood. After Dawnforge City was breached, when Irano was escaping while protecting Katia, he met Sir Roland, who was evacuating. Roland protected them and did not hand them over to Ursula's people, and sent someone to escort Katia to Raven City. Of course, the paladin would not embarrass these 2 innocent girls. No matter whose daughter Katia was, Roland would do this. Paladins and Leon are different. Irano no longer followed Katia to Raven City. She believed that Roland's behavior was true chivalry, and she wanted to follow a true paladin. Then, she became Roland's student. Roland did not accept female soldiers, but he was happy to accept an apprentice who voluntarily threw himself into the arms of the goddess of justice. Roland's apprentice will of course become a true Knight of the Dawn sooner or later. Alano didn't run. In fact, most of the people didn't run. They silently followed Roland's footsteps and spontaneously formed a battle formation, preparing to face the siege of the fallen. In fact, their eyes were full of fear, but the spears and swords in their hands remained firm. These warriors are all followers of Paladin Roland, but none of them are knights. They are all civilians and even refugees. Most of the people come from the eastern border of Ravenland, and some of them are descendants of the Misty Mountain people who have lived in Ravenland for a long time. When Roland was at Dark Falcon Castle, he had been constantly fighting against evil and helping the poor. Since the surrounding villages often faced attacks from Jatu or Misty Mountain, Roland often trained the villagers in martial arts and battle formations for free, so that they could form formation to protect oneself. In the past year or so, the Jatta people have actually been carrying out small-scale robberies on the eastern border. The frequency is higher than in the past few years. This was brought about by the deal between Gregory IV and the Jatta warlord Zahar. Sequely, there are fewer Jatta people going to the Lion Realm, but more Jatta people are coming to the Crow Realm. Zahar regards the eastern part of the Crow Realm as his territory. But whenever the villages are in danger, Roland will always arrive in time. Most of the surrounding villages have benefited from Roland, and most of them have a new understanding of faith. Only knights like Roland can be regarded as true knights. Roland's people are all from those small villages. When Ursula raised troops to attack Xiaolu City, Roland followed Liang's instructions and prepared to evacuate Dark Falcon Castle and go to Weihu Town to fight against the evil. And these villagers voluntarily followed Roland at that time. They hoped to follow a real knight, even if they were destined to face various dangerous enemies in the future. Their skills are indeed not very good. Only the 19-year-old girl Irano has been trained for a long time. The others are just amateur fighters who have been trained in the village for a year. But as long as they follow Roland, they are not afraid of any strong enemy, because they know they are following true justice. This is the real Knights of the Dawn. Don't stay here and die. Wait. What is that? Leonard turned back and said something to Irano, then stopped and looked towards the side of the tree crown. Sir Roland! This way! Follow me! Qingyue's voice came, and Lisa Dillon quickly and nimbly walked between the branches. The bow at his hand shot an arrow while leaping, and accurately hit a fallen person in front of Roland. This arrow did not hit the fallen man's head, and it was not very powerful. It pierced the fallen man's chest shallowly. This was just to remind Roland. Roland finally turned around and saw the Nolder arrow. The one who set fire outside the woods before was naturally Rissa Dillon. On Liang's order, he led the guards to the south of the forest to set a fire. After lighting the fire, he was about to call it a day and return. But suddenly, he vaguely heard Roland's voice in the woods. At that time, Roland was giving orders to pursue Oswood. Fortunately, the Nolder guards were here. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible to hear what was going on inside. At that time, Lisa Dillon was actually only 200 meters away from Sir Roland. But the two sides were isolated by the fire. Nothing could be seen under the thick smoke, and there was no way to go in for support. Moreover, no matter how shouted outside, the people inside the forest could not hear it through the fire scene. The crackling of burning branches and leaves and the shouts of killing in the forest would cover everything up unless there were Nolder elves inside. Lisa Dillon was quite anxious at the time. He heard Roland shouting, "Catch him!" which obviously meant that Roland would chase Oswood towards Lion Lake City. However, Rissadalin had just come around from there, and the Devourer, that terrifying big eyeball, was now between Lion Lake City and this forest. So Rissadalin had no choice but to pursue from the periphery to the northeast across the line of fire. And only now did he catch up. Goddess bless you, everyone! Follow the elf! Roland breathed a sigh of relief and followed Rissadalin with his troops. The Nolder elves took Roland and others in an arc and walked out of the forest from the side. With Rissadalin leading the way, they successfully got rid of the fallen. The Nolder guards are waiting outside the forest. They have shot a small number of fallen in this area and cleared a safe area. Then, another fire was lit by the Nolder, and the two armies detoured from the southeast and left this dangerous place. Rissa Dillon, where is Lord Leon? I think now is a good opportunity to eliminate these fallen ones. Roland looked back at the Nolder's newly lit fire. It's difficult for fire to burn them to death. The wind direction here is always from north to south, so it can't be burned over there. And they don't need to breathe at all. And they won't lose their combat effectiveness due to smoke. You should have seen it. Lisa Dillon guessed Roland's intention. Indeed, setting people on fire is not a problem. But setting ghosts on fire is very difficult. For such non-human beings who do not need to breathe, the effect of fire attacks is indeed very small. It is a low probability event to be directly burned to death. People who die in fires usually do so because of suffocation. But on such a large scale, and the Devourer Egram will continue to create new fallen ones. How to deal with it? Roland seemed to know the characteristics of the Devourer very well. Lord Leong is thinking of a way. There will always be a way. Rissadalin actually didn't know how to deal with it. Perhaps the Nolder elves were already the most suitable group to deal with the fallen. But facing an army of tens of thousands of fallen, everyone would have a headache. Leon also had a headache. He is doing his best to disperse the villagers near Shurhu City in pain. The army of the fallen will gather in the southeast of Shurhu City. This is actually the result of the joint efforts of him and King Vides. Because they all know that the Devourer cannot continue to create fallen ones. Otherwise the number of fallen ones may increase endlessly. Therefore, Leon asked Vides and Doomseeker Gundur to attack from both inside and outside, and took the initiative to launch an attack on the fallen outside the city. This not only allowed Vides to try to break out, but also attracted the attention of Egram the Devourer. Then he set most of the cavalry around him to split up, and tried to bring all the surrounding villagers south of Pen. King Vides and Gundur still acted very cooperatively. After all, Vides had to save himself. Otherwise, he would be surrounded in Lion Lake City, and have to wait for death. However, Vides still couldn't rush out. He couldn't even open the city gate. The Devourer was not an unintelligent thing. It immediately drove a large number of fallen people to block the gate of Lion Lake City. Vides could only fight within the city. Gundur led a charge on the outside, but was unable to clear the siege and had to evacuate. Fortunately, Egram's army of fallen ones was ill-prepared, and there was nothing they could do against the walls of Lion Lake City. They are actually building long ladders, but the efficiency of logging and manufacturing is very slow. It feels like a group of apes became degenerates after doing crafts. They are obviously no longer intelligent creatures. Their strength has become stronger, but their IQ has not. The cavalry team organized by Liang took advantage of this period to barely clean up the nearby villagers. At the same time, this also expanded the Devourer's scope of action to dozens of miles southwest of Shurhu City. There were no humans nearby, so it could only run farther to find it. New source of troops. Therefore, Liang asked Lisa Dillon to set fire to the forest in that area and force Oswood to the location of the Devourer. At this time, Oswood had been captured alive. It's a bit incredible to say that the fallen ones didn't kill Oswood. Although Oswood chopped off the heads of more than a dozen fallen people in a row, these fallen people didn't do anything serious to him. After all, the fallen have no anger, only obedience. The Devourer is here. It seemed to be very interested in this highly skilled man. Its big eyes staring straight at Oswood and looking up and down. Several fallen men carried the dying Oswood and lifted him into the shape of a cross. In fact, Oswood was not only not dead, but also not seriously injured. He was swarmed by the fallen and captured with a pile of bloody bodies. But at this moment, there seemed to be a mysterious force suppressing him. He could not move at all, and he could not move his eyes. He could only watch helplessly as the Devourer, who was riding a demonic horse and looking down at him, got closer and closer. No! 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 Don't come here! Fear had spread throughout Oswood's body. On the Devourer, the inexplicable black mist dispersed again, and the mysterious wail sounded again. But the wail did not come from the Devourer, but from Oswood. This time, the wailing sound was far more terrifying than the sound under Shurhu City. It felt like thousands of people were wailing together. Such a crime! You have actually created so many resentful souls. Ha ha ha! The Devourer was probably smiling, but the skull without any flesh seemed even more sinister and terrifying when he smiled. I like you! Oswood was so frightened that he peed. Everyone knows that being liked by such a demon is definitely not a good thing, and will most likely be worse than being directly killed or dismembered. Maybe it would be worse than becoming a fallen person. Sure enough, Devourer immediately expressed its liking. It took matters into its own hands, and used the battle axe in its hand to cut all of Oswood's armor and clothes to pieces, and stripped Oswood naked in less than 10 seconds. However, using an axe to cut clothes, especially underwear, will inevitably leave some sequelae, and Egram's technique was a bit rough, leaving some small wounds on Oswood's body, including some indescribable places. Chapter 328 The Gloomy Eyes. In the camp in Payne Village, Roland has returned to the Lord. In other words, you have obtained the seal of the Knights of the Dawn. I think you should establish a new Knights of the Dawn. Sir Roland, I will be happy to provide you with financial help, Leon suggested to Roland. No, I have understood that rebuilding New Dawn does not require money. Of course, I do need to borrow a place to house these guys. Roland rotated Bright Choice onto the hilt of his sword. Leon nodded. Then stay in Shurhu City. When we regain Shurhu City, this will be your base. But before that, we have to kill the Devourer first. You should know something about these heretics. Right. The two knights who knew the most about heresy were the Knights of Dawn and Dusk. And Leon felt that Roland probably knew some information. Lord Leon, the Devourer is recorded in the Temple of Justice. Its name is Egram, which means Gloomy Eye. We think it is a demon from the abyss, not a species of this world. Roland does know a lot of information. Years ago, Egram appeared in Barclay continent, and the Knights of the Dawn once fought against it. That was actually when the Kingdom of Pendor had just fallen. At that time, the Buckley Empire had just fought a war that lasted several years with the Bacchus Empire to share the cake of Pendor, and was in the stage of recovering from the war. The long war caused many conflicts in Buckley's country, and various strange sects emerged everywhere. Although the official belief of Buckley's empire was Astalia, the goddess of justice, those who believed in the dark goddess Arida or other evil gods at that time. More people than believe in the goddess of justice, because the goddess of justice has not come to the world for hundreds of years. Some evil gods can actually bring power to believers. At that time, there were many people who claimed to be followers of the dark goddess, and they searched for fresh lives everywhere. They would peel off human skin and use a portable mobile altar to offer the skin-bloody people to their gods. However, those believers at that time used flesh and blood as sacrifices, not to gain power, but to summon a powerful warrior. At that time, the heretical supplicants called themselves summoners. In fact, these summoners themselves are not sure whether those sacrifices were really offered to the dark goddess. But what is certain is that they can indeed summon a terrible biological demon from the altar. Those are real demons, with red skin, sharp horns on their heads, and bat-like wings on their backs. They have nothing to do with humans, and they are not degenerates. Their red skin is not due to skinning, but it is what it is. Such demons have been recorded in various places, and their qualities vary. The summoned demons range from big to small, with the smallest being less than 1 meter tall. Although they are ferocious, their combat effectiveness may not be as good as Anson's when he first entered the battlefield. But the big ones are more than 2 meters tall, are extremely powerful and ferocious, and can easily defeat 10 of them. The most important thing is that this kind of demon can be controlled by the person who summons it. It is said that this is probably a soul contract of some kind. This has caused the number of summoners to gradually increase, and more people believe in the dark goddess. Everyone wants to summon this powerful thug who only listens to their own words. The constant appearance of remains and demons in various places soon plunged the entire Buckley continent into panic. This panic seriously affected the post-war recovery process of the Buckley Empire, and naturally it could no longer sit idly by. So the Knights of the Dawn came out in full force, and various legions began to hunt down the followers of the dark goddess and identify them as heretics. In fact, this was the main reason why Buckley did not participate at all when the Bacchus Empire tore up the agreement and suddenly sent General Osa to invade the Pendor continent. It was also the main reason why Buckley did not take the opportunity to send troops when the Bacchus Empire collapsed. Not because he did not want to get a share of the pie. In fact, Barclay himself was in quite a mess at that time. Buckley's official purge of heretics lasted for several years. In the past few years, some heretical believers began to intensify their evil rituals in order to resist the army, and finally summoned an extremely terrifying warrior, the Demon Giant Warrior. This is the official name of the Buckley Empire. It is said that they are demons with strange powers, extremely tenacious and inhumane. At that time, some scholars within the Order of the Dawn believed that this was the source of evil summoned from the abyss. And perhaps this was indeed the case. This kind of summon is very powerful, and 10 Dawn Knights may not be able to deal with one demonic giant warrior. After that, heretical believers gathered an army with heretical supplicants and demonic giant warriors as the core, and began to confront the Buckley Empire head-on. However, during a summoning ceremony for a demonic giant warrior, a heretic priest made a fatal mistake. This summoning did not fail, but there was something wrong with the summoned creature. The demon that finally walked out of the altar did not have hard skin like ordinary demon undead warriors, nor did it have huge bat wings that marked its identity. Instead, it looked like a sacrifice, with its bright red flesh exposed. Or in other words, it was the offering itself. However, the skin corpse came to life again, but everyone knows that this is definitely not the sacrifice, because its big gray eyes are extremely terrifying and make people feel heart palpitated. They always exude silent pressure and are surrounded by a gloomy black mist. From that day on, it had a name that spread across the continent, Egram, which means gloomy eye. Immediately after Egram woke up, he brutally killed the high priest who summoned it. The unlucky heretic supplicant's skull was pinched through the demon's claws. His brains were sucked out, and his soul was probably sucked out as well. Perhaps without brains, one would not become a fallen person. Anyway, This high priest did not become a fallen person. He only left a brainless corpse. At the same time, most of the heretical believers, who were relatively close to each other, were attracted by the black mist and spell sounds emanating from Egram's body. And in a very short period of time, they automatically tore off their own skin and flesh, turning into human beings similar to Egram. Rem's almost identical bright red flesh. They were also the earliest group of degenerates recorded in historical records. Only some believers, who were relatively far away at the time, managed to escape. The terrifying thing about Egram lies in its ability to assimilate. The black mist and spells on it will make people lose their minds like drugs, unable to extricate themselves, and even make people spontaneously gather around it. Soon, it gathered around it a group of bandits, slave traders, or some scoundrels. These people were willing to indulge in the spell of Egram, and gradually degenerated into skinless creatures that were not human at all. Then a large number of degenerates began to rampage Barclay. Some of the heretical believers, who survived and still had good thoughts in their hearts, woke up. They took the initiative to tell the nearby villagers about the incident, and asked the villagers to find the Knights of the Dawn to fight against this powerful demon that was completely uncontrollable. At the same time, a miracle also appeared in the temple of the goddess of justice. Estalia issued a decree to the Knights of the Dawn, asking them to clean up the evil on the earth. Otherwise the goddess of justice would not be able to set foot in the world. As a result, the Buckley Empire increased its efforts to clean up heretics, and the Knights of the Dawn began to use force to purify at all costs, and began to implement cremations. The discovered heretics would also be burned to ashes to avoid the generation of new degenerates. The struggle against the heretics and Egram lasted for several years. The Barclay Empire sacrificed a large number of warriors and lost its best chance to conquer Pender and Bacchus. After countless battles, the heretical believers were finally driven away from Buckley and fled to the continent of Pender. The Knights of the Dawn also claimed that they killed Egram, and said that when he died, the sky was filled with black mist, and various wailings continued for several days. This made the Knights of the Dawn suddenly become the messengers of justice, the incarnation of the goddess, and their status and reputation reached the top in one step. But after Egram disappeared, the Knights of the Dawn gradually became arrogant and cruel. They did not want the purification operation to end, because it would give them many privileges. As a result, the Knights of the Dawn's purification of heretics gradually turned into the rejection and persecution of other faiths. In the end, it escalated to the point where they could do whatever they wanted under any blasphemous excuse, until they themselves were banished. In other words, this is a devil from another world, and it was the one who first created the fallen. But the three prophets can also create the fallen. What is their relationship with Egram? I remember. The three prophets, I know you. Leon thought of the three prophets again, and recalled that when Roland dealt with the three prophets, one of the female prophets recognized Roland. The three prophets do recognize me. Roland nodded. They were originally priests of the Temple of Justice. When I first became the Knight of Dawn 30 years ago, I received the task of capturing them. At that time, I led a team to hunt them down, but they suddenly disappeared. To say that what is their connection with Egram? They stole a code kept in the Temple of Justice. This code was said to be found from the corpse of the priest who inadvertently summoned Egram. We call it a heretic code. This was very important information, and Leon cheered up. The heretic code? What is written in that code? I don't know. It's a taboo thing, and it's also the evidence of heresy. Only the heresy judge, the Grand Master of the Knights of the Dawn, can read it. Roland shook his head. But? His expression became a little weird, as if he didn't want to say something. But what? Leon looked at Roland's troubled expression. However, I know that many people have peeked at the heretic code. Roland sighed and said to Leon, You? Okay. Now I understand how the Twilight Knights were formed. Leon also sighed. Why didn't you destroy that heretical code in the first place? Lisa Dillon suddenly asked. Roland didn't answer. He obviously didn't know. Leon gave an answer. If you think about the good side, you need to have a deeper understanding of heresy to fight against heresy. But if you think about the bad side, only with the heresy code can there be a basis for judging heresy. It can make everything done by the Knights of the Dawn. Anyway, any excuse for blaspheming the goddess that comes to mind can be written in the heresy code. This is the basis for the Knights of the Dawn to obtain privileges. They can use heresy. The code reflects the law they want. And of course, this good thing cannot be destroyed. Lisa Dillon suddenly understood. Roland also sighed silently again. Indeed, If you want to define not washing your hands before eating and after using the toilet as a heresy, then just write on the heretical code. Edict of the Dark Goddess Erida. Do not wash your hands before eating and after using the toilet. The reverse operation is actually equivalent to a custom decree. If anyone is dissatisfied, look through the heretical code and see that everything you do every day matches the heretical teachings. If you are not a heretic, who is? Let's talk about Egram. How did the Dawn Knights kill it? Seeing that Roland was a little uncomfortable, Leon changed the topic. He wanted to find Egram's weakness. There is no record of this. And we don't know? Roland shook his head. There's no record? How could it be? So, did Egram do anything special? Leon frowned. He felt that the Dawn Knight's killing of Egram was probably a lie. Otherwise, they would not have recorded the process of killing Egram. At least the hero who killed the demon should be recorded. Right. If such deeds are not recorded, it only proves that the Knights of the Dawn don't know how Egram disappeared. Otherwise, they would have compiled a biography of the demon slayer. There is something special about Egram. Judging from the records I know, Egram will actively look for those who are greedy or have evil intentions. People with evil intentions will be assimilated by it as long as they get close to it. The more sinful a person is, the easier it is to be attracted by Egram. At the same time, Egram likes to devour the souls of those with high martial arts skills and turn them into powerful, fallen ghosts. So Egram is also called the Devourer. Roland replied firmly. This has been recorded in many documents. But I don't know what method it used to attract those people. This statement is more credible. The three prophets actually attract people who are greedy. After all, flies cannot bite seamless eggs. However, most people should have seams. When the Knights of the Dawn fought it head-on, did anyone suddenly become a fallen person? Leon began to think about whether the soldiers would suddenly switch sides if they were to fight Egram. In other words, will the brothers who died in the battle suddenly turn into degenerates and turn against their own people? This is the most troublesome thing. There is no record of this either. I'm not sure. But maybe there is. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken several years for the entire country to get rid of Egram. It is said that the entire Barclay Empire was completely destroyed at that time. Roland thought for a while and gave a guess. Leon and Lisa Dillon shook their heads together. Obviously, they both felt that the original Egram had not been solved. If anyone with evil intentions will be assimilated by it as long as he gets close to it, then I'm afraid no one can kill him. Lisa Dillon sighed. Who doesn't have some evil thoughts? Yes. Who doesn't have some evil thoughts? Several people were silent. Well, since the Knights of the Dawn claim to have defeated Egram, let's let the Knights of the Dawn take the lead and give it a try. After all, they have always called themselves the messengers of justice. So they must have innocent intentions. Leon touched his chin and started looking at the map. Dawn Knight? You're not talking about us. Are you? Leonard swallowed. Your Excellency Leon. Although we are not afraid of death, I feel that we are definitely no match for that thing. No. I mean the Knights of the Dawn, who have been hunting Sir Roland. Of course, if nothing else happens, they are also hunting you. Leon smiled at Leonard and said, You are traitors in their eyes. You mean, the Knights of the Dawn are here? Are they taking the initiative to deal with Egram the Devourer to save the common people? I think they are not that great now. Leonard shook his head in disbelief. They should be arriving in the next 2 days. And they really came here on their own initiative. When I first got the information about the appearance of the Devourer, I already reported it to Guangxu Bay. I sent someone to inform them that they have been chasing them. The traitor Roland is in Sherhu City. Leon told Roland about his reporting, openly and openly. And now that you have the seal of their chief, I guess they will come over soon. Chapter 329 Heretic Code. But I think they might turn around and run away when they see Egram. Leonard spread his hands and expressed distrust of his former group. Since I can make Field's Way and the Fallen fight to the death, I can naturally make the Knights of the Dawn and Egram fight to the death. Leon curled his lips and said, What I told them was that Roland entered Lion Lake City in Lion Lake City. I'll see how they run away. However, before the Knights of the Dawn arrive, I have to hold off Egram first. Sir, I think it's best for you not to get close to Egram. If people with evil intentions will indeed be attracted to it, Lisa Dillon said quietly. Leon looked around. Everyone looked at Leon and nodded vigorously together. Okay, I admit it. I have a lot of evil thoughts in my heart. And I guess it's really not suitable for me to get close to that big eyeball. The Lord sighed. He really had no confidence in his own character. Then, who will do this job? This time, everyone turned their heads and looked at Sir Roland at the same time. Obviously, everyone has little confidence in their own character, and they all feel that only paladins, like Roland, will not be affected in any way. Actually, I also have evil thoughts. Roland was a little uncomfortable being stared at. I peeped at girls taking a bath when I was young, and I still miss it. However, I am really willing to try my best to hold off Egram. Ahem. This is not called an evil thought. Then it's up to you, Sir Roland, to lead Egram to the east of Lion Lake City. You must not fight with it. If necessary, let the vigilantes in the city lord dis. Please use your strength. If you encounter danger, fire your arrows, and Rasadalin and I will follow to help you. The biggest evil thought in his life is just to peek at a girl taking a bath. It seems that only Roland is suitable for this job. But Liang explained it with some worry. He was worried that Roland would not be able to help but play with the big eyes. Lord Liang, if you don't fight Egram, how can you lure it to the east? Eraner, who had been silent until now, asked the question. Use this. Liang found 2 iron knots from his lower back. That's a grenade, produced jointly by Maixiang International and Nuoduo Enchanting Factory. It is made by local methods and handmade. Although the airtightness has not been solved, the lethality is really hard to describe, and it is probably not effective when used to bomb the fallen. However, the sound and light effects are excellent, and the sound is guaranteed to be full of movement. It is definitely a must-have product to seduce and scare those non-human beings who have never seen the world. Afternoon. The sun is shining high. The trees are green and the grass is green. The sky is as blue as a mirror. And the years are quiet. But Oswood is not good at all. This short half-day may seem like half a century to a person who has been enduring torture. At this time, Oswood wanted to die quickly. No matter how he died. As long as he died quickly, it would be okay. This was probably the least demanding wish he had ever made in his life. Moreover, during this half-day, he had made this wish to all the gods he knew. But he could not realize this wish, because he was unable to move at this time, and could not even move his eyes. The big eyes of the devourer seemed to be able to convey a kind of coercion, always suppressing him, making him feel like a conscious vegetative state. I can't move my whole body, but I feel extremely clear, and I won't fall into coma due to the severe pain. The devourer, Egram, probably really likes Oswood. He has been carefully grooming Oswood throughout the afternoon. On a small wooden altar, very carefully cared for, Oswood was now being tossed around like a broken rag doll. Huge fear and pain always accompanied him. But he could not coma or move. His body had been shaved bare without a single hair, and some of the fine parts had been removed to the side. The parts that were removed included the scalp, eyelids, ears, nose, tongue, the first knuckles of all fingers and toes, as well as certain important parts used to carry on the family line. But Egram never turned him into a fallen. It looked very much like it had to eat Oswood. Otherwise it wouldn't be so clean. After all, this kind of treatment is usually reserved for pigs. At this time, Egram was tearing off the surface skin of Oswood. He was tearing it off very carefully, as if he was afraid that he would be killed if he used too much force. So he was peeling off the skin bit by bit. Oswood could no longer make a sound at this time. He had been howling for 4 hours before, and had already lost his energy. But Egram has been taking care of his body carefully, and never stopped. Oswood's eyes were already filled with gray and defeat. He probably wanted to close his eyes, but a person without eyelids could not do this. He could only watch helplessly as the skin on his body was torn off piece by piece, and he was thrown on the ground. It wasn't until the sky was getting late and the moon was high in the sky that Egram peeled off the last bit of skin on Oswood's body that it finally stopped. It seemed to be very satisfied with its masterpiece. Oswood was still alive, and his whole body was clean. The bright red dermis was just exposed, but he didn't bleed much. A piece of the freshest pure flesh. A most evil soul, worshipped by the most powerful sacrificer. The perfect offering. .com. My love. Use this sinful soul to leave the abyss. Conquer this continent with me, and kill the gatekeeper who exiled us. Egram stared at the moon in the sky and murmured. Then it began to chant a mysterious incantation. There was a loud sound of incantation, and something like a hardcover book on the altar opened automatically with the incantation. Thick black mist like ink poured out from the open pages, gradually covering Egram and the man who had been taken care of. Clean Oswood. This strange sound of incantation surrounded a large number of fallen people near the altar, and they were crowded together. But not a single fallen person entered the range of the black mist. as if they were both afraid of and longing for the black mist. Endless and distant wails came from the black mist, as if coming from a distance, getting closer and closer. Boom! Boom dot buzz dot buzz! Boom boom boom! At this moment, continuous loud noises were heard, and the terrifying sounds were accompanied by strong firelight, turning the night into an extremely noisy one. A large area of the crowded crowd of fallen people near the altar was blown away. The hard-covered book with black mist placed on the altar was also blown far away by the strong shock wave caused by the explosion. A huge wail resounded across the wilderness. The pages of the book were blown shut, and the black mist was blown away. Egram's figure emerged from the dispersing black fog. It seemed to be stunned for a moment and turned its head. Its two gray and terrifying eyes showed a sinister and dangerous look. Then, it opened its big mouth. Howl! It was clearly an angry roar. It seemed that the sacrifice, which it had been busy from noon to midnight, was interrupted by this series of bombings. 30 meters away, Irana was riding a lightly armored Jata horse. Only these Jata horses were trained in explosions. She was stunned when she saw Egram appear. She was holding a grenade with a fuse in her hand. And beside her was an elite team selected by Roland. Dozens of people with better riding skills. Egram! It's actually here! Teacher! Retreat quickly! Irano reacted quickly, raised his hand, and threw the grenade, then turned around and ran away, calling Roland as he ran. That's the heretic code! Roland suddenly exclaimed, and then rushed towards the blown hardcover book. That was only about 10 meters away from the side of Egram. Egram also noticed Roland, who was charging towards it. It stretched out its claws, and pulled out the axe that was originally stuck beside the altar. But at this time, a dark thing had flown in front of it. The devourer is indeed very skilled, and has excellent reflexes. It split the grenades flying towards it with one swing of its axe. It moved extremely quickly, and the axe blade even had an afterimage. That was the visual residue caused by the extremely fast speed of swinging the axe. Boom dot buzz! The grenade exploded the moment it made contact with the axe. Science can indeed be a kind of magic. If you use a knife or axe to chop the bomb, the consequences will naturally be serious. Even though Egram was not a human, he was still blown up and fell into the group of fallen people. When the smoke dissipated, Egram stood up again. Most of its body was blown black, and only 1.5 of its eyeballs were left. A piece of broken iron was embedded in its right eye, seeming to expose it. Part of his eyeball was cut off. But this kind of eye injury that can make ordinary people lose most of their combat power seems to be nothing to Egram. It just roared again, then mounted its demon horse and chased eastward. Because at this time, Egram could only see the backs of dozens of fast horses fleeing. Sir Roland's master and apprentice have already run back some distance. In fact, they didn't know that Egram was here before. It was night, and Egram was shrouded in black mist again. Roland and Alano did not see it at all, but saw a large group of fallen people gathering together. Irana thought that she should try throwing some grenades first to see if she could lure these fallen ones away. She was not sure whether the grenades would be effective. The effect of the grenade was indeed good. She succeeded, and it was not just the group of fallen ones that they lured away. Most of the fallen people around them all followed Egram and ran after them. Anyone with legs was running. Eloner, you give the heretic code to Lord Leon, and I will lure them away. Roland looked back while riding his horse, threw the book to Irano, and then took out the grenades in his arms. The grenades he brought were not used yet, but the ones carried by Irano were almost used. Irana took the book, accelerated his horse, and headed south alone through a hill in front of him. Roland led 20 or 30 people straight forward, taking Egram and countless fallen people behind him to the east. On the altar, Oswood was still lying there, his big eyelidless eyes exposed. But his dull expression could still be seen. His chest was still heaving, and he still hadn't turned into a fallen or anything. The sacrifice was interrupted, and he escaped death. But not dying does not mean that you can live. And it's probably worse than death. All the fallen who could move had left here, leaving only Oswood alone or a piece of flesh. He twitched. This person, who had been skinned and cut off almost all the external parts that could be cut off, gradually moved his fingers as Egram left. Egram's suppression of him disappeared, and he was able to move. But I could only lie down and move. I couldn't walk or even get up. He only had one arm left. All his fingers had lost the first knuckles with fingernails. His feet were gone, and there was no epidermis all over his body. The lower body was also bald. Blood covered the altar, and he was extremely weak. He knew what had happened to him. And he could also see what he looked like now. The endless pain had been with him from beginning to end, and even penetrated deep into his soul. However, he never fell unconscious, and the body's self-protection response did not take effect. E-Gray made him experience the deepest despair and pain that he had ever inflicted on others. Moreover, he also saw other scenes in the black mist. It was an endless abyss, a vague and gloomy place. He didn't know what was in it, but he could feel the extreme fear and oppression that was almost the same as when he faced Egram. While he was being tortured, Oswood wanted to die, and he wanted to die as quickly as possible. But now, when Egram left, he didn't want to think that people would always be like this after death. The desire to die was only temporary. After that period, he would return to the full desire to live. Only now, he discovered a deeper despair. His legs and right arm had been blown to pieces. At least 5 grenades landed on the edge of the altar. Basically all of them exploded around him. Oswood was not Egram. He only had 1 arm and 2 feet shattered. But no vital parts of his chest or abdomen were injured. He was extremely lucky. But due to the pain of being chopped alive, Oswood didn't realize until now that his right arm and sole of his foot had been stuck to the altar and turned into mud. He could move, but he couldn't. Without feet or fingers, he couldn't even turn over or crawl. Suddenly, he saw a light in the distance, as if someone was coming with a torch. "Help!" Oswood shouted the word with almost the last of his strength. "I seem to hear something. It seems like someone is asking for help." This is Lisa Dillon's voice. He led the Nolder guards to follow Roland and his apprentice, while Leon also led the cavalry to the east to be ready for support at any time. Now that the fallen have been lured away, Rasadalin, after avoiding the cluster of fallen, is going to check to see if there are any fallen here, hit the injured ones who are not dead, and then follow up to meet Roland from behind. The Nolder killer, who had excellent ears, heard the movement keenly. "Help!" The faint voice came again. Soon, a group of Nolders surrounded this small altar. "According to Sir Roland's description of the heresy, this seems to be a sacrifice for the heretic supplicant. Is he still alive? Incredible." Risa Dillon looked at the lump of meat on the altar. "Give him a good time. It would be better to die." A Nolder ranger couldn't bear it. None of the Nolder knew that this was Othwood. No one could possibly know a piece of meat. Besides, the Nolder didn't know Othwood in the first place. "Tell me your name, and we will bury you properly." Lisa Dillon accepted his subordinate's suggestion, and he also felt that giving this piece of meat a good time was the kindest thing to do. "I phrase Oswood." The piece of meat made a weak sound intermittently. "Save me. I don't want to die. I have a lot of money." "Oswood?" Risa Dillon was stunned for a moment, and then laughed ferociously. "Okay, don't let him die. Stop his bleeding." Chapter 330 Gate of the Abyss. In fact, Egram couldn't catch up fast. The previous explosion caused his demon horse to break a leg, which made it limp and unable to run fast at all. The people Roland led all rode lightly armored Jata horses. These horses had good endurance and speed. From time to time, the horses could be stopped to rest and wait for Egram. Boom! Another explosion appeared in front of Egram. At this time, Egram's body had been completely blackened by the blast, and the demon war horse beneath him had also been blown to the ground. But at this time, it suddenly stopped chasing the demon war horse. Its legs were blown off, and it could not stand up. It seemed that Egram had no intention of chasing the cavalry on foot. This is not a brainless monster. It has high intelligence, and its previous pursuit was probably just out of anger. "Throw them all out, then concentrate on shooting." Boom! 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 Seeing that Egram had a tendency to retreat, Roland had no choice but to order all the remaining grenades to be thrown at Egram, and asked all his subordinates to concentrate their firepower and shoot several rounds with bows and arrows, intending to try to see if they could kill the Devourer. If it can't be killed, it depends on whether such an attack can attract its hatred. Anyway, it currently has a speed advantage, and can run away even if it fails. But the results were disappointing. The grenade did play a very good role. At least it could knock Egram off his feet, and slowed down its speed. However, these firearms failed to cause much harm. Apart from the fact that it looked dark, there was nothing unusual about Egram. So far, the only damage it has suffered is that a small part of its big eyeball is missing. However, the explosion also blackened its eyeballs. Without eyelids, it would be impossible to clean the black ash on the eyeballs. Now Egram looks like it has been completely scorched. This also made it no longer look eerie. The team led by Roland no longer even felt the pressure brought by Egram, which may be an unexpected gain. And bow and arrow. It didn't work at all. Bows and arrows are the traditional strengths of the Crow realm. Roland's soldiers from the Crow realm are basically good at shooting and have a high hit rate. But all arrows without exception did not cause any damage. Egram has been protecting his head, and the arrows fired at his head were blocked by the shield in its hand, and shot at his body. Just like when Liang shot the 3 prophets. It was probably equivalent to shooting a piece of roasted beef. Egram didn't react at all. It was using the body of a dead person, so it was normal to have no reaction. And Roland was not surprised. However, it will provide additional protection for its head, which is important information. At least it means that it is afraid of damage to its head, which means that it can be killed. Egram ignored Roland. After suffering a concentrated attack from bows and arrows, it probably sensed danger and hid itself among the group of fallen ones. And the fallen ones around it stopped moving. Fortunately, Egram has been led to the predetermined position and lost his horse. The established goal has been achieved, and Roland quickly evacuated with his troops. Roland withdrew, but Egram did not pursue him. Obviously, he knew that he could not catch up. So he turned around and approached Lion Lake City from the east. This place is only about 10 miles away from Lion Lake City. It seems that Egram wants to vent his anger on Lion Lake City. There are always a large number of fallen people surrounding Shirhu City, and several rough long ladders have been built. In the early morning, as soon as Egram arrived at the east side of Shirhu City, he launched a wave of siege, knowing that the fallen outside the city had been building siege equipment. King Vides in the city had been carefully preparing for defense, and there was no big problem in the face of this attack. The fallen have lost a certain amount of flexibility, and climbing up long ladders seems quite slow. Although the total number is huge, there are not many ladders, and there are only a limited number of fallen that can climb up at the same time. It wasn't particularly difficult for Vides to deal with it. After a day of fierce fighting, hundreds of degenerates fell below the city, and Vides also paid the price of 50 deaths and more than 40 injuries. By evening, the battle ended when all the crude ladders were destroyed by the Fieldway men. Egram commanded the army of the fallen to retreat a few hundred meters again, continuing to surround Shirhu City and still building siege equipment. But now, the main force of the fallen is in the east of Shirhu City. At this time, in the camp in Pain Village, Liang was studying the heretical code. This is what Arana brought back. Liang has been studying it for more than an hour, but has found nothing. The content recorded in this code is similar to what he judged before. It is basically the teachings of the goddess Arita. It even includes content that looks like it was added later, such as not allowed to pay taxes to the Temple of Justice. But Liang didn't find anything involving summoning demons, nor anything related to heretical sacrifices. However, the 2 black metal pages are more special. Many of the ancient books of the sects that have been around for a long time are indeed mixed with metal loose leaves and parchment, bound into books with beef tendons, and most of the covers are metal. It was not easy to copy books in the Middle Ages. This was all to avoid damage, especially to avoid damage to the core ideas in the books. Metal pages are usually engraved with the most important core content, which allows their core ideas to be preserved regardless of water, fire or war, while parchment usually records more clear and detailed explanations. But there is not a single word on the 2 metal loose leaves of this heretical code. Only 2 simple patterns. They were 2 unknown swirling patterns, all made of tiny dots, forming an oval cantilever structure. For Liang, these 2 patterns were very similar to some pictures deep in his memory. This cantilever is very much like the Milky Way. 1 positive and 1 negative. 2 spiral patterns on 2 loose leaves. The directions of the spirals are opposite, but they have exactly the same spiral arm structure. And even the positions of the tiny points are basically the same. One is made of raised points, while the other is made of sunken pits. If these 2 metal pages are overlapped, the 2 vortices can overlap perfectly and become a black metal plate. Of course, this pattern is not very detailed and is somewhat abstract. If you spread out the 2 pages and look at them, you can probably think of them as a pattern of swirling dots on the black metal of a pair of eyes. It does look a bit eerie. Maybe you can think of them as eerie eyes? Moreover, these 2 metal loose leaves are made of ebony. Sir, Oswood has been revived for the time being, but he has lost all his skin, so he probably won't live long. Lisa Dillon entered the barracks and interrupted Liang's thoughts. He may know something. Iran, you stay here. Risadalin, let's go and ask. Leon put down the heresy code and walked out with Risa Dillon. Iraner nodded. And after Leon left the barracks, he closed the door. The sky is darker in the evening, especially after the door is closed. Irano lit an oil lamp on the table, and then sat in a corner of the room. She was not very interested in heretical codes. As a temporary guard, she just kept cautiously inside the house, and was alert to the outside. At this moment, a wisp of black mist slowly floated out from the two whirlpools, and drifted towards Alano. Donna! The young female warrior suddenly covered her head, with a look of pain on her face, and then slowly fell down. The Leon man knew nothing about what happened in the barracks. He was talking to Oswood about the future. He wanted to know why Egram didn't turn Oswood into a fallen one. Moreover, according to the descriptions of Rasadalin and Iraner, it seems that Egram is using Oswood as a sacrifice. So, what is he worshipping? What is the purpose of that heretical code? Why does even Egram need to use this code? Oswood, do you want to live? There's a lot to know about. But Oswood is also a problem in its own right. This guy is not considered dead if he is dead. And he is not considered alive if he is alive. Communication is very problematic. He probably knew that for a person without skin on his body, infection is almost inevitable, and he would not survive long. But people are full of contradictions. Even if he knows that he will die and will continue to suffer pain, he does not want to die now. Oswood is basically half crazy now. You've seen what it did to me. Ha. Oh, it hurts. This red piece of flesh sometimes laughs and sometimes cries. It looks stupid, and its speech is a little unclear. He responded to the questions, but the answers he gave were of little use. This is understandable. After enduring the torture of Egram, it is normal for Oswood to go completely crazy. Moreover, considering the current injuries on his body, it is already remarkable that he can still speak. Anyone can imagine the severe pain he is currently suffering, and half of his tongue has been cut off. Oswood, you should know about the 3 prophets. They can give people a new skin. You must know them. Right. Even though you have become like this, you actually still have a chance to survive. You should understand what I mean. Leon suddenly mentioned the 3 prophets. Of course, we must give hope to a person who is about to die. Oswood's lifeless pupils seemed to suddenly become shiny. Yes. 3 prophets. Yes. I still have a chance. I can find the 3 prophets. So I won't ask you any more questions. Tell me everything you know. Maybe you will still have a chance to survive. Seeing that he had cheered up a bit, Leon quickly asked. Egram was probably using me to summon a demon as terrifying as him. I heard him talking about lover and gatekeeper. I saw a dark door at that time. When the door opened, there was the terrifying dark abyss, where endless evil spirits howled, and a vague gray-white smoke cloud flew towards me. But just when it was about to pounce on me, the door of the abyss was closed. Oswood's tongue was not smooth, and he slowly told what he had seen. It was obvious that his desire to survive was still there. The dark door? What does that door look like? Leon suddenly seemed to remember something and asked quickly. 2 doors. Each door has a pattern like an eye. Glowing. Oswood described it with difficulty. Wait for me, for a while. Keep an eye on him. Leon suddenly understood, got up, and walked to the barracks. Elon, bring me the heretic code. Leon pushed open the door of the barracks. Irena was standing in the room, holding an oil lamp, seeming to be sorting out the wrinkles in her clothes. Seeing Leon push the door open and come in, she turned around and put the oil lamp on the table, picked up the heresy code and handed it over, showing a strange smile to Leon. The smile looked forced, like a person who was suffering from illness was comforting a loved one. Sure enough, this is the gate of the abyss. Leon didn't notice Irano's weird smile. He directly opened the metal page of the code. When the 2 metal leaves were spread out, they really looked like 2 doors. But when he took the code and turned around to find Oswood, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the shadow on the wall. Liang's heart skipped a beat. It was his own shadow reflected by the oil lamp. Behind him, someone was approaching him with a sharp object. Eloner? Liang turned around fiercely, and the heretic code in his hand came out directly, hitting Irano behind him, and then immediately dodged to avoid it. This was in the camp, and he had no weapons. But this heavy code could still hit someone. This young female warrior was approaching Liang with a short spear, but she found the heretic code flying towards her, and her reaction once again surprised Liang. Iraner dropped the short spear and hurriedly took the heresy code, as if she didn't dare to let the code fall to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Liang pounced forward and picked up the short spear from the ground. In a hurry, what he caught was the tip of the spear. Without adjusting, Leon directly used the spear as a stick and struck Arano with a powerful and heavy sweep. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Here comes someone!" Leon knew very well that Arano was obviously planning to attack him just now. Although he didn't know why. It was appropriate to catch the person first and then talk about it. Click! Unexpectedly, Arano did not dodge at all, but raised his left arm to bear Liang's stick with one hand. Liang broke the spear handle with a strong force. He would not hold back on someone who planned to assassinate him. This girl is thin and light. If she had not blocked Liang's stick with her arm, she would probably be knocked to the ground. But after Araner blocked the spear handle with his hand, he seemed to be unharmed and was only knocked back a few steps. Realizing that something was wrong, Leon quickly took 3 steps back and shouted again, "Risa Dillon!" Arano showed a weird smile again. Her right hand still held the code in her arms, while her left hand grabbed the desk behind her and threw it towards Leon. It was a solid wood desk made of logs. It must have weighed more than 100 pounds. But she threw it like a small stone with one hand, and even caused a sharp wind howl. Obviously this couldn't be done forcefully, so Leon dodged the flying desk case with a side dive. Boom! After a loud noise, the heavy desk slammed on the door behind Leon, slamming the door shut, which was equivalent to blocking the door from the inside. The oil lamp originally placed on the table fell to the ground and went out, and the barracks became dark again. "Are you the 3 prophets?" Leon had already realized at this time that this must be one of the 3 prophets. "Stop! I want to talk to you!" Chapter 331 Gatekeeper. Grown-ups? The Nolder guards outside finally arrived. But the barracks were dark, and there was no sound. The Nolder did not dare to fire arrows. Risadalin heard Leon's cry. He took several Nolder with swords and shields and planned to rush into the barracks. But the door was blocked from inside. The guards didn't know what was going on inside. Although they could all judge Liang's position, they didn't dare to act rashly. Risadalin waved his hand and asked the Noldos to temporarily surround the place. "Your Excellency Liang, you are no match for me. Let the people outside step aside and make way. I don't intend to hurt you, but don't hinder me either." Alano's voice came from the dark barracks. "I am indeed no match for you. But if you attack me again, you will definitely be dead. So, let's talk, lest we accidentally end up dying together." Liang touched a fire stick from his body and took it out. It was an improved fire stick along with the grenade. It was made of match rope and cotton and linen mixed with some gunpowder. It ignited as soon as it was blown. It was quite easy to use. "Okay. I just wanted to threaten you and leave here. You first asked the people outside to stay away." Araner, or the prophetess, also knew very well that this was Liang's military camp. It would have been fine if she had succeeded in the sneak attack just now. But now that Liang's guards had come over, killing Leon would indeed mean that they would both die together. Although the prophet is powerful, it is impossible for one to fight against 1,000. "Risa Dillon, retreat 50 steps away." Leon gave the order loudly, and indeed asked his men to retreat. However, there is no difference to the Nolder whether they are 50 steps away or 5 steps apart. They are both within the shooting range of their bows anyway. A little further away will be more powerful. But seeing Liang's cooperation, the prophetess obviously felt a little more secure, and her voice became more relaxed. "Your Excellency Liang, I really don't want to be your enemy. I also have questions to ask you." Liang blew on the fire, and the fire lit up the barracks. The temperament of the Alano opposite has completely changed. The youthful vitality of a 20-year-old girl can't be seen in the eyes full of vicissitudes of life. The indifferent expression looks very familiar. This should be the prophet who once defeated Liang, the one who was surrounded and beaten by the New Year sword technique. Liang could tell. It's amazing that although her image has changed, she can still be identified through her temperament and tone of voice. It must be her. After recognizing this prophet, Liang was relieved. This may be the most powerful one among the 3 prophets. But since he defeated her before, he can naturally deal with her now. This should be the prophetess who called herself Circe and came to investigate the situation around Fox Town. "How may I address you?" Liang slowly squatted down, picked up the oil lamp that had fallen by the wall, lit it, and asked the prophetess calmly, "Media, where are my sisters? Anna and Circe?" The prophetess' attitude was also very calm. She even sat down on Liang's chair. After losing the desk, the chair stood alone in the middle of the room. Liang took the oil lamp and moved a step to the side, pulled the table that was scattered beside the wall over, and sat on the half edge of the table. "Are they really called Anna and Circe?" Of course. I know you control the Lion City. I also know they are not dead. But I want to know, where did you trap them? Media was still holding the heresy code tightly in her hand, and her words seemed very firm. And Leon was a little surprised. If the other two prophets really called these two names, then no wonder Anna and Circe couldn't be found. That fat cook named Circe is probably Circe. As for Anna, I'm afraid she really jumped off the building. Anna deliberately caused Leon or others to look down from the window. She just used this method to deceive everyone, making Leon think that the person who jumped from the building was just a blood-sworn witch, and thus thought that she had changed her body and left long ago. In fact, that Anna must still be in the body of the blood-sworn witch at that time. Then, the body of the blood-sworn witch was thrown in the morgue of the House of Nobles for a few days. No abnormalities were found on the body, and it was transported out of the city and burned by the Noldor. During this period, except for the Noldor guards and Leon himself, no one entered or left the House of Nobles. There shouldn't be any problems with the Noldor, which is why Leon has been using the Noldor elves to block the House of Nobles. But media is still sure that Anna is not dead, etc. King Ulrich's body had also been placed in the same morgue. It could not be left out in the sun, as it would rot. I see. Fawcett asked Wendy to pass on the news before, and he believed that the three prophets might be hiding among the corpses in the House of Lords. However, due to the existence of the Forbidden Demon Tower, forcibly casting a spell will inevitably lead to backlash. So Father believes that Anna is where the body is. To be on the safe side, Leon burned all the corpses, including the mutilated corpses made by Circe, and the matter passed. But King Ulrich's body would not be burned. The king had to keep his body intact for burial. As for Circe, she probably also forcibly cast a spell to change her body, and she specifically changed her body into the body of a fat cook named Circe. The cook was indeed named Circe. In other words, the three prophets conspired with Brennus for those bad things in the palace 10 years ago. Circe must have been telling the truth from beginning to end, and she did cooperate like an ordinary person in the throne room. This allowed her to successfully conceal the truth. But she must have also lost her magic power, and she is currently in the prison of Shirhu City and under supervision. Amy won't be in any danger, right? Hopefully Circe's mana doesn't return. If only Anna was still in Ulrika's grave. Leon felt a little nervous. However, this media seemed to think that Leon had captured the other two prophets. You want to rescue Anna and Circe? Right. Anna is in Ulrich's tomb, Circe is in prison, and she looks like a fat cook now. Leon didn't lie. Anyway, media couldn't leave here now, and couldn't save her sisters. This answer was probably in line with media's expectations. She breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Very good. Whatever you want to know, just ask. So, tell me first, how is Irano? How do you control her? Leon first asked about the body that media was using at the moment. Alana was not a blood-sworn witch or a bringer of doom. She was a determined female warrior who could stay with Roland for so long. Leon did not believe that she was the puppet of the three prophets. You mean this girl? Right. Give me a body, and I can leave her, and she will be safe. This body is not suitable for me. Media frowned again. She seemed to be in pain. Can you take over anyone's body? Why do you need to be a prophet if you have such ability? Leon also frowned. It would be terrible if the three prophets had the ability to forcibly control anyone's body at will. But this is impossible. Otherwise, why would they do so many tricks? Of course not. Just like you. We can only forcibly suppress the souls of the weak. Media glanced at Leon and her voice became very soft. Your Excellency Leon, you are actually the same as us. Right. You also have no physical body. This body does not belong to you. You are the chosen one. Leon looked at Media in surprise. This female prophet was actually right. It seems that the three prophets can indeed see things that others cannot. For example, soul. But Leon did not answer, but changed the subject. Can you use witchcraft to suppress other people's souls and then replace them? In other words, my soul is not safe either. You have the blood of the Noldor in your body. I can see it. The blood of the Noldor is actually equivalent to the forbidden magic circle, and our magic has no effect. Otherwise, I will definitely control you. Not this little girl. I'm curious, how did you occupy this body? Media narrowed his eyes and looked at Leon. If I couldn't see your soul, I would even think you were some abyss demon. So, your witchcraft actually only works on human souls. Leon can understand what media means. To be honest, He and Egram are truly the same kind. They are both spirits summoned from another world. But Leon happens to be a human being. Media slowly shook his head and sneered. Witchcraft? Ha. Mr. Leon, what we use is not witchcraft. If I tell you, soul possession is a god possessed by both the goddess of justice and the goddess of darkness. Techni. Do you believe it? I believe. Leon smiled. I even think that it is because you have mastered such magical skills that you left the temple of the goddess of justice and changed from the priests of Astalia to the prophets of Eridar. Media obviously did not expect that Leon would react like this. She was completely stunned. Do you believe it? Leon nodded seriously. Of course. The better the reputation of a god, the more he needs such abilities. You are indeed different from what we imagined. I originally thought you were Astalia's lackey. In this case, Mr. Leon, let's make a deal. Media showed a surprised expression. She paused and made a request. You let Anna and Cersei go, and I will return this girl to you. And we three sisters can help you with things. You should also know that we having done many things for King Ulrich. You will need us. I don't want to end up like Ulrich. Moreover, Media, if my guess is correct, you should have met Egram. Right? Leon glanced at the heretic code, which was hugged tightly by Media. Isn't it you who summoned Egram with the heretic code? Code of heretics? You mean the gate of the abyss? Right. It wasn't me. The one who summoned Egram was another group of people. A group of fools who didn't understand anything. I did meet Egram 2 days ago. But in fact it took the initiative to find me and snatch the gate of the abyss from me. Media shook his head and explained very happily, without any pause or consideration. What does the gate of the abyss do? I heard that you stole the heretic code from the Temple of Justice 30 years ago. Why? Leon looked at Media. Judging from her attitude towards the heresy code, he thought what she said was true. The so-called heretic code is the door to the blood hell abyss. We took it away from the temple 30 years ago just to better protect it and prevent the ghastly eye from reappearing in this world. We are Eri the gatekeeper appointed by the goddess Da, and we have been living in the gate of the abyss until then. Media answered quickly and didn't look like she was lying. Leon looked at Media in surprise. So, the dark goddess Erida and Egram are enemies? Then why do those heretical supplicants who summon demons claim to be followers of the dark goddess? Just throwing dirty water. Egram is the demon of the abyss, and it is the enemy of all gods. The goddess Erida has always been the watcher of the abyss, the patron saint who stops demons. But the world has forgotten her. That Astalia, who claims to be just, even excluded the goddess Erida from the main pantheon. But even though she suffered such injustice, the goddess Erida still did not forget her mission. Media gritted his teeth and said, if there were not watchers like the goddess Erida, this world would have been occupied by abyss demons. Why do you think those so-called main gods never show miracles? Because they all became deserters. Devourers are their natural enemies. They are afraid of being devoured by spirits. These so-called main gods will only hide in distant areas, sit back and watch people fend for themselves, but enjoy people's worship with peace of mind. I don't quite believe what you say, Media. I have personally seen you create a large number of fallen ones, and I have also seen your flesh and blood armor with my own eyes. Leon did not expect that Media would suddenly have such deep resentment, but he would not think that the dark goddess was an upright god who had been wronged. Judging from the way the three prophets acted, it was obviously not very upright. Because our goddess was exiled, we could only learn the magic of the abyss demon, and use this method to force those so-called main gods to give in and let the goddess Erida return. Media answered without hesitation. It is for this reason that we have been cooperating with the Lion Kingdom to do some dirty things for the king, and at the same time enhance our strength. This reason is indeed a bit like the truth creating the fallen, forcing other gods to put the expelled dark goddess back. After all, according to Media, it was Erida who sealed Egram in the first place. The three prophets created corrupted people from among their followers, and their methods were indeed half-baked, and they were probably self-taught. Then, why did Egram take the gate of the abyss from you? Leon nodded. He didn't want to get entangled in these matters between gods. He was more concerned about how to deal with Egram at present. It wants to summon its mate. There is more than one ghastly eye. They are the ruling class of the abyss. You can also call them soul devourers. They have no entity, so they cannot be killed. Those idiots who call themselves supplicants, the so-called demon warriors summoned, are actually just the lowest level lemurs in the abyss. Low-level creatures whose souls have been devoured. Media lowered his head and looked at the heretical code in his arms. As long as you sacrifice evil souls and clean flesh and blood to the abyss. The gloomy eyes in the blood prison can obtain entities. With entities, they can break out of the gate of the abyss, appeared in this world. But fortunately, your people interrupted the sacrifice ceremony of Egram. Chapter 332 The So-Called God. Leon looked at the gate of the abyss. Again. I was at the gate of the abyss at that time. I knew that it was Roland who interrupted the sacrifice. And he was the only one who would not be affected by the abyss. Media said calmly. Your Excellency Leon, our three sisters lost our bodies more than 150 years ago. It was the goddess Arita who resurrected our souls. In fact, we have no entities. I said, we are the gatekeepers of the gate of the abyss. It is your mission to guard the gate of the abyss? Then why do you come out and cheat? Leon generally understood that these three prophets were actually three old ghosts with strong spiritual power. It's all forced by the situation. Media sighed and raised his head. Your Excellency Leon, this world is actually different from what you see. You have heard us reciting the prayer of the goddess of justice. Right. In fact, that prayer it is true that the Temple of Justice, which is used to resurrect the fallen, has been colluding with the Abyss Demon for a long time. I think you can understand why. The Lady of Justice is not necessarily just. The Buckley Empire is the base of the Lady of Justice. But there has never been any justice in that place. The farmers in Fields Way believe in the goddess of prosperity. But can Fields Way, a place ruled by pirates and smugglers, really be called prosperous? The Kingdom of the Lion worships the goddess of order, but the order of the Kingdom of the Lion. Huh! As for Bacchus, the land of Bacchus, the god of protection and harvest, never really had a good harvest. Alvit, the god of bows and arrows believed by the Crow people, has never actually protected the Crow Kingdom. Whether it is Jatu, the Misty Mountain people, or the pirates, they can come and go freely in the Crow Kingdom. As for Desha, the god Veda has never appeared. In fact, Veda has almost never been truly believed in. The Desha people do not understand what faith is at all. They just follow the tradition and blindly worship the holy mountain and blindly send money and women to the temple on the mountain. They are just afraid that others will say they are not religious enough. More than 150 years ago, in Buckley, someone used the Gate of the Abyss to summon Egram. I'm not sure who summoned that, but I guarantee it has something to do with the Temple of Justice. Egram has no real entity and can change bodies at will, as long as it is hidden among the fallen. No one can kill it before the fallen are killed. At that time, Astalia, the goddess of justice, had the largest number of believers and knights, and Arita, the goddess of darkness, had the ability to seal souls. If they joined forces, Egram would be easily sent back to the abyss. But the duplicity of Astalia retreated from the battlefield for her own selfish purposes, leaving only the goddess Arita to fight alone. The goddess Arita faced the demon army alone and exhausted her mana in order to reseal the gate of the abyss. Then, she was attacked by Astalia. It was then that the Knights of the Dawn claimed to have defeated the demon. Only then did the goddess Arita know that the door to the abyss was opened by Astalia in the name of the Dark Goddess followers, instructing those summoners. The purpose is to deplete the strength of the goddess Arita and make the goddess of justice the only faith in the entire continent by defeating the devil. Lady Justice? Pooh. She just wants the whole world to surrender to her. She doesn't care about people's lives and deaths. Taking advantage of the goddess Arita's loss of divine power, Astalia attacked her secretly. But even so, the result was still a loss for both parties. The goddess Arita was banished to the outside world, and Astalia was also sealed by the goddess Arita and left the earth. From then on, Astalia gave his followers an oracle to destroy the followers of the dark goddess. If no one on the earth believes in the goddess Arita, the seal will be lifted and Astalia can return to the earth. But the goddess Arita did not give such a decree. She just asked us to guard the gate of the abyss and prevent the abyss demon from appearing on the earth again. But we are not willing to give in. We want the Arita back. And other gods. Those so-called vampire-like gods took advantage of the goddess Arita's distress to prevent her from returning. Therefore, it took us three sisters 100 years to learn the soul spells of the abyss demon, and finally control the three priestesses of the Temple of Justice, and used our identities as priestesses to tell these things to some Dawn Knights. But at that time, no one believed us. Instead, they believed that we had been corrupted by heretics. We had no choice but to take away the gate of the abyss and escape to Pindar. At that time, Roland even led people to hunt us down. However, gradually, Someone in the Knights of the Dawn finally believed everything we said at the beginning. Then the Knights of the Twilight were formed, and the Knights of the Dawn split. Mr. Leon, whether you believe it or not, what I said is true. You feel the so-called justice and darkness. Who is more like the goddess of justice? Media finished all this with a sneer. I believe it, but I don't think anyone is very righteous. Leon thought. The prayer of the goddess of justice is a spell to summon demons. This may be a real initiative to create fallen people, so that there will be more terrifying skinless zombies in the world, so that the temple of justice can appear extremely important. But Erida, the goddess of darkness, is not a good bird either, since Erida is the watcher of the abyss. Even if Astalia used a dirty trick, she should have discovered it when Igraim came out of the abyss. Why did Igraim's army of the fallen stalk Barkley for several years? At the beginning, Erida should have had the idea of conserving her strength and sitting back and watching. Right. Naturally, Astalia had no good intentions when she ran away before the battle and forced Erida to fight alone. But Leon could think that the Abyss Demon must hate the Gatekeeper even more. So Erida probably did not voluntarily try her best to seal the demon alone. It was probably because Igraim wanted to kill her. But she just didn't have time to run away. It seems that all the gods in this world are not good things. No wonder Kavala, the former king of Pandar, built the Forbidden Demon Tower. He probably couldn't stand those gods either. God. What exactly is it? Looking at the prophetess opposite, Leon suddenly asked a very philosophical question. And Media's answer does have some philosophical meaning. Gods are actually some spellcasters, who can draw power from faith. They are not as great as they claim to be. The king of Pendor, Kavala, was able to make everyone the gods can do nothing to him. Media said, suddenly narrowing his eyes. Your Majesty Leon, you are very similar to His Majesty Kavala. He also has the blood of the Noldor elves. This answer made Leon suddenly enlightened. I see. Pandar's disaster has been doomed since the days of Kavala. This is a bloodline that is hated by the gods. After the former King Kavala unified the continent of Pendor, he established Eunomia, the goddess of order, as the main god of Pendor. This meant that all gods except Eunomia would resent him. The conflict between gods competing for faith is probably no different from the competition between humans for territory and population. The fight between the two goddesses of justice and darkness that media told about more than 150 years ago was probably ultimately about fighting for the territory and believers after the fall of the kingdom of Pendor. Now, the various gods have redistributed their spheres of influence. The last thing they want to see is someone like Kavala who unifies Pendor again. But Madigan's prophecy is so famous that it is destined that there will be a succession of careerists who want to become the son of the prophecy and the king of Pendor. Therefore, various gods will definitely continue to cause trouble. These are indeed a bunch of false gods. In essence, they are just some selfish spellcasters. His body is of the blood of the Pendor royal family, and he has shown respect for Eunomia. So Eunomia will indeed take care of him. Because when he becomes stronger, Eunomia will get greater benefits, territory and more believers. Astalia, the goddess of justice, has her base in Barkley and has no foundation in Pendor. So she will show her favor and lets her Roland meet her. But other gods will definitely spare no effort to suppress themselves. Leon can even think about why he traveled through time. Because Leon Griffin, whom Eunomia regarded as her hope, was beaten to death by a member of the Red Brotherhood. The last bloodline of the kingdom of Pendor is dead. The hope of reunifying the continent is shattered. So she wants to find a soul from another world to resurrect this hope. Eunomia wants to unify the continent. She wants to restore its past glory. And she wants to get the most followers. There is no difference between these so-called gods and people vying for power. Now demons like Igraim are rampant in Pendor. And various gangs are causing chaos everywhere, including the invasion of the snake cult. It seems that every god is responsible. Those who enjoy people's offerings but are unwilling to do things for them are basically the same as those lords who enjoy taxes but don't care whether the people live or die. In that case, I really don't mind discussing this deal with you. Dealing with the Abyss demons is also your mission. You help me deal with Igraim, and I will reunite Anna and Cersei with you. Leon was not sure whether what media said was true or not. But dealing with Igraim was the most important thing at the moment. As long as Igraim could be dealt with, he didn't mind cooperating with anyone, no matter what. He couldn't become a fallen person. No problem. But you have to swear to release Anna and Cersei and swear with your soul. I know Roland is here too. Don't let him deal with me. Likewise, I swear with my soul that we three sisters will never let's make an enemy of Mr. Leon again. Media nodded. Okay. I swear on my soul. If the three prophets can make Egram roll back into the abyss and not become my enemy, I will definitely reunite you sisters. Leon swore happily. Now! Can you put Irano back first? Leon pointed at Media, which was Irano's body. Media nodded, and then her forehead gradually wrinkled, and the pain on her face could no longer be tolerated. Your Excellency Leon, please find a body and come over quickly. This girl's soul has been suppressed by me, but she has actually been resisting. Leon didn't expect that Media would agree to withdraw from Irano's body so happily, but this was a good thing. However, there are no corpses in the camp now, so we can't just kill one right now. Right? Oh, by the way, what she wants is a body, not necessarily a corpse. Leon lifted the table and opened the door. Lisa Dillon, bring Oswald here. Media opened the heresy code in her arms and carefully placed it on the ground. The two metal pages once again showed the appearance of the gate of the abyss. And then a wisp of black mist leached out from between her eyebrows and flew into the swirling pattern on the convex surface. Irano sat on the chair and lowered her head. Her hands and feet began to twitch, looking like she was having a nightmare. Leon suddenly realized that Medea had probably lost most of her mana. She stopped taking action after throwing it out of the table. Probably because it was already difficult for her to fight to suppress Irano. That's why she sat on the chair. This was actually because she couldn't do anything. No wonder they are so cooperative in their conversation. It seems that Roland, the female apprentice, has a strong will. The bloody Oswald was quickly brought into the barracks, and her honor was also carried out. Leon stood a little further away and watched the black mist fly out of the code and fly into the center of Oswald's eyebrows. And then, Oswald, also known as Medea, began to roar. Leon! Are you going to give me such a broken body? Well, it is indeed broken. Leon spread his hands. I can't give you my subordinates. Can I? Anyway, you can use spells to exchange skins. This is the most suitable body for you. At least it can be used as waste. But this evil spirit is still alive. And a madman at that. Media was still furious. Don't you know how to use soul magic? You can deal with him however you want. As brutally as you want. But you're welcome to this guy. Come on. Leon cheered on the side. Snort. Media stopped making any sound. After a long time, a ray of gray mist flew out from the center of Oswald's eyebrows and entered the door of the abyss. At this time, Media spoke feebly. Where did you get such an evil soul? I banished him to the abyss. His soul will be tortured endlessly in the blood prison. Oh, that's great. This is exactly the result I want. I was wondering if it would be too cheap for him to just kill him. Leon said with a smile. Can you banish Egram in the same way? Unless you torture Egram into this horrible state first. Media waved his only bloody arm. I don't care what kind of tattered body you gave me. But you must remember the oath you swore with your soul. Otherwise, your soul will also enter the abyss of blood H.L. This is the origin of those evil spirits in the abyss. In other words, the evil spirits in the abyss are all old scoundrels who violated their soul oaths? Leon believed this was true, but he really didn't intend to break his oath and reunite. It can be gathering alive or dead. Even if they are spirits and cannot die easily, they can all rush to the gate of the abyss to go to their hometown. Then how to send Egram back to the abyss? What abilities does it have? Leon took the heresy code in his hand and closed the 2 pages of Gate of the Abyss. Chapter 333, Repaying Others the Same Way They Did. Egram itself is not too strong. Its greatest ability lies in devouring and assimilating. He will create endless fallen ones. Even with Oswald's broken body, Media still seemed quite energetic. It seemed that she really didn't mind whether she had skin or whether her limbs were broken. Can you elaborate on swallowing and assimilation? Leon asked. It can swallow souls. The more souls it swallows, the stronger its troops will become. People with evil intentions will soon be attracted to it after coming into contact with it, and will actively sacrifice their souls to it, and then be attracted by it. It assimilates into the ghost of the fallen. Media glanced at Leon with his big bare eyes. Each fallen ghost is a powerful warrior, a slave who has completely lost his self-awareness. He can execute any order without compromise, and his brain must be destroyed to do so. Die. I can already see that it is getting stronger and stronger. So how can we kill it? Leon didn't mind the fallen ghost that much, since he couldn't think. He was a brainless monster. Since only Egram in the entire fallen army was wise, there was an opportunity to take advantage of it. The black mist on Egram's body is actually its soul body. If it loses its flesh and blood body, it can't do anything with its spiritual body alone. Of course, similarly, swords can't cause harm to the spiritual body. However, if I can make his body unable to move or escape, just like my current body, I can use the magic of expelling souls to make him roll back into the abyss. Media replied, but the problem is that only people with no evil intentions can approach it. Otherwise they will be attracted and assimilated by it. Moreover, if all the fallen people around it are not eliminated, as long as his soul body comes into contact with it, it can resurrect any corpse. Even if it comes into contact with anyone who has distracting thoughts, it may take over their body. It turns out that Igram itself is not very strong. If it is one-on-one, Media, the prophet, is confident to deal with it. But the problem is that no one can get close to the Igram people. They all have evil thoughts to some extent. Even a gentleman like Roland can't guarantee whether things like peeping on girls taking a bath are considered evil thoughts. This is the Devourer. The main reason why it is difficult to deal with. This is really difficult to do. The army and swords cannot cause harm to the soul. Only spirits like the three prophets can deal with spirits like Igram. This is normal. No matter which world. There is a similar logic. It is understandable that Igram must be incapacitated, and there is no body around him to resurrect before Media can expel his soul back into the abyss. This is similar to Medea herself. When she has no body, she can only return to the gate of the abyss. But as long as she is given a broken body, she can be resurrected. However, if we don't get close to Igram first, how can we kill all the fallen ones around it? You have to make sure that there are no usable corpses around it. And you have to make sure that it is beaten until it has no fighting ability. But you can't get close to it at will. This condition is really a bit harsh. Can you use the fallen against the fallen? Leon asked with a frown. If you do this, it will only increase the strength of Igram. We three sisters can only summon the spell of the fallen, but cannot control those fallen. I am afraid that all the fallen will turn their heads and attack me. In fact, Chief Thief, it's just right. Media shook his head. The best way is to let an innocent person capture it in a deserted place. Nearly 30 years ago, the Devourer that appeared in the Kaneborg area was solved in this way. Yes, a pure and kind soul is the natural enemy of the Devourer. The one who banished it back then was a girl named Helen. It was an extremely pure soul. Much more pure than you. It's best not to get close to Igram for people like you. Helen? Leon was stunned. So that's it. Helen did not let the Nolder elves help at first. But she still stirred up the entire Lion Kingdom, and was followed by the Lion Knights and the Griffin Knights. It seemed that it was not without reason. Extreme kindness may indeed be immune to all evil. Unfortunately, good people who can deal with evil spirits and demons have difficulty dealing with evil people because of their kindness. A pure and kind soul. Does Roland count? Since he couldn't get close to Igram, Leon had to check Roland first. Let's just say, he is indeed a decent man. However, you have to kill Igram's army first, and then let Roland capture it before it creates another army. That means we must fight a frontal war first. But how many people would have to die? Moreover, there is no way to engage in beheading battles such as capturing the thief first and capturing the king first. Is there a way to directly get rid of the spirit body? Is there anything its soul is afraid of? For example, can strong winds blow away the black mist? Leon began to consider targeted plans. If you can attract thunder and lightning, that would be useful. Forget about the wind. It's not smoke. There was a bit of sarcasm in Media's tone. Can lightning directly kill its soul? Liang's eyes lit up. I don't know if it can be killed, but no spirit can resist the power of heaven and earth. Under thunder and lightning, no matter how powerful the evil spirit is, it will lose all its magic power. But, except for the god of creation, who can cause thunder and lightning? Media replied angrily. So the so-called unkillable demon is not that difficult to deal with. Leon suddenly became excited. It seems that I have to try to be the messenger of the god of creation. Next to him, Risa Dillon was confused. Sir, can you just be the messenger of the god of creation? It's summer now, and there are a lot of thunderstorms. You can try it. Now I understand why His Majesty Kavala built such a high tower. Leon glanced at the remains of Media, that is, Oswood, and told Lisa Dillon. Find her some clothes and food. You keep an eye on her here to prevent Roland from killing her. Thunder and lightning may not be able to kill her. To kill the evil spirit, I have to rely on her to exile Igram. After saying that, Leon took away the gate of the abyss first to prevent Media from doing anything wrong. It's not that difficult to draw thunder. It just requires God's cooperation and finding the right terrain, which means it takes a lot of time to arrange. But fortunately, Liang had been fighting for time before this. The next day, King Vides, who had been fearful in Shurhu City, received a reinforcement. The Knights of the Dawn have arrived. Along with the Knights of Dawn, there are also the troops of Count Eden of Red Sword. Eden originally reorganized the Queen's Guards bandits he had just acquired at the Howling Castle. After learning that Vides was trapped by a heretic, he found the Knights of the Dawn. Of course, to deal with the heretics, he needed the expertise of the Knights of the Dawn people, and as the Lord of Guangxu Bay, Ai Ding has always had a good relationship with them. Just at this time, the large army of the Knights of the Dawn returned from Single. It was learned that the traitor Roland was in Lion Lake City at this time, and had an army. The Dawn Knights were preparing to send people to attack the traitor. Eden was worried that the Knights of the Dawn would leave Vides alone after dealing with the rebellion. So he reached an agreement with the Knights of the Dawn. He would help the Knights of the Dawn capture Roland, and the Knights of the Dawn would help him rescue Vides. At the same time, Eden it was promised that if King Vides could be rescued, the Knights of the Dawn would receive the privilege of legally collecting church taxes. Eden's face was still good. And the most important thing was that the privilege of legally collecting taxes was very important. So almost all the Knights of the Dawn came out. Liang had previously asked Roland to lead Egram to the east of Lion Lake City, which allowed the Knights of the Dawn to successfully break through the army of the Fallen to the west of Lion Lake City and successfully contact King Vides. But when they were attacking the Fallen from both inside and outside, preparing for King Vides to break out, something happened outside. Sir Roland appeared behind the Knights of the Dawn with a small team. And Aiden and the Knights of the Dawn also appeared behind them with a large number of fallen people chasing Roland. Aiden and the Knights of the Dawn were surrounded together. From Egram's previous performance, it can be seen that it must pursue the Gate of the Abyss. It has always thought that the Gate of the Abyss is still there with Roland, unless there is really no hope of catching up. Otherwise it will chase after Roland when it sees it. Reluctant to give up. For Roland, the mission of the Knights of the Dawn is to fight against heretics. And he is happy to bring more fallen people to the Knights of the Dawn. But this time, Vides will definitely not be able to break through. And even the Knights of the Dawn have not been able to successfully break through. Fortunately, they broke through the fallen defense line in the west of Shurhu City from the beginning. So they were not trapped and died outside the city. As a result, the Dawn Knights and Aiden, who originally came to assist Vides in breaking out, became Vides to assist them in breaking out into Lion Lake City. Vides felt somewhat relieved that at least his best friend risked his life to save him. And there were more than 3,000 troops in the city. The manpower to defend the city was sufficient. And safety was somewhat guaranteed. But the people of the Knights of the Dawn were not happy at all. Once you enter the city, it's really difficult to get out. There are fallen people on all sides. And they are all fallen people who can obey the command and cooperate with the military formation. There are also many fallen ghosts among them. Of course, they know what such an army of fallen ones means. If they had known in advance that this was Egram's army, they would never have come here. As for Eden, he doesn't care. Anyway, he mainly wants to support Vides. Now that his goal has been achieved, he feels that there will always be a chance to break through. Sure enough, just a day and a half later, they had a good opportunity to break through. A large-scale battle took place east of Shurhu City. As a result, the Fieldway troops in Lion Lake City and the Knights of the Dawn launched a breakout from the west. The battle to the east was caused by Sigismund. To be precise, it was Boris, the Sir Crow, attracted by Sigismund. The guy in the Crow realm who calls himself the Wolf of Omens is indeed not the real Wolf of Omens. This is just a lie deliberately used by Boris in order to plunder the southern part of the Misty Mountains and the northern part of the Raven realm. But Sigismund was indeed very capable, and his method of attracting Boris was very technical. He also lied about the Wolf of Omen. Then he asked Andonga to dress up his ragtag group of men as Bearclaw Berserkers. And he pretended to be Wolfbird, the Wolf of Omens, claiming to kill the Son of Prophecy. And he also made a big flag with a wolf's head, and asked Ndongjia's men to learn howling wolves separately. Amidst the continuous howling of wolves, they held a big flag and charged towards Boris. This effect is completely consistent with the legendary Wolfbird, the real Omen Wolf. Boris was frightened and fled. He fled south, and the north was full of howling wolves. Obviously, Boris thought that his impersonation had attracted the real Wolfbird. The legendary Wolf of Omens was the chosen hero of Misty Mountain. Boris did not want to fight an uncertain battle. He even gave up the one he had previously obtained of trophies. Seeing Boris running away, Sigismund started to chase him, chasing him all the way south. This is also in line with the saying of hunting down the son of prophecy, who made Boris call himself the son of prophecy. Moreover, this also convinced Boris that the person chasing him behind him was the real wolf bird. Otherwise, would the Raven Realm still be chasing him? As a result, the pursuit and escape lasted more than 300 miles, all the way to the eastern part of the Jata grassland. There was no cover on the grassland, and Sigismund was exposed. In fact, the main reason was that Ndongjia's men showed their weakness, and it was very difficult to pursue them for a long distance. They couldn't keep up the difficult action of learning the wolf howl. People always have to pant when they are tired from running. Then, the clever Sir Crow saw the clue. This made Boris so angry that he almost vomited blood. He pretended to be a wolf of omens to commit crimes, but was deceived by another group of guys pretending to be wolves of omens? Boris is a ruthless character who is feared by everyone in the Crow realm. When has he ever been fooled like this? If he doesn't kill the troops chasing behind him, where will Sir Crow's face be? Besides, Boris ran away when he heard the wolf howl of wolf bird and gave up all the trophies before. And it was the group of people in front of him who picked up the trophies. Moreover, Boris almost demoralized the troops while running away. A few of his men even became deserters, causing considerable losses. Boris wanted to kill Sigismund and Ndongjia's team, regain the spoils, and make up for the losses. As a result, the chasing and fleeing parties exchanged roles. Speaking of which, Sigismund was really good at running away. He made a half circle with Boris on the grassland, and then fled south. It was not easy to see the direction in the vast grassland, and Boris was determined to kill Sigismund, the liar, and kept chasing him. After chasing for 2 more days, he was led by Sigismund in an arc, passing between Eagle Claw Fort and Pain Village, and brought directly to the east of Lion Lake City. After all, Sigismund had been here twice. With his familiarity with the terrain, he ran straight towards Lion Lake City and slipped to the southeast before the army of fallen ones surrounded them. The experience of being chased by the fallen for hundreds of miles played a big role at this time. Boris was unfamiliar with the terrain and had never encountered an army of fallen before, so he was caught off guard. As a result, Boris was forced to fight a head-on battle with a large army of fallen left by Igram in the east of Lion Lake City. The southeast of Lion Lake City is in the direction of Pain Village. There are many woods in the middle, and with the support of Liang's troops, Sigismund once again successfully completed his escape mission. And this time there was no loss. And we even got some easy-to-carry trophies that originally belonged to Boris. Liang thinks that Sigismund is really a genius. This method can be called the tactical version of repaying him with his own way. Chapter 334 I Only Owe the East Wind. Sir Boris, the Crow, was indeed very powerful in combat. He led hundreds of troops to withstand the siege of countless fallen ones. This burly giant led his Crow Spear Knights and Krolin Rogue Knights, charging left and right among the group of fallen. Although he was deeply involved in the melee, he still held on for a whole day. He even successfully rushed to the east wall of Shirhu City and built a crude fortification against the wall. But building fortifications on the edge of Shirhu City actually meant that he couldn't escape. It was quite normal that Boris failed to break out of the encirclement. He chased Sigismund all the way for 700 to 800 miles, basically exhausting his physical strength, especially the physical strength of his horse. Although the horse he was riding looked very special, the Krolin Knights under him were just ordinary northern horses. Horses in the north have some very distinctive characteristics. They have thick fat and long hair, which makes them relatively cold resistant. Their hooves are wide and can adapt to the snow. But this kind of northern horse is quite acclimatized in the southwest of the Jata grassland and the Shirhu City area. It is midsummer. The weather is hot, and the Shirhu City area is the junction of hills and grasslands. There are more grass and vines on the ground. The northern horse is in the area. This kind of terrain can drain your horsepower quickly. This is also the main reason why Boris could not catch up with Sigismund with his cavalry. If it were a Jata man, Sigismund would have been hacked to death on the grassland long ago. The Filswai people in Lion Lake City did not attack Boris's troops. After all, the main enemy now was the fallen. So Boris was allowed to organize defenses near the city wall. Of course, the Filswai people did not let Boris enter the city because he looked too tall, and the horse he rode looked like the demon horse of Igram the Devourer. The Filswai people were not sure that this guy was people or ghosts. In addition, Vides was going to take this opportunity to break out to the west. and he wished that Boris could attract more firepower to the east. However, on the west side of Lion Lake City, the breakout battle launched by Field's Way and the Knights of the Dawn was still suppressed by Egram. In this battle, Egram showed a very high level of scheduling. In other words, it shows the unique command method of this spirit body. There are hundreds of fallen ghosts in its army of fallen ones, which are probably the knights whose souls were devoured by the prophetess Media. These people may have been members of the Shirhu City Flag Guard, but after losing their souls and skins, they became a strange, leading puppet. Each fallen ghost will lead about 100 fallen, which can be regarded as a combat unit. It seems that Egram can directly control these fallen ghosts, and it is similar to remote control, and uses the fallen ghosts to control all other fallen ones. This allows all the fallen to react in a very short time. These puppets who have lost their souls, and do not have any thinking ability are like arms and fingers in the hands of Egram. After Sigismund returned, Leon spent the whole day looking for suitable terrain and opportunities. He saw with his own eyes the breakout battle to the west of Shirhu City. In fact, King Vides, Count Eden, and the Knights of the Dawn are all elite troops with strong combat capabilities. With a total of more than 3,000 people, these troops joined forces to break out of the city with all their strength. And when the battle was taking place in the east of Shirhu City, it should be easy to succeed. But those ghosts of the fallen are like having their eyes opened, and they can always lead groups of fallen to accurately block in front of King Vides and others. Just like the situation when Close brought the Silver Hand to reinforce Fox Town. It's the same. Leon had been peeping from a distance, and now he understood. The reaction level shown by the three prophets in Changha Town was probably similar to the way Egram was doing at this time. It's no wonder that the three prophets were still able to organize part of their forces to meet the coalition forces in just 3 minutes despite the chaos caused by the fire. The blood-sworn witches of the three prophets are probably equivalent to the fallen ghosts of Egram. But the three prophets cannot use the fallen ghosts to continue to control more fallen people like Egram. Egram's ability is equivalent to being able to control its troops with only thoughts without giving orders. And its troops can all be executed in place. Therefore, the result of this breakout battle was that the Fieldway people and the Dawn Knights suffered heavy casualties, leaving behind hundreds of corpses and hundreds of prisoners before retreating to Lion Lake City. These hundreds of corpses did not become corrupted, but those captives all became Egram's troops without exception, especially those captured Knights of the Dawn. Most of them became ghosts of the fallen. It seems that the people of the Knights of the Dawn have more evil thoughts in their hearts than the pirates of Field's Way. Of course, Leon also knew that it was impossible for anyone to surrender to Egram as a prisoner. Those captured people were obviously attracted by Egram's spell and actively offered their souls to him. In Lion Lake City, after Vides suffered huge losses in the breakout battle, he put the Crowser Boris into Lion Lake City. But when Boris entered the city, there were only more than 200 people left. Fortunately, Egram didn't come to him. Otherwise this guy would definitely turn into a powerful fallen ghost. After that, the situation in the city was completely unclear. Leon could no longer contact Vides, and Egram tightened the siege of Shirhu City again. Now, Leon has a comprehensive understanding of Egram's abilities. Egram is not a necromancer, and it cannot turn dead corpses into fallen ones. So soldiers who died in battle will not turn around to attack their own people. The Devourer's strongest ability is not reflected in personal force, but in the ability to control the battlefield. It is actually the soul controller. Every fallen ghost whose soul is devoured by him is equivalent to its clone. Even if it leads an army of tens of thousands, it is equivalent to directly commanding every squad on the battlefield. This is an extremely huge advantage. In addition, its soldiers are all degenerates. They are powerful and fearless. They don't need military pay. They don't have to worry about logistics. And they don't feel bad if they die. These alone are already extremely terrifying. But it can also directly transform fallen ones from among its opponents. Some Dawn Knights turned into muddle-headed walking zombies as soon as they got close to Egram. It's just that they were not turned into fallen before the battle was over. Probably because attraction and transformation are two different spells and cannot be used at the same time. But those who dare to approach Egram on the battlefield are mostly strong knights, which allows it to easily devour the souls of more powerful men and create more ghosts of the fallen. If it cannot be completely destroyed at once, its troops will fight more and more. And the more they fight, the stronger they will become. Such a demon is indeed difficult to deal with. Sneak attacks or running attacks won't have much effect on Egram because its troops won't be messed up. If you want to use conventional means to deal with it, You really can only rely on frontal push. And press its tactical space little by little, until all the fallen ghosts are killed. And then kill it before it swallows more souls. However, fighting a head-on battle with such a monster would be a bottomless pit. Leon felt that his few troops were probably not enough to fill this place. Therefore, Leon began to pray for the first time, praying to God for strength and a thunderstorm as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Lion Lake City is captured by Egram, the army of the fallen may double again. In late July, Leon found the most suitable battlefield. This is a hilly slope between Payne Village and Sherhu City. This place is a gentle slope, not high, and there is only a few dozen meters of drop from the flat ground below. In fact, this is the place Gundor found. Leon asked everyone to find places nearby that are prone to lightning strikes. Although Gundor the Doomseeker doesn't understand physics, this captain, who has been committing crimes at sea for many years, does know better than most people what kind of situations are prone to thunder. Gundor found this place because there were many towering trees on the top of the slope. But the surrounding area was bare. It looked like a huge ship with several huge and towering masts. There are several ancient giant trees on the hillside, somewhat similar to redwoods. They are estimated to be at least 800 years old. The height of the crown must be more than 80 meters. And the diameter of the base is at least 67 meters. Only in this era could there be so many giant trees. There are many scars on the trunks of these giant trees. Gundor said that they were all marks of being struck by lightning. The root systems of these giant trees occupy most of the land on the hillside. It is difficult for other similar trees to survive. So the hillside appears to be sparsely treed. The huge tree trunk is close to the height of 30 stories. But it is on the top of a slope, surrounded by wasteland. In this case, whenever there is a lightning strike, it will usually hit these giant trees. Leon could even see some patterns on the tree trunks. The tallest tree had an obvious twist in the middle of the trunk about 40 meters above the ground. It had obviously been struck by lightning before, and then regrown. As for the other trees, the traces of lightning strikes are all 50 meters up. It is obvious that this belongs to who is the tallest, and who was hit. After being chopped off, the upper half was burned. It is shorter than other trees. The other one is taller. Hit again. The latest lightning strike was on a broken giant tree, almost cutting the entire tree in half. The upper part of the tree was burnt black, broke and fell to the ground, forming a huge obstacle like a wall. The tree trunk that fell on the ground had not yet peeled off the black charcoal from the bark, and there was not much moss on the tree. It was obvious that it had just been struck by lightning not long ago. In this world, whether it is a human being or a plant, whoever takes the lead can easily get into trouble. Of course, the most important thing is that the scene here shows that lightning strikes often occur in this area, and it is a natural lightning trigger area. The battlefield was found, and Leon prepared things such as chains. He also asked the Nolder elves to climb trees to prepare carefully, and sent fast horses to observe the celestial phenomena in all directions. It's not really about astronomy. It's mainly about seeing which direction there are dark clouds. Once you find clouds gathering nearby, you have to hook Egram over immediately. Everything is ready, and all we need is the east wind. But this east wind cannot be determined by human power. Can only wait. However, there is still good news. Windulf has come with a large number of Nolder warriors for reinforcements. Windy has been touring various Leon territories during this period, partly to pass orders, and partly to check whether there are any problems in various places. She is also responsible for taking care of Fothert and Eric. Fawcett worked as an undercover agent for the heresy in Ermund, and Eric led the troops to encircle and suppress the town of Longha Town. The two cooperated closely, both overtly and covertly. After Windy led the Nolder troops to settle in Longha Town, they controlled the area of Lang Town. All the heretical supplicants in the city were caught in one fell swoop. Speaking of which, Fothert made a great contribution this time. If he hadn't been undercover in time, Chungha Town would probably have been in a similar situation to Sherhu City. However, Fawcett was as evil and ruthless as ever, except for a few heretic leaders who were kept alive by him. He killed all the other heretic followers on the spot, and then burned all the corpses to ashes. During this time, he captured and killed more than 300 heretics. There must be some innocent people who were deceived by heretics. But both Fothert and Eric chose to kill the wrong person rather than let go. Eric is the administrator of Chongha Town, and he will act as the administrator of government affairs when Liang is away. Fawcett actually required his consent to kill heretics without trial. Fawcett now has the title of butcher, but whether he is a butcher or a murderer, at least he and Eric did not put Longha Town in danger. After confirming that most places in the east were safe, Wendy brought the Noldor troops to Shurhus City to help in the battle. At the same time, she mentioned the small situation in Kerwin Village and Fletcher Village to Liang. Dalian organized an unknown knights group in Kerwin, which was originally a knighthood to protect the villagers. However, this chivalrous knight suddenly disappeared recently. Charles returned to Fletcher Village some time ago and organized a team of archers. He had been waiting for Leon's order, but he suddenly disappeared recently. Kerwin Village is Leofric's territory, and of course Wendy will not care about it. But Charles is Liang's subordinate, so Liang must be informed about the mysterious disappearance of the Lord. However, Charles's condition in the system list is quite good, and Liang doesn't pay too much attention to the knights, who are sealed off as independent individuals. Charles may have his own affairs, and it's understandable if he's not in the territory. Liang himself doesn't spend all day long running around. Anyway, Liang has no plans to recruit Charles for the time being. Wendy's arrival gave Leon more room for maneuver and security. She brought more than 400 Noldor warriors, half of whom were new residents of White Deer Castle and other places, and half of whom were mercenaries. But none of them were, with one exception. All Noldor have great respect for Wendy and Leon. This is probably the work of Wendadir and Aldalion. Wendy's explosion of Eagle Claw Castle with one arrow was described by Wendadir as magic awakening, and Aldalion saw it with his own eyes at White Deer Castle. When Liang asked 3 ordinary soldiers to use Thunderstorm, the elf king of the Fenway family, Ferguson, also insisted that Wendy was about to awaken for some reason. So now the vast majority of the Noldor elves have basically recognized that Leon is the Magister. They feel that Wendy will fully awaken sooner or later and become the first Sindarin elf in thousands of years. If it weren't for the fact that Wendy was not yet an adult, I'm afraid she would have an extra crown on her head now. Egram has also discovered the camp set up by Liang in Pain Village, but it did not allow the fallen army to attack. Perhaps it still wants to devour the troops and residents of Shurhus City first. After all, it has been besieging the city for so long and has been building siege equipment. At this time, it turns to attack Pain Village, which is likely to cause the people in Shurhus City to successfully break out of the siege. Chapter 335: The Magician Who Responds to Requests. In the past 2 days, Liang has been searching nearby for the Tianshur he wanted. Egram also wandered around Pain Village a few times, probably looking for the Heretic Code, which is the Gate of the Abyss. However, as Wendy arrived with the Noldor warriors, Egram did not get too close. It seemed to be a little afraid of the Noldor elves. This is understandable, regardless of the superb archery skills of the Noldor. The mere fact that the Noldor elves are naturally forbidden to demons and cannot be made into fallen people is enough for Egram to act cautiously. Egram obviously also has to do things. Those who pursue cost-effectiveness will definitely not want to suffer too much loss at this time. Therefore, in the past few days, there was no fighting around Shurhus City, and Liang had sufficient preparation time. Teacher, do you really want to use the thunder to kill Egram? Wendy was a little stunned after hearing Liang's plan. Didn't you always say you don't know magic? Of course I don't know magic. But you can. Wendy, you are a Sindari elf. Don't doubt yourself. Yes. Just saw off the top part of the tree. Leon answered while directing several Noldor rangers to climb the tree. I don't know if I am Sindari. What on earth are you doing? Wendy curled her lips and looked at the tall trees with some helplessness. Chopping down trees. I asked them to cut the tops of these trees shorter. And you heard me. Leon took a few steps back, gestured, and nodded. Now, if there is thunder nearby, it will definitely hit. In order to ensure the success of the plan, Leon planned to saw off the tops of several other giant trees, leaving only the tallest one. Wendy sighed. But you don't need to make an altar or something to draw thunder from the sky? Just cut down a tree? That makes sense. Leon turned back and looked at Wendy. You should really make an altar. The process of praying for rain still needs to be done. Wendy, go change into suitable clothes, and you can arrange a sacrifice. Lord Leon said that he would pray to the god of creation to send down thunder to kill Egram. Does his elf student really have magic power? Who knows, but Wendy does look like she can do magic. Look at her eyes. They are completely different from Lisa Dillon. Sir Roland, are these Noldor elves all the bodyguards of Lord Leon? Isn't it said that only magicians can make the Noldor obey? Lord Leon also knows magic. He probably won't. Your Excellency Gundor, Lord Leon got help from the Noldor through his wisdom and virtue. He can lead the Noldor elves to no longer be enemies of humans. This is a good thing that benefits all people. How can you pray for thunder without magic? Could it be some kind of witchcraft? Witchcraft? The prophetess imprisoned in the camp is the one who knows that stuff. Wendy doesn't look like a witch. I believe she is a messenger of God. Several human leaders were whispering. Sir Roland and Gundor the Doom Seeker probably had relatively good tempers. Although one was an upright paladin, and the other was a pirate who had done many bad things. They became friends in the past 2 days. Probably. If Gundor had not met the 3 prophets, and was not deceived into seeking a life at sea, he might have become an upright knight. Afternoon. The hot summer sun scorched the ground. But most people in the camp still braved the scorching sun and came to the hillside chosen by Leon. The elves have completed the renovation work on the giant tree, and a sacrificial event is about to be held. Winnie changed into a gorgeous robe. This was the first time that Leon saw the Nolder elves wearing formal robes. The cyan fabric looks very much like silk, with silver threads embedded on it. The silver threads form mysterious and magnificent patterns. This kind of robe is very precious and can be called a top-notch work of art. It is a masterpiece of another Nolder elven clan, the Finarfin family. It is the elf king Kylevon El, who has always been in the city of Irakli and never participated in the war. Tribe. That robe was actually not made of silk. There were no silkworms in Pendor, so naturally there was no silk. But the Nolder elves do inherit the technique of spinning silk and peeling off cocoons. This brocade robe is actually made of the cocoon silk of a species of moth in the forest. However, the silk extracted from the cocoon of this moth has a lot of broken ends, and the silk yield rate is very low. This makes it impossible for the Nolder to artificially breed this moth. Otherwise, the caterpillars will eat up the surrounding trees and form a knot. If silk is not produced enough to make a piece of clothing, it may even cause a large-scale insect infestation that can destroy the forest, which is not worth the loss. Therefore, the elves can only follow nature. They usually look for such moth cocoons and slowly accumulate cocoon silk. It will take many years to accumulate enough silk thread to make a robe. In other words, elves have a long lifespan, and humans cannot afford to wait. Therefore, only the heirs of the elf king would own such brocade robes. And nobles like Lisa Dillon did not have such good things. This was once a valuable item that only high-level Sindarin elves could wear. A group of adult elves who studied art used the rarest materials and carefully crafted robes with enchanted craftsmanship. This can be said to be the most exquisite clothing in the entire continent. After Wendy put on this robe, she really looked like an angel, or even a fairy. Even Leon couldn't take his eyes away. The graceful figure of the elf girl was completely highlighted by the brocade robe that tied her waist. Her long legs and waistline created a breathtaking scenery. She was indeed much more beautiful than when she wore armor, especially her bright purple eyes, which seemed to be glowing against the backdrop of the green and silver robe. Leon felt that this should be Wendy's daily dress from now on. Of course Sindari must look like Sindari. Wendy didn't know that her teacher had planned a path for her to reach the top of her life, and she was arranging the sacrifices very seriously. In fact, the sacrifices Wendy arranged had nothing to do with the gods, because the Nolder elves did not worship gods. They only worshipped their ancestors. Even in ancient times, the Nolder elves did not worship gods, but they would make offerings to the Sindarin elves. To them, the Sindarin elves were gods. According to Rasadalin and Wendy, immortal races such as elves, dragons, and titans do not worship gods. In their legends, the ancestors of these races have much stronger abilities than gods. And at that time, there is no god in the whole world. For Leon, this kind of worship of ancestors is very familiar to him. Everyone in China is familiar with it. Moreover, the worship scene arranged by Wendy also made him feel very friendly. Under the tallest giant tree, Wendy asked the Noldo to make several wooden plaques with some runes carved on them that Leon could not understand. Then, she led Rasadalin and other Nolder nobles to kneel on the ground and chant some incantation, scattered some faintly glowing magic silver coins under the tree, and took turns going up to the tree to insert something made of some kind of shrub branch. Incense. Souls. Bow down. Throw money. Put incense? Isn't this just visiting the grave? Leon was dumbfounded and almost thought that the operating procedures of the celestial cemetery had been leaked to another world. Except that there are no candles. There is no difference. Moreover, this magic silver coin is actually engraved with lighting runes, which also acts as a candle. In a daze, Leon even felt like he had traveled through time again. In fact, this is just a coincidence. They are all worshipping ancestors. The process is indeed very similar. In the culture of the Noldor, the souls of the ancestors are immortal and omnipresent. And the illumination runes are to allow the souls of the ancestors to see these descendants. Incense is used to keep oneself clean and smell-free so that the ancestors will not be unhappy if they see it. Kneeling down is a routine practice. It is natural to kowtow to one's ancestors, talk about the current situation of the younger generations, and ask for blessings from the ancestors. So Leon simply participated. However, he did not face the wooden sign made by the Noldor, but faced the clouds gradually drifting in the southern sky. According to tradition, the ancestors of people in the celestial dynasty generally live in heaven. My ancestors have blessed me and allowed me to find my way home. Just after these words were spoken, Leon, who was kneeling on the ground and bowing his head in worship, heard a cry of surprise behind him. Teacher! Look! Look at the sky! Wendy's surprised voice came. The ancestors responded to our request. More Noldor elves were whispering. But when they looked at Leon and Wendy, their eyes were full of hope and joy. The other human troops looked around, all with shocked faces. Lord Leon asked Wendy to pray for rain. But the dark clouds came immediately. Leon raised his head. In the southern sky, the originally light clouds were gathering here. The clouds were accumulating, gradually covering the blue sky. Maybe the ancestors can indeed appear. Maybe Wendy does have powerful magic. Or maybe Wendy's dressing up made the god of creation see Sindari's existence. Anyway, just as this collective grave visit to worship ancestors had just ended, the sky not far away from the south was covered with clouds, and the originally sunny sky gradually darkened. The south wind is coming. Leon looked up at the top of the giant tree. The leaves were shaking back and forth. This is convective summer afternoon convective rain. This must be a thunderstorm. Ha! You managed to control the wind and rain. Wendy! You are already the highest level Sindari magician, Leon said loudly with a smile. Wendy was in a daze. But I didn't do anything. I just prayed to my ancestors to make everything go smoothly. Yes, pray. But response to requests is the most powerful magic. It also has a name, called Holy Word Magic. Leon looked back at Wendy and blinked. Wendy! Continue to pray. Ask the ancestors to rain down thunder to destroy the evil abyss demon. After speaking, he waved to Sir Lisa, Dylan, and Roland. Everyone, prepare for the battle as planned. Then, he took Resadarin and the Noldor guards, and Roland took his own men. At the same time, he mounted his horse and headed straight to the northwest in 2 directions, where Igraine was. Leon was actually confident about attracting Igraine, because Roland carries the Gate of the Abyss. Speaking of which, Leon actually understands Igraine a little, because like Igraine, he is a soul summoned from another world. He knew what Igraine wanted. To be honest, if Leon knew how to summon people from his original world, he would definitely do it, especially calling relatives or friends. Because of loneliness. In the past few years, although he had made many friends in Pandar, Leon was still lonely in his heart. It's not that these friends aren't sincere enough, but there is a cognitive inconsistency that cannot be resolved. The root cause of a person's loneliness is actually that he cannot find a fellow traveler who shares his understanding. That's why he says, one confidant in life is enough. Leon has already taken the initiative to integrate into Pandar, and if he feels this way, then Igraine, a non-human being, is naturally even more lonely. So Igraine seeks the Gate of the Abyss and summons its lover. Leon knew that as long as the Gate of the Abyss appeared in front of Igraine's eyes, it would definitely pursue it unless it was sure that it would not be able to catch up. Just like Roland did when he lured it away before. But Leon was also worried. He was worried that the thin Noldor blood in his body would not be able to completely ban demons. And he was worried that he would be affected by Igraine's soul spell. Speaking of which, seducing Igraine should be done by the Noldor elves, such as Resadarin. But Leon was not sure whether Igraine would pursue the Noldor elves. It seemed to be very afraid of the Noldor. So Roland had to take risks in this job. Roland went to seduce Igraine, and Leon had to pay attention to the progress throughout the process. Therefore, he himself could not stay under the giant tree. He had to work with Risa Dylan to pick up Roland and ensure that Igraine's route did not go astray. Leon must lead Igraine to the established lightning strike area. At the same time, it is difficult for the Noldor elves to understand the physical knowledge related to electricity. Leon must be present throughout the process. If he is not there, and only let the Noldor do this, I am afraid it will lead to the end of the same death. They may not even be able to die together. Leon is not sure whether the thunder and lightning can succeed. Nor is he sure whether he can kill Igraine after success. Igraine's location is actually very close. Its large army surrounds Lion Lake City, but it has always been wandering between Lion Lake City and Pain Village, only a dozen miles away from the giant tree. It has probably been staring at Liang's troops. And it is obviously obsessed with the Gate of the Abyss. When Roland appeared in front of Egram holding the Gate of the Abyss, Egram started the pursuit without hesitation. This time, it's much faster than before. It has a brand new demon horse and mini cavalry. There are more than 100 fallen ghosts riding demonic horses, and countless fallen warriors riding terrifying flesh and blood horses. This guy can turn even horses into fallen war horses. The horses are also skinless, and their eyeballs are exposed. They look scarier than the skinless people. It seems that Egram has not been fooling around in the past few days. It has probably been strengthening its military strength. Although the number of fallen people has not increased significantly, the quality has improved a lot. The source of most of the horses was probably the troops of Sir Boris, the Crow, and the reinforcements of the Knights of the Dawn and Eden. They abandoned many horses in order to break through and enter the city. Boris's extremely majestic horse also fell to Egram. In hand. Chapter 336 Gate of Heaven. Roland's precise control of the route was actually a mistake. Those fallen war horses, that he shouldn't run in a straight line, don't need to rest. When running in a straight line, they can charge at the highest speed for the entire distance. If the distance is a little longer, ordinary horses can't outrun them. On the contrary, we should leave Egram to constantly change directions and take the zigzag route. Because the fallen war horse, like the fallen, has lost most of its flexibility, and its reaction and steering are very slow. It can be thrown away by constantly changing directions. But this situation was only discovered after Roland was chased for several miles. And it was too late to adjust. Because the Jata horses ridden by his own troops were already quite tired from the 5-mile continuous high-speed sprint. As a result, Roland only led Egram 6 miles away before he had to shoot a resounding arrow to call for reinforcements. His troops were overtaken. Liang and Lisa Dillon discovered the loud arrow shooting into the sky in time. But when they led their troops to respond, Roland's troops were already entangled. Roland himself has excellent skills, and is not easily affected by Egram's spells. So nothing happened to him. But his soldiers were in big trouble. Together with Arano, these warriors from Raven Realm had a hard time facing the fallen cavalry. Their attacks lacked lethality against the fallen. Although their archery skills are good, it is more difficult to accurately shoot through the brain of the fallen. Even if they can shoot accurately, their strength cannot penetrate the black helmet of the fallen ghost. Not to mention hand-to-hand combat. Not even the muscular men of the Silver Hand could defeat the fallen in hand-to-hand combat. And these average-bodied Crow Realm warriors were certainly no match. The only thing worthy of praise is their courage. Almost every warrior was fighting for their lives, trying to hold back the fallen army so that Roland could escape. Roland mainly recruits his subordinates based on their character. And it is true that most of his subordinates have good moral character and are willing to sacrifice. But it was precisely because of this good character that Roland did not escape the sacrifice of his men alone. He originally had plenty of time to escape from the battlefield, but he turned back twice to rescue his troops. Sometimes kindness is a sin, because kindness will make it difficult for people to cut off when they should. But it will easily cause greater losses. When Leon arrived with the Noldos, more than half of Roland's men had been killed or injured. There are probably close to 1,000 fallen cavalry present, and there are many fallen cavalry approaching in the distance. They should have fallen behind when chasing Roland. Roland himself was also being besieged by some fallen ghosts. And beside him were the former Dawn Knights led by Leonard. Another group of fallen who formed a tighter formation were circling behind, probably preparing to complete the siege. Liang didn't see where Egram was. It was probably mixed in with the fallen ghosts. The group of fallen ghosts surrounding them were densely arranged. It seemed that the entire team was exuding black mist. When a group of fallen ghosts move together, it's difficult to tell who is Elbram because they all look the same. They were riding the same horses, wearing similar helmets, and they were all monsters with no skin and big eyes. People do look the same after losing their shame. The only difference is that many of the armors they wear are the armors they wore before they lost their souls. And some of them still wear Dawn Knight armor. But the problem is that their armors and helmets don't match. And many of the fallen even have 2 different gloves. In other words, Egram must have asked these fallen ghosts to change their equipment. It is estimated that it was just to minimize the losses of the fallen ghosts. And it was not considered at all whether it was a complete set or not. This is a devil who only pays attention to practicality. The kind that can drive obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. This makes the team of fallen ghosts look chaotically equipped. But it makes it even more difficult to tell which one is Egram. Perhaps every fallen ghost can be regarded as an Egram, because the black mist has been billowing in the queue and can completely cover the group of fallen ghosts. This may be the way Egram fights. He can switch his physical body at any time and want to catch it on the battlefield. Unless he kills the fallen ghost until the last one is left. Roland's troops were already intertwined with the fallen. Even though the Noldor Rangers had excellent shooting skills, they were not suitable for long-range attacks. If they wanted to save him, they had to rush into battle. Liang did not hesitate, taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield. And the number of fallen cavalry here in Egram was not large. He directly led the charge and had no choice. The Gate of the Abyss was still with Roland. Without this thing, the whole plan has to go bust. Moreover, Roland must be rescued before the fallen cavalry approaches. Otherwise the gap in strength between the enemy and ourselves will become wider and wider. Perhaps Egram was indeed quite afraid of the Noldor elves. The group of fallen ghosts emitting black mist did not fight. The other fallen ghosts also separated their hands and formed a defensive formation after Liang charged. Liang felt a little worried. With nearly 1,000 fallen cavalry, facing more than 400 Noldor troops, the strength gap was more than double. But Egram actually went on the defensive. It was obvious that Egram was well aware of the fighting prowess of the Noldor forces. But Liang had already ordered a charge, so he could only charge to the end. If he couldn't charge through the enemy's array, he would be surrounded and beaten after being forced to stop. The impact of the Noldor is actually not very strong, because they are all lightly armored and fast horses, and their weight and potential energy are not great. But the Noldor charged into battle with light armor and fast horses. At least they were extremely fast and very flexible. Liang did not intend to command the Noldor like he commanded the Pendor Lancers. In fact, he did not command at all. He gave the task of leading the troops to Rhys-Adilin, and he himself led several masters as front-row stormtroopers. These masters are actually the 4 Twilight Knights in the Noldor army. Wendy brought over 400 Denodo warriors, 4 of whom were Twilight Knights, and 2 of whom were Liang's old acquaintances, Sidiran and Noel. Sedarin has actually become a resident of White Deer Castle. He is now responsible for the security of the Noldor trading market. Noir is the Noldor mercenary captain sent by Eilendil to earn extra money, and he is also the patrol captain. The other 2 Twilight Knights are also patrol captains. There are 3 Noldor patrols, each from 3 tribes. Several Twilight Knights guarded Liang's left and right, and the 5 knights were in the shape of arrows, forming the forefront of the cavalry charge. A group of fallen cavalry formed a row, and after turning around slowly, they faced Liang. Penetrate them! Seeing that the enemy was turning slowly and had no time to speed up, Liang ordered to penetrate head-on. He held a long-handled lance in his left hand and stabbed a fallen man in the neck, knocking him off his horse. The lance snapped. Then, Liang slashed his sword horizontally at the fallen war horse that had lost its master. The head of the fallen war horse flew up as the 2 horses crossed each other, and the bloody horse fell down. Both men and horses fell, but there was no neighing or screaming, and the fallen man with half a lance strung around his neck was not dead. It even stood up unsteadily, and the half of the lance around its neck swung around as it turned its head, almost knocking off the 2 Noldor Rangers behind it. Don't fight with him! Try to kill the horses! Liang looked back and shouted to the Noldos behind him. It is true that you cannot entangle, because the fallen are not easy to kill and must be beheaded. It is not cost-effective to fight in close combat. The Noldor all use swords and shields. Although the Noldor swords are of top quality and very powerful, they are short weapons after all. When fighting cavalry, it is difficult for short weapons to chop off the opponent's head. There is only a moment of opportunity when 2 horses pass each other, but this opportunity is too rare, because the fallen will also raise their shields to protect their heads. The fallen are not undead. They have just lost their flexibility, but they still have combat awareness. Only those fallen horses are more likely to be attacked with their heads closer to the front. With the speed of charging, the Noldos can cut off the opponent's horse head with 1 sword. After cutting the horse to death, the fallen ones will naturally chase after them. Not coming up, Liang pulled out another sword with his left hand. Now, he holds 2 swords in his hands, the dragon's fang in his left hand, and the griffin's sword in his right hand. Going to the battlefield without a shield is actually a bad habit, but Liang really doesn't like using a shield. Fortunately, the fallen lacked long-range attack methods, so there was no problem without a shield. These walking zombies have lost their flexibility and are slow to react, so they may not be suitable for using crossbows. As for melee combat, it was useless to bring a shield. Sidiran, who was on Liang's left hand, was holding a shield, but his shield only withstood a casual sword strike from a fallen ghost before it flew away. His shield is not just held by his hand, but is tied to his forearm with a leather strap. which usually makes it difficult to get rid of it. However, the belt tied to Seterin's left forearm broke under the fallen's blow. In fact, the Nolder enchanted shield was of very good quality, and was not damaged at all. But Seterin's left hand was obviously numbed by the shock. After doing 2 flexion and extension exercises on his side, he shook his head in horror. The difference in strength is too great, and the shield cannot withstand it. Seterin's forearm is not broken or dislocated, so he is considered to be in good health as a twilight knight. Liang wielded 2 swords and rushed to the front to kill all the way. But there was no problem. His movements are much faster than those of the fallen, and the 2 swords in his hands are both extremely sharp national treasure level weapons. Using fast to defeat slow has good results. The dragon's fang was indeed wasted in the hands of Gregory IV. This sword should have been used on the battlefield. Not long after, Liang led the team to kill 2 waves of fallen formations that were intercepting them. There was no obstacle between him and Roland. "Roland! Follow the troops!" As he approached Roland, Liang shouted loudly. But as soon as the words came out, Roland fell off his horse. Unfortunately, at this time, Roland's horse was hacked to death. "Throw the code to me!" Liang reacted quickly, knowing that the cavalry troops charging into the formation could not stop at this time. And Roland lost his horse and could not keep up with the large troops. So he had no choice but to use the Gate of the Abyss to lure away Egram. "Don't run in a straight line!" Roland shouted loudly and waved his hand to throw out the heretic code. But Liang had swords in both hands, and it was difficult to catch it. He simply stretched out his sword and strung the code on the sword. "Egram!" Liang shouted and rushed across the battlefield with his sword in his left hand. He also chopped down a fallen person next to Leonard with his right hand. The fallen ghosts, who had been watching the battle on the periphery, finally reacted. This troop began to accelerate silently. But it was not rushing towards Liang, but towards Roland in the middle of the battlefield. "Egram is so cunning! Egram! Don't you want this thing?" Liang roared loudly. And the dragon's fangs picked up the heretic code and raised it high above his head. The cover and part of the parchment were penetrated by his sword, and the pages of the Gate of the Abyss made of ebony jingled on the sword. Roar! A dull roar came from the group of fallen ghosts, and the sound shook the whole place. Seeing Liang holding the code with his sword, looking like he was going to destroy the Gate of the Abyss, Egram seemed really anxious. This roar may be some kind of command, or it may be able to mark the target. Following this roar, the fallen troops began to turn collectively, and the fallen who were originally besieging Roland also rushed towards Liang. Moreover, the dull roar seemed to have magical power, and could cause harm to people from a long distance. At this moment, Liang felt as if he had been hit in the head by a giant hammer. He was dizzy, and stars were rising in front of his eyes. Roland's men were also more or less affected, and Leonard even fell directly off his horse. Is this Egram's soul spell? It can impact people's souls from hundreds of meters away, and it can still attack in a large area. With this kind of skill, human troops can't fight it at all. Fortunately, I didn't have sex with it head-on. Liang turned around and looked around. Fortunately, the Noldas were not affected in any way. Egram did not make such a roar again. It is estimated that such a large-scale spell consumes a lot of money. "Rissa Dillon! Shoot left and right!" Liang shook his head, his eyebrows still aching. He no longer looked back, but picked up the heretic code with his sword and rushed forward as if holding a flag. It seems that the prophetess Media is right. Liang has evil intentions, and his soul is not pure enough. He is indeed not suitable to be close to Egram. Roland was hardly affected. While the fallen turned their heads to surround Liang, Roland solved the problem around him. The enemy also helped Leonard and others onto their horses again. The large army of fallen began to attack Liang, and the Nolder Rangers behind him could finally use their good mounted shooting skills, mainly shooting arrows to the left and right sides to slow down the flanking fallen cavalry and prevent the team from falling into siege. Egram's ability to command troops without giving orders is quite terrifying. Almost all the fallen cavalry followed the best route to outflank him. If you look down from the air, Liang's team is like a very fast centipede, being flanked by groups of ants from all directions. Moreover, these ants will also consider the advance and move ahead of Liang. "Everyone turn to the right! Everyone follow me!" Knowing that he would be affected by the spell, Liang stopped fighting. He gave his sword to Noel, letting the Twilight Knight dual-wield both swords and take on the task of opening the way. In the charge just now, Liang saw the slow turn and reaction of the fallen horse, and he led his troops to make various rapid turns. Sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. No pattern. But overall it seems that it is actually going in a circle, gradually heading towards the expected battlefield while constantly changing direction. The 7-turn and 8-circle action trajectory had an effect. The fallen war horses really couldn't keep up with this flexible change of direction. The amount of advance considered by Egram also failed to have an effect. Gradually, all the fallen cavalry fell behind. Later, Roland and his men did not waste any more opportunities this time. After getting the chance to break out, they rushed out from the opposite direction, avoiding the main battlefield. The wind is getting stronger. Dark clouds have covered the sky, and the sky is getting darker. Some flashes of light can already be seen faintly in the clouds. A thunderstorm is coming. But Leon couldn't let the troops keep running at high speed. Otherwise the horses would be too much to bear. After running for 2 miles, you have to slow down. Wait for the fallen troops behind to catch up. Then use acceleration to change direction to get rid of them. And then slow down again. Leon was not sure whether he could lead Egram under the giant tree within the given time. Nor was he sure whether he could drag Egram under the giant tree until thunder struck. It is up to people to plan things. And it is up to God to make things happen. This sentence is particularly obvious at this time. The galloping cavalry picked up grass clippings along the way, and the horses' hooves rumbled, plowing out a trail of black mud behind them. The hillside was already very close. Sparse water droplets had begun to fall, and the sky was almost dark. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it seemed like it was already past dusk. But just after Leon led the team up the gentle slope, Egram's army of fallen ones stopped chasing. A large group of fallen ghosts stopped at the foot of the hillside, seemingly observing something, or possibly waiting for the fallen behind. Leon frowned, and he realized that Egram might have felt something abnormal, and was led to run for more than 10 miles. No matter how hard he tried to grab the heretic code, he would always feel something strange. After all, it had been seduced not long ago, and it didn't blindly pursue Roland at that time. However, seeing that the time to destroy Egram is right in front of us, how can we stop it? Leon lit a fire on the top of the hillside. It was a large pile of firewood prepared in advance. The raw materials were the branches and leaves of the trees that were sawed off in the morning. They were surrounded by a firewood pile with a diameter of 20 meters under the tallest giant tree. Group of wood piles. And he threw the heretical code onto the giant tree with all his strength. 2 Noldor elves stood on the branches of the giant tree. They stuck the code in the middle of the trunk at least 40 meters above the ground, at the pass where the tree had been struck by lightning. Egram, do you want the gate of the abyss? Come here one-on-one. Defeat me, and you can save it. Leon raised his hands and shouted loudly. A thunderstorm was approaching, and sparse water droplets were falling from the sky. But these water droplets had little effect on the prepared bonfire. The tongues of fire quickly devoured the trunk at the bottom of the giant tree. The 2 Noldor elves on the tree came from the side. A large horizontal branch jumped down. Leon set the 1,000-year-old tree on fire. He also added a bucket of oil to the fire in front of Egram. The fire roared up. The flames reached a height of more than 3 meters. And the gloomy sky was illuminated again. The heretical code of law was placed at a height that was difficult to reach. This was certainly not a spur of the moment. Everything was just going according to plan. The pages of the Gate of the Abyss made of ebony are of course difficult to damage. But being difficult does not mean that they are completely indestructible. As long as the fire is maintained long enough, and the temperature of the flame core is high enough, the ebony will melt. And this giant tree itself means a large amount of high-quality fuel. The diameter of the bottom of the giant tree is 7 meters. If it is allowed to burn, it will not burn out in 3 days and 3 nights. But the current situation is later than Leon expected. Lightning can already be seen in some clouds. If Egram is not led under the tree within a few minutes, the lightning strike will be missed. Roar. A huge roar came again, and Liang's mind became dizzy again. Then, Egram finally spoke. Stop! That is the gate of heaven! You can't destroy it! This voice sounds quite charming. Hoarse, low, but full of magnetism. But, gate of heaven? Isn't it the gate of the abyss? Chapter 337 Fierce Battle. Maybe. For the blood prison of the abyss. The world on earth is the kingdom of heaven. Right? But at this time, there was no room for Leon to think too much. Egram's army of fallen ones had already started to move with that roar. They were divided into more than a dozen 100-man teams and rushed towards the hillside from all directions. One of the groups of fallen ghosts exuded a thick black mist, located in the middle of all the fallen units, and seemed to be deliberately slowing down. At the same time, a burst of curses, mixed with ghostly howls, came as the group of fallen ghosts approached. Leon is still not sure which fallen ghost is Egram. But it doesn't matter. It must be in the black mist anyway. Very good. Just rushed over here. Just in time. Leon looked up at the sky. And there were flashes of light and low caw coming from the clouds one after another. The sound of thunder and lightning has been heard. Block! Fire arrows! Leon ordered a wave of shooting to complete the show. Egram would not care if a few fallen ones were shot to death. But if there was no resistance, it might make a delay in setting up the array. Moreover, it is best to block the fallen in the front row and release the team of fallen ghosts where Egram is, so that the best effect can be achieved. The Nolder elves lined up in 2 rows, raining arrows like locusts on the fallen cavalry. From time to time, the fallen were shot through the head and fell off the horse. As expected, the group of fallen ghosts that Egram was in accelerated. They had no long-range means, and they had to rush into the Nolder array as soon as possible. It seems that everything is going according to plan. But at this moment, Liang's eyes suddenly blurred, and some pictures flashed through his mind unconsciously. He appears to be driving, after passing through the congestion in the city, surrounded by high-rise buildings and busy people. We drove over the overpass, passed through the night market, and entered the community garage. Take the elevator, open the security door, and enter the living room. The image was finally fixed on the computer monitor in the room. The picture on the monitor showed a troop carrying the Griffin flag, fighting against the army of the Devourer, Egram. Did I just get off work? I'm home. Is this a dream? No. Damn. I'm at war. Leon closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously. When he opened his eyes again, sure enough, he was still standing in front of the fire, and Egram's fallen army was charging towards him. Is this soul devouring? This was not the first time that Leon had experienced this situation. When he was stabbed by Augustin, he had also seen the memory of the little white dragon. But this time, Egram probably didn't want to check the memory, but to let Leon immerse himself in his dream. Leon now understood why people with evil intentions were easily attracted to Egram when they approached him. Strictly speaking, it is not people with evil intentions who will be attracted, but people with strong worldly desires. Of course, people with strong desires must not be pure in heart. In fact, this is not attraction. It is a kind of temptation. Egram can make people lose themselves in their deepest desires or longings. In other words, you are immersed in your own dreams. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be lost in the desires of money, power, beauty, killing, etc., become confused, and be slowly devoured by Egram after the battle. A person like Roland is not an ordinary person, because he has no worldly desires. He is dedicated to punishing rape and eradicating evil, and just wants to do his best to bring the goddess of justice back to the earth. It is indeed difficult to seduce such a person, and Leon happens to be no ordinary person. After coming to Penn Continent, what Leon wanted most was actually the plain and peaceful life in the original world. Therefore, all that appeared in his mind were scenes from his previous daily life. Egram's soul spell naturally failed. Who would get lost in an ordinary life? But the influence is still there. Leon is indeed not a pure person, and he is not even out of vulgar taste. The fallen were still charging, and the howling in the black mist continued. But the spell obviously stopped. What is this? Who are you? Egram's voice became extremely flustered. It probably felt like he met a beautiful woman. But after a successful hookup, he found that her lower body was bigger than his own. It was obvious that Egram saw Leon's desire, but it couldn't understand it. In fact, Leon wasn't feeling very well at this time. His brain hurt as if someone had hit him hard several times, and he was almost unsteady on his feet. But having a headache doesn't stop you from saying a few deceptive words. Egram, I am from the celestial kingdom. I come from the real kingdom of heaven. Do you want the gate of heaven? Then come and get it. Leon pointed at the giant tree, then took a few steps back, farther away from the tree, waved to Lisa Dillon, then covered his head and began to pant. He was too close to the giant tree, and his soul was stimulated. The burning flames made it difficult for him to breathe. Rissa Dillon stretched out his hand and pulled it a few times, and then quickly escaped from the tree. Several large barrels of oil poured down from the top of the tree. It was an oil drum hanging from a tree. It could be flipped over by pulling the rope. This was actually a fire prevention method in this era. Many buckets were hung on the tops of many large buildings. This was what was done in the big stable of Saturn before. However, this fire prevention measure is now being used to add fuel to the fire. The fire burned more intensely. The oil flowed down the trunk, and the tongues of fire quickly spread along the oil to the upper part of the trunk. In a moment, almost the entire giant tree began to burn. The giant tree itself has a diameter of 7 meters. And there are still firewood under the tree. The total diameter of the tree is more than 20 meters. And the branches and leaves of the crown may extend more than 20 meters wide. The burning giant tree is like a huge torch. A super torch that is 80 meters high. The burning flames covered up all sounds. Whether it was the weird whine or the sound of horse hooves, all could no longer be heard. The fire illuminated the surrounding area even brighter than noon. The raindrops that were falling sparsely stopped falling and were evaporated in the air. It was no longer clear whether it was raining or sunny. No one can stand 20 or 30 meters next to the giant tree. A fire of this magnitude will consume all the oxygen nearby. And people will feel suffocated even if they are tens of meters away. The continuously sweeping flames brought a terrible heat wave. The originally moist ground quickly cracked, and all the moisture in the soil turned into steam and burned into the sky. A gray-white tornado has gathered on the top of the tree and goes straight up into the sky. This is a cloud column formed by smoke and water vapor. It is blown by the south wind and looks like it is about to form a tornado. Egram no longer used any spells. It drove the fallen troops to rush to the top of the slope as fast as possible. "Walk!" Leon covered his head and shouted, then turned around and ran away stumblingly. Lisa Dillon was so excited that he picked up Leon and turned around and ran away, slipping out through a gap about 2 meters wide. The surrounding area was surrounded by huge tree trunks and branches that had fallen to the ground. There was only this way to go. The clever captain of the elf guard had already noticed that his boss was weak and seemed to be unable to exert his strength. Several groups of fallen cavalry rushed under the giant tree. But they did not stop, but kept chasing Leon. Only the group of fallen ghosts where Egram was included stopped near the burning giant tree. It may still want to save the gate of the abyss in the tree. In fact, in the middle of the 40-meter-high tree trunk, and in the flames, the two small pages cannot be seen. But the gate of the abyss is obviously extremely important to Egram. Leon can understand that this is his way home. But the huge torch made it impossible for Egram to put out the fire. That is to say, the fallen were not afraid of heat. If it were an ordinary person, they would be roasted after staying under the tree for a few seconds. In fact, some of the ghosts of the fallen who passed by the giant tree were almost cooked to death. They had no consciousness of staying away from the fire, and were still chasing Leon along the best route. Leon had previously asked the Noldos to saw off the tops of several other trees, and the trunks fell to the ground. The top of the mountain was surrounded by these huge trunks and numerous branches to form a U-shaped pocket, like a city wall but irregular. They were barely piled up and became obstacles, except for the direction in which Egram went up the mountain. There was only a 2-meter-wide gap in the direction where Leon ran just now. Boom dot boom! Just when the group of fallen ghosts arrived under the giant tree, an explosion occurred. After the explosion, Wendy led a group of Noldor warriors and ran out quickly to join Leon. The fallen who was originally planning to come out to hunt down Leon was also blocked inside. That was the grenade thrown by Wendy. This wave of explosions was not very powerful, and it was not intended to cause direct damage. The grenades Leon brought out were limited, and he had no intention of directly killing the enemy with explosions. The main purpose of creating this explosion was to blow up the passage that was only 2 meters wide. Nothing more. This allows Egram to be temporarily sealed into the U-shaped area on the top of the mountain. Thunder soon. Leon muttered silently in his heart. This is already the best form. Lighting the entire giant tree. The huge torch creates a smoke column full of water vapor, coupled with the height of the giant tree itself and the rising heat. As long as there is thunder, the water vapor smoke column will definitely be blown down. You can't even think about it. It is unrealistic to use things like kites to induce thunder. Using huge fire to create water vapor channels is the truly reliable way. But the clouds in the sky kept crackling and flashing. But there was never any big movement. I originally thought it was a little late, but now it seems it's a little early. There was no way. This thing would not come according to the will of the master. So Leon had to quickly go around to the direction of Egram going up the mountain. Egram was still in the U-shaped area on the top of the mountain. In order to wait until the moment of thunder, Leon had to block it in the deliberately enclosed area on the top of the mountain, which was actually a mine-locked area. It can not only avoid lightning from overflowing, but also ensure that you will be hit if you are in it, because there are many iron chains on the ground in that area connected to the trees. In fact, the direction in which Egram went up the mountain was planned. That was the northwest direction. According to the original plan, If Liang led Igram up the mountain, that direction should be blocked by Gundor the Doomseeker and the cavalry team Liang brought from Lion City. These troops were originally ambushed to the south, behind the hillside. Although the distance is very close, coming from the southwest, the view will be blocked by the hillside and they cannot be seen. But the giant tree lights this kind of signal, and anyone with eyes can see it from miles away. Liang originally thought that Gundor had gone to block the entrance, but when he went around to the south, he found that none of the human troops moved. Everyone was confused and sluggish, and many people were even drooling. Damn it. Liang suddenly thought of the reason why these troops were recruited. They were affected by the area of effect soul spell used by Igram, and they may all be dreaming now. Only the Noldor troops are reliable. However, can the Noldor army, which currently has only 600 men, be able to stop Igram's 2,000 cavalry? But no matter what, you must try it, and you must hurry up. Otherwise, Igram will turn around and come out. It cannot stay under the giant tree for too long. As long as it is sure that it cannot save the gate of the abyss, it will definitely not stay there anymore. It only took a minute to get to the entrance of the U-shaped area in the northwest. They were very close to each other in the first place. They just went around from the south to the southwest of the hillside. There was only a ring of huge fallen tree trunks separated from Igram. The fallen ghosts of Igram still hang around the giant tree, but a troop of fallen cavalry is descending from the southwest. Attack! Wendy gave the order directly. The Noldor began to shoot arrows in order again. But now, they were going downhill, facing enemies rushing down from above. Everyone! Get grenades ready! Go to the ground directly in front of you. Get ready. Liang suddenly gave a strange order. Grenade? In front of? This is not shooting arrows. The Noldor guards didn't quite understand, but they absolutely obeyed the orders of Liang, the Magister. They temporarily stopped the bows and arrows in their hands, and a whole row of grenades were ignited. A group of fallen cavalry rushed down. A row of grenades was thrown towards the hillside ahead. With a series of explosions, soil splashed, blades of grass flew everywhere, and a row of smoke and fire rose directly in front of the Noldor warriors. Not many of the fallen were killed, but quite a few were knocked upside down. But few were fatal. However, there are quite a few pits on the ground. The pit is not deep, only a dozen centimeters deep, but combined with a gentle slope, the area becomes uneven, forming a pit, coupled with the fallen men and fallen horses, who were shot to death by the Noldor elves along the way. A simple reverse horse-blocking slope was formed, specifically targeting the fallen horses that lacked flexibility. There are advantages to rushing from top to bottom, but they are not the only advantages. If the ground is flat and clear of obstacles, you can get higher speed and stronger impact by being on an uphill slope. But if there are pits and obstacles on the ground, then the higher speed and impact will fall on your horse's legs. And it's not easy to see those pits when it's uphill. The Noldor elves also understood Liang's intentions, and then they began to use their wisdom. While shooting at the fallen, they spontaneously stuck their shields upright in front of them, used as obstacles. The shields could not block the collision of the horses, but the war horses did not understand this, and they would often avoid the shields. Anyway, the shield is useless when facing the fallen. At the same time, the Noldor consciously began to shoot the fallen's horses in the head. Shooting the horse to death would be more effective than shooting the fallen to death. Every man in the army cuts his teeth with a fat knife, and cuts his teeth with a knife. The army of the fallen does have many advantages, but only Igram has intelligence, which is actually a disadvantage. Although the army of fallen ones will be completely obedient, this army is actually the same as their bodies. The fallen ones, who have lost their flexibility, will not adapt to changes. They don't even know how to bypass areas with obstacles, but still follow the path. The optimal route, rush down. Igram is indeed powerful, but since it cannot see the battlefield environment here, it cannot change its tactics at any time according to the environment. 2 minutes later, the Noldor destroyed the first group of fallen who rushed down, creating more than 100 corpses with arrows piercing the brains. Another batch of obstacles were added, but the Noldor themselves were almost unscathed. But then, it was not so easy. Igram appeared on the top of the slope. This time, it did not hide among the ghosts of the fallen. Liang clearly saw the black mist that filled its body. The burning giant tree behind it reflected the black mist like a ghost. Ah, roar! There was a huge howl, which even drowned out the sound of the burning giant tree. Liang felt a tearing pain in his forehead. He was so weak that he could hardly ride the horse. Wendy! Lisa Dillon, leave it to you. I will be affected by its magic, Liang said painfully. Wendy drove the horse over, took Alice's reins, and pulled Leon back to the back of the team. Come! Rissa Dillon took a few steps forward, stopped at Liang's original position, raised his hand, and shot an arrow at Egram. The arrow struck Egram in the neck, but he easily pulled it out and threw it to the ground. Roar! Another huge howl sounded, full of anger. Almost all the fallen ones poured out and rushed down the hillside. It seems that Egram is sure that the Gate of the Abyss cannot be saved. This time Egram seems to have given up on its tactical operations. It probably just wants to swarm up and destroy Leon. The elves fell into a bitter fight almost instantly. The gap in numbers was too big, and the fallen were not easily shot to death. Moreover, the Noldor elves had no room to retreat, and had to form a formation to resist. They could not retreat or put the fallen down the mountain. This is not just to realize Liang's plan, but mainly because after exiting the U-shaped area, the numerical advantage of the fallen will cause the Noldor warriors to be surrounded, and Leon behind them will also be in danger. Now Leon can hardly move on his own. Egram still stood on the top of the mountain without moving, and there was not a single fallen beside it. But now the Noldor were in the melee, and no one seemed to be able to spare a hand to deal with it. Liang's vision was a little blurry, and the severe pain made his whole body tense. Vaguely, he seemed to see a figure wearing black and white armor flashing past, but he couldn't see clearly. Boom! Boom! Heretic! Die! After several explosions that were almost inaudible amid the raging fire, a familiar and clear voice came. This was Roland's iconic war cry, as if it appeared directly in his ears. When he heard this voice, Leon shook his head, and he could see clearly. Roland's war cry can actually dispel Egram's soul spell. On the top of the mountain, two knights wearing black and white armor had already rushed to Egram. That's Roland and Leonard. They circled back from the south, and it was indeed Roland who passed by Leon just now. Roland's troops are assisting the Noldor in resisting, and Roland and Leonard used grenades to blow a hole in the tree trunk wall to the south, intending to behead them. The fallen reacted very slowly, and they had already rushed down the hillside, seemingly unaware that Roland was already behind them. Maybe it's not that they didn't notice it, but that they didn't get Egram's order. There are no fallen ghosts around Egram. This opportunity cannot be missed. Leon drove his horse out, making an arc and heading straight to Egram from the gap. And Wendy also saw the gap like him, and she and Leon rushed over at the same time. Roland held a lance in his hand, and Leonard held a long sword. The two of them worked together to force Egram back a few steps. But Egram backhanded an axe, and Leonard's sword was knocked away. But he suddenly leaped forward and pounced on Egram from horseback. Roar! At this moment, Egram let out a dull roar again. Leonard still threw himself on Egram's horse and threw Egram off the horse, but he himself fell into a coma immediately. Egram lifted Leonard off, rolled around on the ground, struck Roland's horse's leg with an axe, and then prepared to ride on the horse again. Roland's horse fell to the ground. He dropped his lance and rolled forward. Then he drew his sword and slashed it on the leg of Egram's horse. This imitating movement was exactly the same as Egram's. The legs of the demon war horse were also cut off, and Egram could only fight on foot. The roar made the fallen ghosts react, but Rasadalin also reacted. Together with several Twilight Knights, he also rushed over, just in time to intercept the fallen ghosts who were about to rescue Egram. Roland was still attacking, and he was also consciously pushing Egram back to keep him away from the other fallen ones. In a short time, a 3-on-1 situation formed on the top of the mountain. Perhaps Egram was a little weak after continuously using ranged spells. The magic power must not be enough. It was still roaring, but it did not use any spells. Wendy, who was light in weight, ran ahead of Leon and slashed out a sword from Egram's side. Originally it seemed that Egram should be unable to stop him, but at this moment a sudden change occurred. Egram suddenly raised his axe and slashed at Wendy's horse. He withstood Wendy's sword without hesitation, and then he was about to attack. The attacking Roland threw his battle axe. Roland knocked the battle axe away with a sword, but the sword flew out of his hand, and Roland fell to the ground. Egram's power is indeed great. If it had more throwing weapons, no one would be able to get close to it. Wendy didn't expect that Egram would rather chop the horse than fight her. Her horse was chopped to the ground, and the stirrups probably locked Wendy's feet, and her legs were suppressed. And she did hit Egram's neck, but Wendy's sword was too thin and could not completely cut it off. Egram was still fighting with half of his neck dangling. Leon finally arrived at this time, and he drove his horse directly towards Egram. There is no weapon in Egram's hand, but when facing Leon, It has no normal fighting attitude at all. Looking at Leon rushing towards it, it flew over directly. Leon didn't expect this guy to be so reckless. So he raised his sword and pierced Egrim's body firmly. But Leon was also thrown off his horse. Leon fell off his horse and rolled a few times to cushion the force, while Egrim also rolled around on the other side. But then, Egrim pulled out Leon's sword from his belly and pounced towards Wendy, whose legs were pinned down. There was a look of fear in Wendy's eyes that she couldn't hide from. Leon was so anxious that he swooped down and strangled Egrim's half-broken neck from behind. It couldn't be restrained. Egrim was much stronger than Leon. It turned around and waved its arm, and Leon was thrown away several meters away. However, Egrim changed his target because of this and ran towards Leon. What he hated most was Leon. Leon was thrown badly, and when he saw Egrim rushing toward him, he groped the ground around him, trying to find some weapon. A chain. Leon grabbed the chain and threw it towards Egrim. At the same time, a response finally came from the sky. Crack! Dot crack! A swift bolt of thunder struck down the steam column, splitting the cloud column that was about to form a tornado. The lightning struck the top of the giant tree, and the entire tree burst into intense fire. The burning giant tree shot towards countless flames flew out all around. The iron chain connected to the giant tree was stirred out of the spider web-like power grid, shrouding Leon and Egrim in it. Chapter 338: A World Without Lies. Before everyone could react, another violent thunder fell. The burning giant tree was split into two pieces diagonally this time. The flying branch fragments burst out with flames in all directions, presenting a spectacular scene like fire trees and silver flowers. Lightning exploded into electric balls on the giant tree, and the scattered lightning balls rushed wildly everywhere, stimulating the iron chains on the ground to appear and disappear. The semi-enclosed space caused the lightning strike to form a strong storm-like airflow in the U-shaped area, and all the surrounding obstacles surrounded by tree trunks were overturned by this violent blow. The fire under the tree was also shaken and flew all over the sky. For a while, burning wood was scattered all over the mountain. Crack! Dot boom! Deafening thunder came at the same time as the ground was in chaos. Everyone present temporarily lost their hearing under this terrible thunder, and their ears were buzzing. The entire hillside shook violently twice, like an earthquake. This second thunderbolt was more terrifying than anyone imagined. If the first lightning strike was the kind of thunder that is common in thunderstorms, then the second consecutive lightning strike is at least 10 times more powerful than the first strike. No one present had ever seen such a violent thunder. Such thunderstorms only appear in legends or on the ocean. This is caused by water vapor columns. The steam forms tornadoes under the influence of convective winds. This is the same effect as a storm on the sea. Most of the electrical energy in the clouds is released at once. If there had been no war, this would have been an exciting and beautiful scene that is rare to see in 100 years. But no one present was interested in looking at the scenery. Wendy and Roland, who were very close to each other, were thrown far away and fell to the hillside rolling over. Even Lisa Dillon and several Twilight Knights, who were dozens of meters apart, were thrown several meters away. The two sides fighting on the hillside were all staggering, and the chaotic battlefield was temporarily interrupted by the two fierce lightning strikes. Crack! G! Boom! The broken giant tree slowly fell down, and the huge tree body shook the entire hillside violently again. The ground that had been dried out raised a huge cloud of smoke and dust, obscuring everything on the top of the mountain. Wendy was very lucky. The horse that originally held down one of her legs helped her block the escaping lightning ball, and she didn't have any metal equipment on her body. She only felt numb all over, and then she was thrown far away. But she was only hit hard when she landed. She was not seriously injured, nor did she faint. Roland was a little more miserable. He was directly hit by the scattered lightning balls. But fortunately, this was just the aftermath of the explosion after the lightning hit the giant tree. The damage was not too great, and he was not electrocuted on the spot. He was knocked flying more than 10 meters away, lying on the hillside unable to stand up at all. But Leon was different. He was directly enveloped by lightning. When the lightning struck for the first time, he was holding an iron chain around Egrim. This means that Leon was hit hard by both thunders. Leon! Wendy struggled to get up, turned around and ran over, stumbling and rolling, shouting in panic. There was too much smoke and dust, and she didn't see Leon, didn't hear any response. And the huge tree trunk that broke and fell happened to be at the location where Leon and Egrim fought before. The elf girl stood blankly in front of the giant tree for a second, then knelt down weakly on the ground. Her purple eyes filled with tears. Leon! No! The diffuse black smoke stained her face with 2 traces of desperate tears. The heavy rain finally fell. The scattered remnants of the fire could no longer stop the raindrops from falling, and the smoke and dust raised were quickly washed away by the heavy rain into black mud all over the ground. Rasatalin also ran a few steps towards the top of the mountain, but suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned back and looked at the battlefield on the hillside. All the fallen were motionless. It was as if they all died suddenly, falling to the ground one by one without any reaction. Egram was killed? Also, this level of thunder is rare. Even the gods cannot bear it. But Leon definitely can't bear it. The staggering Noldor elves all got up and looked at the enemies, who were still alive just now. And they were all silent. Doomseeker, Gundor and his troops, as well as the human cavalry, finally arrived at this time. The soul spells among them were lifted with the lightning strike. But the battle was over at this time, and they could only look at the fallen in a daze. A few hours later, everyone on the top of the mountain was reorganized, and the fallen giant tree was cut open with concerted efforts. But they still found neither Leon nor Egram. There were no bodies at the top of the mountain, not even under the trunks of giant trees. Leon and Egram disappeared. Exploded to ashes by thunder? Gundor thought so, but he didn't dare say it, because at this moment, Wendy was like a crazy lioness, constantly shouting and rummaging through every corner of the entire hillside, even some with chips dozens of centimeters long. She had to open them one by one. She didn't want to believe that Leon was gone just like that. But the tears on her face never dried up. Leon, the customer complained about you yesterday. The voices of colleagues. It's time for you to pay your rent. You haven't paid your parking space rent yet. Right. The voice of the landlord. Leon, do you want the bank headquarters in White Deer Castle to be moved to Lion City? Amy's voice. Sir, I just received news that Bacchus's fleet has begun to attack the Light Howling Bay in Fields Way. Sarah's voice. Leon felt as if he was sleeping, but all kinds of complicated thoughts came together, as if he encountered various scenes that were completely impossible to appear together in the same dream. No. I'm so tired. I need to take a nap. Staying in bed is a powerful innate skill. As long as I don't want to wake up, this world will not exist. Boy, what did you do? Who the hell is this? Oh, it seems to be Egram. The sound is quite magnetic. Etc. Egram? Damn it. Leon opened his eyes suddenly. But there was only a blue sky in front of me, and nothing else could be seen. Leon tried to rub his eyes, but suddenly found that he couldn't do it because he didn't have hands. To be precise, he couldn't see his own body. You can't shift your gaze. You can't move. Does this situation seem familiar? Am I dead? Asshole, why am I here? What have you done? Egram's angry voice sounded from the side. I don't even know. Am I dead or not? Why can't I hear Egram talking? Leon thought. He is unable to speak in his current state. Humph. Of course you. What is that? Dragon? Egram originally wanted to say something, but his angry tone was suddenly interrupted, and his mood became quite frightened. Dragon? Is it? Leon actually saw it too. The blue in front of him was not because he couldn't see, but because his sight was facing the cloudless blue sky. The sky is so clean and transparent. At this time, a creature with wings appeared in the sky, getting closer and closer. This is the little white dragon. The dragon that appeared in Liang's dream after being stabbed by Agathan. After a moment, a huge dragon head appeared in front of Liang's eyes. It smacked its big eyes twice, and got close to Liang's face. This little dragon is quite cute, and has quite long eyelashes. Where did these two guys come from? I didn't see any boats around. The white little dragon stood on its hind legs on the beach, flapped its wings twice, flattened its body, and looked at the two human-shaped objects on the beach in surprise. It's like they appeared here out of thin air. Hey, Qualies, we seem to have seen this person before? A gentle female voice came. Then, Liang saw a beautiful female elf jumping down from Xiaolong's back. Is that Wendy? No, that's not right. This elf's temperament is completely different from Wendy's. And it's definitely not possible for Wendy to ride a dragon. This is Althea. Liang remembers this name. But this is the first time he has seen her. She looks exactly like Wendy. The same body shape. The same silvery hair color. The same purple eyes. Moreover, she was also wearing the same waist-cinch silk robe that Wendy used to worship her ancestors. And the texture on the robe was exactly the same. Probably the only difference is that the robe on this elf looks older. But why does this guy have no skin? I don't think this guy is a good thing. Althea, I have to take them to the crystal ball to have a look. Xiaolong Qualis turned his face sideways and looked next to Leon. Leon wondered if this dragon was a little short-sighted and insisted on looking so close. What is myopia? Why are there dragons? Is this the kingdom of heaven? Is this the kingdom of heaven? Ha ha ha. The gate to the kingdom of heaven is not destroyed. I'm in the kingdom of heaven? Ha ha ha. Egram's laughter suddenly appeared in Liang's ears. But the little dragon Quarries and the elf Althea seemed not to hear it at all. What is Egram talking about? Heaven? Is that the code? Is that the gate of the abyss or the gate of heaven? What is the kingdom of heaven? Ha ha. Boy, I have to thank you. You let me go to the kingdom of heaven. This is indeed the place where the gods live. The gate of the abyss is the gate of the kingdom of heaven. The gate that connects the kingdom of heaven to the blood hell abyss. Egram's voice sounded beside him again. Can you hear what I'm thinking? When Liang realized it, Egram seemed to be answering the question he had just been thinking about, and its anger seemed to have completely disappeared. The blood hell abyss is actually H.L. In the eyes of the Pender people, H.L. is a terrifying abyss filled with blood and fire, in which they will be constantly tortured by blood and fire. It seems you haven't gotten used to the way of communication between spirits. Egram seemed to have completely relaxed, and even felt that he no longer regarded Leon as an enemy. There are no lies between spirits. On the contrary, if you can hear what others are thinking, there will naturally be no lies. So, the blood hell abyss is a world without lies, Leon thought. That's right. There are no lies, no concealment or deception in the abyss. But it is precisely because of this that it becomes the most terrifying H.L. There was a hint of sarcasm in Egram's voice. There is no concealment or deception. Then we will definitely face countless disputes directly. I'm afraid we will be fighting every moment. Leon can realize what a world without lies looks like. Thinking is not like talking. It is difficult to restrain. In other words, every evil thought of a spirit body will be heard by others, and every thought will have no escape. The only result is constant anger and disputes, as well as constant killing of each other. Yes! In addition to the killing, there is the noise caused by all kinds of complicated thoughts. When you approach any person, you will feel disgust or hatred, or else it will be all kinds of evil thoughts. It is a place that will never have peace. A place of strife. Hum hum hum. Boy, you are smarter than I thought. I thought you would think that a place without lies must be a beautiful heaven. That's what that stupid goddess thought. The voice from Egram was already very calm, sounding like a gentle middle-aged uncle. So, every spirit in the blood prison can only be forced to devour other spirits. Otherwise it will go crazy. Who is the stupid goddess? The goddess of justice? Leon thought. Yes, that idiot. I know you call me a devourer. But in fact, everyone in the blood prison is a devourer. Because if you don't devour others, you can't live at all. The vast majority of people are here, everyone will go crazy there. But those who are not crazy are strong people who occupy a place by themselves and can obtain relative peace. Egram said calmly. You should be the kind of strong person who can find relative peace. Right. But why do you come here to harm the world? Do you know how much evil you have done? Leon has gradually adapted to this way of chatting with thoughts. I have devoured tens of thousands of souls in H.L. Do you think I still care about how many people die in the world? There are not many opportunities to get a physical body to escape from H.L. If it were you, you would be willing to stay there for endless years. In that kind of environment? Moreover, as long as I get the door of heaven, I will have the opportunity to go to the real kingdom of heaven. I really should thank you. Originally, I didn't know how to open the door of heaven. I couldn't even get out of the blood prison. Summon my love. Egram's voice remained calm and indifferent. How can you still find love in a place like that? People's thinking can easily go astray, and Leon has already gone in the direction of Bagua. It's precisely that kind of place where a true lover can't deceive me. And I can't tell her any lies. We can feel each other's kindness and love. Speaking of which, at this point, the blood prison can indeed be regarded as the kingdom of God. Young man, you may not know that the blood prison abyss was once the beautiful kingdom without lies, created by that stupid goddess. That is, she the eternal place for those believers. But the so-called God's kingdom turned into the most terrifying H.L. not long after it was built. The fool also lost his godhood because of it. Every soul that went to the kingdom of God would curse her. How much faith did she gain in the human world? In that the foolish kingdom of God will lose twice as much. Ha ha ha. Egram responded quickly. In fact, the two communicate very quickly through thinking. Much faster than talking. And they can feel each other's emotions simultaneously. Liang is now very calm. And so is Egram. These are two souls who have seen the world. Both have a stable mentality, and can quickly control their emotions. However, the smooth communication between the two ended there. They suddenly flew up. Huh? I'll do it! What the H.L.? Two guys with a stable mentality started swearing at the same time. Because they were not flying smoothly at all. It can even be said that it was quite suffocating. What appeared in front of them were two huge claws, and an even bigger dragon, but then, the two of them bumped up and down in the sky. The little dragon grabbed them with its claws and flew. Probably because the little dragon was fatter, and couldn't fly at all smoothly after catching two people. Oh! It carried 3 people in total. And there was an elf riding on the back of the dragon. Chapter 339 Soul Fire. Being held sideways, and swinging in the sky allowed Liang to see part of the surrounding environment. This should be an island. They should have been lying on the beach before. There were blue sea, green forest, and flowers dotted everywhere. There seemed to be a quite large building on the island. The overall scenery was very good. After being grabbed by the dragon's claws and shaking for a while, the two unable to move were thrown into a lake. The little white dragon qualies obviously didn't like these two uninvited guests, and it directly caused Leon and Egram to fall freely. Before falling into the water, Leon saw his reflection on the mirror-like lake surface. His hair was almost all standing on end, but his face was not as charred as expected. But there was no blood color, and there seemed to be some small wounds on his face. The enchanted armor on his body was in pieces, and the skin all over his body seemed to be damaged. However, it looks like there are no missing parts. Egram looks relatively miserable. It still looks terrible without skin, but its whole body is no longer red flesh, but dark brown looking like bacon. The black armor on its body was almost completely damaged, and some of the armor pieces were even fused with the body. Falling from the sky, I can only take a quick glance and cannot take a closer look. Then, 2 splashes of water arose on the mirror-like calm lake. The lake is very clean, and Leon can clearly see everything in the lake. In the center of the lake, there is a large crystal ball half as tall as a man. It is a very smooth crystal ball, and it seems to be floating on the lake, with half of the water surface exposed. There are some gem-like fragments at the bottom of the lake that look a lot like dragon tears, emitting a faint sapphire blue light, filling the bottom of the lake with magnificent light. The inertia of the free fall caused Liang to sink a few meters to the bottom of the lake, and then slowly surfaced. But because he could not move, he floated face down on the water. Of course, this posture was breathless, but Liang didn't feel suffocated. Am I really dead? Died by lightning? This sounds a bit unpleasant to say. Liang looked at the blue light at the bottom of the lake and thought with some regret. Dead? Boy. After death, the soul will leave the body. In heaven, it is expected that the body cannot move. Egram seemed to believe that this was the kingdom of heaven. It floated slower than Liang, and it seemed that it had indeed been electrocuted into a lump of bacon. Do you really think this is the kingdom of heaven? I don't think so, Egram. I think you are about to be out of luck. That white dragon seems to dislike you. Liang remembered what Xiaolong said before, that this guy had no skin and might not look like a good thing. Sure enough, although Liang looked down and couldn't see what was going on, Xiaolong's voice quickly came over. Althea, this is a very evil soul. It is a devil. Demons? Aren't they sealed in the abyss? How could they appear on the earth? And, although it has no skin and is burnt, it looks like a human being. Althea asked doubtfully. It swallows other people's souls and takes over other people's bodies. It has swallowed countless souls. Countless! The little dragon became more and more excited as he talked. He could hear the whirring of its wings. I don't know what memory the little dragon saw of Egram. It seemed to be a little frightened. Possessing someone else's body? Like an oracle entering our consciousness? Does this demon have the power of a god? Althea was also surprised. I don't know. It's probably different. This evil soul is very powerful. It's best to seal it away before it loses its power. The little dragon muttered. It really didn't like seeing Egram. Wait. Qualies, do you want to seal it into the temple? But if an evil soul defile the temple, will the gods be angry? Althea's voice sounded hesitant. Isn't it okay to let the king in last time? Gods are kind, and demons shouldn't appear on the earth. Right. Qualies was a little hesitant when he spoke, but he seemed to be a dragon with a sense of justice. Wait. What is it going to do? Isn't this the kingdom of heaven? Why do they say earth? Ah! Egrim showed nervousness, and it was obviously aware that something was wrong. Then, there was a sound of flapping wings. Liang could feel that Egrim's emotions disappeared. After a while, Liang's eyes turned around, and he was flipped over, floating on his back on the lake. In front of him is a huge dragon head. Qualies moved closer. This man has been here before. I remember him, but I can't understand his memory at all. Althea sat on Quarry's wings and looked down, then nodded. He has the blood of my people. A very close blood. He looks like he's dead. Qualies put his nose close to Leon's face and sniffed. It seems like he is out of breath, but his soul has not left his body. This is so strange. That means he's not dead. Althea patted Xiaolong's neck. You were too rude just now. He may have something to do with my tribe. Send me over to have a look. A beautiful and extremely familiar face appeared in front of Liang. Exactly like Wendy. Later, Liang's tattered armor and clothes were untied by Althea. In other words, Liang couldn't move now. Otherwise, he might start shouting molestation. But Althea looked at Liang's chest for a moment, then dipped her fingers in the lake water and drew runes on Liang's chest. This feeling seems familiar. Liang remembered that Wendy seemed to have done the same thing to him. But Althea's understanding and familiarity with runes was obviously much higher than Wendy's. After just 10 seconds, Liang felt as if he was starting to fall, just like falling from the sky into the lake. Then he felt the touch. My whole body felt tight, and every part of my body ached. Ahem. What is this place? As soon as he finished speaking, Liang realized that he could move. This was the sound he made with his own voice. His whole body was just weak, and he probably had a lot of injuries on his body. His neck was in terrible pain, and he didn't dare to twist at all. He tried to move his hand. His fingers could move, and he was indeed feeling something. Moreover, the gentle touch of the lake water came to my hands. Liang tried to touch the lake water beside him, trying to see if his arm was broken. But this time he touched something soft. The touch felt good, so he squeezed it subconsciously. Snort! Tons. Althea snorted. And then, Leon sank into the lake again, and Althea held his head and sank in. This time it's not like falling into the water just now. Just now, my body couldn't respond in any way. But there would be no problem if I fell into the calm lake water. And I wouldn't even choke on the water. But this time, Leon drank a lot of water. Hey! What's wrong? Althea, are you planning to revive him first and then kill him? Xiaolong Qualies asked in confusion with wide eyes. I'm just educating the younger generation. He won't die, Althea said with some annoyance. Indeed, for this elf who has lived for who knows how many years, let alone Liang, even Kavala, the former king of Pandey, is a junior in front of Althea. Goo goo goo. Goo goo. Liang's head was still pressed into the bubbling water. He had no strength to resist. After drinking a lot of water, when he felt that he was about to suffocate and die, his head was finally pulled out of the water. Qualies looked at Liang with sympathy. Althea's face was slightly red, but her tone was quite gentle. My child, are you awake now? She could feel that Liang, a human, had no older blood, so she called him a child. Ahem. Althea. Your name is Althea. Right. Liang coughed for a while, knowing that he did seem to have pinched something he shouldn't have just done. So he asked with a smile. He must have a better attitude towards his savior. Now his life is in the hands of others. You know my name? Where did you hear it? My people remember me. They shouldn't remember me. Althea suddenly panicked. Just now. It called your name just now. Senior Althea, I have a friend, a young Nolder elf. She looks exactly like you. Leon glanced at Xiaolong, and then turned the topic to the looks of Wendy and Althea. He really felt that this was such a coincidence that it didn't even seem like a coincidence. Althea certainly wouldn't think this was a cliché excuse to strike up a conversation, because no one had ever struck up a conversation with her. But she didn't know how to respond to the fact that she had lived alone here for too long, and there were people who looked like her. Her name is Wendolf, the 16th generation direct bloodline of Avadane. Leon continued. You are very close to her. How much do you know about the Nolder? Althea showed a smile. Of course she was relieved to hear that her brother's clan had been passed down for 16 generations. And she no longer minded Liang's dirty tricks just now. Elves grow up slowly. They only reach adulthood at the age of 72. And one generation is almost 100 years. I do know a lot. There's probably no one in the whole world who knows more than me. Leon laughed. After one day, Qualis and Leon squatted together in front of the fire outside the temple. Viewed from behind, the fat little white dragon looks 10 times the size of Leon. But it squatted next to Leon, looking at the fire and drooling, looking like a fat cat begging for food. It smells so good. Can I eat it? I can't help it. Qualis drooled a lot, and part of the saliva dropped to the ground and turned into crystals. It is estimated that this thing will be a priceless treasure when taken out. No, it's not cooked yet. Leon waved his hand and pushed away Quali's big head that was getting closer, and continued to roast a few rabbits on the fire with a heavy heart. On this day, Leon told Althea his story with the Nolder elves and his plan to bring the Nolder elves into human society to live together. Althea was very pleased with Leon's current status. It was inevitable for the entire Lion Kingdom to accept the Nolder elves. The Lion Kingdom is the central country of Pender continent. As long as the Lion Kingdom accepts the existence of elves, other countries will also accept it. The Nolder have gained new development because of Leon, and the entire tribe is hope. Althea is naturally very happy, and her attitude towards Leon has become more and more kind. However, the problem now is, how does Leon go back? Everyone can imagine that if Leon does not go back, the Nolder elves may have big problems. However, although Althea was able to rely on the magic power of the crystal ball and quarries to summon the souls of her people through dragon tears, neither she nor Xiaolong knew how to send people back to the continent of Pender. They don't even know where Pender is. Leon had no choice but to stay on the island first. In fact, living on this island is really pleasant, with mountains, water, lakes, forests, flowers and plants. The scenery is pleasant, and the climate is very good. There are fish in the river, wild animals in the forest, and countless fruits and vegetables. The lake water is clear and sweet, so you can eat and drink without any worries. Qualis likes to eat rabbits. After knowing that Leon has some connection with the Nolder elves, he went to catch several fat rabbits and return them, intending to entertain guests. But Leon didn't eat raw meat, so he made a barbecue. Although there is no seasoning, just using various fruits as seasoning is much more delicious than raw meat. As a result, Qualis quickly evolved from a small white dragon with profound magic power into a pitiful big pet. In fact, Liang's mind was not on the roast rabbit at all. He had been watching the scene inside the temple. The temple has 2 gates, engraved with the same patterns as the gates of the abyss, but more elaborate. That is indeed the pattern of a galaxy. Inside the temple are rough stone walls with some braziers and torches on the walls. The largest brazier that Leon used to light the fire has been destroyed, now that he is covered in injuries. Of course, he has no strength to drill wood to make fire. But after entering the temple, I discovered that it was a brazier made of stone, and the torches around it were also made of stone. There was nothing combustible, but all the fires were burning all the time. Of course, Leon can realize that this thing is definitely not an ordinary fire. If nothing else, the dark flame on the torch in the corner should be Egram. Right? However, the world has the most food to eat, regardless of whether it is the fire of the soul. As long as it can ignite the wood, Leon has to make a fire on the spot. But just after Leon put the firewood into the brazier, an old voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Boy, how did you get here? The voice is quite familiar, but this question is a bit difficult. Leon is not sure how it came about. However, it can be guessed. Probably because the energy of thunder and lightning activated the gate of the abyss, or the gate of heaven. No matter what door it is, that thing does have the ability to teleport anyway. He and Egram must have been teleported at the same time as the lightning strike came, and did not bear the complete thunder and lightning. Otherwise, if they had endured such a thunderstorm, they would probably have died miserably. I just don't know how far it is from the Pender continent. Boy, if you want to go back, I can help you. But you have to take me back. Come to me tonight. When Leon finished taking the fire and left the temple, the old voice said this. Afterwards, Leon became quite uneasy. He didn't know whether he should listen to that voice and go find it at night. Egram was so powerful, but the black flame was less than 1/10 of the brazier. It can be imagined that the vigorous soul in the brazier should have been the owner of the brazier during his lifetime. What a terrifying existence. Chapter 340. The situation changes dramatically. Qualis, who built this temple? Are those soul fires inside? While Leon was roasting rabbit, he asked Xiaolong about the situation here. This hall without any statues of gods does not feel like a temple, but more like a mausoleum. How to say, I don't know. Xiaolong kept staring longingly at the barbecue on the fire, swallowing his saliva while answering. I don't know. How come? Liang was shocked. Qualis had lived here for who knows how many years. And it actually said it didn't know. Qualis really didn't know what this temple was. In Xiaolong's memory, it seemed that it had always been here since it could remember. It couldn't remember what happened to its own group, nor what it had experienced before coming here. It only remembers that it once fought with a powerful will for control of its body, but always failed. Maybe after fighting for hundreds of years, it lay flat. Anyway, the strong will not hurt it. And Qualis can feel that the existence is actually quite gentle. It is used to such days. The little dragon's thoughts are very simple. He has food and drink on the island. He goes to scare the wild beasts in the forest, or goes to the coast to declare his territory. He lives a very comfortable life. Later, several ships came here, and some Sundari elves came here to pray for some guidance. The little dragon didn't know what those elves were going to do at the time, because it couldn't understand the elves' language at that time, and its consciousness was occupied many times. Later, the elves left, and Althea was left alone on the island. Xiaolong didn't know why she was left alone. She saw God. In other words, her consciousness has been occupied by gods. Just like Xiaolong, the gods have erased other people's memories of this place. But even gods cannot erase the consciousness it brings to others. So Althea cannot leave. Qualis didn't know why, but at least he knew why he would always live on the island. This god doesn't want anyone to know of its existence. Of course, it is also possible that people cannot know its existence. But in order to make up for the lost freedom of Xiaolong and Althea, the gods gave them eternal life. The bodies of Xiaolong and Althea stayed in the same state as when they first met the gods. After being accompanied by Althea, Xiaolong learned to speak and gradually understood many things. He even understood Althea's sadness with the intervention of the gods. Xiaolong also knew that his tribe was involved in a magic war, and perhaps the entire dragon tribe no longer existed. But it still has never seen the appearance of a god. This god always comes suddenly and occupies its sea of consciousness. When the god comes, the little dragon will lose all his consciousness. Althea has never met Althea. She is actually similar to Qualis, although the god initially claimed that Althea would serve it for the rest of her life. In fact, Althea seemed to be the owner of the island, because the god had not come for many years. Pass. The last time it came, it was probably 300 years ago. It was so long ago that I don't remember the exact time. 300 years. That was about the time when High King Pender died. Who is the biggest brazier in the temple? Liang reacted immediately and handed a roasted rabbit to Qualis. Wow, haha. It smells so good. Ah. You mean the most powerful soul in the temple? That was brought by the gods when they came for the last time. It is said that that soul was once the king of Pender. But it seems to be crazy. Oh. By the way, there is another half-crazy guy inside. He was summoned by Althea some time ago, and he was said to be the king of the Lion Kingdom. In addition, the crazy demon who came with you is now full of people in the temple. Madman. Qualis bit into it, and the rabbit had just a full mouthful for him, chewing and talking at the same time, with food in his mouth. This guy suddenly started talking more. Lion? You mean the Lion Kingdom? Liang was even more distressed now. He now knew who was in the temple. The former founder of the kingdom of Pendor, High King Kavala, Ulrich the Lion King, and Egram. Kavala asked him to go find him at night. Actually, Liang didn't want to go to him because he was not sure what Kavala planned. Judging from the soul fire alone, I knew that I probably wouldn't be able to handle this powerful Supreme King. Besides, he is still the ancestor of his own body. But the problem is that neither Qualis nor Althea know how to return to the continent of Pendor. And Kavala said that he knows that there is probably no choice. So he has to give it a try. Liang looked back at the door of the temple, and suddenly the idea came to his mind that Althea and Quaris were like the so-called gatekeepers. The door they are guarding is probably a level higher than the so-called abyss and heaven. Liang vaguely felt that if he wanted to return to the previous world, he might need to pass through this door. Perhaps it would be a better choice to go with Althea to meet Kavala? At night. This is a night of full moon. The moonlight is glowing with lavender fluorescent light, and the starry sky is reflected in the moonlight, making it look magnificent and strange. The moon on the island looks particularly big, and even Liang can feel a strange energy, which may be tidal gravity or magic fluctuations. After eating and drinking enough, Qualis went to sleep in the lake. He was a water dragon, and the lake was actually his nest. Leon, you said before that the child named Windife looks exactly like me? Althea sat at the door of the temple, looking at the starry sky outside, and brought up the topic of Liang's conversation. Yes. Actually, you said before that you felt an older blood in me. Maybe this blood comes from Wendy instead of me. She once saved me with her blood. Liang leaned against the door of the temple, remembering the scene when Wendy treated him, and smiled involuntarily. It seems she likes you very much. Althea looked at the smile on Liang's face, and suddenly became serious. Then, you can't let her down. Hey. Why? Althea-senpai. Wendy is not yet an adult. Liang suddenly had the illusion of meeting his parents, and was very panicked. Then you can't let her down. Althea looked at the helpless Liang, and there was a smile in her eyes. Senior. But she is only 50 years old. By the time she reaches adulthood, I will already be old, Liang said with some distress. Old? Leon. But your heartbeat and breathing are completely different from humans. Except for your ears. You are almost completely an elf. What should bother you is that when she became an adult, you were only in your 40s. You were still underage at that time, Althea said with a smile. Ah? Liang was dumbfounded. Boy, don't listen to her nonsense. Your situation is the same as mine. Don't worry. You are still human. Althea, although you are my elder, you can't deceive my descendants. An old voice came. Oh, Kavala. Is he your descendant? No wonder I always think he looks like you. Althea turned back and looked at the brazier on the wall. She probably communicated with Kavala regularly, and was not surprised at all by the sound coming from the brazier. I'm not worried about whether I am a human or an elf. Nor am I worried about my emotional problems. I am only worried about how I will go back now. Liang didn't find it strange. He could hear Kavala's voice, so it wasn't surprising that Althea could hear it. However, Liang felt that judging from the current situation, racial lifespan, and the like were all trivial matters. Althea, you should be willing to help this child return to the continent of Pendor. Right? Kavala asked. Of course, but I don't know how to send him back. Do you have any idea? Althea nodded and shook her head. I do have a way. Boy, you came here through a code. Right. Who activated the code? Is there anyone with such strong magic power in Pandor? Kavala asked Liang. Well, you may not believe it, but I activated the code. I was struck by lightning. You can see how miserable it is when you look at the broken body of Egram outside. It's all familiar. Fortunately, Ku Alice does not eat human flesh. Leon pointed at Egram's body that had not been processed outside the temple. Qualis was busy eating rabbit and didn't work all day. He threw the bacon aside and ignored it. Is the code still there? Kavala was silent for a while, and his tone became a little strange. I'm not sure, but if nothing else happens, it's probably gone. The lightning probably happened to hit the codex that day, and it was probably destroyed. Leon spread his hands. Ha ha! You have accomplished what I have spent my whole life not accomplishing. Boy, you should become the king of Pendor. Kavala burst out laughing. I should probably thank His Majesty for his generosity in passing on the throne. But the kingdom of Pendor disappeared more than 150 years ago. Leon sighed. Sigh. I know that. I can see the scene in the throne room. I also know that the little girl named Amy Sonnert is looking for you with all her strength. She even publicly announced the use of the little girl who changed your news in a city is really too young. Although she is courageous, she obviously doesn't think things through well. Kavala also sighed, and then told us shocking news. Liang had actually been on this island for more than 20 days. During this time, he and Egram had actually been lying on the beach. It wasn't until Qualis accidentally flew over in the morning that he discovered them. As for why he and Egram happened to wake up at the same time, it was because it was a full moon day when the magic tide surged. It was also because of the magic tide that Qualis went to the beach. In the past 20 days, many major events have happened in Pendor continent, and all events will be reported to the Throne Hall of Lion City, and Kavala will learn a lot about the situation. Egram's army lost its leader overnight, and almost all the fallen lost control and began indiscriminately attacking any target they saw, including killing each other. Later, King Vides in Lion Lake City successfully broke out and worked with the Knights of the Dawn to clean up the fallen around Lion Lake City. But then, when the newly formed City Defense Force, the cavalry team brought out by Leon from Lion City, went to Lion Lake City to clean up the fallen, they clashed with Vides and the Dawn Knights, because the Knights of the Dawn once again claimed that Egram was wiped out by them, and also said that the troops of the Lion Kingdom were all deserters, and that they did not even want Lion Lake City after meeting Egram. But the city defense army all knew that Egram was destroyed by the thunderbolt brought down by Leon and Wendy, praying the god of creation, which even led to the disappearance of Leon. With the support of the Noldor troops, they directly accused the Knights of the Dawn of being all liars, and said that Sir Roland is the truly noble Knight of the Dawn. In addition to the absence of Leon, the city defense force was temporarily taken over by Sigismund, and Sigismund and King Vides had a deep hatred. When Sigismund formed the civilian knights, his wife Claire was Vides. Dis killed him. As a result, a fight broke out between the two sides outside Shirhu city. In this battle, Gundor the Doomseeker clearly sided with Sigismund. He did not take action against the Filswai people, but he led a pirate force to raid the Knights of the Dawn. This is mainly because the shameless behavior of the Knights of the Dawn is exactly the same as Gundor's experience before he left his hometown to find the three prophets to ask about the future. At that time, Gundor was a young knight who made considerable contributions in the war with the Kingdom of Crows. He should have been able to gain territory due to his merits. But the leading duke at that time replaced Gundor's military achievements with his own children, and also gave him Gundor was said to be a deserter. That duke is old Brennus. Duke Brennus's father, who has passed away. At that time, Ulrich had just come to power, and naturally he could not offend the powerful duke. So Gundor was deprived of his knighthood. This is the main reason why Gundor was so happy after learning that Inna killed Ulrich, not expecting Gundor to attack them. The Knights of the Dawn were defeated and fled. The allied forces fled, and they heard that Bacchus Empire warships appeared in the coastal areas of the country. King Vides had to evacuate in a hurry. If it weren't for the powerful bandits of the Queen's Guards that Earl Eden had just acquired, and the addition of Dor held off the pursuit of the Noldor, and the Filswai might have been annihilated. Lion Lake City was taken back. The heretics were eliminated, and the situation was originally very good for the Lion Kingdom. However, Wendy and Rasadalin, who had never found Leon, led the Noldor troops back to the Noldor forest. Without Leon's protection, the Noldor elves they no longer have a sense of security, and they are only willing to obey Liang's command. It is understandable to make such a decision, but the Noldor troops left at the wrong time. The war between the Lion Kingdom and the Rock Bay was not over yet. Godric also encountered the Fallen at that time and retreated to the Maze Castle. The Fallen Godric encountered did not lose control. Those Fallen were not caused by Egram. Morfort was soon besieged. After receiving the news of Liang's disappearance, Amy cried loudly and directed her anger entirely at Xiaoyan Bei. Leon's disappearance was due to heresy, and his father Godric was also under siege because of heresy. The two things came together. No matter what, Amy had to eliminate the heresy in Xiaoyan Bei. For Amy, even if there are no Noldor elves to help in the battle, even if the Kingdom of the Lion is destroyed, this battle must be fought. As a result, Amy once again recruited an army, and the war against Xiaoyan Bei will continue. At the same time, she ordered a large number of civilian husbands to be recruited. She will use the whole country to search for Liang. Amy couldn't believe that Liang had disappeared like this. He wanted to see people alive, but wanted to see his body even if he died. Chapter 341 God is Human. Conscription and preparation for war are necessary in themselves. But the problem is that the large-scale recruitment of civilians caused the news of Liang's disappearance to spread quickly. Of course, this news was not good to begin with. The city defense army had fought a battle with the Knights of the Dawn for the sake of Leon's reputation. The people of Filswai also knew about it. Even if a silence order was issued, it would only be covered up for a few days at most, whether to seal it or not living. But this kind of news, even if it is concealed for only a few days, can have a big effect. Now there is no cover for a day, and there is a lot of noise, which makes the Crow Kingdom, which was fulfilling the cooperation agreement, withdraw its troops directly. The Crow Kingdom soon learned that Leon was missing, so the previous agreement was naturally useless. Naturally, the Crow Kingdom will no longer lose its troops in vain. Although tearing up the agreement was tantamount to declaring war, Gregory IV had to rush back to deal with Ursula, and there was nothing he could do. Subsequently, the situation in the Lion Kingdom became very difficult. The departure of the Ravens caused the war situation in the Rock Bay to take a turn for the worse. Brennus got a chance to breathe and quickly launched a counterattack while Godric and Leofric were trapped in the Bog Castle. At the same time, the Bacchus Empire also responded quickly. The Carandir Castle where Anson was located faced his old friend Governor Justice. The Sava River ford was also quickly captured by General Agathon. If Leon was still here, Emperor Marius would definitely give Liang face. But if Liang is missing, then Emperor Marius will definitely not give the Lion Kingdom face. On the contrary, Anson had more face. Justice politely asked Anson to take all the people who were willing to leave back to Chang'e town, and did not directly attack Calendir Castle. Of course, this is also because Alina is in Lion City now, so Justice will naturally not be too tough. After hesitating for a while, Anson remembered that Liang once wrote a letter to Emperor Marius. Lose the land and save the people, and everyone and the land will be saved. Lose the people and save the land, and both the people and the land will be lost. So he wrote these sentences in a military report and sent them to Amy. At the same time, he brought everyone from Calendir Castle and Salem Village back to Chang'e town, without blindly losing strength. In this way, the entire county of Calendir Castle was returned to the Bacchus Empire. At the same time, there was also a problem in Dexia. Caliph Tahir, the lord of Sinjar city, led his troops to attack Keladin Fort on the southwest border of the Kingdom of Lions. But Ramon did not respond at all. If nothing happened to Liang, Ramon would definitely give a warning in advance and might even directly block Tahir. But Liang is gone. In these 20 days, the Lion Kingdom suddenly became surrounded by enemies on all sides. Amir and the far country were recaptured by Brennus's counterattack, and Leofric was trapped in the Bog Castle and resisted with difficulty. The Sava River Fort area was captured by Agathon, and the Chicha Fortress had not yet been rebuilt. The Empire's newly formed cavalry had already appeared near Yalagar. Howling Castle and Short Howling Village are both occupied by Fields Way, and Count Ares' team has appeared in Asgard. Castle Keladin and Belmont Farai fell into the hands of the Desha people, and Baranli, the burial place of the Lion Kings of all generations, was also in danger. The funerary objects in the king's tomb were enough to make the Desha people give it a try. The capital city of Lion City is about to directly face attacks from various countries. Fortunately, Amy ordered some new troops to be recruited. Otherwise the empty Lion City would have faced a tough battle now. All of this has only one reason why Liang disappeared. It was only now that the people of the Lion Kingdom fully realized that it turned out that Liang, the young Grand Duke of Chang'e town, did not rise to power through nepotism. He was the one who made other countries afraid to act rashly. Without Liang, the Lion Kingdom has become a tempting big cake. The only good news is that after recovering the lost territory of the Bacchus Empire, Emperor Marius gave Amy a chance to breathe. Emperor Marius said that out of the sisterhood of Alina and Amy, as long as the Kingdom of the Lion is willing to provide money and food for military needs, the Bacchus Empire was willing to help the Lion Kingdom deal with several other countries. This is a conspiracy, a method that both Marius and Liang are good at. They are indeed like-minded. Amy knew very well that if she did not join forces with Bacchus, the Lion Kingdom would probably be doomed. But if Emperor Marius was allowed to help the Kingdom of Lion, he would be drinking poison to quench his thirst. The towns around the city of Lion would probably soon become the headquarters of various legions of the Bacchus Empire in the territory of the Kingdom of Lion. The Lion Kingdom's money and food attack on other countries would be of huge benefit to Bacchus no matter how it was fought. Of course, Marius would do this kind of business. Emperor Marius' intention was actually to use the Kingdom of Lion as a battlefield. Use the national power of the Kingdom of Lion to accelerate the recovery of the Bacchus Empire's national power, and drag other countries into the quagmire of war in the Kingdom of Lion. Even if the Lion Kingdom and other countries don't want to fight, with the Bacchus Empire assisting and provoking them from both sides, this war will never be finished. When the Bacchus Empire has absorbed enough blood and is strong enough to conquer the continent, the Kingdom of the Lion will be finished. Before that, the fierce Lion realm will always be in the flames of war, and will not stop for a moment. This dead situation can only be broken through force, and all countries can be defeated without the presence of the Noldor Elves, which will definitely not break it. Or, abandon the entire western part of the Lion Kingdom. Retreat to the most stable area in the eastern part of the kingdom. Stay away from the quagmire of war. Then sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and silently accumulate strength to wait for opportunities. However, Godric was still besieged in the castle of Mernmur, and the main army of the kingdom was either in the castle of Mernmur or in the Lion City. Amy can't give up the western part of the kingdom, and she doesn't dare to give up. If she dares to abandon Lion City, all the nobles and city defense troops will definitely surrender to the enemy. These are the noble children of Lion City and its surroundings. It is impossible for them to abandon their territory and leave their hometown. Therefore, although Amy was not happy, she had to accept this covenant, and the nobles in the Lion City all hoped that Queen Amy would accept it. Alina did not leave Lion City. She stayed with Amy and gave Amy a lot of pertinent advice sincerely. But the decline of the Lion Kingdom is already doomed. Boy, your safety is directly related to the survival of a kingdom and the war situation of the entire continent. You are very much like me in those days, and you are worthy of my blood. After talking about the current situation in the Lion Kingdom, Kavala gave his summary. Leon frowned. Judging from the current situation, the deterioration of the situation may be more than that. There are many things that Kavala doesn't know. If he disappears, the large denomination magic coins that were just issued will probably lose their credibility, and the bank will definitely face a run. This will inevitably trigger an economic crisis throughout the East. His subordinates may also fall apart. In his absence, lords such as Father and Inna will not obey Amy's command, and Sigismund and others may also find somewhere else to live. And Wendy will definitely not return to the Noldor Forest honestly. She will definitely try her best to find herself. If she is not in the Noldor Forest and her, Sindari, identity is not suppressed, what will the Noldor do? What will Eldarion do? The trust established between the Noldor elves and men is likely to be broken again. If he was not here and Wendy was not here, then the White Deer Castle area would inevitably be captured by Eldarion in one fell swoop. Eldarion had always wanted to make humans kill each other and take the Noldor with them to take over the continent. By then, the entire continent will no longer have peace at all, and it will be really difficult to restore it. It seems that I must go back quickly. Otherwise the kingdom of the lion may be gone, and the Noldor elves may also be in big trouble. But how can I go back? Leon looked at the brazier. Althea also became worried. She could think of what would happen if Leon, the bridge between humans and Noldor, was no longer there. If the code is with you, it would be easy to go back. But since the code is gone, there is only one last option left. How did you come back? There was also a hint of helplessness in Kavala's voice. But I made that code through lightning. Leon frowned, looked back at the temple door, and his unfinished words stopped abruptly. He realized what Kavala wanted him to do. The gate of the temple is exactly the same as the page in the code. This is the large gate of the abyss, or gate of heaven. It seems you have understood. My child, what can be done in the code can also be done here, Kavala said softly. What exactly is that code? The three prophets said it was the gate of the abyss, and Igraim said it was the gate of heaven. What exactly is it? Leon looked at the door of the temple and asked with a frown. Huh? The abyss is actually the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven that Igraim is looking for is actually the place where he originally lived. You will understand if you shine a real torch on the dome of the temple. Kavala seemed to smile. Leon raised his head, and there seemed to be nothing on the top of the temple. He went to the embers of the fire outside and lit a new torch, holding it up to look at it. You can't see anything if you look directly, but the firelight casts a shadow on the dome. There is something suspended there that cannot be seen with the naked eye, but can be reflected in the firelight. It looks like an oval cantilever structure, which is probably consistent with the galaxy pattern on the door. Leon turned his head and looked at the soul fire on the wall, and then realized that although the soul fire can illuminate the temple, it cannot leave a shadow on any object. This is completely inconsistent with optical logic. No wonder he always feels that there is something strange about this temple. Nature. Is that the abyss? Leon seemed to understand somewhat. That is not only an abyss, but also a door to the void. I don't know what it was originally called, but I know that every god leaves through this door and must return to the earth through this door. There was something else in Kavala's words. But the gods who have left should not come back. So, who built this temple? And who brought you here? Leon asked. I don't know who built this. I only know that it was Eunomia who brought me here. But she left 300 years ago. She asked me to be the gatekeeper here, because only I can stop it. The return of all the gods, including Eunomia herself. Kavala has a very good attitude towards Leon and answers almost every question. Prevent the gods from returning? Why? Leon was a little surprised. Why did Eunomia prevent her from returning to the earth? Because the order that Eunomia wants is an order without gods, not an order that belongs to ordinary people. Only in this way will the earth not be destroyed. You should know what the Sindari elves have done. Right. At that time, the Sindari, dragons and titans are equivalent to gods on earth. Kavala told Leon a secret that no one had ever mentioned before. Actually, God is a human being. In the days when the Sindari and the dragons and titans existed, there were no gods on the face of the earth. These extraordinary individuals were like gods in their own right. But after the Titan War, The magical weapons created by the Sindari elves destroyed the Gwendarian continent. And the surging magic storm caused the extinction of most magical creatures. Without the suppression of various magical races, human beings have risen rapidly with extremely strong adaptability and reproduction speed, and gradually produced some characters with special talents. These people are basically leaders from various continents. After taking control of power, they naturally began to pursue immortality. This is the inevitable thinking path of human beings. Some people are indeed outstanding in intelligence. I don't know who first discovered that people's devout beliefs can bring some special soul power. So these people began to try to define themselves as gods. They made up various myths and legends, and also discussed and allocated various areas. When leaders plan to create gods, civilians are usually easy to fool. As a result, a group of gods deliberately made people aware of were born. In fact, that time was less than 2,000 years ago. It was actually when Ava Dane and the Noldor elves were constantly migrating and trying to find a place to stay in various places. At that time, Althea and the little dragon Qualies were already here. I have met a real god on the island. Of course, in the classics of each god, they all boast that they are ancient and natural. After all, in order to gain faith, they have to beautify their image a little. In fact, the real god will never be revealed to people, and will deliberately hide his mark, and even erase all people's memories related to him. When it cannot be erased, some exchanges will be used to restrict the freedom of the insider, just like the real owner of the island. But man-made gods are different. What they need is belief. They will preach loudly. They need everyone in the world to know their names. They did gain devout followers and became extraordinary beings. But the human body will always age. This is a law of the world and cannot be reversed. In order to live forever, these artificial gods, who had gained the power of faith, threw away their bodies one after another after the life of their bodies came to an end, and became complete spiritual bodies. The power of faith can keep their souls alive for a long time and never fade away. But there are gains and losses. The spirit body may indeed be immortal, but it cannot touch the physical body. Therefore, these gods cannot directly interfere with humans. They can only perform some seemingly mysterious events to show miracles. For example, the goddess of justice likes to send down oracles and dreams. The goddess of darkness stimulates people's souls to stimulate the potential of believers. The dark goddess can't actually give people power, but she can make people's subconscious no longer restrain the body. This can make people fully realize their potential, and they will have huge power. But the price is relatively heavy. You can only use the power your body is willing to let you use. This is a kind of self-protection. Human bones and muscles are theoretically capable of transmitting thousands of pounds of force. However, using such force requires paying a heavy price, which can range from irreversible damage to bones, muscles, and internal organs to direct sudden death. This is actually the reason why heretical summons such as the Three Prophets or the Fallen have strange powers. They either have lost their minds or are using other people's bodies. So naturally they have no sense of self-protection. Originally, these man-made gods were quite harmonious. After all, they all just wanted to gain faith and thus gain immortality. Their starting point was just not wanting to die. At first, they were just looking for ways to increase their followers. But later, they discovered more mysteries about the soul, and also discovered that the stronger their faith, the more things they could do. They could occupy the bodies of others, exert spells like the Sindarin elves, and even move mountains and seas, becoming invincible. What cannot exist? Thus, the competition between the gods for population and belief began. Chapter 342: The High King's Plan. After understanding the role of the power of faith, countless gods appeared throughout the world. The struggle for faith between these gods is actually not much different from the civil war among the Sindarin elves. These artificial gods, who have gained the power of faith, will not only drive believers to launch a holy war, but will also occupy the souls of believers in the form of coming, obtain the body of believers, and personally use magic to join the war shirtless. These believers who provide physical bodies are called God's chosen ones, and they are actually consumables favored by God, regardless of whether these gods are true gods or not. At least they are all extraordinary beings. If these extraordinary beings fight in person, the consequences will naturally be serious. The whole world began to lose control. Wars occurred one after another. Disasters struck again and again, and people everywhere were devastated. Thousands of years ago, the world's population dropped sharply to only 1/3, and all the gods suffered huge losses. At this time, A powerful existence gave these gods a warning. The true bodies of all gods, that is, spiritual bodies, were pulled out of the body of the chosen one at almost the same time and were exiled to close voids one by one. It was a void of nothing, a chaos. As a result, these novices who had just become gods from humans realized that there was such a powerful existence in this world, which could silently lock them all in isolation. After revealing this warning, all the gods were taken into a strange temple, which is the temple where Liang is. That unknown powerful existence is called the creation god by the gods. But in fact, no one knows what this existence is, and no one has seen him, because the creator god said that he cannot enter the world he created. The gods only saw a small white dragon, which was the temporary body of the god of creation. This powerful creation god is actually quite reasonable. He told these gods, as the Sundari elves have learned from the past, if you continue to fight like this, it will only lead to the destruction of the world. So I have to give you a warning as a last resort. But as long as you abide by the rules in the future, you won't be imprisoned in the void. The rules are very simple. No matter who it is, as long as it is a spiritual body that has gained the power of faith, it is not allowed to appear in front of anyone again, nor is it allowed to have a physical entity. Whoever wants to gain more faith should guide people to live a better life, bring more hope to people, and let believers choose you spontaneously. In other words, battles between humans can only be resolved by humans. Gods are not allowed to personally participate in disputes on the earth. Gods are not allowed to use coercive methods to gain followers, nor are they allowed to personally initiate any actions that will lead to species extinction. The spontaneous behavior of human beings in disasters is understandable, but gods have the responsibility to guide their believers to do good. If you violate these rules, you will be banished to the void forever. Your magic power will be sealed, and you will be deprived of your qualifications as a god. In order to reduce the disputes between these gods, the creator god also made all spirits unable to lie and deceive. From then on, spirits can hear other people's thoughts, and naturally they cannot lie or conceal. At the same time, the creator god gave each god a code of rules. This code means the qualifications of a god, and is also the door to and from the void. If you stop fighting, strictly abide by the rules, and bring more hope to people, you can enter the void at any time and create a brand new soul world you want with your own hands. This can be regarded as a reward for that god who abides by the rules. The soul space is equivalent to giving them a chance to become creation gods. This is a very fair rule, with punishments, rewards, qualifications, and visions. As long as the gods no longer fight in person, there will be a limit to any fight. At least it won't destroy the world like the Sidaran elves did. After that, the various gods were put back, and then they discovered that the rules set by the creation god would indeed be implemented in place. The first people to violate the rules were some minority beliefs. For example, the Fakavia kingdom, which advocated women's rights, was named after her. But Fakavia Island had not yet established a country at that time, since she attracts followers with the logic of female supremacy. Her followers are only women from Fakavia Island, and it is indeed difficult for her to resist a war waged by humans alone. During a war with the old Bacchus Empire, in order to prevent the believers from being destroyed, she took over a physical body and fought personally. The war was indeed won, and the isolated island successfully became an independent kingdom. But Fakavia's spirit body was also exiled to the void and never came back. All the gods suddenly understood that the rules mentioned by the creator god were actually the new rules he set for this world. Of course, they also understand that the new rules of the creation god are only to protect the world. The battle of extraordinary people can indeed easily bring disasters of world destruction, especially among the gods. There are non-mainstream gods such as the god of plague. After that, the world became a little more peaceful. The gods, who were forced to abide by the rules and did not dare to appear in front of people anymore, began to think about how to inspire their believers to contribute more faith. They unanimously began to target the souls of believers. If people's souls had a destination and were immortal, wouldn't they be able to provide themselves with faith forever? At the same time, the creator god allows gods who do not violate the rules to open up soul space on their own, so that the souls of believers can live in it. The first to succeed was Astalia, the goddess of justice. She opened a heaven to accommodate her followers. She felt that spirits could not lie or deceive each other, and that everyone could see clearly what others were thinking, which would be a perfect blessed place. She hoped that after the death of believers, Their souls can enter this kingdom of heaven without deception and lies and enjoy eternal blessings. Originally, this was indeed done out of good intentions to benefit those firm believers and bring more hope to people. Of course, God can gain more faith. Lady Justice believes that it is lies and deception that prevent people from doing good. Among her teachings, no deceit is also the first one. Sir Roland, the paladin, has never lied. However, there are not many good people like Roland. The vast majority of believers have evil thoughts. In this kingdom of heaven where all thoughts have no escape, almost every believer will only have one thought to kill other souls so that they can be safe. Feel. As a result, the so-called kingdom of heaven, like raising poison, created a bunch of twisted evil spirits. The evil souls formed after devouring each other and merging with each other have become very complicated. And they are no longer the original believers of the goddess of justice. She cannot prevent the souls of believers from entering the kingdom of heaven. Just like the God of creation cannot appear in this world, Estalia cannot appear in the world she created. This is also the law of the world. She originally planned to let the souls of believers continue to contribute their faith to her. Unexpectedly, after the believers came in, they all turned into soul-devouring fusion monsters. And they all began to curse her. The goddess of justice also has a temper. The evil spirits in heaven cursed so harshly that she turned the environment of heaven into an abyss full of blood and fire in a rage. As a result, the environment in heaven became even worse, and the evil spirits inside became more twisted, and even became another species. A kingdom of heaven was created, but nothing good came of it. Instead, it created a bunch of evil new species. In order to make up for the loss, Estalia had no choice but to send an oracle down through her dreams, telling her followers to strengthen their faith. Otherwise they would enter the abyss of blood hell after death. Rewards and punishments both have the same effect and can make believers stronger in their faith. As a result, the kingdom of heaven turned into a bloody abyss. Slowly, under the influence of long-term negative emotions, some extremely powerful devourers gradually emerged among the evil spirits in the kingdom of heaven. The strongest among them can even project their will onto the earth like other gods. It is also through dreaming or inducing the subconscious. As they gradually became known, they became known as abyss demons. In fact, these demons can be regarded as a new generation of gods, because they obtain soul power in the same way as gods. They are both spiritual bodies. They all induce others to worship themselves, and they all obtain mana from faith. Moreover, these are some evil spirits who do anything to increase their strength, and they have not received the warning from the Creator God. In fact, these demons will not be restrained by the rules of the Creator God at all. They are actually residents of the new world created by Estalia. The one who can formulate rules to restrain them should be Estalia, not the Creator God. But all the gods at the time ignored the situation. However, other gods no longer dare to let other souls enter the soul space they have opened. They realize that anything can happen in a new world, and a careless move can have catastrophic consequences like Estalia's. They only built the space given by the God of creation into the ideal residence they wanted. Perhaps the original intention of the God of creation was to give them a place to live and prevent them from showing up again. But all the gods did not expect that the disaster caused by the devil was much greater than they imagined. Many years later, an abyss demon induced the followers of the goddess of justice, and the devourer appeared on the earth through the code of rules given to Estalia by the God of creation, which was the gate of the abyss. None of the gods were aware of the demon's appearance at first. It wasn't until horrific disasters occurred frequently in various places that the gods began to panic. Their believers' souls were being devoured by abyss demons one after another. The demons forced people to become walking zombies in a coercive way. This is a brand new growth method developed by the devil after acquiring the power of faith and combined with the environment of the blood hell abyss to directly devour the soul. Obtaining faith is like doing business, but swallowing it directly is equivalent to robbing them all. The latter is of course faster. Humans call it the ghastly eye, which is Egrom the devourer. Of course, devourer's actions violated the rules of the world. But the gods did not expect that the rules of the world did not sanction it. Of course there will be no sanctions because they are not violating the rules, and they do not belong to this world. The gods did not dare to fight in person because they would be punished by the rules of the Creator God. Besides, they may not be able to fix the gloomy eyes. So most of the gods hid in their soul spaces and watched with cold eyes. Humans alone cannot resist the soul spells of demons. 370 years ago, the threat of the abyssal demons intensified as the gods sat and watched. The situation in Barclay continent is the most dangerous. If the devourer is not stopped, All the people on the continent may become walking zombies. At the critical moment of the life and death of the believers, Astalia, the goddess of justice, finally gave up everything. She decided to violate the rules of the world and personally go out to solve the devil. She was the cause of the matter, and she indeed had the responsibility to solve the problem. The goddess of justice is still full of justice after all. She descended on the earth and gave the most powerful demon a fatal blow. But before she could kill the other demons, she was banished to the void for breaking the rules. As a result, the crisis in Buckley continent has not been resolved. The Knights of the Dawn actually did not lie. The most powerful Eye of Darkness was indeed killed by a knight possessed by the goddess of justice. The knights who participated in the battle founded the Knights of the Dawn decades later. There was actually nothing wrong with the Knights of the Dawn getting rid of Igraim. However, because this matter violated the rules of the world, the knights who formed the Knights of the Dawn were not willing to let people know that the goddess of justice had been exiled. So they did not mention the specific process of killing Igraim. There was no promotion of demon-slaying heroes, because the top brass of the knights knew that it was the arrival of the goddess, not the ability of the knights themselves. The Knights of the Dawn had just been formed at that time. Most of the people were indeed decent in character. It was their dogma not to lie or cheat, so no records were left. However, the crisis of the Abyss Demon still cannot be resolved. Forced to have no choice, the Dark Goddess Arida took over this burden. The teachings of the Dark Goddess are actually, there is light in the heart, but the body is in darkness. Everything in the world has light and darkness. This is not an evil sect, but the goddess of justice, of allied sects. Those who have no choice but to engage in gray industries or walk in the shadows because of life are the true believers of the Dark Goddess. Due to the emergence of the Abyss Demon, many people believe that the Dark Goddess is a heresy. This is indeed quite unfair. The name is dark, but her teachings are not black at all. Many heretics even use flesh and blood to worship Arida. This is what the three prophets said about those fools who don't understand anything. If the demon cannot be solved, then the Dark Goddess's sect may cease to exist. Those heretics will not bring the power of faith to Arida, and she does not require the sacrifice of flesh and blood from believers. The Abyss Demon must be eliminated, otherwise people's misunderstanding will deepen. So Arida finally made up her mind, and she expelled the Abyss Demons and the army of the fallen from the Buckley continent. But the Dark Goddess was also banished to the void. Arida's research on the soul is very deep, but her magic power is indeed limited, and she can only expel demons, but cannot completely destroy demons. She has not many true believers. After leaving the Buckley continent, the demons were driven to the Pender continent. At this time, the demon was no longer too strong. Eunomia, the goddess of order, used a new plan. She found a person who was not affected by soul spells, and used various illusory miracles to guide this person to grow into an excellent warrior. This person is Kavala. Kavala has elven blood. He is a mixture of humans and Noldor elves, and is considered to be born with a physique that prohibits evil. Subsequently, under the guidance of Eunomia, Kavala grew into an outstanding warrior, and he led an army to kill the Ghastly Eye. But then, the Ghastly Eye reappeared in the southern part of Pender. Spiritual bodies will not die, as long as there are fallen ones. The Ghastly Eye can be resurrected. So Kavala spent more than 10 years to completely unify the continent of Pendor, find all the demon spirits, and with the help of Eunomia and the Noldor elves, he built a demon-forbidden tower, which would appear at that time. The gloomy eye is suppressed under the tower. The Abyss Demon finally disappeared from this world, and Kavala became the supreme king of Pender. But then, as Kavala made Eunomia, the goddess of order, Pender's official faith, other gods began to cause trouble. They felt that their followers were being robbed. So, the Icy gods of Anskari, the Ovis of the Misty Mountains, and Alvid of the North. There are many more. Anyway, a lot of gods jumped out. Their followers committed crimes everywhere, and war broke out in Pender. This made Kavala and Eunomia extremely angry. They had not seen the help of these gods when dealing with demons before, but now they jumped out to share the cake? Still causing trouble if you can't get the points? Kavala was indeed the most powerful warrior at the time. He defeated all his opponents one by one and built the kingdom of Pender into a powerful country. But all the gods also learned from Eunomia's methods, guiding the growth of their respective god-chosen heroes, and constantly harassed the kingdom of Pender, looted, burned, and mutilated. As long as the believers can gain short-term benefits and gain more faith, they will guide their followers to do anything. Anyway, they have not violated the rules. They have been hiding in their own soul space. never coming forward, and never going into battle in person. The rules of the world cannot sanction them. The kingdom of Pindar continued to be harassed, and the old Bacchus Empire in the Amara continent also took the opportunity to launch a war, which was also driven by gods. The god of war and the god of love were the main gods of the old Bacchus. He suffered heavy losses in the fight against the demons and plans to occupy more territory. The goddess of order wants to reestablish order. But how can it be reestablished with constant war? Finally, the frustrated Eunomia realized that the so-called god should not exist at all. These gods are like vampires. They only know how to ask for faith. They are of no help to the world. Instead, they have been bringing all kinds of disasters. Astalia is a person with a conscience and a sense of justice. At least she is willing to make up for the mistakes she made unintentionally. But her brain that is not very easy to use also caused disasters. And the Knights of the Dawn, who lost their guidance, also become the Dawn Idiot group, and other gods. What is the difference between them and demons? As a result, Eunomia guided Kavala to launch an unprecedented war, destroying most of the gods' rules and codes, including the Temple of War and the Temple of Love in the Amara continent. All the gods are sealed in their own soul space and cannot come back. Only 2 codexes were not destroyed. Astalia, the goddess of justice, and Arida, the goddess of darkness, because their code is in the Buckley continent. And it took Kavala more than 10 years to complete the expedition to the Umla continent. It was not easy to defeat the old Bacchus Empire. The first split of the old Bacchus Empire also had Kavala. LA's credit. Later, Kavanaugh died during the expedition to Buckley. Human life is indeed a bit short. But this is enough, because the goddess of justice and darkness and Buckley continent have been exiled to the void, and they cannot come back even if there is a code. Eunomia brought Kavala's soul to the island of the god of creation and placed it in this temple. And she herself entered the void through the door left by the god of creation, in order to suppress the gods and restore order. She let Kavala started a world war and brought disaster to countless people. She could not get over this hurdle. She exiled herself too. Kavala's soul fire remained in the temple to guard the gate. Only he had the ability to stop the gods, who planned to return forcibly. Because Kavala himself also gained a lot of faith in his later years. And he was actually a god. A high king who has fought all his life, but has never been defeated will of course be admired by many people. All the gods disappeared for 100 years. In those 100 years, people did live much better than when there were gods. And the whole world regained its strength. But 100 years later, perhaps after it was confirmed that Eunomia was no longer in this world, Eunomia and Kavala received revenge. First, the kingdom of Pindar was suddenly destroyed by the Red Death. The descendants of Kavala almost lost their inheritance, and the entire country was stolen and torn apart. Subsequently, the statue of Eunomia was altered, and the goddess of order lost her most important symbol, the sun and moon timing pendant. Soon after, an apparently quite evil sect appeared and quickly invaded the great snake Aziz Dahaka in the unlocked continent of Pindar. In other words, there is no god in the entire world now. And the snake cult appeared to take revenge on Eunomia, the goddess of order? Do you think this big snake was created by other gods? Leon listened very carefully, and he understood what Kavala meant. Yes, I have blocked Aziz Dahaka here several times, and it has been trying to come to the earth. I think it, like Egram, also ran out of the soul space of a certain god, and it should have been deliberately created. But if the gate here is destroyed, the entrance and exit of the void will be closed forever, and no god will ever come to the earth again, Kavala said. At the same time, this can also send you back to the mainland where the last code is, and you will be sent there. So, I want you to take me back with you, and I want to destroy the last code. This is my mission. There are only 2 books of the codex left. Leon caused a sudden thunder and lightning attack. It is estimated that one of them has been destroyed. There is indeed the last one left. So, what should I do? Leon asked hesitantly. The stories Kavala told were probably true, but Leon was still a little worried. He was worried about Kavala's true intention of returning to the mainland. If the entrance to the void is destroyed and all the gods cannot return, will Kavala become the only god? Although he is not a god, there is no doubt that he must have the ability of a god. Otherwise, why would Eunomia let him guard this door? He is not a god, but he has the power of a god, which means that he is not bound by the laws of the world and can do things that only gods can do. He shouldn't be thinking, "Kid, you just need to relax. Don't be nervous. Don't resist. Don't think about anything. I will borrow your body for a little while." Kavala's voice became softer. "Leon, Don't believe him. He is no longer Kabbalah. He is looking for a body for AZ Dahaka. He is the first-generation high priest of the snake cult. Leon was hesitating when he suddenly heard another voice. Ulrich's voice. Chapter 343 Ulrich's Wish. Leon turned his head and looked at the torch on the wall. He knew that Ulrich's soul was here, but he didn't expect that Ulrich could talk to him. Relax. Don't think about anything. This is the only way to send you back. Kabbalah was still speaking softly, but he didn't seem to hear Ulrich's voice. Leon turned to look at Althea, who was frowning and in a daze. She didn't seem to hear Ulrich speak. What happened? Is he the only one who can hear Ulrich? Why? Leon thought with some doubts. Oh, by the way, the consciousness of the spirit body can be heard directly. But I am no longer a spirit body. Have I been saved? Why can I still hear it? Aren't only spirits able to hear each other? Leon, he is snatching your body. Can you hear my voice? Right. Your soul is about to leave your body. Get out the door. Get behind Althea. Ulrich's voice was anxious. Leon was stunned for a moment, moved his mouth, but couldn't speak, and his body was a little stiff. He realized that he had indeed been tricked by Kabbalah, and that he might be in a semi-out-of-body state, and that the question he was thinking just now was indeed heard by Ulrich. He planned to do as Ulrika said, get up and walk out the door. But he found that his body was extremely heavy, as if this body was no longer his own. My whole body was numb, like a paralyzed vegetative person, with no feeling except numbness all over my body. Leon twisted with all his strength. This time, his body finally moved, from leaning against the wall to falling to the ground. Leon, what's wrong with you? Althea noticed something was wrong and stepped forward to help Leon. She couldn't hear Ulrich's thoughts, but she could feel that Liang's condition was abnormal, and he suddenly fell to the ground unresponsive. This was naturally very wrong. Even if Leon was injured all over his body, he wouldn't be completely injured. Reaction. Liang's current state is probably on the verge of becoming a Piao. The twisting that barely made him fall to the ground has exhausted all Liang's energy. He can't make any moves now. But just when Althea touched Leon, Kabbalah's voice in Liang's mind suddenly disappeared. Althea happened to be standing between Leon and Kabbalah's brazier. Kabbalah seemed to hum, and Ulrich let out a long breath. Althea will save you. Leon, listen to me. Most of what Kabbalah said just now is indeed true. But he hid some of the most important things. In his later years, Kabbalah built temples and statues for himself everywhere, and people at that time would worship him like a god. Of course, his achievements did deserve such worship, but you should be able to understand why he did do this. You have also seen with your own eyes that there are statues of him everywhere in the Lion City. The statues in the throne room, and even the one on the dome alongside Eunomia, the goddess of order. You should know that he built it himself. Have you ever seen a king of any country who would build so many statues while he was alive? And who would let his statues stand side by side with the main god? He doesn't just want to be a supreme king. He wants to be a supreme god. And he was preparing for these things while he was still alive. He did die during the expedition to the Buckley continent. But in fact, during the expedition, he took the fleet to the continent destroyed by the Sindarin elves on the other side of the Endless Sea, the Gwendarian continent. In the completely destroyed frozen soil, he found a monster, AZ Dahaka. That is a magic weapon made by the Sindari elves. A magic monster that can drive the undead. He attracted this monster, forced the goddess of order Eunomia to come to the earth, and dragged AZ Dahaka into the void. That's the real reason why the goddess of order left. But he didn't expect that before Eunomia left. She locked him here. Huh? He wasn't guarding this door. He was sealed here by the goddess. The dragon outside, and the Nolder Senior next to you are the real gatekeepers. Senior Althea has the ability to ban demons and smooth out magic fluctuations. And that dragon has the strongest soul mana. With them here, Annie don't even think about leaving the temple. What Kabbalah wants is your body. With your body, he can leave the seal. This is the same way as Igraim left the abyss. Spiritual beings can hear each other's thoughts. These are what I just heard. They are his thoughts. Ulrich conveyed these contents to Leon in a very short time. Leon understood now. Before Kabbalah cast a spell to try to occupy Leon's body, Leon was a living person at that time, not a spirit body, and could not hear Kabbalah's true thoughts. But Ulrich could. But at that time, Ulrich was unable to convey any information to Leon. Ulrich did not have the ability to talk directly to living people like Kabbalah. After Kabbalah cast the spell silently, Leon's soul left his body and could hear Ulrich's thoughts. So Ulrich seized this short opportunity and saved Leon's life. Leon can imagine the danger involved. Althea can block soul spells. She is equivalent to a moving magic forbidden tower. If it weren't for Althea's presence, he would definitely not have been able to escape, and his body would have been silently taken over. Your Majesty, why did you save me? Speaking of which, you probably don't like me. I am indeed a descendant of Kavala. Althea was checking Liang's status at the moment, and Liang took advantage of the fact that he could still communicate with Ulrich and asked about more things. I know that you are the child of Helen and Leonardo, and I also know that you are the child of the prophecy. But if I don't save you and let Kavala use your body to return to the continent of Pendor, that has something to do with my family. Everything must not even be left with ashes. Leon, although I don't like you very much, but at least I know that you will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. And I should thank you for the kindness you carved on my tombstone. Speaking of which, these Kavala told me everything. That was indeed Leon's goodwill. What he engraved on Ulrich's tombstone was, he fought alone and unyieldingly in the face of a powerful enemy on the most dangerous battlefield until he died heroically. May the brave soul never be lonely again. Ulrich is still the king who thinks rationally, and he actually always maintains the choice that is most beneficial to him. He was dead. Nothing else mattered. But he at least had to protect his family, especially his sister's children. If Kavala was allowed to go back, Ulrich's family, including Amy, would definitely end badly. After all, the kingdom of Lion usurped the kingdom of Pendor, and Kavala was the supreme king of the kingdom of Pendor. If he returned to the continent of Pendor, he would definitely take revenge. Ulrich, shut up. This is indeed the only way to get Leon back to the continent of Pendor. Leon, if I don't do this, you won't be able to cross the void and return to Pendor. You will be lost in the endless world. In chaos, you can never find your way back. I will not occupy your body forever. As long as I leave here, I will find a body that can live forever. I have prepared that body a long time ago. You should know. I can't lie to you now. It's true. Kavala's voice sounded again. This time, both Leon and Ulrich heard it. Only Althea didn't respond. She was trying to wake up Leon and started drawing runes again. Leon knew that what Kavala said this time must be true, because this was a communication between spirits, and it was Kavala's true thoughts. If Kavala does not possess him, he will probably not be able to return. The risk of letting Kavala possess you is too great, and it might bring disaster to the entire world. Leon believed that Kavala would not occupy his body for a long time, but he was certain that once his soul was occupied, there would be no good end. He could even guess who the so-called immortal body Kavala was talking about was prepared long ago. Maltese, the Sundari elf, who was resurrected by the snake cult. It is the only humanoid creature in the entire world that can survive for a long time, and is not a forbidden demon. The Noldor elves are naturally forbidden to possess demons, and Kavala cannot occupy their bodies. Only Maltese. Kavala is indeed the first high priest of the snake cult. Only that high priest can control Maltese. Call. But what is void? What if I don't get lost in the chaos? You are very smart, my child. Maltese is indeed the body I prepared, but I promise not to hurt you. You are my descendant. I can't hurt you. Besides, you don't know what it's like in the void. That is a world you have never seen before. Do you believe that this world is spherical? Do you believe that all the stars and the moon are dim spheres? Do you believe that there are countless worlds outside this world? Billions of them. Countless. Without my words, after you enter the void, you will not be able to find your way back to this world. Kavala obviously heard Leon's thoughts, and then passed on the information. I see. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then there's probably no one in the whole world who is more familiar with this void than me. Leon suddenly realized. Void? Isn't this the starry sky of the universe? No wonder the pattern looks like a galaxy. And looking at the cantilevered shape, it's probably the Milky Way. The so-called path cannot be found. There are too many planets, and the galaxy is too large. So it is indeed difficult to find it. But since it came from here, the exit must be nearby. Otherwise, how did those gods, who didn't understand the Chinese language, come back from the void in the first place? Your Majesty Kavala, maybe you won't hurt me, but I know you will definitely control me. Right? I'm sorry. I don't want to be controlled. You are already dead. Why go back again? There is no need to ruin the original reputation of a hero. Leon persuaded Kavala. Leon, you will regret it. Kavala was not angry. He just stopped speaking after saying this, as if he could control himself and not think about anything. Your Majesty Ulrich, would you like to use the body left by Egram to come back with me? Otherwise, I'm worried. Ulrich helped Leon, so Leon would naturally reciprocate the favor. He planned to take Ulrich back. Otherwise, Kavala would definitely take revenge on Ulrich. I can't do it. I'm just a pure human soul. I haven't built any temples or statues. I don't have the power of faith. I can't possess other bodies like demons. But Kavala can't deal with it either. If I didn't, he would have done it long ago. And he can't hurt me in this temple. If you want to do something for me, you might as well help me find Anna and bring her here to accompany me. This should have been her job originally. She was once the gatekeeper of the abyss left by the dark goddess in the world. But this abyss passage has now been placed in this temple and has become a door to the void. So Anna should also come here. Ulrich rejected Leon's kindness. He still missed his gentle and beautiful princess. The three prophets are really the gatekeepers of the abyss? Then they do so many things. Did you know about it from the beginning? Leon didn't expect that Ulrich knew everything. People can change. Leon, Kavala was also a messenger of the goddess of order. But after spending most of his life trying to suppress demons and gods, he planned to become a god. The same goes for the three prophets. They work hard to guard the gate of the abyss. But after so many years, they also want to become gods. Everyone has desires. Ulrich sighed. From wealth, to power, to longevity, then seeking immortality, then seeking eternity, and finally wanting to be the only master. People are like this, and it has nothing to do with good or evil. I understand. I will bring the sisters to accompany you. Leon understood. Ulrich does not resent Anna, nor does he care about his own death, because he has long known that death is not necessarily the end. This was also the last exchange between Leon and Ulrich, because he was revived by Althea again. Leon, what happened? You suddenly fainted. Are you seriously injured? Althea asked. No, it's not a wound. Althea, I know how to go back. Do you want to go back and see the Nolder elves? Leon moved his neck. It was very painful from the fall just now. You mean through the abyss? I can't get in. Even if I tried. Qualies, and I couldn't get in. Althea shook her head sadly. It seems that this is a problem caused by the forbidden magic constitution. After all, this channel is actually a magic portal. The Nolder can't use magic. Not because they don't have magic power, but because their blood is forbidden to use magic, and the magic power in their bodies cannot be used. But in fact, the forbidden magic physique itself is a kind of magic, and it is a very powerful magic. Just like Althea, she cannot use any concrete spells, but she can block Kava just by standing in front of Leon. Ra's soul spell. There should be another reason why Qualies cannot enter. This little dragon is the body commonly used by the god of creation. The god of creation wants to erase traces of his existence. So the little dragon may also be restricted by the laws of the world and cannot appear in the world. Other continents. The rules of the creator god are indeed very strict. Then, I will leave here tomorrow. If you need anything or have anything to say, I can bring it to the Nolder elves. Leon looked at the sleeping dragon in the lake and decided to leave after saying goodbye to it tomorrow. No, I can't let the tribe know my existence. This is what the gods have told me to do. I don't want to try to violate the wishes of the gods. Althea looked at Kavala's soul fire and decided to abide by the rules. But now that I know of your existence, will my memory here be wiped? Leon asked uncertainly. As soon as you leave this island, you will completely forget us. That's what my brother was like back then. But I have a hunch that you will come back. Althea nodded. The girl you mentioned. Wendy. I dreamed of her last night. She was praying for your whereabouts with dragon tears. She was the first child to understand the correct use of dragon tears. Chapter 344 Abyss and Void. The next day, Xiaolong looked at Leon aggrievedly, with some reluctance in his eyes. It's not that it's reluctant to leave Leon. It's mainly because it's reluctant to roast the rabbit. After Leon left, there was no one to cook barbecue for him. Althea didn't eat meat. In fact, Althea hardly eats anything. People who have eternal life are willful. Like most Nolder elves, Althea's desires are relatively indifferent, which of course includes appetite. I will definitely come here again in the future. By then, I will bring you a lot of delicious food. I promise. It won't be long. Leon rode on Quali's back and patted its neck. The reason for riding Quali's is because the dome of the temple is very high, more than 40 meters in height. The door leading to the void, that is, The Blood Hell Abyss is located in the center of the top of the dome, and he can only let Xiaolong carry him up. Riding a dragon is not a comfortable experience. Although the body of the little water dragon is soft, it is very smooth and has no handrails. Qualis is a water dragon with very fine scales, and is as slippery as oil. Moreover, Qualis is fatter, which is probably related to its greed. A dragon with eternal life is still greedy, and the result is that it becomes a fat ball. It was really difficult to sit firmly on the wide and slippery back, so Leon had no choice but to lie on it. The fat little dragon took off inside the temple, looking quite unstable. In order to maintain balance as much as possible, it had to flap its wings faster. As a result, strong winds were blown out of the temple by its wings, and it was difficult to open its eyes. Several soul fires were also knocked around. Leon was even worried that the soul fire would be extinguished by it. But after approaching the dome, a gentle suction force came, and Leon threw himself into the door, safely. Leon lay on Xiaolong's back, his sight blocked by his fat body. He didn't see that several soul fires in the temple seemed to have been extinguished by Xiaolong's wings. So dizzy, Leon thinks. When I came out of the door, I felt as if my whole body was a little lighter, and my whole body was not straining, as if all my internal organs were floating. Wait a minute. The top of your head seems to be red? Is it magma? Oh, that may not be the top of my head. I am probably in a weightless state now, floating. Maybe it is my feet. As soon as he came to his senses, Leon realized that he seemed to be falling, and it was falling headfirst. And underneath, there was fiery red magma. There are still hot bubbles. I'll do it. This is the abyss. In other words, it is the kingdom of heaven. That's right. The door in the temple was originally the Blood Hell Abyss. Leon struggled to straighten his posture, but he was still falling. But it doesn't seem to be falling fast? Oh, no. This is not falling. This is floating towards the magma in a weightless environment. Just now, he was sucked in by the door of the temple, and he jumped, so he continued to fly. But fortunately, he can still breathe, which means there is air, and he can move. Leon quickly began to imitate the appearance of the little dragon Qualis and began to flap his wings. This actually worked, and the speed began to slow down. But it's not enough. The arms can't provide as much buoyancy as the wings. Leon immediately started to untie his clothes in a hurry, pulling on his sleeves and using his clothes as wings, finally keeping himself floating steadily. There was indeed magma under my feet, but I was in a state of weightlessness. How is this possible? The magma is still bubbling. If there was no gravity here, the magma would float everywhere due to the action of steam. Leon looked at this scene in confusion that violated common sense of physics. But soon he knew why. Underfoot, many black objects appeared, like masses of black mist. But they were generally in the shape of people. The black mist is far apart from each other, and they are all twisting in the magma, maybe wailing. But Leon couldn't hear them. It looked like the black mist on Ingram. This is the evil spirit in the abyss. But these spirits seem to only be able to move on the ground. They all seem to be looking at Leon, as if they are looking up at the birds in the sky. But at this moment, the evil spirits in the magma suddenly rioted. An extremely tall evil spirit appeared quickly and stretched out its hand to grab Leon. The terrifying evil spirit seemed to be tens of meters tall, and the big hand looked bigger than the house. Leon fanned his arms in fear and tried to escape, but he was still shrouded in the hand formed by the black mist. It's true that you can't fly fast without wings. Done! Leon gritted his teeth and began to think about how to escape. But then, he was surprised to find that the terrifying, black hand actually penetrated his body and squeezed it out. This? Just bluffing? Wrong. Could it be? Is this world the other way around? Human beings cannot touch spiritual bodies in the real world, and spiritual bodies cannot touch humans in this world? I am an entity and will float weightlessly here, but my spirit body will be constrained by gravity in this world? Everything is just the opposite. Perhaps this is why they can leave the abyss after gaining physical bodies. Leon let out a long breath, kept hovering in the air, and looked around. There seemed to be a white spot of light above the head. Leon began to fly upward towards the light spot. It's not that difficult to leave the abyss. Just keep going upwards. That light spot is indeed a door. A circular door. It's obvious. But if we evaluate it in a gravity environment, the door is probably located at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters or more. No wonder this is called an abyss. The exit is so high And there is only magma inside. The evil spirits can't fly. So no wonder they can't get out. Leon confidently and boldly climbed all the way up and flew into the door that glowed with white light. Then he came to a strange place. This may be the so-called void. This so-called void does indeed look like chaos. But it is not that there is nothing, but that the surrounding environment cannot be seen from any direction. And there is only a vast expanse of white. But this is not the kind of thing where you can't see anything. It's the kind of thing where you know there is something around you, but you can't see it clearly. It's like having a dream. After waking up from the dream, you try to recall the scene in the dream, but you can't remember it. Leon was actually awake. He could even feel the pain in his neck after he fell before. It still hurts now, but he couldn't see everything around him. He didn't know what this situation was called. Maybe it was the so-called chaos. Perhaps Cavallo was right. People are indeed likely to lose their way in chaos. In fact, Leon found that he had no direction at all, and could only see a vast expanse of white in all directions. Moreover, he is still weightless and suspended. It seems that this is indeed somewhere outside the planet. In this case, of course, there is only one way to keep flying in one direction. You just need to persist and leave the way out to God. To put it simply, it's about character. But this kind of environment here will make people lose their judgment of direction. Leon knows that it is impossible for people to keep moving in a straight line without seeing the surrounding environment. Not to mention that they are still moving by flying. In order to keep himself able to walk in a straight line and avoid going in circles without realizing it, Leon planned to find a position. At the same time, I also wanted to try to see if I could see anything else in this environment. He tore a silver button from his tattered clothes. In a zero-gravity environment, everything will float, including buttons. Leon flicked the button in front of him. He didn't know where the front was, but it was the direction facing Leon anyway. The button began to fly straight. The speed was not fast, and Leon didn't use much strength. As the flight speed of the button gradually decreases, the air also has friction. The strange thing is that the button flew very far away, but Leon could always see it. It was surrounded by chaos that could not be seen clearly. But the button was always very clear. But it looked inconspicuous from a distance and was too small. Leon moved in the same direction and popped up an object again. This time it was a silver deer with a face value of 10 dinars. A magic silver coin. The positioning cost was quite high. The silver deer emits a faint blue light, which is much more conspicuous than the buttons. So this time, Leon used a little more effort. The silver deer basically flew along the trajectory of the button, flying much further than the button. But the light of the magic silver coin was more conspicuous than the button. Then, Leon began to move in the direction marked by the buttons and the silver deer. When he was about to reach the button, Leon followed the position of the silver deer again and popped out a gold coin with a larger face value. This was a golden griffin, 100 dinars, and the purple light was more conspicuous. Afterwards, Leon retracted the silver button and popped it out using the silver deer and golden griffin as reference. The reason why we do this is because we are worried that the positioning reference object will be invisible after flying too far. So we have to continue wiring again and again. People, buttons, silver deer, and golden griffins basically always form a straight line. And they will never lose their way no matter what. It is enough to have 3 auxiliary items for positioning. Just use them in a continuous cycle. Leon can even consciously correct the deviation himself, and sometimes the ball will deflect. But using the other 2 items as a reference, you can correct it during the next positioning. It was a boring flight, because all Leon could see were 2 magic coins and a button. But probably because of this, Leon became very focused and couldn't focus even if he didn't want to. This was a real. Only looking ahead. I don't know how long it took. But when Leon flicked the silver coin forward again, the silver coin suddenly disappeared. Leon sped up and followed the other 2 reference objects forward, until it hits a smooth and cold obstacle. The silver coins were gone. But he didn't see the door. He finally knew what this so-called chaos was. This so-called chaos is not that you can't really see anything, but that what Leon touches, which is deliberately created, is some kind of smooth outer wall. In other words, it is a huge cover. Leon held the magic gold coin in his hand and tried to illuminate this cover. The purple light emitted by the coins has no effect on the cover and is completely non-reflective. It feels like this is a very advanced matte effect, or a light-absorbing effect. This so-called void should be a spherical space. It's just that the space is so big that people can't see anything outside, and there's nothing inside the space. which can cause people to lose reference, sense of direction, and judgment. In addition, the outer wall of the space can absorb light without any reflection, and it looks like a chaotic state. Fortunately, Leon has a glowing magic coin in his hand that can be used as a reference. After knowing the whole story, Leon no longer had any fear of the unknown and felt much more at ease. But where is the exit? It should be around here because the silver coin is missing. Leon recalled the entrance in the temple. The entrance is invisible to the naked eye, but it casts a shadow. Perhaps this is because it is a portal connecting two spaces. Like the outer wall of this space, it does not produce any reflection, so it is invisible to the human eye? So, there should be an invisible door here too. Leon searched all over his body and took out a handful of magic coins. As a well-known rich generation in Penn Continent, Leon had quite a lot of money with him. Fortunately, he was teleported away before lightning struck him. Otherwise the gold and silver in his body would have been electrocuted into bacon. The light of magic gold coins is relatively weak, probably only a little better than fireflies. But if you hold more than 20 golden griffins in your hand, it can basically hold up an oil lamp. Unfortunately, it's still not bright enough. If there is a strong enough light source, you might be able to tell where it is by shining it directly. With the light source in his hand, Leon began to shine the light little by little along the outer wall of the space, marking the position with a blue-silver deer from time to time. I don't know how long it took after this search, but Leon was exhausted and his whole body was covered in sweat. But he didn't find it. There is no exit, no invisible door. Leon was a little anxious. There is no day or night here. Leon doesn't know how much time has passed, but it feels like several days have passed. However, he didn't feel hungry. This is not normal. He wiped the sweat from his face, and then he was surprised to find that his beard was already more than an inch long. Leon touched his hair in a panic, and pulled the hair from the back of his head to the front of his body. His long hair was already draped over his shoulders. But he originally had short hair. The nails on the hand pulling the hair have grown like monsters and are curled up. How long has it been? Time here? Does life go by faster than outside? Leon looked around in despair, then gritted his teeth and used all his strength to increase the speed of his weightless flight to the highest level. He hit the outer wall of chaos beside him. Then, everything went dark. It was indeed dark. This collision actually penetrated the outer wall directly, and came to a relatively dark environment. Leon suddenly realized it, and smiled bitterly. What the HL? This chaotic outer wall is the exit. All the outer walls are exits. No wonder the silver coins disappeared directly. No wonder the entire space was in a state of chaos that could not be seen clearly, because the entire outer wall did not reflect light. So of course it looked blurry. The entire outer wall is an exit. There is no place to cast a shadow. So of course there will be no shadow. It's just that they feel smooth and hard to the touch. I have never thought that the entire outer wall itself is a huge portal. And this outer wall will not actually hinder me. Inertial thinking kills people. Fortunately, it came out. At this time, what appeared in front of Leon was the starry sky in the universe. But it seems to be a shortened version of the starry sky. There are two suspended balls in front of him. One is blue, and the other is white. In the distance, there seem to be more similar spherical shapes, but they are not clearly visible from a distance. But these balls are not big. The two small balls next to Leon are only as big as his palm, and the ones in the distance seem very small. There are also some relatively large spheres, which are basically glowing and should be stars. Overall, it does seem to form a galaxy. And further away is the deep black sky. This is certainly not a real starry sky. This is more of a simulated environment. In other words, is it a three-dimensional projected image? Leon looked around and tried to touch the blue ball next to him. Then, he lost consciousness. Chapter 345 Kavila. October of the 357th year of the Pandey calendar. Lion City. This is the first time Kawila has come to the city known as the center of the continent. But she was disappointed, because she did not see the legendary flourishing scene. She only saw the wounded everywhere and countless haggard residents who had struggled in the quagmire of war for a whole year. The city wall is still tall, but it is somewhat dilapidated, and the traces left by trebuchets and wall-cutting carts are still visible. There are no traders or nobles in bright clothes or angry horses in the city. They must have all run away. Only lean warriors and ragged civilians were still walking through the wide streets in the city. It seems to be the same everywhere. Once war breaks out, only civilians cannot escape and have nowhere to escape. It's a shabby city, but still relatively clean. Perhaps, without the nobles, the city would be much cleaner. After all, poor people will not throw away any edible or usable objects. Even dead branches and leaves. They will be collected as firewood. In addition, it was during the war, and human and horse feces were collected as city defense supplies. There were no shops on the streets, and there were no people in the pubs. So naturally there would be no vomit or various residues produced. Kavila suddenly remembered what Sir Roland said. There is no garbage in the countryside. And everything has a purpose, only big cities have so much garbage. Because life in the city does not comply with the laws of nature. Sir Roland is indeed a wise philosopher. Kavila thinks. Even Lion Lake City, where Sir Roland is located, looks more reassuring than Lion City because there are Knights of the New Dawn patrolling the streets of Lion Lake City everywhere. In the Lion City, most people had sad faces and hurried steps. They were either making weapons or repairing city defenses. Everyone was very busy. The tall palace doesn't look very gorgeous. According to legend, isn't this a golden palace? Why are there only mottled stone walls now? Where did all that gold go? The irises outside the palace were still in bloom. But it made the palace, which seemed a bit simple and even dilapidated, even more deserted. There were not many attendants in the palace. And there were also very few maids. The guards at the door were quite energetic. But they were not the full-body silver armor that Kawila had imagined for the royal guards. Most of the guards wore red inlaid armor, carried long bows, and carried shields. They seemed to pursue practicality rather than beauty. Kawila sighed with regret. She took the initiative to invite her to come to Lion City to deliver the message. She didn't expect that what she saw was such a simple city. At this time, Kawila was waiting for the summons from the Lion Queen Amy outside the throne room. Miss Cabela, Your Majesty agrees to allow you to participate in the Imperial meeting. Please come with me. A burly guard opened the door and waved to Kawila. Your Excellency Sigismund, Sir Roland asked me to say hello to you. Kawila bowed. That guard is Sigismund, who currently serves as the commander of the Lion City Defense Army. Huh. As long as you don't point that long slicing knife at me again. Come with me and put the weapon on the stand. Sigismund shook his head and pointed to the weapons rack in the throne room. I'm sorry. It was a misunderstanding at the time. I thought you were the Vanscary pirate. After all, you were fighting side by side with that Doom Seeker at the time. Kavila glanced at Sigismund's lower body, then inserted her long knife into the weapon rack. The long knife was very strange. The long shaft was equipped with a broad blade that was more than a foot long and as wide as the palm of your hand. The broad blade extended out a sharp sword tip, and the overall shape was irregular. At the same time, there is a sharp spike on the back of the broad blade knife, just like an ordinary long-handled broad-bladed knife. Two spikes are pulled out from the two flat, edgeless positions. This should be regarded as a strange-shaped halberd. It can stab, slash, and chisel like a sword. This is Kawila's unique weapon. It was picked up from Thunder Ridge, outside Shirhu City. This Thunder Ridge is actually the place where Liang disappeared. It was named by Sir Roland in memory of the brave Duke of Changha Town. But Kawila has never actually met Liang. She has only heard some of Liang's stories from Roland. For example, defeating the three prophets, strangling the Jada people, or triggering thunder and tying the devil with chains to bear the lightning strike. Sir Roland never lied. He said it was all what he saw with his own eyes. Kavila felt that a warrior who could be so respected by a saintly man like Sir Roland should indeed be a legendary hero. However, after the legendary hero disappeared, the Lion Kingdom was in a bit of misery. Last August, after it was confirmed that the Duke of Changha Town was missing, the Lion Kingdom was declared war by several other countries at the same time. Like a piece of plump fish, everyone wants to take a bite. By now, Lion City, Harlingsburg and all the lands west of Foxtown have all fallen one after another. At present, only the eastern region and the Biba Gulf are left in the Lion Kingdom. Sir Roland established the Knights of the New Dawn in Lion Lake City, and later set up a defense line in Foxtown with Lord Leofric. Sir Father provided them with logistical support in Lion Lake City. The Knights of the Silver Hand guard Harlingsburg, and Gundor the Doom Seeker is also there. The defense of Lion City was commanded by Lord Godric, and Sigismund was appointed as the commander of the defense forces of Lion City. Obeying Godric's command, everyone worked together and finally saved the central axis of the Lion Kingdom, so that the Lion City was not cut off. Coupled with the support of the Bacchus Empire, the entire country has continued to resist this year. And the war has never stopped for a moment. Kawila joined Sir Roland's team in Lion Lake City last August. At that time, Kawila went to Lion Lake City from the village of Kurum in Fields Way. She was the army cook hired by King Vides. But in Lion Lake City, Kawila experienced an unbearable disaster. On a thunderstorm day, she was abused by a group of Vans-carry pirates in Lion Lake City in a courtyard in the city. When a young and beautiful woman encounters a group of drunk Vans-carry pirates, everyone can probably understand the kind of abuse she will experience. But it was not Sir Roland who saved her, but she herself. Those Vans-carry pirates were subordinates of King Vides. Kawila was mistreated when she was besieged by the Fallen in Lion Lake City. This was also inevitable during the war. A group of pirates, who believed that they were certain to die, in desperate times can do anything. Seriously speaking, Leon also has to bear some responsibility. If he hadn't led Vides to Lion Lake City to fight against Egram, Kawila would not have suffered such a disaster. But Kawila did not seek life and death like ordinary girls. Even after being mistreated, she continued to provide food and wine to the pirates. After they were all drunk, she tied up all those guys, castrated them all, and then watched them bleed to death. 2 of them stopped bleeding midway, and she stabbed them again at the same location. At that time, Kawila did not have a long knife for cutting people. Later, Vides evacuated Lion Lake City, and Kawila met Sir Roland's team. At that time, Leon had just disappeared, and Sir Roland entered Sherhu's city to clean up the mess. When we saw her, she was being harassed by another rogue, and the pirates tore her clothes before she was standing naked in the rain. She wanted the heavy rain to wash away the humiliation on her body, but her embarrassed appearance attracted some malicious peeps. Sir Roland drove away the scoundrels who harassed her, and drove away all those who tried to get close. He also sent all the soldiers away, leaving her alone in the courtyard in the rain, and gained her last dignity. When she walked out of the courtyard, Sir Roland remained outside, his back to the gate. At that time, Roland said to her gently, "Madam, I heard about you. Maybe the goddess Astalia gave those Vans-carry people to you as a test of your courage. And it's admirable to be brave enough to get through this." Kawila's tears fell immediately. Her hometown of Kulam is a fishing village on the coast of Fields Way. Of course, the girls in the fishing village have little education, and most of the men there are relatively barbaric. This is the first time that Kawila has encountered an aristocratic man using such politeness. Way to speak to yourself. Moreover, she knew that if she returned to her hometown, the men around her would point fingers at her, and even do more evil things. She also knows that from now on she will face more violence and malice. Most men will no longer give her any respect, and it will be difficult to find a real partner. But Sir Roland still regarded her as a noble lady, and was always courteous. Dignity is priceless. Kawila has since become a follower of Sir Roland. However, Roland did not want the girl to go to the battlefield and did not accept Kawila as a warrior. So she, like Irano, became a priest apprentice of the goddess of justice. After that, Roland took Kawila to the place where Leong disappeared, which is Thunder Ridge. At that time, Amy had just issued a search order to see the person alive and the body dead, and Roland also wanted to try to find any clues. This search was a real dig, and almost the entire Thunder Ridge was leveled. No clues related to Leon were found. But Kawila found a long knife. This long knife was originally supposed to be a very good quality broad-bladed broadsword, which was a flathead machete with a long handle. But when Kawila found it, its blade had been shattered and melted together with some messy fragments. This was probably caused by thunder, because the wooden pole was fine and looked particularly strong. Although this was a broken weapon, Kawila felt it was handy, so she carried it on her back. She then had a bit of a run-in with Gundor the Doomseeker. Gundor is actually here to help. He also wants to find Leong. But Kabela thinks that Gundor is also a Vans-carry pirate. She hates pirates, hates all pirates, and hates all Fildiswise. If Vides hadn't been able to move quickly, Kabela would have even poisoned the food and castrated all of Vides' army one by one. As a result, Gundor was forced to fight with Kawira. What's outrageous is that Gundor is no match for Kawila. To be precise, it was Gundor who was unwilling to hurt anyone and was restrained. He was not the opponent of the broken long knife. Gundor tried to fight off Kawila's weapon, but when he hit the long knife, his own weapon was chopped off. Broken. The long knife, that looked messy after being struck by lightning, turned out to be extremely sharp. If Sigismund hadn't come to the rescue in time, Gundor would have been almost castrated. In fact, Sigismund was almost castrated by Kawila because he saved people. because he also looked like the Vanscary pirate. But fortunately, no real accident was caused. But since then Kawila has had her own name, the Eunuch. The long knife was later repolished and became an exclusive human slicing long knife tailor-made for Kawila. Her long sword is basically designed to target the opponent's lower 3 lanes. It is quite a deterrent to men. Although her martial arts skills are not very good, no one dares to challenge her in a duel. So at this time, Sigismund didn't even dare to walk in front of Kawila. "Your Majesty, Miss Cabela has arrived." Sigismund turned sideways and pushed open the door of the Imperial Conference Room. There were only 4 people sitting at the round table. Queen Amy was sitting at the head, without a crown. Her face was haggard, but her eyes had become extremely sharp. On her right is Godric. Godric wears a golden brooch on his chest. The brooch in the shape of a lion's paw is the hand of the king, which is the emblem of the Prime Minister. But the position of Prime Minister may not have brought him any benefits. In this year, he has changed from a head full of black hair to a gray temple. On Amy's left is Alina. She still has the same bookish look, but she no longer smiles and is a little silent. The last person was Eric, with a thick record book in front of him. But he is not a clerk, and the current Imperial Council does not have a clerk. Eric is now the head of the House of Nobles of the Lion Kingdom, which is actually the head of logistics. "Cabela, please sit down." Amy's voice was very indifferent. She probably hadn't smiled for a long time. "Has Sir Roland encountered any trouble? Is the Fox Town unable to withstand it?" "No. No one attacked Fox Town. Sir Roland asked me to bring this letter. This is a trophy obtained from a heretic." Kawila also became serious. She took out a scroll from her arms and handed it to Godric. "At the same time, he thinks that those heretics seem to be taking orders from a little girl." Godric unfolded the scroll and read, "At the end of October, Her Majesty Denise will personally lead the army back to the Lion City and make preparations." "Is it gone? Who wrote it to whom?" Eric asked a little strangely. "No, I don't know who wrote it to whom. But Denise is only 10 years old this year. How can she lead the army?" Godric checked the note over and over several times and put it on the table with a puzzled look on his face. Denise is Ulrich's little daughter, the one born to Elian and the Queen. And that child is now made king by Brennus. Of course, it was not recognized by the nobles. But if Brennus conquers the Lion City, then Denise will definitely be recognized by many nobles. The so-called Orthodox and rebels mainly depend on who has the biggest fist. "I did see a little girl appearing among the heretics from a distance. I don't know if that is the Denise you mentioned. So the teacher asked me to come over and tell you personally." Kawila gestured to her chest. "About this height. If you are 10 years old, it should be about the same." Chapter 346, The Queen's Decision. "That little princess is the 3 prophets?" Eric blurted out. Several people looked at each other. "Perhaps so. It is already known to everyone that Brennus and the 3 prophets cooperated. If the army of the fallen had not suddenly appeared, Xiaoyan Bei would have been captured long ago." Godric sighed. "But that's not right. Currently there is no territory for Brennus around the Lion City. His sphere of influence only extends to the area around Caneburg. It is said that he even had a conflict with the Filswhite people of Highcliffe Castle. How to attack the Lion City? Fly over?" Alina stood up and said, "Besides, his son is still in my hands, so he can't possibly ignore Marbot's life." "Right. How could he attack the Lion City? It's possible for Brennus to do anything now. I wouldn't be surprised even if he wants to marry that little girl. I even think he is a puppet now." Godric shook his head and looked behind Amy. A map hangs behind Amy. Currently, in the Lion Kingdom, only the eastern region and the Biba Gulf are still under control. Cliff Bay, Mystery Castle, Cairn Castle and other places, which were once the northwest of the Lion Kingdom, are now the territory of Brennus, or the territory of heretics. This place is full of heretics and fallen people. Godric and Leofric were besieged by the fallen and forced to evacuate Moor Castle. Brennus got a chance to breathe. And then he established Princess Denise as king, declared that his side was the Orthodox, and then launched a counterattack behind the fallen. At that time, the Crow people returned to the north, and the Filswhite people suffered heavy losses in Lion Lake City. Brennus' counterattack was unstoppable for a while, so he launched an attack all the way south, once breaking through Harlingsburg and reaching the foot of Lion City. The marks of stone throwing and wall cutting on the walls of Lion City were left by Brennus' troops. In fact, there were people in Lion City who defected to Brennus at that time, and some nobles were lobbying Amy to surrender. and even more nobles were trying to cooperate inside and outside. There are also many people who take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. But after Amy led the female soldiers to personally arrest more than a dozen noble families, no one dared to mention surrender anymore. And there was no more noise in the throne room. She was sentenced to treason and desertion. Some nobles who committed serious crimes were hanged, and their families were expelled outside the city. At the same time, she also drove all the nobles who planned to defect to Brennus or surrender outside the city, allowing them to face Brennus' army directly. In fact, those people didn't have time to see Brennus at all, because they met the fallen first. This resulted in thousands of people dying outside the Lion City. After Liang disappeared, Amy's heart became much crueler than before. Without Liang's protection, now, she must protect herself. Although this response quickly earned Amy the title of Tyrant. No matter what, the Lion City was united, and no one was trying to cause trouble anymore. Moreover, the fact that Brennus fought with the Fallen was completely exposed in front of everyone. The Fallen did not know how to cooperate, and the tragedy under the Lion City was caused by them. After discovering that Brennus's army appeared together with the Fallen, most people in the entire Lion Kingdom now regarded Brennus as a heretic demon, and they resisted extremely resolutely. The Lion Knights, which already had a bad reputation, have become something that everyone wants to beat up. After that, Brennus made no progress in the Lion City. But Godric and Close led the Silver Hand to surprise Harlemberg and succeeded, cutting off Brennus's retreat, and Brennus had to quickly withdraw the troops and return to Qiaoyan Bay. After this, Brennus made no further attacks. Fieldsway and Crow Kingdom have also fought big battles with the Fallen, so naturally they will not cooperate with Brennus. Although the kings of these two countries are not kind people, at least they are the kings of the same country. There is really no way to join forces with the devil. Therefore, it is difficult for Brennus's power, or the heretical power, to expand. Everyone knows that there are a large number of fallen people in Brennus's territory, which is not easy to deal with. Of course, no one will attack them in a big way, but as long as they appear elsewhere, everyone will do their best to resist them. The Howling Castle, Short Howling Village, Asgard and other places have been captured by Fieldsway. Howling Castle and Short Howling Village are actually sparsely populated, but Asgard is a big town, and Count Edenov, Red Sword, leads a large army to be stationed here. The fort of Keladin was occupied by the Desha Lord Caliph Tahir. It was also a densely populated city. However, after Tahir conquered the fort of Keladin, he lost his power in Sinjar. Hill's men and the Knights of the Dusk all drove out Singal. Today, Singal has once again become an independent city-state, refusing entry to any lord from any country. General Agathon's troops are stationed in Lushin village. General Creon's troops are stationed in Belmont Fall. These are reinforcements sent by the Bacchus Empire, and they are indeed helping the Kingdom of the Lion to fight. Moreover, these two generals would never harm the civilians of the Lion Kingdom. But everyone knew that the continuous wars with Fieldsway and Desha were all caused by them. Lushin village and Belmont Falai are both located next to Lushin Lake. They are important agricultural towns around Lysher City. They were also the two most densely populated places in the Lysher Kingdom. The army of the Bacchus Empire is entrenched in these two places, with the obvious intention of quickly returning all the output of the most fertile land in Lion City to Bacchus through Lushin Lake and the Sava River. Up to now, the Lion Kingdom has become poorer and poorer in this year, while the Bacchus Empire has basically fully recovered its strength. But in any case, there are indeed no Brennus or heretical forces around the Lion City. In fact, the only one that has the ability to directly attack the Lion City is the Bacchus Empire. Some time ago, the Fieldsway were repulsed, should be unable to launch an attack for the time being. Moreover, the two generals of the Bacchus Empire are also principled. They may not try their best when encountering the Fieldsway or Desha people, but they will definitely kill the heretics and degenerates. No matter how powerful the heretic army is, it cannot directly attack the Lion City by bypassing so many surrounding forces. Perhaps this heretic's letter has nothing to do with Qiaoyan Bay. Kawila suddenly suggested a direction that no one expected. If it has nothing to do with Qiaoyan Bay, then who is this letter sent to? There should be no spies in Lion City anymore, let alone heretical female soldiers patrolling every day. Everything is normal. Godric was puzzled. I don't know. But that little girl, what's her name? Denise. Right. Where is her hometown? Is there anyone else at home? Her relatives and friends must want her to be the king, Kavila asked. It is true that the girl in the fishing village has little culture, But perhaps it is this simple logic that allows her to see the most overlooked places. Of course, there is no one in Princess Denise's family. Her biological father is Elian. Her adoptive father is Ulrich. And her mother is the former queen. They are all dead, including all her maids. Therefore, no one subconsciously thought about whether this little princess, whose body was probably possessed by the three prophets, had other family members. Her hometown should be in Belanley. We need to check it out. If something happens to Belanley, then the problem will be serious, Eric murmured. Belanley town is Queenstown, and it is also the fiefdom of the queens of the Lion Kingdom. It is called the back garden of Lion City, and Ulrich is also buried there. Due to the war that has been going on for more than a year, almost all the western parts of the kingdom have fallen into the hands of other countries. During this period, countless people who fled came to Belanley town or Lion City. At this time, in Belanley, there were probably more refugees than the population of Lion City. Military control had to be implemented when entering Lion City, and most ordinary people stayed in Belanley. Especially the central area of Queenstown is now a place where tens of thousands of refugees gather. And it is also a place where Amy has been trying her best to provide relief, in order to allow those refugees to survive. She even sold off all the gold jewelry in the royal palace of Lion City, and most of the food production of Bailu Castle and Maxiangling was consumed in this area. A few days later, the throne room. There was a riot in Belanley. Those refugees were instigated by some people with ulterior motives and attacked our food distribution stations that were providing disaster relief. We had too few manpower to deal with it, and the food for disaster relief was robbed. Eric frowned and said, "The situation is now difficult to control. It's best to seal off the whole city. We may have to face a difficult battle. The patrol has encountered some rioting refugees. General Cryon also sent a message to mention this matter. Some mobs went to Belmont Vale. Cryon does not want to harm civilians. He plans to temporarily withdraw his troops. Otherwise, he will definitely a more serious conflict will occur." Godric was also very anxious. But if Creon withdraws his troops, the Filswai and Desha people will definitely turn all those refugees into slaves. This was done by the nobles who originally lived in Queenstown. They claimed that the long war had made it impossible for them to live, and they said they wanted to welcome Denise as king and end the war. But in fact, some of them took the initiative. I went to Qiaoyan Bay a few times and probably negotiated a deal with the three prophets. Alina held a small book, which was the information obtained by her spies. I'm afraid our manpower is not enough to stop the incited mob. The reserves in Lion City are also. Eric is still carefully calculating military supplies. Okay, don't say anything anymore. Amy stood up, lowered her head, and braced her arms on the conference table. Nobles. Heh. Nobles. Do they really want the Lion City that much? For power. They can collude with the devil, betray anyone, and even sit back and watch everyone become corrupted. Perhaps this is because I am a woman. And also a tyrant. Amy sneered, suddenly stood up and walked down the silver throne, walked to the middle of the throne room, raised her head and looked at the dome. Everyone. I dreamed about Leon last night. He was covered in wounds. His face was full of beard, and his hair was longer than mine. Amy turned her back to everyone and suddenly talked about her dream on this serious occasion. I remember he said something to me, but I couldn't hear it. I was shouting to him, but he didn't seem to hear me. I can see him holding a handful of magic gold coins, as if he is looking for something. Probably his lost coins. Maybe he is saying that he left me so much wealth, but all of it was lost. I'm exhausted. As she spoke, Amy shed tears. She wiped away her tears, closed her eyes, and turned around. I think he will be back soon. Amy, my child, you are probably tired. You go and rest. I will take care of this. Eric, get your manpower. Godric held Amy's shoulders distressfully to comfort her, and then turned around to make arrangements. No, father, I want to give up Lion City. Just like Leon asked Emperor Marius to give up Siyuan City. I don't want to get stuck in this quagmire anymore. Amy walked back to the throne. Leon once left us the most wealth in the entire continent, but all of it was completely consumed by this bottomless pit in this year. Thousands of people were sent to the battlefield by us, and hundreds of thousands of refugees were displaced. This like an abyss. Alina has persuaded me many times to give up Lion City. But I am not willing to do so. I was wrong. Alina, I should have returned to Chang'e Town long ago. This time, I have made up my mind. And I hope you are willing to let me be so willful. I will take away everything in Lion City, including everyone who is willing to leave. I will give this city together with Harlem Castle to those greedy noble. Don't they want this city? Give them. The first full moon night in October. Winter Advent. In Barangay Town. Beside Lucian Lake. In a gorgeous cemetery. A man with unkempt hair and ragged clothes was being fished out of the lake. This guy looks like he's about to die. Refugees are everywhere. Why bother with him? And he's still a man. We're in the cemetery now, so it's easy to be discovered. A female warrior persuades another woman with a shovel. Today is Winter Advent. No one will come to the cemetery. And there has just been a riot in this town. So no one will care about us. Didn't you see what he was holding? If I'm not mistaken, it's gold coins. I'm short of money right now. The woman who was salvaging the man looked to be in her 30s, and was wearing a blue unicorn robe. She was a noble. And a Ficadia noble. Blue background. White unicorn. This was the coat of arms of Queen Ficadia. Your Majesty, you should not touch these filthy lowlife people. The female warrior shook her head, stretched out her hand to separate the queen, and used a shovel to pull the man floating in the lake. I've been kicked off the throne. So how can I still be so particular? Wait, this guy is a noble. Look at his clothes. The woman known as the queen suddenly screamed. The man in the lake could vaguely see a small golden emblem. A golden griffin. On his tattered black clothes. That's true. How can a commoner have gold coins? Since he is a noble. It doesn't matter. The female warrior dropped the shovel and immediately took action, dragging the man out of the lake. It seemed that she was only willing to touch the noble with her hands. Is there any hope? Hey, what kind of gold coin is this? I've never seen it before. The queen began to pry the man's fingers and pulled out a few shimmering gold coins from his clenched hand. His heartbeat is very slow. He probably can't be saved. The female warrior touched the man's heart and shook her head. Then bury him. I took his money, so I should find a good place to build a grave for him. There must always be something in return. The queen sighed with some regret. It's a pity. If we can save him, he might be able to bring more money or some troops. Then, let's bury him in this tomb. This is the tomb of the Lion King. It's worthy of him. Dig the tomb quickly. Your Majesty, the burial objects of the Lion King are definitely worth more than those few gold coins. You can't build an army with such little money. The female warrior picked up the shovel and pointed to a tombstone not far away. The tombstone reads, Here is buried King Ulrich, a promising king who inherited the wisdom of our great ancestor Williat and the previous king. Chapter 347 Prophet. Yes, these two women were originally here to rob the tomb. Tomb robbing is a common activity no matter which country it is in. After all, this job is quite lucrative. Many high-ranking officials and dignitaries' burial objects are extremely valuable. If you dig them out, you might become rich overnight. It is difficult to preserve the tombs of most important figures intact. And the higher the quality of the tomb, and the more solidly it is built, the more difficult it is to preserve it. Because everyone can imagine that a tomb that is built very solidly will most likely contain valuable funerary objects. Otherwise, why would it be built so solidly? Therefore, most cemeteries will have great keepers. But tomb keepers are actually a high-risk job. Especially the tomb keepers of kings' tombs. King Ulrich's cemetery is of course guarded. And the standards are quite high. After all, this is the cemetery of 2 generations of Lion Kings. Ulrich's father, the Mad King, is also buried here. There are 2 squadrons that guard the cemetery on a daily basis. If nothing happens to the more than 200 soldiers, ordinary tomb robbers will have no hope of even getting close to the cemetery, let alone digging graves. But unfortunately, a big accident happened in Barangay Town a few days ago. The previous continuous wars caused an influx of tens of thousands of refugees into Barangay Town. These refugees rioted a few days ago, smashing, looting and burning everywhere, causing huge chaos. Of course, the mob would also target the king's tomb. Thousands of people flocked to the cemetery and fought a bloody battle outside the cemetery. The troops guarding the cemetery were completely annihilated. Afterwards, the mob dug up the Mad King's tomb and made it larger, making it look more valuable. Perhaps it was because the tomb of the Mad King was rich in funerary objects. In order to compete for the property, the mob dug up the tomb and then started internal strife. Thousands of people got into a large-scale fight. Before the fight was over, several regular armies from different countries arrived. Although the number of regular troops was only 1/10 that of the mob, These mobs had no armor or horses. They did not dare to confront them head-on, so they dispersed and fled in all directions. Since the cemetery had been destroyed in a mess, several regular troops probably thought that the king's cemetery was completely destroyed. They split up and chased the mob away. As a result, the cemetery was completely unattended. In addition, today is the Winter Advent Festival, which is the goddess's blessing day. Everyone in the Lion Realm will pray to the goddess on this day and usually will not go out. So this night, there was absolutely no one in the cemetery. The two women took the opportunity to come over and try to see if they could get anything valuable. While the Mad King's tomb is indeed empty, Ulrich's remains. However, these two women were obviously not professionals in this kind of civil engineering. They dug for a long time without digging. Instead, they saw Leon floating in the lake. Your Majesty, this king's tomb seems to be quite simple. Do you think his burial objects are enough for you to form an army? The female warrior asked as she dug. Stop talking and dig quickly. Your Majesty Ulrich. I'm sorry. I have no choice but to ask for your forgiveness. The queen was digging in the soil while mumbling something very polite. She had probably never used a shovel before, so the way she used the shovel looked like she was wielding a sword. Boom! After a long time, the sound of the shovel hitting the woodwork was heard as the coffin was finally dug. Quick! Quick! Look! Shovel the soil again. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Why isn't the coffin lid nailed? Oh! You don't care whether it's nailed or not. Look at what's inside. Ah! How could it be? Empty? How could it be empty? Are we late? That's not right. His grave has never been dug up. Besides, no one could steal the body. Could it be? The two women were busy talking in low voices. Behind them, the unkempt man lying on the ground slowly moved. Isn't this place clean? His. The female warrior stood up straight, looked left and right, and then looked at the bright full moon in the sky. On a full moon night, the lake reflects the pale moonlight. The cemetery is messy, and the coffin is eerie. A gust of wind blew by, causing the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees to sway and make a rustling sound. Don't talk nonsense. The queen shuddered, and her voice started to tremble. Bury that man. At least I got a handful of gold coins. So it's not in vain. Sigh. Maybe the goddess won't let us use this dishonorable way to obtain military expenses. The female warrior also started to tremble, and she couldn't help but rub her shoulders, probably because she got goosebumps. Your Majesty Ulrich. We really don't mean any harm. We will find someone to keep you company. May your soul no longer be alone. Well, no longer alone. The woman known as the queen whispered in a trembling voice. Apparently, when she was digging the grave, she saw the inscription on the back of the tombstone. The two women began to look around while hurriedly lifting the man and placing him into the coffin. Then, they lifted the lid of the coffin placed nearby. But just as he was about to put the lid on the coffin, the man in the coffin suddenly sat up. Mom! Ah! The two women threw down the lid and ran, running extremely fast, their screams echoing in the night. Ahem! Cough! Cough! The man in the coffin coughed violently and said, as if talking to himself, Ahem! Who the H? L through the gate of the abyss to the bottom of the lake! You've tricked me! Of course. This man is Leon, who just came back from the void. He has always had bad luck since he arrived in Pendor. And his luck was particularly bad this time. When he touched the three-dimensional projection of the planet, he immediately lost consciousness. But this is actually not a normal phenomenon. He will lose consciousness, mainly because he appeared underwater at that moment. And it's very deep water, without any buffer. The water pressure suddenly increased by an unknown number of times, instantly rendering him unconscious. This is the human body's automatic protection. When fatal danger approaches, the body will automatically close its consciousness and put it in the lowest consumption state. This automatic reaction of the human body is faster than the nerves transmitting information to the brain. Leon fell into a coma without even seeing anything clearly. The automatic protection mechanism of coma can often prevent fatal injuries. But the problem is that Leon was unconscious in the water. It was considered a good thing that he didn't drown on the spot. If no one took care of him, there would definitely be a big problem. After this, he had a long dream. He dreamed that he was at the bottom of a very deep lake, with fish swimming around in the lake. And at the deepest point in the center of the lake, there were two dark pages, which were the gates of the abyss. The last code. It seems to be the case. Where the code is, there he will return. Liang had a strong feeling that the dream was his current state. This feeling is like your own soul watching you from the side. Later, he dreamed that he slowly rose to the surface and floated along with the current. I don't know how long it has been floating. Until now. Wait. I think I heard him coughing? The queen, who was running, suddenly stopped and turned around to look. Don't worry, run. It must be a devil or a ghost. The female warrior was still in shock. She swallowed her saliva and decided to stay away from this terrible place. No. He seems to be a living person? Ghosts can't cough. Right. The queen reacted, turned around and walked towards Liang. Your Majesty. Your Majesty the queen. Hey. The female warrior looked around in panic, then stamped her feet and followed. It seemed that her loyalty to the queen had finally overcome her fear of the unknown. Who are you? What time is it now? Asking for the name and the time is a normal reaction for most people after waking up from a coma. My name is Bodize. It's the night of winter advent. Can't you tell by looking at the moon? It's only a full moon once a month. Daisy felt that this sloppy man was probably still a little unconscious. No. I mean, what year is it now? Liang shook his head and stretched out his hand to take a look. The fingernails were half the length of a finger and rolled inward into a sharp arc. Pater calendar 357. Daisy also shook her head and looked at the man in front of her with sympathy. Well, it seems that you have been drowning for too long, and you may have become ill. This is your money. Since you are not dead, take the money, go back, and get treatment. She probably thought that Liang was not very smart. It's been so long. Dicey, I must thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have become disabled even if I didn't die. Although you were only here for money. Liang didn't take the gold coins, and after washing his face with the lake water, he began to sincerely thank the queen. You shouldn't call Her Majesty the Queen by her first name. You should call her Your Majesty. You are offending a queen. The female warrior nearby shouted, very dissatisfied. Oh, queen? But you really don't look alike. You look a bit like technicians engaged in another profession. If I read correctly, this seems to be the coffin I buried for King Ulrich with my own hands. Liang looked at the two women, and then looked at Ulrich's grave. The scene was a little awkward. You buried it with your own hands? Who are you? The female warrior looked at Liang warily, holding the hilt of the sword at her waist. My name is Liang, Duke of Changha Town. Liang looked at the female warrior. Do you have scissors or a knife? I have to take care of myself. Duke Liang? I've heard of you. Daisy screamed in surprise, and then sighed. Hey, I can't help it. If there is another way, I won't desecrate the king's tomb. Bodize is truly a queen. She is from Phacadia, and she briefly ruled the kingdom of Phacadia. Phacadia is an island country with a total population of only 50,000 to 60,000 people, located in the southwest of Pendor continent. It was a country where feminism was paramount. The class status of Phacadia from low to high is as follows: men, eunuch slaves, eunuch warriors, female commoners, female warriors, and female nobles. Yes, men who have not been castrated have a lower status than slaves in Phacadia. They are simply props used by women for fun and are basically bedding. The women there are actually married to women. This feminist society has developed to this day, and most women regard their best friends as their lovers. As for reproduction, they basically get randomly conceived while having fun with bedding. As for those bedding objects, after their physical functions have deteriorated, they will be upgraded to become eunuch slaves, and then engage in daily chores, such as farming or working hard. 10 years ago, after traveling around the world, Dicey returned to Phacadia and took over the position of queen. She felt that the entire country could no longer maintain this state. Since the founding of Phacadia, the goddess Phacadia has never come again. This kind of society, without family values, has caused various violent incidents to continue to occur in the country. Tragedy. At the same time, once men are about to be castrated, most of them will resist. Even if they don't resist, they will be disloyal to the country. Riots and conflicts often occur, and high-pressure supervision must be maintained at all times. However, the few female warriors who have to resist foreign enemies and supervise the country are really stretched. Moreover, most men were castrated, which prevented many civilian women from having the opportunity to have children, and the entire country's population has been unable to grow. In order to maintain the domestic situation, the women of Phacadia had no intention of creating new things. So there has been almost no development in Phacadia for more than 100 years. If it weren't for the fact that Pendor and Amara were both in chaos and all countries had no intention of dealing with them. They would have been destroyed long ago. 10 years ago, Baldaisi saw muskets in Buckley continent, and also heard about the war in Medenheim. Medenheim had the same population as Phacadia, but it was a country rich in macho men. Baldaisi, we know that the comprehensive combat power of the Medenheimers is much stronger than that of Phacadia. Now that Medenheim has been beaten like that, Baldaisi feels that if this continues, Phacadia will probably be conquered by the Barclay Empire. It's impossible to rely on the goddess Phacadia every time to turn over the Jedi. Right? Therefore, Baldaisi, who was deeply in crisis, planned to reform. She tried to make Phacadia a little bit more progressive in terms of equality between men and women. She planned to give some outstanding men aristocratic status to facilitate the absorption of some men from other countries into Phacadia. Let some outstanding men gradually become the mainstay of Phacadia. But such reforms will undoubtedly stimulate the nerves of most female nobles, who are accustomed to the supremacy of women's rights. Therefore, Baldaisi's power was taken away by her sister. Her sister Eleanor led most of the female nobles to launch an uprising and regarded Baldaisi as a sinner who betrayed the faith. The unfinished reform was stillborn, and Baldaisi could only flee to the Pender continent with her best friends. She wanted to take back the throne that belonged to her, so she came to Pender for help. Baldaisi originally came ashore from Guangxiu Bay in Fields Way, but the status of women there was not high, and no one wanted to see her. Moreover, the local Knights of the Dawn also regard her as a heretic, as long as she is not a believer of the goddess of justice. The Knights of the Dawn will regard her as a heretic. Not to mention that Phacadia is also a famous castration kingdom. Therefore, Baldaisi headed east, planning to try her luck in Lion City. She heard that Amy Sonad, the current king of the Lion Kingdom, was a queen, and she felt that she might be able to get help from this queen. But after arriving at the Lion Kingdom, she realized that the kingdom was facing a difficult situation and was trapped in the quagmire of war. Moreover, Queen Amy has already organized the Lion City to start the city migration at this time. Moving the capital was obviously to avoid the war. In this case, it is definitely impossible to expect the support of the Lion Kingdom. Everyone moved their capital to avoid the war, so it was naturally impossible to send troops to help others fight. So Baldaisi had to find a way to find money to recruit soldiers. So she decided to visit the cemeteries in Baron Lay Town. Okay, sure enough, most people who seek to restore the country since ancient times have dug and robbed graves. Baldaisi, I can help you form an army for the restoration of the country as a reward for saving me. Leon thought for a while and gave Baldaisi a promise. Really? But how did you end up in this situation? Baldaisi's eyes lit up. But looking at Liang's current appearance, she was a little hesitant. The Duke can drown too. Leon sighed. But you have to send me back to the territory first. I'm injured now, and I'm a little dazed. He is indeed in a trance now, because he seems to be able to see himself now, as if he has God's vision. He can see himself talking to Baldaisi, and he can see the surrounding environment, the kind with no dead ends. Where are you going? Baldaisi stopped asking questions. She was more concerned about where to get the money. Chungha Town. Wait. Let's get out of here quickly. An army is coming. Leon frowned, looked behind Baldaisi, and then waved to the two women to leave quickly. Baldaisi turned around and saw nothing, but she did not object because she really should leave here immediately. This is a cemetery after all. The two women helped Leon leave the cemetery. As soon as they walked outside Baranley Town, they saw an army of hundreds of people heading straight for the cemetery in the distance. In terms of time, when Leon reminded him at that time, that army was still at least several miles away from the cemetery. How did you know an army was coming? Are you a prophet? The way Baldaisi looked at Leon was wrong. She was a little doubtful now. Was the person she saved a human or a ghost? It depends on feeling. My feeling is very good. Otherwise, why do you think I became a duke at such a young age? There is another army ahead, 2 or 3 miles away from us. Let's go to the roadside to avoid them. Leon didn't want Baldaisi to know about his abnormal situation. Moreover, he feels that his anomaly is a good thing. This kind of God's perspective can avoid many dangers and gain the upper hand in wars. Leon felt that this ability might have something to do with the god of creation or the void. Althea said that after leaving the temple of the god of creation, he would lose all memory of it. But Leon still remembered it clearly and forgot nothing. Moreover, he thought that only a few days had passed in the void. But now it was more than a year later. In other words, he had spent a full year in that void. Leon did have a strange feeling now. He felt that there was nothing in the so-called chaotic void. Maybe it is full of magic. Or the power of faith. Or the power of the soul. Whatever it is called. It should be a special kind of energy. So he didn't feel hungry at all in it. And he didn't even feel hungry or weak until now. Although he had little strength due to the injury after being struck by lightning. His spirit was extremely strong. This ability, like God's vision, is not really able to see everything. But it is able to detect the movement around it. Just like one's own spirit can cover several miles around. In fact, this feeling is very uncomfortable. And his mind feels very irritated. Because he can detect all the disturbances. But at the same time, he has first-person vision. And his mind is a bit confused. Perhaps this is the power of prophets. Leon closed his eyes and felt a little more comfortable. Then, he suddenly realized that Madigan, the original prophet Madigan, cut off his ears and covered his eyes after becoming a prophet. Is this to hide his identity as an older elf? Or because Madigan also has the same ability as himself? Chapter 348: The Man in the Tomb. After Leon closed his eyes, he never opened them again. But he can still walk like a normal person. And he can even clearly detect where there are obstacles, where there are ravines, and where there is dry soil and thin mud on the road. The two women didn't bring torches or anything like that. They went to the cemetery to do civil engineering work. And this kind of work was not exposed to the light. It was midnight now. And although the moonlight was bright, it was difficult to see the mud puddles and puddles on the road. Daisy and her female companion were walking 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. But they were surprised to find that Leon had his eyes closed, but could always precisely avoid muddy water. Although Leon doesn't seem to be in good health at the moment. There are many small wounds on his body that have been soaked in the lake water and turned white. And he feels that he may collapse at any time. But his strange performance still made Daisy feel deeply in awe. It was very similar to some legendary prophets, who opened the eyes of the sky. After walking for a short distance, Leon felt that the army in front was about to arrive. So Daisy avoided the road and helped Leon hide behind an abandoned low wall on the side of the road. But the female warrior under Daisy didn't want to get too close to Leon. She probably despised all men. Just like many nobles despised low-status criminals. The kind that washes off the skin. After taking Leon out of the lake, she even threw away her gloves. So, she hid alone behind another broken thatched shed. The recent period of war has been chaotic. And the houses on both sides of the road have been basically destroyed. Most of the troops these days are no different from bandits. When bandits rob, they can occasionally leave some food rations for nearby farmers. But when an army passes by, they are likely to leave nothing behind. This is also the reason why Leon and Daisy want to avoid the troops. When Leon went to Changha town with Sarah, he also hurriedly avoided it when he heard the sound of horse hooves. Leon could sense that this was a troop of about 500 people. But it was very different from the team that went to the cemetery before. This troop was very strange in Liang's perception. He always felt that this troop was not normal. But he can't tell what's wrong. After all, this kind of perception is not direct seeing. Many things still have to rely on the eyes and ears. It wasn't until the force got closer that Leon understood the reason for the abnormality. The troops did not use any lighting tools. No lanterns. And no torches. Moreover, except for the sound of footsteps, this troop actually made no sound. Not even the sound of breathing. Leon can be sure that he can easily detect whether there are breathing and heartbeats among the living people in this army. However, from the outside, this army is no different from ordinary people. These are not fallen people. These are undead. Your Excellency Leon, this troop looks very strange. Are they planning to sneak attack Baranley town at night? Daisy also whispered. After all, she had been the queen for more than 10 years, and was considered an experienced leader. Of course, she also felt that it looked wrong to march at night without lighting the fire. However, she didn't think in a non-human direction. Shoo! They are not alive. Don't talk. Leon raised his finger. He didn't want to alert an undead army at this time. Although his perception ability is now strong, his combat effectiveness is basically zero. The void gave him powerful perception. But it did not heal his injuries. Now he can't walk fast. If he is discovered, he will definitely not be able to run away. Daisy's eyes widened in horror. She swallowed, but she didn't make a sound. She cooperated and slowly squatted down and retracted her head. Of course, the queen now believes in Liang's judgment. After all, Leon has successfully predicted twice. And no matter what kind of army it is, Daisy doesn't want to provoke it. Leon stopped watching and sat down behind the low wall to listen carefully. But sometimes when people are unlucky, they really have to drink cold water and stuff their teeth. Liang and Bao Daisy were quiet, but the female warrior under Bao Daisy accidentally made some noise. King Ulrich? Mom! The woman screamed again and started running away quickly. Bao Daisy was shocked and tried to get up, but Liang covered her mouth. Although Liang's hand was weak at this time, Bao Daisy also calmed down under the cover. She pushed Liang's hand away, took a deep breath, and then leaned on the wall and looked over carefully. Liang also made the same move. Then, the scene that appeared in front of him made Liang a little doubtful about life. The army happened to pass in front of them at this time. The female warrior ran screaming and howling, causing a group of cavalry to pursue her. But this was not the point. The point is, in the center of that army, there is a very conspicuous guy riding a tall horse, wearing a crown helmet on his head and golden armor on his body. That really is Ulrich. The set of golden armor and the crown helmet were the burial objects that Liang personally arranged for Ulrich. This is the custom after the death of a king or a great nobleman, so that the deceased is buried wearing his favorite armor, in order to maintain a decent appearance for the king. A delicate silk scarf was tied around his neck to cover the wounds on his neck. At this time, the silk scarf was still around his neck. At this time, Ulrich's face was covered with blue-gray color, in order to prevent snakes, insects, rats, and ants. The body was filled with mercury and antiseptic agents were applied. After being buried for a long time, the skin would turn blue-gray. Liang swallowed. No wonder Ulrich's tomb is empty. When did this guy escape? Ulrich himself definitely didn't have this ability. Who is reviving the dead? No! Ah! Help! Ah! In the distance, the female warrior's howling sound suddenly stopped. Next to her, Bao Daisy desperately covered her mouth, and a line of tears silently flowed from the corner of her eyes. It seems that she has a deep relationship with this female warrior. If she can accompany her, a queen who has lost her throne, to Pendor, she must be loyal to her and should still be her lover. The culture of Facavia is like this. Lovers or mistresses have nothing to do with men. Men are just daily necessities that match pillows and sheets. However, even though her heart was in great pain, Bao Daisy still did not make any sound. People who have been queens are indeed wiser. It wasn't until Liang was sure that the group of undead had gone far that Bao Daisy came out from behind the low wall and rushed to the place where the female warrior fell. The woman was already dead. Her entire body had been chopped off at the waist, and not even her body was left behind. Bao Daisy held the body and howled. Blood and filth stained her body. Early morning. The shovel originally used to rob tombs came in handy again. However, this time it is not for tomb robbing. By the Sava River, a brand new tomb appeared. On a wooden sign, several symbols that Liang couldn't understand were burned out by fire, and then embedded horizontally on the tomb. This is the Facavian way of burial. Have you met Ulrich before? Liang stood on the grave and saluted and asked Bao Daisy, who had swollen eyes. 5 years ago, we met Ulrich in Lion City. At that time, I planned to implement reforms and sought allies everywhere. However, he did not help me at that time. Bao Daisy stopped crying at this time, but her voice became extremely hoarse. Liang lowered his head and sighed. Ulrich is actually a pitiful man. Bao Daisy turned back with fierce eyes. He is my enemy now. Bao Daisy, that guy last night was not Ulrich himself. It was an evil soul that took over his body. Ulrich died in front of me, and I know where his soul is. Liang explained seriously. Has the body been taken over by an evil spirit? Bao Daisy was stunned for a moment, then stared at Liang. Who is that evil spirit? It should be the 3 prophets. If nothing else, there is an evil spirit named Anna in Ulrich's body. Only these 3 spirits have the ability to resurrect corpses. Liang felt that Ulrich should be Anna. After Anna jumped from the Forbidden Demon Tower, her body and Ulrich's body stayed in the same morgue together, and Ulrich's tomb was empty. In addition, Liang and Media said before that Anna might have been rescued by Media in Ulrich's grave. The Fallen who suddenly appeared in Cliff Bay when the battle was at its fiercest must have been caused by Media. However, Media then met Igram, lost his body, and returned to the Gate of the Abyss. However, in order to kill Igram, Liang gave Media a chance of survival, and also gave her the means to rescue the other 2 prophets. Chance. Originally, it was difficult for Anna to get out of the tomb on her own. Circe was under strict supervision in the Lion City prison. The prison was near the tower of the House of Nobles. Within the forbidden area, Circe would probably not be able to escape on her own if Medea was not given a chance. Then Anna and Circe would not be able to escape from trouble so easily. But now, this is actually a disaster caused by Liang himself. But the Lord did not expect that he would be delayed in the void for a whole year. The three prophets. Are they the three witches in the legend who can make women stay young forever? I swear on my kingdom that I will kill them. Baldaisi gritted her teeth and swore. It seems that most of the female nobles have indeed heard the rumors about the three prophets. Looking at Ulrich's appearance, you should be able to realize what the so-called eternal youth is about. Leon glanced at Baldaisi. You don't have to go to them alone. They are also my enemies. Baldaisi looked at Leon, nodded, and bowed to Leon. Duke Leon, Baldaisi, ask for your help. I hope you can support me in arming an army. Before killing the three prophets, I am willing to follow you and fight for you. This time, she did not call herself a queen, but presented herself as a warrior, asking for support from the great lord in the same way a knight would. Baldaisi has joined your team. Let's get 2 horses first. As long as we can return to Chang'e town, everything can be solved. Leon nodded. He is not afraid of the three prophets. In fact, he will not be afraid of any enemies now. Since all the gods can no longer come to the earth, there is nothing to be afraid of. Except for Kavala. Leon is worthy of everyone now. Today's Lion City is already in chaos. A large number of refugees or mobs have poured into the city. It seems that some small nobles are trying to maintain order, but they are completely unable to restrain the mobs. The mobs who entered the Lion City were occupying the houses that originally belonged to the dignitaries, making chaos everywhere. From time to time, you can see many people fighting in groups, probably to compete for territory. Amy suddenly moved the capital, leaving behind an empty city. Both the armies of various countries and the mob were probably a little unprepared. If nothing else happens, Lion City will soon become a battlefield. Therefore, the two of them did not enter the Lion City, but went straight to Yalagal. Leon went to Yalagal and bought 2 horses. Yalagal was the horse breeding land originally set up by Ulrich, but there are not many people there anymore. Amy also moved the people of Yalagal when she moved the capital a few days ago. However, there are still some old people in the village who are unwilling to leave their homeland. They sold Leon 2 old traveling horses for 500 dinars, which is 5 golden griffins. This price seems very cheap under the current situation. The magic gold coin Baldaisi obtained from Leon still maintains its original value and can be passed through Yalagal, which makes Leon very happy. It seems that his disappearance for so long has not caused a credit crisis in Penn Bank, and even magic gold coins have become popular. This can only be Amy's doing. Leon also fully understood the current situation here. Amy may indeed be bad at fighting, and the situation related to the war is very bad. Amy should have moved the capital long ago. However, those places in Leishur that did not face direct war, although they were all depressed, did not experience inflation. This shows that Amy has been successful in maintaining the economy in the rear. It is just a decline in national strength, but it has not completely collapsed. At least, the eastern region and the Biba Gulf are basically stable, and the population of the eastern region should have more than doubled. A large number of people fleeing the war went to the relatively peaceful east. This made Leon feel at ease a lot. He was not afraid of the war situation being corrupted. He was only worried about the economic collapse. An unfavorable battle situation can be quickly reversed through strategy and several successful combat operations. But if the overall economy collapses, it is a real collapse, and it will be difficult to recover in a short period of time. At present, the Lion Kingdom is indeed impoverished. But poverty is not terrible, as long as the economic order is maintained. It only took Leon a year or 2 to go from being penniless to becoming one of the richest men in Pend. Besides, Leon is not the unknown little character he was back then. As long as Leon comes back to the world and shows his name, many people will invest in him. The two began to head towards Chang'e town non-stop. Not long after they left, groups of troops appeared in the area, available in all countries. General Agathon of the Bacchus Empire came from the north, and met with General Creon at the foot of the Lion City. Caliph Tahir of the Desha Principality appeared south of Baranli, with many Desha lords. Fieldway's army group appeared west of Baranli, led by King Vides himself. In addition, another unit entered Lucian Lake. Yes, they entered the lake and entered the water from where Leon was rescued. The leader of this force appears to be King Ulrich. Under his feet were corpses on the ground. He just wiped out another army in the graveyard. Before walking into the lake, Ulrich, looked back and saw that his own grave in the cemetery had been dug up and not reburied. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Chapter 349, Seizing the City. King Vides, we should attack the Lion City as soon as possible. That little girl Amy has indeed completely abandoned the capital of the Lion Kingdom. Now there are only some stupid and greedy nobles, and a group of untouchables with no fighting ability in the Lion City. Without Godric, we will definitely be able to defeat the city in one fell swoop. Chahu Earl Airy waved his battle axe, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I actually don't want to continue fighting with the Lion Kingdom. The war has been too long. The brothers have not been able to rest for more than a year. Since Fengyu Port was plundered by the Bacchus last year, things have happened everywhere in the country. There have been many refugees in my Guangxi Bay due to riots. Moreover, other countries will also take the opportunity to attack Lion City. It will be an extremely difficult battlefield there. Not as easy as you think. Count Eden of Red Sword objected. That's why we need to hurry up. As long as we can seize Lion City before all the forces, we can repel all enemies with the strong walls of Lion City. As for the riots in the country, the whole family of the rebels will drown together. Those who want to escape can just capture the whole family and make them slaves. They will be scared. Shijwari is still persuading. Chahu, the riots in the country are because we have been raising taxes. For this war, we have raised taxes 4 times. Not to mention civilians. Even our soldiers have a difficult life now. The war only enriched the Bacchus Empire, but dragged all countries into the quagmire. The war cannot be allowed to continue. Earl Eden still shook his head. But the war can't end. Right. We tried to retreat. But what happened? As long as we retreat, the Bacchus will join forces with the Lion Kingdom and the Dexia people to attack us. As long as the Bacchus are still here, no matter who it is, they cannot leave the battlefield. Only by capturing the Lion City, cutting off the Bacchus retreat, and forcing the Bacchus to retreat first can the war be ended. Chahu said bitterly with his eyes widened. Okay. Stop arguing. AI Ding. Chahu is right. As long as the Bacchus are still there, this war will never end. I guess that girl Amy thinks so too. She did it on purpose. We gave up the Lion City. But we must seize the Lion City. Otherwise it will be occupied by the Bacchus. If the Bacchus get the Lion City, we will fall into a deeper quagmire. King Vides pulled out his beard and said anxiously, this is indeed Amy's intention to abandon Lion City. Now 4 countries are fighting in the west of Lion City. The Bacchus Empire has the initiative. If Agathon and Creon cannot be forced to retreat, no country will be able to escape. On the contrary, if the Lion Kingdom, which has been resisting with difficulty, is willing to leave its capital and stay away from the battlefield, it will not only gain room for maneuver, but also force other countries to rob the Lion City. Moreover, if you go to grab it, you may not be able to grab it, and you may face a big melee. But if you don't go, the losses may be even greater. The Bacchus Empire, which has obtained the Lion City, is likely to go directly west to fully conquer the Lion Kingdom. It will definitely be happy to see this. And most of them will still provide money and food to the Bacchus Empire. Perhaps it is not a bad thing for us that this war has lasted for so long. At least we have successfully made our brothers recognize our own Hall of Valor and Valkyrie. Of course, now we should really let this war finish. Vides made up his mind. But the only way to end the war is to capture the Lion City. This is the only way to restrict the Bacchus. And, after all, it is the center of the entire continent. If we can get the Lion City, in the Lion City, we can be recognized by most of the nobles in the Lion realm. Subsequently, Fieldsway's army group began to march towards Lion City, south of Barangli, Desha Camp. Lord Tyre, I suggest you change your direction and attack Nuda Fort. The Fieldsway people will definitely target Lion City, and Nuda Fort should be relatively empty at this time. We should conquer Nuda Fort now, retake Single, and kill that bastard Ramon. Although the Lion City is very tempting, even if we attack the Lion City, we will only be trapped inside. A knight in black armor is persuading Tyre. Capture Nuda Fort? Recapture Sinjar? Ha! You want to recapture the garrison. Right. But Sinjar's poor place means nothing to me. If I can occupy the Lion City, I can no longer submit to anything under the people. And it is an empty city now. Godric is not here. No one can stop my cavalry, as long as I am one step faster than the others. Teherpi looked at the knight in black armor with a smile. If you, the Twilight Knights, don't dare to go, you can leave on your own. The Dexia army began to line up, and some cavalry were already galloping towards Lion City. The knight in black armor stood in the camp, took off his helmet, looked at the Dexia warriors in action around him, and spat contemptuously. Brainless idiot. Can't distinguish between good and evil. You have to die. This is a Twilight Rider. It was Alistair who was killed by Leon with a sword in Toba City. Aren't we going to Lion City? Another Dusk Knight asked Alistair. Of course not. These Dexia idiots will probably die in Lion City. Alistair replied in a low voice. Let's go to Chungha Town, to seek refuge with Queen Sonad who abandoned Lion City. Why? She won't accept us. Right. Twilight Knight didn't understand. She will accept it. She can even give up the Lion City. She is much smarter than these Desha idiots. Such smart people should become our allies. And the troops of the Lion Kingdom crippled the Knights of the Dawn last year, yes. They should have been our allies. Alistair shook his head and took his horse. But that Leon. The Twilight Knight spoke hesitantly, probably because he didn't want to irritate Alistair. Alistair smiled calmly. He is no longer here. It was just an accident on the battlefield. I will not regard the Lion Kingdom as an enemy. Now I just want to find a promising king to make contributions. Then, wouldn't it be better to defect to the Bacchus Empire? They are stronger now. Dusk Knight asked doubtfully. It is precisely because they are stronger that we should go to the Lion Kingdom and go to Bacchus. We can only be regarded as a mercenary army at best. But when we go to Chungha Town, we are very likely to become lords. Alistair got on his horse and said, Besides, I have in my hand what the Lion Kingdom wants most: the secrets of the three prophets. A group of Dusk Knights headed towards Chungha Town. Under the Lion City, the two Bacchus armies joined together and camped northwest of Lion City. Agathan, we may be in trouble. There are tens of thousands of mobs in Lion City. It will be difficult for us to capture the city quickly. Creon fiddled with the fire in front of him with a stick. I know. And if nothing else happens, both the Filswai and the Desha people will try to rob the Lion City. Agathan did not sit beside Creon, but stood before the fire. Yes, if we ignore them, they are likely to force those mobs into slave armies or auxiliary soldiers, and drive those mobs to attack everything nearby. But if we attack Lion City first, we will probably be the Desha and Fils. We took advantage of the situation. Creon shook his head as he spoke. Having given up tens of thousands of disobedient people and the entire Lion City, that little girl Amy is quite cruel. This is no different from what His Majesty Marius did. She was forced to do so. In my opinion, we can ignore the Lion City and let the Filswai and the Dexia people fight for it. Let them face it. As for those mobs, while they are attacking the city, we will first go around to Yalagar to camp, and then try to besiege the city and block them. Agathan planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight to see if he could reap the benefits. But if we ignore Lion City, once the Filswai or Dexia people occupy Lion City, we will lose our original strategic advantage. Lushine Village and Belmont Falai will definitely be captured. Again. In addition, Amy has taken away everything in Lion City and Yalagal. We may not be able to find supplies. Creon sighed. I know. But this is much better than directly participating in a big melee. Our troops are more disciplined and more suitable for fighting in formations. The Dexia and Filswai are suitable for fighting this kind of chaotic melee. Besides, even if we run out of supplies, we will definitely last longer than in Lion City. There are tens of thousands of people there now, and it only takes 2 days for them to eat up everything they can eat. Augustin said rather helplessly. Agathan, you may not have seen what happens after tens of thousands of civilians riot, and you don't understand what the Dexia people will do when they are hungry. I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes while fighting in Dexia territory. Yes, this was the case in the important town of Sadu last year. I surrounded the city. There were 5,000 to 6,000 people in the city, and the food consumption was very large. I thought they would surrender because of lack of food. Creon shook his head and said, But they didn't. Those Desha people, after they ate up all the edible things in the city, they started to use the civilians in the city as military rations. There is such a thing. If so, maybe it will be more beneficial for the Empire to rule this place in the future. I would like to force them to do this. This will actually make the people of the Fierce Lion realm identify with the Empire. Agathan frowned, and what he said was a bit vicious. Agathan, this is why I have never liked you very much. You are an excellent general, but you always do not regard people from other countries as human beings. In fact, if no one deliberately incites those so-called mobs, they were originally good people. But that's tens of thousands of lives. If we capture the Lion City, those people will become the people of Bacchus. I don't want to see that kind of cruel atrocities happen again. I don't think His Majesty the Emperor wants to either, Creon said softly. He was not blaming Agathon. If you look at it purely from the tactical thinking of a general, Agathon's strategy is actually the most beneficial choice for the Bacchus Empire. But Creon didn't like this option, because it would inevitably lead to horrific tragedies for tens of thousands of refugees in and around Lion City. General Creon, you are a respectable man, but we are generals. It is our duty to capture cities and win wars. As for how the people live, that is the duty of His Majesty the Emperor, and he can definitely do it better than us. Better. Agathon was actually very polite to Creon, although he didn't like Creon very much either. In fact, both of them are generals with good character, but their ideologies are indeed different. Creon was born as a civilian. He lived a hard life in a place where wars were constant since he was a child. He saw many people's sufferings and often thought about problems from a civilian's perspective. As for Agathon, who was born into a wealthy family, he would often consider issues based on the honor system of this era. When he was not fighting, he would also help the poor and the weak. But he would never join the farmers like Creon. Oh, let's do this. Agathon, let's leave the choice to God. I will attack the Lion City, and you will guard the bridge to block the enemy. You only need to hold back for 1 day before you can retreat and find me in the Lion City. If I fail to capture Lion City in this day, then we will evacuate to Chicha Fortress together to avoid falling into an unnecessary war of attrition. Creon began to draw a tactical diagram on the ground with a wooden stick. I think we should try to give those civilians a way out. This is the only thing we can do. Agathon sighed and nodded. Then let's do this. I hope you can capture the Lion City in one fell swoop. The next day, Lion City. At this time, the area around Lion City has become a cruel battlefield. There are 2 battlefields. One is under the Lion City, and the other is at the bridge 40 miles west of the Lion City. Creon originally tried to launch a quick attack on Lion City, but he did not expect that he and Desha's cavalry arrived at Lion City together, and Agathon was at the bridge, just blocking Fieldsway's troops. Agathon, with some of the elites of the Empire's First Army and the newly formed Third Army, would have no problem blocking the Fieldsway people at the bridge. But Creon was a little helpless. With the main force of the Bacchus Empire's Second Legion, he could completely defeat the Desha people, but the Second Army was infantry and would definitely not be able to annihilate the Desha cavalry. In other words, even if Creon wins, it will be impossible to capture the Lion City again. The Dexia cavalry will continue to harass them, making it impossible to attack the city with peace of mind. Just as the Bacchus and Desha people were fighting outside the Lion City, something suddenly happened inside the Lion City. The city gates suddenly opened, and countless refugees rushed frantically out of the city. Creon originally thought that the mob in the Lion City was planning to come out to join the battle, so he quickly ordered his troops to withdraw into formation and prepare for defense. And Caliph Tahir reacted in the same way. However, the refugees who rushed out of the Lion City did not pay attention to the 2 armies, but ran away like frightened birds and beasts. Later, Creon and Tahir looked at the Lion City with the city gate open, and once again made the same reaction. Charge. Seize the city. Speaking of which, when the city gate is open, the cavalry will definitely be faster than the infantry in seizing the city. But the Dexia cavalry who rushed the fastest immediately reined in their horses after rushing into the city gate. As a result, the city gate was blocked by the Dexia people. But General Creon suddenly stopped. Stop. Stop. The whole army is on standby. There are actually advantages to running slowly. Creon saw that the tallest tower in Lion City seemed to be constantly tilting. What happened in the city? Creon didn't know. But regardless, it was the right choice to stand by with the entire army to see what was going on. The seasoned veteran relied on field to save his unit. The Dexia people did not stop. They were still rushing towards the city in a chaotic manner. But the Dexia people who advanced into the city encountered an unimaginable enemy. Countless degenerates poured out of the streets of Lion City. At the same time, the high tower of the noble house of Lion City, it collapsed suddenly. Chapter 350 Return. There were tens of thousands of people who followed Amy to Chang'e town. These were all former residents of the surrounding areas of Lion City, and they were basically civilians. As for the nobles, most of them had already hid in places they thought were safer at the end of last year. such as Field's Way or the Bacchus Empire. Most of them ran away in advance, and a few surrendered before the battle. The nobles of the Lion Realm are very adaptable creatures. They once regarded the Field's people as dirty pirates, and they also scorned the centralized system of the Bacchus Empire. They once regarded the kingdom of the lion as the center of the entire world, and talked about chivalry all day long. But when the war came, they quickly abandoned the center of the world, and quickly despised their chivalry. Probably. People are fickle. Amy has also changed a lot. She has become a little gloomy, no longer greeting the merchants with a kind smile, and no longer shouting and doing chivalry with the female soldiers of the Griffin Claws everywhere. This year, she has been very busy, busier than anyone else. She did her best to maintain the operation of Pandey Bank during this difficult year, maintain the stability of the currency structure, and allow the vast majority of the organized troops to retain their combat effectiveness to the greatest extent. Without being in her position, it's hard to appreciate the hardship she put in. The primary financial system created by Leon actually has many sequelae. A year ago, when Leon disappeared for 2 months and the Lion Kingdom was mired in war, Pandey Bank experienced a run. It was Amy who tried every means to tear down the east wall and repair the west wall, and finally managed to hold on. In order to maintain the credit of the bank, Amy turned herself into the person with the largest debt in the entire Pender continent. As the king, she made private loans everywhere, and issued a lot of national debt. But she almost didn't mortgage herself. She was the only one in the entire country who understood the importance of Pender Bank. She even mortgaged White Deer Castle to the Nolder Elves. She transferred White Deer Castle to Windolf, so that the bank would always be maintained by the Nolder Elves, under the control. This resulted in the Nolder Elves' continued trust in Pender Bank, which preserved the vitality and reserves of Pender Bank to the greatest extent, and also prevented the Nolder Elves from leaving White Deer Castle. To be honest, for a woman to personally transfer her territory and huge wealth to a love rival who was once regarded as a threat, this requires more than just intelligence and courage. After struggling to support banks through the run, there was an even more difficult period of depression. The trade routes covering the continent that were once opened up by the Yangtze River Express were completely cut off due to the continuous war. Without the flow of materials brought about by prosperous commerce, it can only ensure that the territory can be self-sufficient. Otherwise, the depression is likely to be followed by famine. In order to ensure people's livelihood, Amy distributed corn seeds to all farmers in the eastern region and personally taught people how to sow. Many places were unwilling to accept this new crop, and Amy had no time to persuade. So she imposed a mandatory policy. The grain tax on corn was only 30%, but wheat or soybeans had to be 70%. Tax evasion is considered treason. As a result, Amy was called a tyrant by the nobles. Some farmers who don't know the truth also regard Amy as the ignorant and cruel queen. When collecting taxes, the king and the superior nobles are always the ones who take the blame. But Amy didn't defend herself. She didn't have time. Tyrant or ignorant, Amy doesn't care. At least most people didn't starve, and the country didn't collapse. The entire country is indeed continuing to become poorer because of the war, but the people's basic livelihood can be guaranteed. And the east and north have always been relatively stable, with the rear being stable. Godric and others in charge of the front could focus on organizing the defense line. Therefore, in this difficult year and more, the Lion Kingdom has been looking shaky. But it just won't fall. Amy can now understand those kings who left their infamy in history. It's not easy for every king. If possible, Amy really doesn't want to be this king. Too tired. Especially a young queen who has to face many more troubles than Ulrich. More than half a year ago, Gregory IV of the Crow Kingdom sent an envoy to try to marry Amy. Gregory claimed that he could divorce for Amy, if Amy is willing. He can send troops to help his wife fight, but if Amy is not willing, he will form an alliance with Field's Way. To be honest, Gregory's behavior was considered a normal diplomatic strategy in this era, but it just seemed a bit shameless. But before Amy could say anything, the furious Godric hacked the envoy to death on the spot, and declared war on the Crow Kingdom with his blood. The envoy's declaration of war could not be reconciled, and most likely one of them would be destroyed. Godric told Amy that if she didn't show a tough attitude right away, more shameless things would happen. Godric was right. The Raven Kingdom did not dare to launch any attack on the Lion Realm at all, and did not even fart. Moreover, King Vides also rejected the Crow Kingdom's covenant. Vides also did not want to provoke a queen who might turn into a madman at any time. If she gave up everything and tried her best to destroy someone, then she would really do it. Owned. Therefore, Amy acted extremely tough in the following days. Even like crazy. For more than half a year, she quickly suppressed all the nobles who deliberately caused trouble, basically giving no one a chance to cause trouble. Any noble who tried to quarrel with her in the throne room would flee when she raised her musket. She became a dictator. However, the name of this tyrant is getting louder and louder. Corresponding to the tyrant, there is also a butcher. Fawcett probably did like Amy. Although the person he really loved was his sister. He fully responded to everything Amy did in Lion Lake City. And did it more ruthlessly. Anyone who caused trouble in Lion Lake City, whether it was a noble, a heretic, or a thug, would never fall into the hands of Father. Survive. Even those aristocratic estates that were unwilling to plant high-yield crops or resist tax evasion would be directly arrested by Father on the charge of suspicion of having an affair with heretics, with a method even more brutal than that of the Duke of Alma. Amy now particularly understands Ulrich and the Duke of Alma. Therefore, Amy officially granted Lion Lake City to Fawcett, but did not let him inherit the position of Duke of Alma. Fawcett himself was unwilling, since he defected to Liang in Changha Town. He relied on his own ability to make a step forward. He walked up to the position of Lord of Sherhu City. He had earned all this by himself. He no longer needed to inherit his father's inheritance. Moreover, Father believed that the demons in Lion Lake City were destroyed by Liang by triggering the thunder. Not himself. So he believed that he could serve as the governor of Lion Lake City. But not enough to become a duke. This is actually the goal that Amy set when she ascended the throne. Whoever regains Qiaoyan Bay will become the Duke of Qiaoyan Bay. Whoever solves the heresy will become the Duke of Sherhu City. This butcher, who is always framing others, seems to respect the rules established together in the throne room more than anyone else. Therefore, Amy granted Father the title of Earl, and he became the most active lord against the heretical degenerates, and has been providing logistical support to Sir Roland. Although Roland thought Father was too cruel and had never liked him. But there is no doubt that Fawcett can perfectly make up for Sir Roland's shortcomings when fighting heretics. At this time, Father was in Changha Town, assisting Amy in settling tens of thousands of civilians from Lion City to Changha Town. This was a huge project. In addition to the frontline defenders, most of the lords came to assist. Your Majesty, my spies in Yaladol sent back a piece of information, which was sent by carrier pigeon. But the information is very strange. Fawcett held a note in his hand. He said, a man who looked exactly like Mr. Liang bought 2 horses from him. But he was not sure if it was Mr. Liang. That man had very long hair. What? Amy stood up suddenly, with a strange expression on her face. She couldn't tell whether it was excitement or shock. Where is he? If nothing else, he should be on his way to Changha Town. My people followed him for a while, but lost him at the foot of Goddess Mountain. Fawcett looked at Amy's expression and asked cautiously, Your Majesty, how are you going to deal with it? It may be the enemy's plot. Especially the 3 prophets. They are good at. Amy didn't seem to hear it at all. She was in a daze. His Majesty? Fawcett stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Amy's eyes. Father, you will become a duke soon. That is Liang. That must be Liang. Come here. Prepare your horse. Amy clapped Fawcett's hand and ran out of the Lord's Hall, running very fast. What if it's the 3 prophets pretending to be? Fawcett looked at Amy's back, frowned and sighed. Outside Qian village, Liang and Bao Daisy arrived at the territory he was familiar with smoothly. When he arrived here, Liang was already very relaxed. His body was recovering, and the entire Qian village was acquainted with him. But after walking into Qian village, Liang gradually felt uneasy. His perception at this time can extend to 3 miles around. But he didn't sense any living thing in such a large range. In other words, not only was there not a single living person within 3 miles around, there were not even any larger animals. Liang, who originally planned to return to Changha Town in one go, had no choice but to walk into Qian village to check what happened. Qian village, once considered a treasure land of feng shui, is now completely empty of people. Not even livestock such as chickens and ducks. But the Countess's winery is still there. And so are the houses in the village. Just nothing alive. What's going on? Have everyone run away? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a war here? Liang frowned and looked around. Your Excellency Liang, there are many corpses here. Bodai shouted from the Countess's winery. A large number of corpses were piled in the wine cellar. Most of those corpses were Liang's acquaintances. It was the Countess and the kind old nobles of Kerwin village. Liang reached out and touched the blood on the ground. The blood hadn't dried yet, and there were no spots on the skin of the corpse. They died probably a day ago. Leon frowned. 1 day ago. In a place like Kerwin? The communication between Changha Town and Kerwin should have always been frequent. And in the past few days? It was the time when Amy was moving everything in Lion City to Changha Town. So there would definitely be a lot of people coming and going. Who is so powerful that he dares to commit crimes in Qin Village at this time? And this kind of massacre of villages? Both eyes. Look around to see if there are any bodies of young women and children. Liang's eyes became gloomy, and he felt that he had made an unforgivable mistake. After searching around, Bao Dai came back shaking her head. No! The young women and children were all taken away? No! They were killed. The skins of girls and young children may have been used on the 3 prophets who will never age, Leon said through gritted teeth. Bao Daisy understood. She sighed silently, mounted her horse, and planned to leave here. But as soon as the 2 of them reached the entrance of the village, Leon suddenly stopped his horse. Wait a minute. Bao Daisy, there are troops outside. No, there are troops everywhere. There is a big army coming. Leon opened his eyes suddenly. Go west. Follow me. Soon after, 2 terrifying armies poured in from the north and south roads and converged on Qin Village. This is the army of the 3 prophets. All doom bringers and prophet followers. The structure of the troops of the 3 prophets that once appeared in Changha Town was similar to that of many beautiful women and their followers. But there are no blood-sworn witches. And the team is much larger than before. However, there were only 2 leaders at this time. Coming from the north is a little girl. Coming from the south was a woman who was over 1.8 meters tall and extremely beautiful. Midya, are you sure that Queen Amy will come here? The little girl, riding a beautiful thoroughbred horse, asked the tall woman expressionlessly. She will definitely come. Ha! Who asked her to give up the Lion City? When she moved to Changha Town, there would be no Forbidden Demon Tower to protect her. I wonder if Anna succeeded in destroying the Forbidden City of the Lion City. Magic Tower. Medea now looks like a bringer of doom. Cersei, I have told you before that I will definitely have a chance to get Amy's body. It is easy to become the king of the Lion Realm. There is no need to create so many fallen ones. I don't want to create so many fallen ones. It's just to deal with Roland. Roland is also very likely to be in Changha Town. You have to be careful. He is not easy to deal with. Cersei, who looked like a little girl, looked around on the horse. Why do I feel like there are other people in this village? There can't be anyone left. I've already cleaned up this village. There's not even a dog left. Let our people pretend to be the villagers here, and then go to Changha Town to report the crime. That Queen Amy will definitely be punished. I was lured here. Media pointed to the Countess's manor. Many nobles in this village are Amy's friends. After learning about their deaths, Amy will definitely come. The 2 prophets entered the Countess' estate together. Soon after, a large-scale funeral was held in Qin Village. And Liang, in the mountains and forests to the west, looked at Qin Village from a distance. Condemn, the toad declined the orifice, and hope that the building will live in the karma. Leon whispered, but we probably won't be able to get out now. There are too many of them. Bao Daisy felt that the situation was very bad. Then take a different route and go around. Leon turned around, looked at the goddess mountain behind him, and ran towards a hidden valley with Bao Daisy. Chapter 351 The Supreme King's Guidance. To the west of Qin Village, at the foot of Goddess Mountain. This is the ancient relic of the Order of the Griffin. This hidden valley is still quiet, as if there is nothing there. But after walking through the valley, things suddenly opened up. The gate at the entrance to the ruins has been repaired. The suspension bridge has been pulled up. And the once rusty iron chains have been carefully maintained and seem to have been oiled. The black metal relief on the door has also been repolished. The ebony griffin relief looks like it is about to spread its wings and has a door knocker embedded in its claws. The sound of the rushing river behind him was quite loud, covering up the movement inside the door. But Liang could sense that there should be many people inside. Dong dong dong! Liang stepped forward and knocked on the door with the knocker. The movement inside the door suddenly disappeared. Open the door! I'm Liang! Liang simply shouted. The door didn't open, but a head popped out of the wall at the top of the door. Dot humph! 3 prophets. Right. Don't try to lie to us. Brothers, prepare for battle. This is Charles's voice. At this time, Charles was wearing black inlaid armor and holding a bow in his hand. But here's the thing. Charles actually aimed his bow and arrow at Liang. Charles, you don't even recognize me anymore? Leon was almost angry. We haven't seen him for more than a year. Is this guy going to rebel? Charles on the wall seemed hesitant. And another head popped up. That was Dalian. This guy looks pretty good, hey. If you are Lord Leon, then you must know who I am. Right, Dalian muttered, and then shouted to Leon. Dalian, open the door for me. Otherwise I'm going to have to beat you up again. Leon was so angry that these two guys actually thought he was a fake. Dalian was stunned, and looked at each other with Charles, who also had a dull expression. The two began to talk to each other. Does he really know? His tone is so arrogant. Is this really Lord Leon? It does sound a bit like that. Did Miss Wendy succeed? It's hard to say. What if it's a heresy's trick? You two bastards. Charles! I deliberately blinded Eldred so that you could win the duel. Dalian, I beat you right here. I should be the only one responsible for these things. No. Leon was a little helpless. He just wanted to enter the residence he had built with his own money and people. But he didn't expect that he would have to take a physical examination. Ah! Sir! It's really you. Ha ha ha. Charles threw away the bow, an arrow in his hand, and hurriedly went to open the door. Dalian swallowed and walked out weakly. Lord Leon? I'm actually still alive. Right. Leon curled his lips. Don't you think I'm dead? Ahem. No. Yes. That. Charles and Dalian suddenly felt uncomfortable at the same time. Leon suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked at Dalian and then at Charles. There was indeed excitement in the eyes of these two guys about meeting old friends again. But it seemed more like embarrassment. Leon walked into the station confused, and then became furious. Who the H? Al built a tomb for me. I'm not dead yet. There is a very conspicuous tomb in the station, and the tombstone reads, Here lies the brave and fearless King of Pender, His Majesty Leon Griffin. No wonder these two bastards looked embarrassed. Tell me, who is buried in the tomb? The King of Pender. Why don't you say the King of the world? Seeing your own grave with your own eyes is indeed something. That is to say, Leon has not fully recovered from his injury. Otherwise Dalian and Charles's legs will definitely be broken. The tomb is empty. Dalian lowered his head and smiled. We thought you had. And you also know that with our status, we cannot be loyal to any country. But if it is revenge for you, brothers will get many opportunities. After not seeing each other for a long time, Dalian seemed to have become a lot more organized, and his speech became more orderly. So do the others also think I'm dead? Leon suddenly calmed down, and he realized that although he was a little uncomfortable with being dead, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. To be honest, sir, except for Her Majesty Amy and Miss Wendy, everyone thinks you. Ahem. I'm just telling the truth. Please don't beat me. Charles answered carefully. Oh, I have no intention of beating you. Don't you know yet? Kerwin Village was massacred. Leon sighed and turned to talk about things in Kerwin Village. Slaughter? How could it be? Everything was fine the day before yesterday. I just went to the Countess's place and bought a lot of wine the day before yesterday. Dalian frowned. Who did it? Madam. How is she? Charles looked at Liang's face and realized something. Everyone in the entire Kerwin Village is gone. Madam and all the other nobles were killed. Leon looked at the two of them. You are so close. And you didn't find anything? Dalian sat down on the ground. Charles stood there motionless. They really didn't find it. Because, in addition to the team led by the two of them, in the station of the Griffin Knights, there is another unit that is undergoing reorganization. Alaric's group of drunkards. Dalian is trying to reorganize the alcoholics. So these days, they have never left the station. In fact, it was Alaric's wish to reorganize the drunkard group. But at this time Alaric was already very ill, and lying in the garrison quite weak. The alcoholic leader now has deep-set eye sockets, and his thin face is supported by his cheekbones. The originally developed muscles have completely disappeared. He is skinny, breathing weakly, and looks like he may die at any time. What's wrong with him? He wouldn't be like this just from drinking, would he? Leon looked at the haggard Alaric and found it hard to imagine that this was the macho man who had previously been able to fight on foot and withstand his own assault with a lance. Last year, he went crazy once. Dalian spoke melancholy next to them about everything they had experienced. In the past 2 years, Dalian and Charles have actually done a lot of things. 2 years ago, with funding from Leon, this abandoned ruins was rebuilt, and the ebony mine was mined. After the village of Kerwin was harmed by Prince Alan Rick, Dalian and Charles killed all the assassins left in the village and formed the Griffin Knights. However, since then, Dalian has not mentioned any goals such as restoring the country. While they were protecting the village, they were also doing heroic deeds such as getting rid of Elfried and Leofin. It was these two guys and Alaric who brought disaster to the village of Kerwin. Dalian wanted to avenge the villagers who had always protected him. Prince Alaric died at the hands of the heretic Fallen, so there was no need for revenge. But Elfried and Leofin were still living happily, and they were both members of the Knights of the Lion. Dalian led the Griffin Knights to kill Elfried at Castle Carliden and Leofin at Haringosburg. This is the reason why Dalian and Charles suddenly disappeared when Leon was dealing with Egram. They were chasing the murderer thousands of miles away. This act of revenge was successful, and had a great impact on the situation at that time. Both Elfried and Leofin were from Brennus. After Leon disappeared, Brennus originally launched a counterattack and once attacked the Lion City. If Elfried of Celladin Castle had not been killed at that time, Lion City would probably have been surprised by Elfried at the most dangerous time. Meanwhile, Harlingsburg was supposed to serve as logistical support for Brennus. However, these two men were killed, causing Brennus to fail in the Lion City, and his retreat was not secured. Harlingsburg, which suddenly lost its commander, was captured by Godric and Close. It can be said that the Lion Kingdom can maintain its current situation entirely due to the revenge actions of Dalian and Charles. This may be a coincidence, but it is probably God's will. When Brennus needed these two depraved Lion Knights the most, both of them died violently. Otherwise, Brennus might be able to capture the Lion City, and in turn accuse Amy of being a rebel. Under the circumstances at that time, if Brennus could capture the Lion City, he could indeed accuse Amy of being a rebel. The princess supports the orthodoxy. However, the two young and reckless Avengers did not realize this at the time. They were just simply revenge. It was during that time that they also received news of Liang's disappearance. And just after killing the two Lion Knights, Dalian encountered a miracle. The High King's ring in his hand suddenly glowed. During those few days, Dalian had the same dream over and over again. In the dream, High King Kabbalah asked him to find dragon tears and something called the Gate of the Abyss, saying that he could use these things to unify Pendor continent. Kabbalah, the High King of Pendor, was the supreme object of allegiance to Dalian. He was not only the king of Pendor, but also the founder of the Griffin Knights. Since the former king had a dream, he must be obedient. In Dalian's view, it was the High King guiding him to unify Pendor. Dalian didn't actually know what the Gate of the Abyss was, but he knew about dragon tears from Alaric. When Dalian was captured by the Duke of Alma, the members of the drunkard group inadvertently saved him. Dalian is a straight-tempered man who repays favor with revenge. So since then, he and Charles have been providing wine to the drunkard group, and they are even friends with Alaric. Although Alaric goes crazy when he doesn't drink, but when he drinks, he is actually a very easy person to get along with. Alaric also told Dalian about the dragon tears. Later, Dalian and Charles became two adventurers. For these two young men, the instructions of the late King Kabbalah were more important than anything else. Besides, after Liang disappeared, Charles was free. He was Liang's sworn knight, and was only loyal to Liang. So they and Alaric went to Cheongsong Harbor, where Alaric found dragon tears. Unexpectedly, they actually found a dragon tear again. However, it wasn't from any box, but from a famous raven man. That raven man is actually Sir Crow Boris. After Boris was led to the Lion Lake City by Sigismund, he was basically defeated by the army of the Fallen. But he was lucky. King Vides allowed him to enter the city at the last moment. After Ergrim was killed, Boris returned to Ravenland and tried to recruit new troops. As a result, he had a fight with the drunken Alaric in the tavern of Longsong Harbor. Speaking of which, this fight was very similar to the one Liang first fought in Lion City. In fact, it was just a disagreement. This was also a common show in the tavern, which was quite normal. However, these two guys both possess unimaginable powers, and almost demolished the tavern to the ground. Even the city defense troops in Chunga Port hid far away, for fear of being accidentally injured. In the end, Sir Boris unfortunately lost. To be honest, his skills were much better than Alaric. But the problem was that there were so many people around Alaric. Although Dalian and Charles were very chivalrous and did not help, those in the drunkard group liked group fights the most, and they did not pay attention to chivalry. After a large group of drunkards swarmed Boris and subdued him, Alaric took out a piece of dragon tear and a strange book from Boris. But after getting the dragon tears and the book, Alaric suddenly went crazy, and then started smashing everywhere with his hammer, as if he didn't recognize his relatives. Dalian and Charles cooperated, and finally managed to tie him up with chains from behind, and brought him back to the Lion Realm before the Crow army chased him. After this, Alaric continued to become weak. Wait, you said Alaric found a strange book from Boris? What does that book look like and where is it now? Of course Leon knew that dragon tears would never make Alaric do this. And he didn't need dragon tears. But if it is a book, could that book be the Gate of the Abyss? We asked many people, and they all said that the book is a heretical code. The reason why Alaric is like this is probably because of that code. We don't want to let such evil things exist. So we went to the Lion City to assist some time ago, when Eric was providing disaster relief. He sank the book into Deer Heart Lake to prevent it from harming others, Charles replied. Eric and Dalian have a good relationship with Charles, and they are usually there to help Eric whenever he needs help. But Liang's head was already sweating. No wonder he came out of the bottom of the lake. It was Dalian and Charles who had tricked him. Moreover, the late King Cavaradam asked Dalian to find dragon tears and the Gate of the Abyss. This is probably because he rejected Kavala after he entered the Abyss. So Kavala planned to use other methods to come out? Did he succeed? After all, Dalian found both. Where are dragon tears now? Did the late King Kavala tell you how to use dragon tears? Looking at the confused Dalian, Leon also knew that it would be difficult to explain this to him for a while. This silly boy would definitely not believe that the late King Kavala had any bad intentions. The donkey is in chaos. The food is invading. The food is invading. And the food is invading. Dragon tears were snatched away by Miss Wendy, Charles replied. She said that we can use dragon tears to find your whereabouts. As long as we find you, she will give us more dragon tears. We didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that she is right. She always believed that you will be back. Wendy has been here. Where is she now? Leon heard Althea mention it, saying that he dreamed of Wendy. Althea said at the time that Wendy was the first Nolder elf to understand the correct use of dragon tears. In fact, Leon also knew that this correct usage was only for Althea. Althea has been lonely all her life. What she needs most is to see the Nolder elves and understand the situation of the Nolder people. Dragon tears can probably project the souls of the Nolder elves to Althea. Basically, it is equivalent to using the magic power of dragon tears to entrust Althea's dream. And you can also communicate in a dream. It can be regarded as a video chat. Although the cost is a bit high, it can indeed make Althea no longer lonely. She should be in Changha town now. She said she has a way to revive Alaric, and she will be here in about a day or two. Charles looked at the dying Alaric. Sir, can Miss Wendy really know magic? Leon sighed. Yes, she does know magic now. But now, there are 2 magic witches outside, and maybe another more powerful demon king. Organize the army. Brothers, we have to go out by fighting the war. You may have brought a terrible disaster to this world. I will tell you slowly later. Chapter 352 Counter Ambush. Leon did not explain to Dalian about Kavala for the time being. After all, Leon was not sure whether Kavala would appear in Pender. The enemy that must be dealt with immediately is the 3 prophets. It may be difficult for Dalian to understand why the former High King of Pender became a scourge, but he at least knows that the 3 prophets are undoubtedly a scourge. The village of Kerwin was massacred, and all the friendly villagers and gentle nobles were killed. This was an unsolvable blood feud for Dalian and Charles. Killing the 3 prophets has become the most important thing at the moment. Therefore, almost the entire station came out in full force. The Griffin Knights are now considered a quite strong armed force. Dalian and Charles actually brought out more than 500 people from the station. But there were only 40 Griffin Knights among them. There are more than 200 Griffin attendants. These attendants are all cavalry and look quite powerful. There were more than 200 people, all of whom carried longbows and swords and shields. They seemed to be fully developed comprehensive soldiers similar to the Red Arrow Longbowmen. But in fact, these are new recruits who have not yet reached the standards of acolytes. And some of them were just recruited from the Drunken Regiment. Dalian also introduced Leon to his right-hand man, the Knight Commander of the Griffin Knights, Sir Azrael. Azrael's father was a maester, a scholar who faithfully recorded history, and a respected historian. However, his father died suddenly in Lion City 10 years ago. So Azrael became a blacksmith apprentice and studied at the largest blacksmith shop in Lion City for several years. But a few years ago, people from the Knights of the Lion suddenly came to take back his father's bachelor's medal, and also tried to steal the manuscripts left by his father. It was then that Azrael learned that his mother kept a manuscript that his father had recorded. The manuscript recorded various dirty things done by the Lion Knights in cooperation with the three prophets after Ulrich re-established them 10 years ago, including many massacres. His mother refused to hand over the manuscript, resulting in a conflict in which the Lion Knight killed his mother. Azrael was not the kind of person to take things easy. He killed the Lion Knight and fled. On the run, Azrael has been exposing the darkness of the Lion Knights in various places. More than a year ago, by chance, he met Dalian's adoptive father, Sir Paul Damar, on the Goddess Mountain. Later, Azrael became an important helper to Dalian. In fact, the greatest help that Azrael brought to Dalian was not his martial arts and knowledge, but his blacksmithing skills. Over the past year or so, he forged weapons from the ebony mines in the ruins. The most powerful thing about the current Griffin Knights is actually their equipment. This is an army with all members equipped with ebony swords. Even Charles's archers were equipped with short swords made of ebony. In addition, every Griffin Knight is a top warrior, because becoming a Griffin Knight requires not aristocratic status, but numerous tests. In general, it is similar to the selection that Amy's female soldiers went through, but more rigorous. First of all, you must swear allegiance to the Kingdom of Pender. Although there is no real king in the Kingdom of Pender at this time, you must still swear to fight for the people of Pender. This basically means it is unique from all other countries. Then, you need to seek the approval and recommendation of a Griffin Knight, such as a Griffin Knight like Azrael. This kind of introduction is different from ordinary introductions. The introducer is jointly and severally liable if there is a problem with the person introduced by Azrael, such as committing a crime or rebelling. Then Azrael will have to be demoted to a servant and reevaluated. And he must first personally kill the sinner he recommended before he can be qualified for re-examination. But similarly, if no one has been introduced to meet the standard of a reserve knight within 2 years, then this Griffin Knight will also be demoted to a squire. He cannot refuse to introduce, nor can he introduce randomly. It is impossible to find someone to fill up the number. It is not easy for relatives and friends to meet the requirements of the Knights of the Griffin as a preliminary knight. Recommending people who cannot meet the requirements is tantamount to cheating yourself. Since they have vowed to fight for Pendor, they must really work hard. This will force the Griffin Knights to take the initiative to find those promising young people and teach their skills seriously. The Knights do not raise idlers, nor do they need loners who cannot communicate. Active inheritance is the true inheritance. After newcomers are introduced to the team, they need to undergo rigorous training for a long time to ensure that they have sufficient martial arts and courage, and are familiar with military orders. In fact, after doing all this, you can only become a Griffin attendant. In fact, the requirements for attendants are not low, and many people cannot meet the requirements after a year of training. After that, there is the assessment content of becoming a knight. You must first ensure that you are literate and able to write all common phrases and military reports completely, and then pass the more stringent writing and swordsmanship tests to at least defeat Dalian, who fights with only one hand. 3 Griffin Knights must prove that their daily performance and conduct are up to standard, and then they will be qualified as trainee knights. Finally, if you want to become a glorious Griffin Knight, you have to go into actual combat. Find and kill some villains who have committed atrocities. That is, personally solve the troubles for the people of Pender. For example, protect the village, eliminate heretics, bring back the head of the Jatu war rider, save the village threatened by bandits, or exterminate a group of bandits. Of course, killing a Lion Knight will also do. The difficulty of these things is of course different, but each goal has corresponding points. Only by accumulating a certain number of points in 2 years can one become a Griffin Knight. Overall, it seems very fair. This is the inheritance of the Griffin Knights. And Dalian's adoptive father, Sir Paul Damar, has preserved this inheritance intact. Although it seems troublesome and not easy, at least it is fair and much fairer than those knighthood titles that can be easily obtained by relying on noble status. No matter whether you were a farmer or a beggar before, as long as you can do it, everyone will be treated equally. Of course, precisely because it was not easy. Only 40 people became Griffin Knights in 2 years. Daisy is very interested in the inheritance method of the Griffin Knights. She feels that if she can regain her throne, she will also learn from this method to build her Ficavia Knights in the future. She also believes that nobles and knights should be distinguished. Nobles can rely on reincarnation, but knights must rely on their ability. Of course, the knight in her eyes must be a female knight. Shortly afterwards, Daisy saw the prototype of the female knight in her mind. Kerwin Village Center. A group of people are holding a funeral at the Countess's estate. The funeral was arranged very much like that. But it looked a bit gloomy. And there seemed to be a lot of people attending the funeral. It looked like there must have been thousands of people. Moreover, these people surrounded a force of about 400 people. All the members of that army were women. And the leader was a girl wearing a crown, wearing white light armor, and riding a tall horse. I didn't expect that I could lure her here so easily. Circe, who looked like a little girl, smiled and waved. The men in black robes all lifted their hoods and drew out their weapons. The female soldiers also drew their weapons. But the number of people surrounding them without any action was probably 10 times theirs. Your Majesty Sonad, I'm glad to see you. You'd better come with me for a cup of tea to avoid any murders happening here. Media pointed to the winery behind her. A murder? Hasn't it already happened here? The girl with the crown said calmly, then rode back a few steps towards her troops. What are you going to do? This prophet. Cute little girl. Amy, do you think there is a forbidden demon tower here to protect you? Humph. Media laughed twice. And then she let out a dull roar. Buzz. Oops. Speed up. The 3 prophets are already casting spells. Liang led the Griffin Knights to the west of the village and had not yet entered. But his perception was too strong now, and he easily heard the roar. The Griffin Knights and attendants began to gallop on their horses. And Daisy also drew her throwing spear. Arriving at the entrance of the village, he happened to see 2 troops confronting each other from a distance. Liang saw the girl wearing a crown and light armor at a glance. But that's not Amy. That's Alina. Liang was so familiar with these girls that he could tell at a glance that Amy didn't have such big breasts. Moreover, there were 2 other people in front of Alina. Although they were both wearing female explorers' deer helmets, Liang could easily tell that one was Wendy and the other was Wendadier. At this time, Medea's expression changed drastically. After making that roar, she even fell under the horse, probably because of the excessive pain. Her entire face was completely distorted. Why? Why is this place also banned from demons? Liang heard this puzzled question from a distance, and recognized that it was Medea's voice. I let you run away at Penn last year, and I won't let you run away again today. Wendy glanced back. She shouldn't be able to see Liang from her position, but she must have heard the sound of horse hooves. Then, she took off her helmet, threw it towards Medea, then raised her sword and charged. Let's go! Kill her! Those purple eyes look like they are glowing. Several of the followers around Medea raised their shields, probably trying to block the helmet. But the helmet suddenly exploded before it came into contact with the shield. After a boom, several followers covered their faces and fell to the ground. Their faces were covered in helmet fragments. Following this explosion, all the female warriors behind Wendy rushed forward, facing an enemy that was 10 times their size, and surrounded them. They actually charged directly. Griffin Knights, charge at that little girl. She is an evil witch, Liang commanded loudly. He saw a 10-year-old girl riding a horse, holding a sword and trying to kill someone. He was not sure who it was. But in any case, if a 10-year-old child appeared on the battlefield, it must not be normal people. Moreover, the kid is dealing with Wendy. In fact, there was no need for Leon to greet her. But anyone with an average IQ would realize that there was something wrong with that little girl. So Bodies and Dalian had already rushed over. At this time, a large army poured in from the south of the village, led by Godric. There are also troops in action in the north. They are a large group of tough men, all holding hammers or swords, and their huge silver gauntlets gleam. In the east of the village, a troop with black armor and 2 black horns on their helmets also began to charge. Traitor! Am I right? The 3 prophets intend to occupy Queen Sonad's body, Alistair shouted to the other big black men as he drove his horse forward. That's Jocelyn. Of course I believe you. But can you stop calling me a traitor? Jocelyn was still dressed like a demon at this time, with heavy armor all over his body and riding a majestic war beast. Only this time he didn't hold up a flag, but held his 2-handed sword in one hand. Humph. But you are a traitor, no matter what the reason is. It is shameful to betray the knights. Alistair snorted and drove his horse faster. His voice now is a bit sharp, and his humming is somewhat strange. Humph. But now you are a traitor too. Jocelyn snorted in return. To be honest, the 3 prophets had really bad luck in this operation. They originally planned to ambush the army in Kerwin, then hold a funeral, send someone to lure Amy over, and then let Medea take over Amy's body. But they didn't expect that their people didn't meet Amy in Changha Town. Amy believed that Liang was back and left Changha Town with a group of cavalry, probably intending to greet them in the direction of Yalagal. After all, the information obtained was that Liang was buying horses in Yalagal. This period of time is relatively chaotic, and dangers are likely to occur on the road. So it is necessary to greet them. Even if they do not encounter them, they can still use this team of cavalry to clear away possible obstacles along the way. Therefore, it was Alina who received the news in Changha Town that the three prophets sent people to announce that the Countess of Qin Village has passed away. Alina was not familiar with the Countess, so she was not in a hurry and planned to wait until Amy came back. Then, Amy didn't come back, and Alistair came first. Alistair planned to defect to Amy, and the certificate of surrender he brought was the plan of the three prophets. The letter intercepted by Sir Roland before the three prophets was actually sent to him. The Twilight Knights also had some credit for the riots in Baranley at that time. The original plan of the three prophets was to control the nobles of Baranley, create a refugee riot, and attack the Lion City. If Lion City accepts refugees, then create corrupted people in the city, and destroy the Forbidden Demon Tower in the chaos. After the Forbidden Tower is destroyed, Anna can try to take over Amy's body. If the three prophets succeed in establishing their kingdom of God, then the Twilight Knights can become a national knighthood. But what they didn't expect was that Amy actually evacuated Lion City at the same time they launched the riot. This unexpected change caught the three prophets a little unprepared. At that time, Alistair felt that either the plan had been exposed, or Amy had someone to give her guidance. He originally wanted to evacuate, but he failed to persuade the Dexia people to return to counterattack Sinjar. So he simply came to join Amy. After all, what Alistair wants is to make achievements, not to follow the path of heresy. In his opinion, Amy, who gave up Lion City and returned to Changha Town, actually had more opportunities. Of course, other people in Changha Town didn't like Alistair very much, but Jocelyn planned to give him a chance. He let Alistair meet Alina. Jocelyn has been in charge of military training in Changha Town, and the flag officer now has a very high reputation. After Alina learned about the original plan of the three prophets, she keenly felt that things in Qin Village might be a bit strange. Wendy happened to be in Changha Town at that time, so she found Wendy for help. Wendy was actually in Long River Town to wait for Sir Roland. She owed Alaric a dragon tear, and she planned to save Alaric. Sir Roland's war cry can purify the spells used by evil spirits, which Wendy saw when she fought against Egram. It's just that Wendy didn't bring any troops. The only person accompanying her was Wendatier. Wendatier was a bodyguard for Wendy. In the past year or so, Wendy had been running around everywhere, and Wendatier was very worried. Wendy and Alina thought about it together, and decided to let Alina dress up as Amy to check out the situation. Wendy and Wendati would protect her mainly because Wendy's eyes were too obvious. Otherwise Wendy would pretend to be Amy might be better. After dealing with Egram, Wendy already knew that she would definitely not be corrupted by the heretics, and she felt a little guilty about her early withdrawal of troops before, which caused Media to run away. She planned to cooperate with Alina and take this opportunity to kill Media. Of course, at that time, no one thought that Media could use the remains of Oswood to escape that lump of flesh without even its legs. No one knew how Media escaped. The main reason was that everyone was busy searching for Liang at that time, and no one cared about Media. Wendy and Alina actually brought most of the troops in Changha Town, but only Amy's personal guards were the first to enter the village. The more than 400 female soldiers are Amy's Griffin Claws, all female explorers. Alina's plan was that if the three prophets set up an ambush in Qin, they would set up an ambush in reverse, and try to kill all the three prophets' troops. In order to try to annihilate the three prophets' troops, she could take some risks. She had always been willing to take risks. If Amy were present, she would probably not be allowed to make such a decision. But Amy happened to be away. So, Alina dressed up as Amy and used herself as bait, planning to lure out all the three prophets' ambush, and then let the troops outside the village attack from all directions, trying to annihilate everyone left. Now the three prophets' ambush has indeed been lured out, and Media looks like he has been attacked by magic. So, after hearing the sound of horse hooves, Wendy tried to capture the thief first and capture the king first, with Wendatier by her side. Wendy is not afraid of anyone. Speaking of which, Wendatier is indeed a humanoid monster. Although it is a bit inappropriate to use this word to describe a beautiful lady, I really can't find a more suitable word. Probably because Wendy had said H, low in advance. When Wendatier dealt with the three prophets' men this time, She did not use her stabbing and swordsmanship of listening to the sound to identify the position, but used her horse to slash with both hands. He was holding 2 long knives, and everywhere he passed were corpses with 2 body parts. Some people say that when the knife is extremely fast, only the moonlight can be seen. But realistically, that might not be fast enough. The fastest knife. You can't see any light at all. You can't even see the afterimage. It's like there is nothing in your hand. Wendadier was like this at the moment. He couldn't see the knife in her hand at all. He could only see her rushing at the front. And the enemies around her fell all the way like blades of grass cut by a lawnmower. However, Wendy's judgment when she launched the charge was actually a little flawed. The sound of horse hooves she heard was not the large army deployed by Alina outside the village, but the Griffin Knights led by Liang. Chapter 353 Proof of the Supreme King. At this moment, several other large troops have not yet entered the village. Liang and the Griffin Knights are accelerating, but they are still several hundred meters away from the battlefield. The distance of a few hundred meters only takes about a minute for a war horse running at high speed. But in this minute, Wendy was surrounded. Wendy's sudden charge did catch the 3 prophets off guard. But after all, the 3 prophets had a large number of men. After a brief panic, they quickly organized a counterattack. As before, the reaction of the troops of the 3 prophets was still astonishingly fast. There was no order, but hundreds of Doombringers took action at the same time as Wendy launched the charge, surrounding the Griffin claws behind Wendy. Although the followers led by these misfortune leaders seemed to be a little delirious, they all closely followed the misfortune leaders in their actions. These were all miscellaneous troops, knights or hooligans from various places, and even marines. They were probably trying to protect their darlings. But this is equivalent to hundreds of teams launching an encirclement at the same time. If seen from the air, the troops of the 3 prophets look like a giant piranha flower, with all the petals suddenly closing in at the same time. Although the troops of the 3 prophets did not form a very complicated array, and there was no cooperation between them, when there were more of them than their opponents, siege was the best tactic, and it was done in a very short time. The Griffin claws were completely surrounded. The female explorers' combat effectiveness was obviously much stronger than that of the 3 prophets' troops, and they cooperated very well, and were very determined when they launched the charge. However, the huge disadvantage in numbers prevented them from breaking through the siege of the 3 prophets' large army. The Griffin claws had just accelerated, but before they even picked up speed, they were stopped by the human wave tactics. The place where they were stopped was in the 1,000-acre vineyard in front of the Countess's manor, and a large number of corpses fell around the female explorers almost instantly. After all, the troops of the 3 prophets were different from the regular army. Those who brought misfortune, he led his followers to stop the charge of the Griffin claws with their lives. The Griffin talons could only organize a defense line on the spot. The female warriors on the periphery even gave up their horses, and used the horses as an outer shield wall to protect Alina, who was not skilled in martial arts. In the middle, this is a very reasonable approach when the number of people is small and facing a siege. Although a large number of horses will definitely be lost, it can at least stabilize the position. When they cannot charge, the cavalry has no advantage at all when facing the infantry. Fortunately, these female knights are the Queen's guards after all. They have probably been engaged in protection and defense for more than a year, and they are quite stable in defensive battles. In addition, they have excellent martial arts skills and top-notch equipment. The equipment Amy got for them is all top-notch, and they can barely sustain themselves with the advantages of equipment and coordination. Only Wendadier was not intercepted. The horse she was riding was so fast that it felt like a comet. Although the troops of the 3 prophets came around quickly, they were unable to intercept her. In fact, even if those misfortune bringers are fast enough, they may not be able to intercept this humanoid Tyrannosaurus. She is not far from Media. She has been running in a straight line, using the shortest path to get to Media. She has 2 quick guns in her hands. The long knife that disappeared without a shadow cut a bloody path, picking up broken limbs and flying heads along the way. Media was right in front of her. But there were already many people around Media at this time. A group of followers of the Prophet held up their shields and barricaded themselves in Media. How can one man break through the shield wall? But Wendadier still plunged in. Maybe it wasn't called plunging in, but called smashing in. She drove her horse and leaped over the shield wall. The knife in her hand was still heading straight for Media. The people turned on their backs and the horses howled in agony. But Wendadier still broke through the defense while riding alone. Afterwards, blood mist splashed all over the sky, and for a while no one could even be seen. The blood mist dissipated in just a moment. And the tall woman riding the purebred horse had no head. She was beheaded by Windadir. Windadir did successfully complete the beheading. And she even directly killed through Media's array. This powerful elf, who has studied martial arts for 300 years. And the ranger instructor, who has single-handedly doubled the combat effectiveness of the entire Noldor tribe, is really a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Even the three prophets cannot stop her charge. But Medea's voice sounded again behind Windadir. "Umph! What a powerful woman! But you can't kill me!" Windadir turned around silently, looking for the source of the sound. But the sound made by Medea was very strange, as if it appeared directly in her ears. She no longer knew where Medea was. Moreover, her Comet War horse was injured on the chest and abdomen, and was panting violently. It seemed difficult to charge the battle in the same way again. Windadir also had bright red wounds on his waist and shoulders. Medea probably had never seen a knife as fast as Windadir's. And his reaction was indeed unable to keep up. It was normal for him to be decapitated with one knife. But the prophet's force is not weak. And she can exchange her life for injuries. As long as all the doom-inducing people are not dead, Medea will not die. As strong as Windadir, she was in trouble at this time, and lost her target. She had to fight and retreat, gradually moving closer to the center of the battlefield. The little girl-looking guy was very conspicuous on the battlefield. And she was attacking Windy. Circe now has the body of a little girl, riding on a tall war horse that does not match her at all, and is also wielding a 3-meter-long machete. This scene looks very weird. But Windy had been beaten so hard by the little girl that she was even forced to give up her war horse. Her strength was far from comparable to that of the three prophets. And Circe had been forcing her to confront her head-on. The long-handled machete swept away a large area. But she did not dare to fight head-on. And it was difficult to dodge while riding a horse. So he had to give up his war horse, and relied on his flexible body skills to survive. In the melee, the grenades she carried were useless. At this time, Liang finally rushed into the battlefield with the Griffin Knights. But only the Griffin Knights and the Griffin attendants arrived. Only these 300 people were cavalry. And the new recruits, who had just been recruited from the drunkard group, did not know how to do it. Horse riding. "Lord Liang, help me keep it safe! Witness our glory!" Dalian approached Liang while riding forward, slowed down Liang's horse, and then reached out and handed over an object. Perhaps seeing that Liang's injury has not yet healed, Dalian believes that Liang should stay at the rear. This is the knight concept he has accepted since childhood. Liang glanced at the thing in his hand, which was a ring. The ring of High King Kavala. Then, without waiting for Liang to react, the spur under Dalian's feet knocked hard on the belly of the war horse. And the horse screamed and raised its top speed. "Griffin Knight!" Dalian shouted, swinging his sword and charging at Circe. "Witness our glory!" The Griffin Knights behind them let out a uniform war roar. This was the symbol of the Griffin Knights' final charge, allowing everyone to witness their courage to fight to the death on the battlefield. This was true more than 300 years ago, and it is still true today. Although the Griffin Knights were small in number, their charge seemed to be much more powerful than the charge that Windy led the female explorers before. And the impact was indeed much stronger. This is probably the value brought by hundreds of years of inheritance. The same charging method, the same weapons and equipment, and their technical level may not be as good as the female explorers. But the Griffin Knights broke through the army of the three prophets and cut open the followers of the prophets, who surrounded the female soldiers. Chunks. Moreover, Dalian also successfully rushed to Circe. This was mainly due to Beodaisy, who followed him closely. Beodaisy kept following Dalian. When she got near Circe, she waved her hand and fired 2 shots, successfully killing Circe's horse. This queen's skills are not top-notch, but she is very smart on the battlefield and is good at creating opportunities for friendly forces. At this time, Dalian had the best opportunity. Circe fell from his horse right in front of him. Without the horse, the 3-meter-long long-handled sword was a burden, especially for a man who was at most 1 and 2 meters tall. In the hands of a child, no matter how powerful the power is, it will not be able to exert its power. Dalian used the speed of his horse to lean down and slash, and knock Circe to the ground with one sword. But then, he also fell to the ground. Circe swung the big knife sideways the moment he fell to the ground and chopped Dalian's horse leg into pieces. But Dalian was lucky. It was not that the horse stumbled, but that the horse's leg was lost. Dalian flew into the air and landed under the action of inertia. But the horse's body without the leg still moved forward with a strong impact. pushing him forward. Several doom-inducing people in front of him were knocked over. At the same time, Daisy threw 2 more missiles from behind, which happened to hit Dalian's side, blocking other enemies who were preparing to besiege Dalian. The power of Daisy's throwing spears should not be very powerful, and it is certainly not as powerful as those Shadow Centurions in the Bacchus Empire. But it is very timely and accurate, and she can throw it with both hands at the same time. Dalian took the opportunity to sweep half a circle with his ebony sword on the ground, just in time to cut off Circe's feet. Then he got up and grabbed Circe on the ground and used it as a shield. Who asked Circe to use a child's body? 10 years old, the girl doesn't weigh much, and she doesn't have any legs now. As a result, Circe was hit twice more with a hammer by her own men, and one of her hands seemed to be broken off. Then, Wendy rushed over and dragged Dalian back. Fortunately, Wendy knew Dalian. Circe was still held in Dalian's hand at this time. One of her hands was broken now. Both feet were missing, and the other shoulder was completely broken by Dalian's chop. She must have completely lost her fighting ability. But she was not dead yet, and she made a strange cry towards Dalian. "Buzz!" But Dalian seemed to have no reaction at all. "Scream!" He raised his hand and wanted to throw Circe to the ground. "Don't kill her!" Wendy stopped Dalian. "If she dies, her soul will escape into the bodies of other enemies." Dalian was stunned for a moment, then threw the bloody little girl to Wendy, and rushed to the front again to block other enemies. Wendy no longer went to the front line, but grabbed Circe and pushed her to the ground, and found a horse jacket, and forcibly wrapped her into a rice dumpling. This is not only to restrain Circe, but also to stop her bleeding, so that she will not lose too much blood and burp. "Are you a Nolder elf? But a Nolder elf shouldn't have such a strong ability to suppress evil. Who are you? Who are you?" Circe stared into Wendy's eyes, and shouted in panic. Now she can't use Wendy's hands in her struggle, and her legs are gone. The little girl's legs are originally short, and she can't reach them no matter how hard she struggles when her head is pressed. No matter how strong she is, she can't exert her strength in the air. "She is a goddess." A voice came from behind Wendy. Turning her head, Wendy saw Liang. A smile suddenly appeared on the cold face of the underage girl, but then she became deeply anxious. "Liang, you are indeed back. But why are you here? You should lead here. There are many of them. We can't live without it. There are really many of them." Liang pointed to the west, which is the direction he just came from. He came after Dalian, and the direction he came from was already surrounded by the followers of the Prophet. Although the Griffin Knights charged with great momentum and were not surrounded. After all, they were small in number and could only charge in a cutting and peeling manner around an arc, unable to control the entire battlefield. However, the battlefield situation is much better now. There are Griffin Knights peeling off the enemy on the outside, female explorers forming a formation in the middle, and when you're not far away from the side can pull down a large group of enemies single-handedly. Daisy had already joined the female explorers at this time. She had quickly won the respect of the female soldiers with her combat wisdom and began to deploy manpower. This is probably her habitual behavior as a queen. Once on the battlefield, he can't help but start commanding. Alina is good at strategic planning, and Wendy has not learned battlefield command yet. Amy may have some experience in battlefield tactics, but Amy is not here, which means that the female soldiers actually lack battlefield commanders before. The appearance of Daisy just made up for this missing link. Daisy's command level is very good. Under her control, the female explorers not only stabilized their position, but even pushed to the outside. This powerful female soldier unit probably met a reliable battlefield captain. But Daisy was almost drooling when she looked at this troop. This was the perfect female knight in her mind. Strong, brave, obedient to command, and a serious queen's guard. Liang did not interfere with Daisy's command, because he himself was commanding the immobile female explorers. These female soldiers are Amy's bodyguards. Most of them have little contact with Liang. Only the members of the Griffin Sword who initially followed Mirgon know Liang, and their relationship is not good. They have fought with Liang and been killed by Liang many times. Partner. The battle situation gradually became stable, and the large troops outside the village finally came in. The first to enter the village were Jocelyn's troops and the Twilight Knights. Both of these troops were dressed in pitch black and looked more like evil men than the Three Prophets' troops. But they are quite ruthless against the followers of the Three Prophets, and the people of the Twilight Knights seem to be very good at dealing with the Doombringers. This is probably because they know the details of the Three Prophets better. "Lord Liang, I really didn't expect you to come back. But you know, you can't kill us. And there is no need to kill and injure so many people here. We can cooperate with you and follow your arrangements. At this moment, Circe suddenly made a request for an armistice. I'm not Ulrich. You're Circe. Right. I haven't forgotten that you lied to me. Leon pulled a rag from his body, rubbed it, and stuffed it into Circe's mouth. Who would cooperate with someone who has deceived him? Shut up. Hey. Ouch. Uh-huh. Circe tried to say something, but Leon slapped the cloth into her mouth. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The piece of cloth itself was definitely nothing special. But what was strange was that just when Leon came into contact with Circe's mouth, his hand suddenly emitted a bright golden light. A griffin with golden light flew out of his hand, and then pecked Circe on the brow. Circe suddenly became silent. This is magic. Don't you know magic? Wendy looked at Leon with straight eyes. Liang's eyes were also wide-eyed, but he was looking at his own hand, and the High King's ring on his hand was glowing. Chapter 354 The Goddess's Griffin. And the black griffin that flew out of the ring continued to spread its wings and fly high after pecking Circe. And it seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. It's like a real griffin, hovering over the battlefield. This magical scene shocked everyone, and the originally chaotic battlefield suddenly became quiet for a moment. Everyone looked up at the griffins in the sky. After flying around in the golden light of the sky, the griffin flew towards a group of Doombringers. At this time, a gentle female voice appeared in Liang's mind. My child, I will guide you. This is the voice of Eunomia, the goddess of order. But, isn't this ring from Kavala? Moreover, the Griffin Knights were indeed founded by Kavala. Leon originally thought that Kavala's ring was just a seal to prevent counterfeiting, but he didn't expect that it was related to the goddess. To guide yourself? Leon looked at the griffin flying near the Countess's manor, and suddenly came to his senses. Everyone, follow the griffin. It can see the souls of the three prophets. Wherever the griffin is, there is media. Although Leon didn't know how to communicate with Eunomia, he could realize that the griffin could definitely see the spirit body, and could directly attack the spirit body. This griffin was obviously also a spirit body. Moreover, after Circe was pecked, although the little girl's forehead was unscathed, she immediately stopped moving. Winda Deer on the side was the first to hear Liang shout clearly, and she once again used her terrifying blade storm to kill in the direction of the griffin's flight. Dalian, follow the lady! Follow me! Follow Vendidal! Leon and Wendy also issued instructions at the same time. Griffin Knight! Charge! Glory is my life! Dalian grabbed an ownerless war horse and began to charge into the battle forcefully again. In fact, even if Leon did not issue an order, the Griffin Knights would charge spontaneously. Although it was the first time for them to see the Griffin, the morale of this unit was so high at this time, and everyone was inexplicably excited, as if they had been beaten to death. The female soldiers of Griffin Claw were similar to them, and their faces were all red with excitement. This is not a magical factor. These two troops simply saw their own totems. The griffin in the sky had already flown to the door of the winery. After circling in a circle, it pounced on a Doombringer. The other doom-inducing ones around them raised their swords and spears and stabbed at them, but they were completely unable to touch the griffin. But the Doom-inducer reacted very quickly. Seeing that she could not stop the griffin, before being pounced by the griffin, she struck out with a sword and pierced her head from the chin up. The griffin pounced on her body, probably after it missed the target. The griffin flew high into the sky again and continued to circle. Leon couldn't see the scene at the door of the winery. He didn't charge in front of the formation this time. He was now like a large light bulb. The light of the ring was too conspicuous. If he showed his head, he would be immediately set on fire by the Prophet army. Therefore, he hid in the middle of his own troops and cooperated with Bayo Daisy to fine-tune the troops. To be precise, he was constantly giving Bayo Daisy the location of the surrounding enemies. Liang's perception ability is now like a radar, and Bayo Daisy arranges manpower according to Liang's instructions. Both of them are experts at commanding on the battlefield. Although it is their first time to fight together, it seems as if they have been working closely together for many years. In addition, the Prophet Legion seemed to have lost its command at this time. The Griffin Knights and the Griffin Claws, who were originally on the defensive, cooperated with each other and penetrated the Prophet's followers several times their own in one fell swoop. The neat line of the Prophet Legion was gradually cut apart and gradually became chaotic, although the doom-inducing ones are still constantly adjusting their positions in an attempt to intercept them. It is difficult to form an encirclement again. At this time, the Twilight Knights in the east, led by Jocelyn and Alistair, changed their direction. Instead of moving forward, they rushed towards Liang's position. Alistair didn't actually hear Liang shout. He didn't even know that Leon was present. The main reason why he turned was actually that he didn't want to collide with the Griffin Knights. The Griffin Knights charged from west to east and killed them. The enemy's position is from east to west, while the Dusk Knights are from east to west. If neither side changes direction, the car will crash. Moreover, the glittering golden light where Leon was really conspicuous, and with the largest number of enemies on the outside. Alistair and Jocelyn couldn't help but turn to that direction. The battlefield was cut in half by the charge of the two knights. At the same time, a group of burly men appeared in the north, their swords and gauntlets forming a shining silver wall. A large number of troops also poured in from the south of the village, and the rangers in green horse clothes were also speeding up with their guns raised. The Silver Hand and Horn summoned the rangers to arrive. Leon could already see Close and Ralph. Ralph was still holding an extra long war spear, and there was no enemy in front of him. It seemed that his injury had healed. Later, Godric's Three Lions banner and Leofric's Griffin banner also appeared behind the Horn Rangers. The army deployed by Alina finally formed a counter-encirclement against the Prophet Legion at this time. Although the total strength of the two sides should be about the same, the combat effectiveness of those followers of the Prophet is limited, and there is no cooperation between them. When surrounded by enemies on all sides, it is definitely useless to fight a positional battle with the same number of elite troops. In fact, Alina's overall arrangement is to surround 3 towers and 1. This should be done when there are no manpower arranged to surround the enemy in the west. This can give the enemy hope of escaping and prevent them from fighting to the end. If there were no troops to the west, under such unfavorable circumstances, the 3 prophets might indeed retreat to the west. But who knew that when Leon came from the west with the Griffin Knights, they would be surrounded on all sides. Troops from 4 directions began to converge toward the center, just as the Prophet Legion initially surrounded Wendy and Alina. Now there was no hope of escaping. So all the doom-inducing ones began to retreat towards the manor villa, and gradually gathered together, seemingly planning to form a formation to resist until the end. At the same time, almost all of the Prophet's followers, that is, those ignorant knights, retinues or rogues, began to confront the troops in all directions in a chaotic manner. They looked like they were trying to disperse and escape. However, under normal circumstances, troops who are surrounded should not react like this. Even if they want to escape or break out, they should rush in the same direction. Leon could sense the abnormal behavior of the 3 prophets' troops. He knew that those followers of the prophets were going to rush into his own troops and completely disrupt the battlefield. This is the method used by the 3 prophets outside Changha town. Moreover, Leon vaguely heard a familiar chanting voice. Drive away, the hope of life. The voice was very weak and vague, which meant that Leon now had strong perception. Otherwise, he would probably not be able to hear it. Wendy should have heard it, but she certainly didn't know what it meant. She's summoning the fallen. Cut off those bastards' heads. All cavalry, follow me. Leon was very sensitive to the prophet's chant. He grabbed a sword directly from a griffin attendant beside him, looked at the trajectory of the griffin in the sky, and accelerated towards the griffin with Wendy. Go. At this time, you don't care whether you will be attacked by concentrated fire. If thousands of followers of the prophet are all transformed into fallen ones, it will be troublesome. Fortunately, most of the leaders currently appearing here have participated in the battle against the Prophet Legion outside Changha town, such as Leon, Godric, Close, Ralph, and Charles. They all know that the 3 prophets can transform their followers into corrupted people, but they cannot control these corrupted people. Therefore, after they discovered that the Griffin claws began to charge faster, they all reacted and made the same decision. They all ordered their men to chop off the heads of those followers, and brought the most skilled men with the fastest speed. It rushed towards the main formation of the Prophet Legion, which was the formation of the Doom Bringers. The 3 prophets cannot control the fallen, and the fallen ones they create will only blindly attack any living creature around them, as long as they rush into the 3 prophets' own troops. If the 3 prophets still want to create fallen ones, then under the indiscriminate attacks of the fallen ones, the 3 prophets' own troops will also be finished. Only Daisy reacted a little slower. She and the remaining female explorers didn't know that the 3 prophets would create fallen ones. At this time, Leon couldn't explain to them why they had to chop off the heads of those men. And suddenly Leon started charging at high speed. As a result, Daisy was stunned for a while and fell behind. So she led the female soldiers, who had lost their horses to form a neat queue, and began to use crossbows to shoot at the followers of the prophet, who rushed over in disorder, providing cover for the charging troops. Daisy did not let the female explorers go over and behead them. If it was a regular battle, it would indeed be more appropriate to form an array and shoot arrows at this time. But soon, some of the prophet's followers, who had fallen down with crossbow bolts on their bodies, stood up again, and quickly tore themselves into bloody fallen degenerates. And then, the crossbow arrows that hit them again were completely ineffective. Bodies? Is that you? They are not alive. Use a sword. Cut off their heads. Just when Baudice was at a loss, Jocelyn happened to lead a group of Pender cavalry, together with the Twilight Knights led by Alistair, and rushed to Baudice. Ah! Jocelyn! It's you? Baudice exclaimed happily. Are you supposed to be in Buckley? People who are destined can always reunite. The Fylvia woman that Jocelyn helped in Buckley Continent was Baudice, who traveled around before inheriting the throne. And this time, if Jocelyn hadn't arrived in time, Baudice would have been in big trouble again. Probably. Jocelyn is her destined guardian. The Twilight Knights were also very experienced in dealing with the fallen. After judging that they would not obey their orders, Alistair led the knights back and waited for the fallen to kill each other. However, this approach led to some misunderstandings on Baudice. She thought Alistair was afraid of fighting, so she muttered sarcastically, "You eggless bastard! This is a pot that cannot be opened or lifted." Alistair almost struck her with his sword. If he hadn't considered the future of so many brothers in the knights, Alistair would have killed her on the spot. Jocelyn had no choice but to pull Baudice out of the battlefield. It was not appropriate to provoke Alistair at this time. She was here to help after all. On the other side, Liang and Wendy had followed Wendadier into the formation of the Prophet Legion. The charging pace of the female soldiers was once again forced to a halt, and Wendadier failed to kill the women of the Prophet Legion this time, because this time their axes, spears, and shields formed a circular formation. This circle is located in front of the Countess's manor. But the Prophet's chant has disappeared. It is useless for Media to turn all her followers into fallen ones. Leon's troops have already reached her side. Liang has clearly seen the movement trajectory of the Griffin. The Griffin has been hovering above the heads of several doom-inducing ones on the outside of the circle. But it seems to be getting smaller, because at this time, the light of the ring in Liang's hand has gradually weakened. Any magic power must be limited. It is not easy to last for so long. Just as Liang was fighting a Doombringer, the Griffin pounced downwards one last time, and then disappeared together with the golden light of the ring. But Liang already knew who Media was. The Griffin pounced on him, and it was the doom-inducing person in front of him and Wendy. Media is located on the periphery of the array. If the Griffin hadn't been attacking her, everyone would have thought she was in the center of the circle. Media, go back to the Gate of the Abyss. You have no chance. Liang swung his sword and slashed at the bringer of misfortune. Leon, why is it always you? Media gritted his teeth and raised his shield to block the sword. Perhaps there is a price to pay for switching bodies continuously. Her strength is not strong at this time, and her movements are also a bit slow. Liang noticed that the counterattack was not strong, so he swung his sword and slashed randomly, forcing Media to cover his head and face with a shield. Wendy, who was nearby, stabbed her with a sword. Media was caught off guard and was stabbed in the right arm. The axe in her hand fell out of her hand. Media threw out the shield in her hand, blocked Wendy for a moment, and then quickly retreated into the crowd. The Doombringers all had the same equipment and looked similar on the battlefield. Wendy lost her target. Media! You can't run away! Liang shouted to the side and forward, while struggling to chop down a prophet's henchman in front of him. This is not a bluff. Liang can still accurately target Media, and his powerful perception allows him to distinguish the differences between each doom-inducing person. Lord Liang! It's really you! Behind him, Ralph had also summoned the Rangers with a horn to rush into the formation. It's me! See that woman? That's the prophet. Get her! Liang pointed the direction to his own people. Media turned around and looked at Liang hatefully. Kill him, kill him! The prophet army no longer formed a formation, and all rushed towards Liang. The soldiers around Liang all rushed toward Media. This can only be a head-on confrontation, and a bloody fight begins between the two sides. But at this time, the Silver Hand from the north has arrived, and there is definitely only one result in a head-on confrontation. Soon after, more than half of the Doombringers in the Prophet's Legion were killed or wounded, and Media finally spoke again. Stop! Leon! I surrender! Surrender? I won't accept it. Destroy them. Liang had no intention of talking nonsense with the prophet this time. You know, you can't kill me. Liang, you don't need to increase the losses of your troops. I can give you a lot of good things. Dragon tears. Do you want dragon tears? Seeing that there was nothing to talk about, Media became anxious now. Even if I can't kill you, I can still lock you up for the rest of your life. After Liang finished speaking, he turned to the others and ordered, grab the woman with the injury on her hand. Maim her. But don't kill her. As long as she doesn't die, her soul can't go to other people. Chapter 355 The New King of Pender. Soon after, the battlefield gradually became calm. The women of the Prophet Legion, whether they were the bringers of doom or the recruits of the Prophet Legion, have been killed down to the last few. They still stood in front of Media, raising their axes and spears to face the warriors surrounding them from all directions. Leon, why do you need to kill everyone? Media looked at the approaching troops and began to shout provocation. Don't you think too many of your men have died? Many people did die in the battle. The Griffin Knights suffered over 100 losses, and the number of female warriors of the Griffin Claws was also reduced by more than 100. Each unit of the Horncall Rangers and the Silver Hands suffered losses of nearly 30%. Only the Twilight Knights had fewer casualties. Since we have paid such a price, we must kill them all. Liang did not show his face, and the situation seemed to be under control. But Liang was now more wary of Media. But what can you do to me? You can't kill me. And you should know what an eternal enemy means to you. Media said through gritted teeth, then took out a sword and tried to pierce his jaw again. But just as she took out the sword, Liang threw out the ebony sword in his hand, accurately cutting off Media's wrist from a distance of more than 10 meters. And the dagger fell to the ground. Maybe I can't kill you, so don't even think about dying. Then, a large group of people rushed forward, and Media was wrapped into a rice dumpling. The three prophets should need to let their souls leave the body before they can transfer to other bodies. Therefore, every time they transfer their bodies, they must first let the current body die. But what if it cannot die? Liang was able to come to this conclusion actually because he met the little princess Denise on the battlefield. The body of a 10-year-old girl is not suitable for fighting, especially the three prophets who like to use long-handled swords. Moreover, the three prophets have always liked to use tall bodies. They used drugs and girls' skin to cultivate so many doom-inducing people, all of whom were tall and beautiful women. But Cersei used the body of a child but never changed it. Why? There is a high probability that this is to prevent the little princess Denise from dying. In other words, if the three prophets want to escape from this body after occupying someone else's body, they can only let this body die. After death, the soul will leave the body. Of course, Liang has experienced it himself. He has not died completely several times. His consciousness is half separated from the body, but his soul is still there. After all, Denise was the heir to the throne who was used to fight Amy in the ring. So even though the little girl's body was not suitable for fighting, Cersei never changed her body to avoid the little girl dying. At the same time, the ground was full of corpses, but the three prophets did not escape through the corpses. Does this mean that the three prophets could not be resurrected with corpses? Otherwise, why didn't Media use the corpse to disguise herself before she was completely trapped? Of course, Media would not do this when the Griffin existed, and would be found by the Griffin. At the same time, Wendy can probably ban demons in a small area like Althea. But the battlefield was so big that Wendy was not always by Media's side. Media originally had many opportunities, especially when the Griffin just disappeared. When Medea was stabbed by Wendy, she retreated into the crowd to avoid Wendy. But why didn't she take the opportunity to commit suicide and use the corpse on the battlefield to escape? If she had been hiding among the corpses, no one would have been able to find her. For example, hiding among the corpses of Griffin Knights or female explorers who died in battle. After carefully recalling the various performances of Media, Liang realized that the three prophets cannot be resurrected with corpses. They can only occupy the souls of living people. Medea has always occupied the body of a living person before. Even the remains of Oswood, who was on the verge of death, was still considered a living person, and they could not control the undead. Moreover, they probably can't devour other people's souls. They can only seduce or expel them. Oswood's soul was banished to the abyss by her, rather than destroyed directly. After all, they are just the messengers of the Dark Goddess. According to Kabbalah, even the Dark Goddess herself can only drive out the evil spirits. The three prophets are naturally weaker. Leon probably understands the so-called soul now. Perhaps spirit and soul should be two separate things. Just like the heaven also separates soul and soul. The spirit body is consciousness. And a person who has lost his spirit body is an empty SHL without self-awareness. Whoever controls the spirit can control this body. But the soul is the life soul, the driving source of the body. The soul must stay in the body. Otherwise the body will be just a lump of immovable flesh. The three prophets cannot use a corpse that has lost its life soul, because they themselves are soulless spirits. They must rely on the souls of others to make their bodies move. Therefore, they can only expel the person's spirit body while he is still alive, and use magic to retain his soul in order to drive this unconscious body. If the spirit body is not expelled successfully, just like Roland's female apprentice Irano, then the prophet's spirit body can only leave that body. In other words, it was not that Media spared Irano at that time, but that she couldn't handle Irano. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to negotiate with Leon. This should be the reason why the three prophets cannot control the fallen ones they created. The three prophets first let their followers die, and those followers will become fallen ones at the moment of death. This is completely different from Egrim's method. Egrim directly transforms living people into fallen ones. But those who died in battle will not be transformed by it. This is because Egrim can directly devour the spirit bodies of living people. In other words, it can attract and control human consciousness by creating strong desires, and thereby control the bodies of fallen people. Those bodies are all alive. They all retain their souls. But their spiritual bodies were swallowed by Egrim, and their consciousness was forcibly controlled. The three prophets cannot devour spiritual bodies. That is, they do not have the ability to control consciousness. They can only make people die to make their souls leave their bodies, and then recall their souls to make people become corrupted. Their sacrificial inscriptions are indeed used to recall the soul of life. It is indeed not an evil spell in itself, but a real divine spell, which was originally supposed to save lives. But since the spiritual bodies are not under the control of the three prophets, those fallen ones are completely unconscious walking zombies, and cannot be controlled. Similarly, the reason why Egrim came out of the abyss was because he got a body that retained his life soul. Heretic supplicants used human sacrifices, and the sacrificial process should be similar to when Egrim took care of Oswood. This is what the abyss demons deliberately lure those idiots to do. The three prophets have the ability to recall souls, but they cannot control spiritual bodies. Egrim can control spirits, but does not have the ability to recall souls. But there is something wrong. Anna should have escaped through Ulrich's body. There is no other possibility. If the three prophets cannot be resurrected with corpses, then who is the Ulrich they met on the way? Ulrich must be a pure corpse, without spirit or soul, and it has been buried for so long. It is an undead soul. Who is driving him? Could it be said that Anna is more special? Or it could be Anna didn't use Ulrich's body to escape. Did she get help from others? But Lion City was able to help Anna escape at that time. Could it be Kabbalah? Only Kabbalah has the ability to control the undead. He has personally admitted that Maltz's is the body he prepared. And the Terror Legion is a pure undead army. A group of decaying corpses. But why did Kabbalah do this? Plus this ring. This is Kabbalah's ring. Leon took off the High King's ring. The griffin on the ring was lifelike, and the small words surrounding the griffin were extremely clear. This is the will of the High King. Kabbalah. What is this will of yours? The battle is over, but all those who fought remain in the village of Kerwin. Liang's old friends all gathered together to watch the Lord whom they had not seen for more than a year. Godric also moved his hands up and down, pinching various parts of Liang's body, and then felt relieved after making sure that Leon was not missing any parts. Leon, you probably don't know that Amy went crazy during your absence. I even thought she would become another crazy king. Fortunately, you are back, taking care of her work. It's time to leave it to you. Godric took off the hand of the king badge on his chest, and planned to pin it on Liang's chest. Wait, Lord Godric, you can't do this. Leofric suddenly stopped Godric. What? Are you opposed to Leon becoming prime minister? He has the qualifications. Godric was a little surprised. It's not a question of qualifications, but that a person who can use the ring of High King Pendor should not become the hand of the king of the Lion Kingdom. After Leofric finished speaking, he looked at Dalian, and then suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Leon, raising the sword above his head. Your Majesty, Griffin Knight Leofric swears allegiance to you. Please witness our glory. Dalian also knelt down on one knee at the same time. Griffin Knight Dalian. Griffin Knight Azrael. Griffin Knight. The entire Griffin Knights made the same move. They want to follow the new king of Pender. Leon was stunned for a while. Looked at the ring on his hand. Took the sword of the Griffin Knights somewhat unnaturally. And accepted their allegiance. He was a little conflicted. Wondering whether he should tell these people about the late King Kavala. If they talk about it now, will they doubt their life? The founder of the kingdom of Pendor. The founder of the Griffin Knights. And the ancestor of this body has now become a terrible demon. Can the Griffin Knights accept this? Moreover, if this happened at this time, Godric would definitely be very dissatisfied. Although he was once very dissatisfied with the Mad King. His daughter Amy is now the queen of the Lion Kingdom. Indeed, Godric's face was ashen. Leofric, you are treason. Leon. Do you know what you are doing? Lord Godric, I am not treason. You may not know that Amy is probably not the queen of the Lion Kingdom now. Because King Ulrich has returned to the Lion City. Leofric turned his head and explained to Godric seriously. Godric was shocked. Ulrich? He is still alive? No. He must be dead. I saw his appearance when I retreated from Harlingsburg. He looked like a dead man. His whole face was blue-gray. Leofric shook his head. I know it must be the three prophets or some other evil spirit that has taken over his body. But after all, he is the Lion King. And Amy's throne is passed down from him. No matter he is, it's not a fake. But as long as he comes back, Amy will no longer be able to call herself the queen. This is true. Although this kind of thing has never happened before. But Amy inherited the throne from Ulrich normally. And it is not that the old monarch was abolished and a new monarch was established. So we cannot deny Ulrich's legitimacy. Even though they knew it was possessed by another soul. That person was indeed Ulrich himself. I also saw Ulrich. Originally I thought it was Anna. Another prophetess. But now, I'm not sure who it is. Leon also mentioned the undead army he saw with Daisy. Alina has told him the original plan of the three prophets. And Leon is becoming more and more uneasy now. Being able to drive Ulrich, the undead spirit, and use Ulrich's body to return to the Lion City and directly become the king of the Lion Realm was definitely not the original idea of the three prophets. These three prophets should just want to destroy the Forbidden Demon Tower. They are trying to take over Amy's body and keep Princess Denise. Whether it is from the nature of women or from their actions. It is impossible for the three prophets to let them. The body of Ulrich returns to the throne. The only one who can do this is Kavala. But how did he come back? Leon glanced at the ring on his hand again. And then thought about Dalian's actions. Dalian took the ring and threw the gate of the abyss into Deer Heart Lake. And Kavala probably came out of the bottom of the lake. He probably used the broken body that Egrin used before. Ulrich has no power. But Kavala can control the corpse. At that time, the wings of the little dragon fanned out strong winds in the temple. Althea must have hid outside the temple. Without Althea's ability to suppress demons, Kavala probably ran away at that time. Thinking of this, Leon suddenly put the ring to his mouth and whispered softly, Your Majesty Kavala, you should know where I am and can hear me. Right. The ring had no reaction. But there was a sound in Liang's ear. Boy, you are smarter than I thought. But unfortunately, you are just an evil spirit from another world that stole the body of my descendant. I must get rid of you. Humph. This time, Kavala's voice was not gentle at all. It sounded as harsh as a knife. Leon closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Apparently, Kavala knew that he was not the original owner of this body. Moreover, in his eyes, he is an evil spirit from another world. In fact, it's not wrong to say that. Leon probably did occupy the body of Leon, who had just lost his spirit body like Egrim, or the three prophets. Even the life soul belonged to someone else. Leon even felt as if he was the villain for a moment. But, I don't want to take over the body of your descendant. I am a victim too. If I knew how to escape, I would have gone back to heaven a long time ago. Who the L wants to stay here in Ponde without a mobile phone or delicious food? Leon took off the ring. But after thinking about it, he put it on again. Kavala can definitely find Leon through his own ring. But Leon also needs to use this ring to contact Kavala. For Leon, if he can talk to the enemy, he may have more opportunities. Moreover, he must be the new king of Pender. Otherwise, how can he fight against the real king of Pender? Chapter 356. Do you dare to have an opinion? Chungha Town. The atmosphere in the Lord's Hall was very serious. Originally, Liang's return was a happy event that made everyone cheer. But now, all the lords present are a little uneasy. They didn't know where to go. Just when they returned to Chungha Town, a messenger brought a king's order from Lion City. The content is to recruit all the lords of the entire Lion Kingdom and ask them to go to the Lion City and return to the command of King Ulrich, to whom they once swore allegiance. Otherwise, they will break their oath and will be regarded as treason. This is indeed King Ulrich's handwriting and seal. Everyone, what are you going to do? Godric readily stated that the king's decree was genuine. Many of the lords present, including Leon, had sworn allegiance to King Ulrich, and Ulrich had not done anything unfair to them. In terms of treating nobles, Ulrich was commendable. He is a wise king. They have no reason to break their oath, although they know that this Ulrich must be a dead man and is possessed by evil spirits. The problem is that others don't know. Others may indeed think that this is true. Ulrich has been slow to deliver news these days. Others may have thought that King Ulrich had foresight and used the tactic of feigning death to hide it from the entire continent, and finally eliminated him in one fell swoop. A serious problem. If they don't take Ulrich seriously, the entire Pender continent will regard them as traitors. A formal oath of allegiance is a very strict contractual relationship, not just casual talk. In this era, the price of breaking an oath is greater than treason, as long as there is a reliable reason and it is in line with the reputation of the knight. Even if the rebellion fails, it can be accepted by other countries. However, although the nobles who break the oath will not be struck by thunder from the sky, they will be hostile to all unsuspecting countries and common people. It will be difficult for the nobles to be recognized again, and the entire family will be unable to hold their head high. Lord Godric, what about yourself? What do you plan to do? No one else spoke. Only Ralph, the knight commander of the Horn Call Rangers, asked the others that he was just a subordinate of Odin and did not need to be loyal to Ulrich. Moreover, he was deprived of the knighthood by the Duke of Alma. Identity. Being a civilian makes me feel relaxed. Me? On the contrary, I have never been loyal to Ulrich. I swore allegiance to his father, not him. Godric shook his head. That's why he always dislikes me. No, I mean, what about Amy? Ralph pointed to the empty seat of honor. Amy and Leon had publicly announced Ulrich's death, and then Amy ascended the throne. If Ulrich was resurrected, it would mean that Amy was assuming the throne. Godric said nothing, just frowned and sighed. Let me tell you, Leon is great. Ahem. Your Majesty, why don't you just raise the flag of the Kingdom of Pender? This is the true orthodoxy. It has both honor and righteousness. Ulrich in front of the true King of Pender, he is just a descendant of a country thief. Leofric gave his opinion. Leon was silent. He couldn't tell Leofric that the guy using Ulrich's body now was the true King of Pender. If we raise the flag of the Kingdom of Pender, it means that we must be enemies of all countries. But the current situation... Sigh. Everyone. I must tell you that our treasury is almost empty. Eric, the head of logistics, looked at the people in the hall inside. He is Liang's die-hard subordinate. Of course he hopes that Liang will become king and emperor. But the reality is not optimistic. But now, we are enemies of all countries, Leofric retorted. No, it's different. At least the Bacchus Empire isn't considered an enemy now. Eric shook his head. Yeah, not an enemy. But, Eric, you should know best where the money and food from the treasury went. It's all in Bacchus. Right. Of course. I'm not blaming anyone. I also know this. I have no choice but... Leofric glanced at Alina. Alina sighed. Actually, if His Majesty Marius hadn't taken into account people's livelihood, the Lion Realm would have been already. If Alina hadn't been here, Changha Town would have been at war. She didn't return because once she went back, Governor Justice would have no reason to avoid the war, and the entire East would be involved in the war. Anson gave Alina a fair word. Leon, you're back. Just as he was talking, Amy suddenly rushed in from the door covered with dust and hugged Liang. The serious meeting scene suddenly turned into a boring soap opera. Wendy pouted beside her. Amy, ahem, let's talk about business. Godric reminded. I know what you are going to say. It has something to do with the silver throne. Right. But I don't want to be a queen in the first place. Moreover, it is very simple to solve the problems brought by Ulrich. Everyone in Pender knows it. The son of prophecy. Amy really didn't care about the throne. She always just wanted to be a female knight. Speaking of the child of prophecy, Madigan's prophecy is known to everyone present, and most people here know about Leon's life experience. After Amy became king, Godric and Amy no longer hid it from these people. So Rick immediately swore allegiance to Leon after seeing him on the battlefield. Leon, you once told me that maybe one day, In order to ensure your own safety, you will call yourself the son of prophecy. I think that may be the day now. Amy still hugged Leon without letting go, but turned to look at Alina. Alina, are you still the envoy of Emperor Marius? I need you to be a witness on behalf of the Bacchus Empire. I will serve as a fierce lion. As the Grand Duke of the realm, I will return the realm of the lion to the kingdom of Pendor. That's right. Let Leon be crowned the king of Pendor, and Amy can be crowned the Grand Duke of the Lion again. And with the support of the Grand Duke of the Lion, I can witness all this as the envoy of His Majesty Marius. Indeed, there is only Bacchus. Only the Empire has this qualification. Alina understood. Everyone's eyes lit up. In other words, this is Amy's return of the Lion Realm to the kingdom of Pendor on behalf of her ancestor, the former Archduke Alfred. This is the most legal and moral decision. The entire people of Pendor will support it. Leofric was the first to agree with this decision. At the same time, this is tantamount to creating a good reputation for Archduke Alfred. In this way, Archduke Alfred will become the hero who saves the continent. It was just that the situation forced him to do so in order to unite the domestic lords, temporarily sitting on the silver throne. Now Amy inherits the title of her ancestor and becomes the Grand Duke of the Lion again, allowing the Lion Realm to return to the kingdom of Pendor. If Ulrich still calls himself the king. A smile appeared on Alina's face. Then he has no legal basis at all in the eyes of the people of Pendor. This is clearly stealing the country, and it is ruining the reputation of his great ancestor Alfred. However, if Ulrich is still there, Amy will directly represent Archduke Alfred, bypassing Ulrich, which seems a bit. Anson felt that it was a little out of flow. It's simple, isn't it, okay, to let Amy marry Leon? And this is the most reasonable. Ralph looked at Amy and then at Leon. Everyone nodded together. Indeed, for most people, there has to be a reason for this kind of thing. The marriage between the descendants of the Pandor royal family and the heirs of the Grand Duke of the Lion was the best reason. Ahem. Aren't you going to ask my opinion on this matter? Leon coughed twice in embarrassment. What? You dare to have an opinion? You're not happy? Godric and Amy asked at the same time. Godric glared angrily, while Amy's face was full of resentment. Leon hesitated for a second. No, I have no objection. Wendy hid in the corner and pouted. I have an opinion, Wendy thought, but she didn't dare to say it. Only Alina noticed Wendy's expression and left the hall with Wendy in her arms. After filling up with people from Lion City, there were almost too many people in Chang'e Town to accommodate them. In the past year, the economy has been sluggish, and Chang'e Town has seemed a little deserted. Nowadays, Chang'e Town is lively again, and people are talking about the latest news in the streets and alleys. There are a lot of new things in these 2 days, and they are all very interesting. Lord Leon, who was struck by lightning, returned after missing for more than a year. Then, Lord Eric announced that Lord Leon was about to get married to His Majesty Amy. Then, according to the gossip coming from the Lord's Hall, it was said that Lord Leon planned to be crowned king. With such a big event, of course the people in Chang'e Town had to come out to join in the fun. Merchants seized the opportunity and began to sell various backlogs of inventory. Most of them were used for ceremonies or large banquets. There are also many fruit vendors from the surrounding villages, which are also useful for the ceremony. Fort Brave Shield also sent a lot of supplies, such as plush carpets and tall and beautiful mixed-breed horses that were needed for the ceremony. This is triple happiness. Everyone thought that Lord Leon would do something big. However, several days passed, and Leon had no plans to hold any ceremony directly. He didn't even show up. He had been staying with Amy. However, I am not doing something indescribable, but I am studying how to fill up the empty warehouse again. The territory is so poor. Leon does not intend to hold such a tight ceremony. Moreover, Liang's understanding of the right to rule is not just about blood or legal principles. What he needs is the sincere support of the people. In terms of legal principles, he cannot be compared with Kabbalah. But Leon was once a civilian, and he knew what the civilians wanted. It's not blood, honor, or legal principles, it's wealth and peace. Of course, if you want peace, you must first be rich. Otherwise, how can you attract more fighting power to join? Therefore, Leon planned to use some special means to make his own territory rich. In fact, being rich and being wealthy are two different things. If you have money but cannot buy supplies, it will not make people live better. It will only devalue the currency. Whether a country is rich does not depend on how much gold is in the treasury, but on whether the people can earn money. whether they have sufficient material resources, and whether their lives are good or not. If he earns more and lives more comfortably than before, then to ordinary people, this ruler is truly legitimate. To be honest, as long as there is enough power, there are many ways to stimulate the economy. For example, construction. Since the credit of Pandey Bank is still there, Liang plans to ask Pandey Bank to issue a large amount of magic coins, and then use his company to lend the money out, and then use the money to carry out large-scale construction. For example, Chenghe Town was built into a majestic city like Lion City, and a large number of standardized small villas were built. For the vast majority of rulers in this era, large-scale construction projects were a prodigal act. But for Liang, rulers who engage in construction may not necessarily lose their fortunes, but may actually enrich the country. If Chenghe Town is built to the scale of Lion City, it can directly create employment for tens of thousands of people, and stimulate many upstream and downstream industries, allowing people around it to obtain a stable source of income. Yes, everyone, not just the raw material dealers, builders and engineers. Those who build the city can directly earn money. After earning money, they naturally have to spend it in the surrounding areas, which can lead to food, clothing, housing and transportation. When basic domestic demand is boosted, Liang can guide people to pursue a better life through various implicit standards. This is the so-called consumption upgrade. Use large-scale projects to provide food and clothing for most people, and then sell standardized villa properties, and promote this as the first property for young nobles. Liang plans to use his own wedding ceremony as a model, and even plans to create a necessary condition for young nobles to get married. A car and a house. The car is a beautiful and exquisite four-wheeled carriage, and it will be sold very cheaply. But some spare parts that are difficult to process are very expensive. Besides, the better Chenghe Town is built and the safer it looks, the more people it will attract, especially those businessmen who are relatively wealthy but have little power. Nobles were generally unlikely to leave their territory, but merchants were different. Moreover, Liang is also preparing to release a conventional policy of 3-year commercial tax exemption. 3-year tax exemption may be common in modern times, but in this era, it has always existed only in Liang's territory. Meixiangling was exempted from commercial tax. As a result, a small village with only a few hundred people has now become the most important goods distribution center in the eastern region. Just the daily expenses such as accommodation and catering for people coming and going have cost most people in Meixiangling. They all made a lot of money, coupled with the rent from the warehouses rented by the merchants. Liang himself also made less money. No matter which world you are in, the essence of things remains the same. As long as there is traffic and popularity, there are many ways to make money. After all consumption is caused by people. Of course, overdrafting bank reserves and overissuing credit currency will run huge risks. But in fact, as long as the money is still within your own territory, there is no problem. For Liang, although things like dinars can be transferred from one person's hands to that person's hands, they will all remain in the hands of his own people in the end. If it really flows out of the country accidentally, then send troops to suppress the flow where it goes. Chapter 357 The First Supporters. Liang, I can understand what you mean by promoting consumption, but I have some doubts. With the production capacity of various materials in the eastern region, can we really motivate people to consume? Amy asked Liang a classic question very keenly, and the words she used were very modern. Amy is a good student. In Amy's view, large-scale construction can indeed help many people earn money. But where will their consumption come from? Food, clothing, housing and transportation. There must be so many things to buy. Liang smiled. He had the feeling that he was discussing social issues with modern people. Only Amy could give him such a feeling. But this good student has not learned to think outside the box yet. Amy, from ancient times to the present, there has never been a shortage of production capacity. Only a shortage of output. Capacity and output are two different things. Liang smiled. Based on the current population in the eastern region, material resources are quite sufficient. All we need to do is to encourage enough people to invest in production and increase material output. But it will take a long time. Right. Amy thought it sounded like a long-term job. No, it doesn't take long. On the contrary, other things may take longer. Such as making you a queen. Liang rolled his eyes and suddenly changed the topic. Humph. This matter is not up to you. Amy glanced at Liang. If you don't become the king of Pender quickly, Then we will be regarded as rebels by the entire continent. Alina is already preparing for the ceremony. Of course, I will proclaim myself the King of Pindu. But the canonization of you, the Archduke of the Lion, must be done in the City of the Lion. Liang shook his head. Furthermore, for the time being, I can only raise the flag of Pandar publicly. I must conquer the Lion City before I can be crowned king. Otherwise, I will look like an incompetent person hiding in a corner and trying to survive. That's right. Amy nodded. I don't know what's going on in Lion City now. How do you plan to conquer Lion City? I think there should be some movement on the other side of Cliff Bay. Let's wait and see. If Brennis declares Cliff Bay's allegiance to the current Ulrich, then we will launch an attack immediately. But if Cliff Bay continues if there is no response, then we will just sit back and wait and see what happens. Leon had already made up his mind. Huh? Attacking when the enemy has support? Sitting idly by while the enemy doesn't have support? Isn't this a bit wrong? Amy didn't understand now. Amy, if we directly attack Lion City in the name of restoring the country, then we will inevitably face siege from all countries. That guy pretending to be Ulrich wants me to do this, Liang explained. But Xiaoyan Bay is full of evil heretics and degenerates. And all countries know this. I want to crusade a false king who associates with heretics and degenerates. In this way, I can call on the support of other countries, even if it is verbal support. They also have to support me. At least Crow and Fields Way won't team up with the heretics to deal with me. Liang didn't take off the ring when he said this. He didn't care if Kavala heard this. However, it has been quiet in Lion City these past few days, probably because the king's order issued by Ulrich has not yet spread to all areas, and there has been no response in Xiaoyan Bay for the time being. Therefore, Liang took the time to start his plan to enrich the country. November 11th, 3:57 in the Pandey calendar. Chungha town is bustling with activity. The Double 11, organized by Lord Liang and Bacchus, is still before our eyes. And the merchants of Chungha town also understood that war is wealth. But after Liang disappeared, the businessmen discovered that war may not be wealth. But Mr. Liang is. The Lion Kingdom fought for more than a year after Liang disappeared, but did not produce any wealth. On the contrary, it interrupted all trade routes to various countries. The overstocked inventory of the merchants could not be sold at all, and it either rotted in their hands or was provided to the Bacchus people at a loss. Except for the Bacchus Empire, which could barely be regarded as an alliance. Other countries were in a state of war with the Kingdom of the Lion. They have been unable to make ends meet, and everyone's money is tight. Naturally, businessmen dare not retain too many employees, nor do they dare to produce materials in large quantities. Otherwise, they will not be able to sell them. Most of the time, the so-called productivity cannot keep up is not because of insufficient technical capabilities or actual production capacity, but because people with production tools and production resources dare not produce in large quantities. If the bread cannot be sold, it will become moldy. The fur will rot if stored for a long time, and even the ironware will rust. At this time, layoffs, salary cuts, production suspensions, etc. are inevitable. This also led to a massive wave of unemployment. Employees who lost their jobs naturally lost their dinars, which further led to a significant reduction in basic consumer demand. These employees are the main force in the city's population, accounting for at least 80% of the city's daily consumption. But after losing their jobs, many people had to leave Chungha town to become sharecroppers, or to engage in some dangerous activities. Becoming a farmer, who was a factor in social instability, did not require so many manpower. At the same time, the long-term war has brought the entire western part of the Lion realm to a near standstill, and a large number of refugees have poured into the east. The current state of Chungha town is no longer the original agricultural society. Countless refugees have poured into the city, coupled with the people of Lion City brought back by Amy. The vast majority of people in Chungha town have lost their land. But these people cannot find work in urban areas or on farms. And of course, they are likely to become a factor of instability. Therefore, Amy had to force all farms to plant corn, using high-yielding crops to ensure that the vast majority of people would not go hungry. She had been constantly diverting food to aid refugees, and also used high-pressure policies to force food prices to remain at the same level, within a reasonable range. This barely maintained the overall situation. Otherwise, tens of thousands of refugees who have no food to eat will flow into the east, if there is no timely relief. I am afraid that there will be many sons of prophecy announcing an uprising. War, most of the time, still brings disaster. The urban population has increased dramatically, and they are all unemployed. For the lords under the agricultural landlord thinking system, these unemployed people are all a burden. But it was precisely these unstable factors that gave Liang the basis to directly promote the entire plan. Because these people either fled to Changhe town to find work, or most of the residents of Laishur city are people with some skills and adapt to city life. If they don't have the ability to make a living, they will not stay in the city. Right. Amy spent a lot of money to recruit craftsmen, but with little success. But as long as these urban residents get jobs quickly and earn income quickly, it will be possible to enter a new era based on these people. In order to survive and maintain their source of income, they themselves will find ways to promote the development of basic industries or quickly develop efficient production tools. Of course, first of all, another group of people must be provided with the means of production and a stable source of living and consumption for these people. So, on the morning of 11/11, Liang put on a golden heraldic robe and publicly announced that from now on he would rule Changhe town as the king of the kingdom of Pind. At the same time, Amy and Godric disclosed Liang's life experience and the identity of the prophesied son to the people of Lunghe town, and announced that they would also be loyal to Liang. But the coronation ceremony of King of Pinder was not held directly, because Liang planned to formally crown him after recovering the lion. Then, Liang announced that he would build Changhe town into a larger city than Lion City and serve as the future capital of the kingdom of Pander. On the day when Long River City is built, Lord Liang and Miss Amy will get married in the city. So from now on, I will call Liang, Your Majesty. Subsequently, His Majesty Liang summoned almost all the big businessmen in the entire eastern region at the inner fort of Changhe town. Only His Majesty Liang could allow merchants to enter the inner castle through the main entrance. Originally, only nobles or attendants could enter the inner castle. At most, merchants could only enter through the side door to deliver goods. The businessmen all became full of expectations, because Master Liang said that he might have to build Changhe city while fighting the war. And this is 11/11 again. At this time, it is most likely to be profitable to fight with Lord Liang. And the merchants in Changhe town have long reached a consensus. And building Changhe city, undertaking such a large project, or even just a small part of the project, will definitely make money. However, what the businessmen did not expect was that Lord Liang actually gave them a new surprise. From today on, as long as you register with Eric or Leslie, you can use the same mark as the noble heraldry, so that you can build your own millennium industry. At the same time, I allow those who have registered trademarks. Merchants are allowed to carry swords and use the swallowtail flag. Of course, they must swear allegiance to me like a warrior. From now on, I will only take my own people out to make a fortune. Liang put on a golden heraldic robe, stood at the highest point of the inner castle, and began to win over his first batch of loyal supporters. Of course, the businessmen were aware of what Liang meant. In fact, they are extremely sensitive about this. Many big businessmen do not have aristocratic status. Although they have money, no matter how rich they are, they cannot buy the privileges and respect of the nobility. Even superficial respect. They cannot use coats of arms and flags. Nor can they bear swords. In fact, it is not illegal to carry a large sword on your back, carry an axe, or even carry a machete while walking through the city. However, as long as you are a civilian, you cannot wear a long sword on your waist. This is also the reason why many mercenaries carry swords on their backs. It is not for convenience or appearance, but mainly because they are not nobles and are not allowed to wear swords on their waists. Because swords, coats of arms, and flags all represent nobility. Only knight retainers or squires of noble origin, that is, trainee knights, can wear swords and use swallow-tailed flags. After becoming full-fledged knights, they can cut off the swallow-tailed flag and use the formal heraldic flag. Moreover, these days, wealthy but powerless businessmen can easily be persecuted by nobles when their careers are prosperous, such as being framed, or even directly robbed. Of course, the businessmen resented this deeply, because whether they were nobles or not was decided from the moment they were born. Therefore, after many businessmen in this era became successful, they would spend a large amount of dinars to seek marriage with a low-level noble whose family was in decline. Nobles who were not so poor generally looked down on businessmen. Businessmen are the group that most want to become a noble class. After all, this is related to their own safety and security, and also related to whether their descendants can enjoy the wealth they have worked hard to accumulate. Some well-known wealthy businessmen may be close to some big nobles, but as long as they themselves die, most of their descendants will not survive. Those who have money but no power are the fat sheep that attract attention, no matter in which world they are. But Liang's current policy is equivalent to allowing businessmen who have registered trademarks to have the same status as trainee knights, and also asking them to swear allegiance, which means there is still higher development. This gives them a direct channel to become formal nobles, and it is the most orthodox kind. This certainly makes businessmen flock to it. Of course, they can also realize that with Liang's usual style, they may get some blood if they go to Eric to register a trademark. It's right to think about it. Originally, only warriors who shed their blood on the battlefield for their lords could become knights. Then they have the same qualifications as trainee knights, so they naturally have to shed their blood. The shopping mall is like a battlefield, and blood is shed for the lord, as it should be. Registering a trademark does require some effort, but the dinar cost is much less than what businessmen imagined. Registering a trademark only requires the supply of materials worth 100 dinars. For ordinary people, 100 dinars is the total income of 5 years without food or drink. But for these big businessmen, this price is indeed not high. Moreover, the 100 dinars are directly deducted from materials. The trademarks are classified. Which type of trademark is registered for which type of product is operated. At the same time, the same type of materials is used for deduction, and it is enough to hand it over to Eric. Eric will also strictly review and conduct on-site inspections of the specific operations of the merchants. Leslie will supervise the quality of the merchant's products. If the merchant wants to expand or change his business scope, he must re-register the trademark. Moreover, Lord Leon does not limit the number of trademarks registered by businessmen. In other words, as long as there are enough properties under their name, businessmen can register a different trademark for each person in the family to protect their status, even if the children split up in the future. Where can such a good thing be found? Businessmen are quick-thinking, and they rarely pay directly. After all, they can use the products produced in their own industries to directly deduct it, which means no money is spent. So most of them began to increase business types, resume production, and then search for sources of goods and employees everywhere, and even ventured to places outside Liang's sphere of influence to purchase goods in order to gather enough industry types for their families. As a result, a large group of reserve nobles came out. Leon only used one meeting to bring a large amount of materials to the warehouse, and also identified the core consumer group who would buy villas and carriages in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that he used this method to induce businessmen to start production, and also allowed them to actively increase industrial investment. Will production resume now? There are also many more factories than before. Although this kind of temporary factory can easily close down because it cannot operate. But before they close down, they can definitely produce a lot of things and bring income to the employees. However, after mobilizing the merchants, there was still no movement in Lion City and Xiaoyan Bay. Leon was a little strange. With the existence of that ring, Cavalli should know what he said. But why didn't he react at all? Don't care about claiming the throne publicly? Don't you care when you attack Lion City? Do you have such a big heart? Chapter 358 Money is inexhaustible. Today's Changha town has completely become a huge construction site. Tens of thousands of people are busy on the construction site. The person in charge of the expansion of Long River City is Godric. He is very good at expanding the city on the original basis. However, the expansion standard set by Liang made Godric a little panicked. He felt that Liang was a complete loser, because Liang designated all the land within 5 miles of the southeast, west and east sides of Changha town as the expansion scope of Changha City. In other words, the outer city wall alone would have to be built for more than 20 miles. There is a lake to the north of Changha town, and the new city wall only needs to be built in 3 directions. However, this is not because Godric is not good at math, but because the outer city wall will be built into a bastion structure, and the city wall will be built every 100 meters. There is a military station extending out. There are more than a dozen military stations planned for the entire city, and the top view of the outer city wall will look like a huge semicircular sawtooth. Moreover, Leon also plans to build the outer city wall like that of Lion City, which is 15 meters high, with the top of the wall 2 or 3 meters wide, and the wall can be used for horse racing. As for the north, a tall inner castle will be built based on the original inner castle. It is also planned to dig a river around the city, and use the lake water as a moat. The inner castle will use the soil from digging the moat to raise the terrain. Liang plans to directly fill the position next to the lake bank to a height of 20 meters. So there is really no need to build a city wall in the north. There is a direct gap between the ground in the north and the river, more than 20 meters. In other words, after the entire city is completed, it will form an overall shape with high north and low south. And the inner castle will also become an independent, mountain city, overlooking everything around it from the north of Changha town. It goes without saying that the defense capabilities of such a city are natural, and the residents in the city will definitely feel extremely safe. But how much would a project of this scale cost? Liang, of course it is necessary to expand the city defense. But isn't the extent of this expansion too outrageous? Did you get a lot of money again? After Godric got the design drawing, he ran all the way to find Liang. He once suspected that Liang had marked the wrong units of length, width and height. No. I am extremely poor now, and I rely entirely on loans. Liang dug into his pockets. He was now penniless. Then what do you do to maintain a project of this scale? And you plan to demolish. There are thousands of households there, and it will cost hundreds of thousands of dinars just to compensate for the demolition fees. Godric clapped his fingers in distress. But now, I have already paid for the demolition costs, and the brothers of the Silver Hand have started breaking down walls and demolishing houses. And now Amy and Eric have recruited tens of thousands of people. Leon spread his hands. I can't stop. Godric Khan came down. We will go bankrupt. I know you use Penn Bank to borrow money, but even if you exhaust the potential of Penn Bank, it is impossible to build such a city. I didn't plan to build it quickly. A city of this size will take several years to build. Leon shrugged, not caring about bankruptcy or not. How many years will it take to cultivate? But the enemy will not give us so much time. And the only thing is that the enemy cannot sit still. If the enemy takes the initiative to attack Changha town, then there is really nothing to be afraid of. The problem now is that the enemy is hiding in Lion City and cannot come out. You also know that it is difficult for us to escape from the one who conquered Lion City head-on, Liang said and glanced at the ring on his hand. But the enemy will continue to grow. Right. Shouldn't we prepare our troops for war now? Godric was almost knocked unconscious. I am preparing for war. Uncle Godric, I will let those civilians keep building River City until the day we have the strength to conquer everything. Moreover, not only will we not go bankrupt, we will also become rich. Liang turned around with a smile and looked at the desk behind him. It was the conference table in the Lord's Hall, and a dozen Noldor artists were lying on the table to collaborate on some huge renderings. These Noldor artists come from the Finarfin family and are graphic designers that Liang just hired from the forest. They want to refer to Liang's design drawings to completely present the future Changha city, and from all angles. A few days later, almost everyone in the entire eastern region started talking about Changha city. In the central square of Changha town, the place with the largest flow of people, there were several large artworks that were 10 meters wide and 5 meters high. What is drawn above is the completed rendering of Changha city. This is a standard feature of the modern real estate industry and can be seen in every sales department and even on the exterior walls of construction sites. Regardless of whether this place was a mud ditch or a mass grave before, the renderings will be elegant, spectacular and beautiful, and it will look like paradise. But people in Pendor have never seen this thing before, and the renderings were created by Noldor artists. These paintings alone are worth a fortune. I can't imagine that this will become real. Will we really live in a place like this in the future? This is simply unimaginable, Majesty. Well, I don't know how to describe it. If I could live in a city like this, I would pay any price. Lord Liang. Oh, didn't His Majesty Liang promise that some villas will be built in the city for everyone to live in, and one will be returned to each of our families, and a house will be built? Look, it's on the picture. Then what does it say? The villa outside the inner fortress of Changha City has already been put on sale. You can buy it by paying 30% of the down payment, and you can get a loan from the bank for the rest. Outside the inner fort. That seems to be the former location of the Long River Express. I do know that place, but the old houses have just started to be demolished there. The foundations have not even been dug yet, and new houses have started to be sold. Stop talking. Go and pay the deposit first. The Lord's Hall is packed with people. Let's use the demolition money as a down payment to buy it directly. Think about it. Although there will be a lot more space in the city after the expansion, the total how many villas will be built? Only 500 units will be sold in the first phase of the project. But look at how many people are in the city now. Indeed, I have to grab one first. It's not expensive anyway. That villa looks much more beautiful than our old house. And such a majestic city will definitely become the safest place in the entire continent in the future. Some townspeople stopped and discussed in front of the renderings for a while, then went home, took their money, and trotted to the Lord's Hall together. At present, the population in Chungha town has increased dramatically, and at least 50,000 people have no place to live. Moreover, only Chungha town currently has almost unlimited jobs. There are many job vacancies in every industry. In order to register more types of trademarks, those businessmen followed Liang's requirements. Many factories have been added, and a large number of workers are being recruited. In other words, it is foreseeable that more people will move to Chungha town in the future. If you don't grab the pre-sold house while you have money, you would be a complete fool. In the Lord's Hall, Eric and Leslie were already almost crazy with their work. Rather than saying that this is the Lord's Hall of Chungha town, it is better to say that this is a sales department that is in the midst of a rush to buy houses. The so-called flags flying and huge crowds of people refers to the current scene in the Lord's Hall. Look, the demolition money will come back again. And there will probably be a lot more. It's not that people don't have any money in their hands. The reason why the economy is depressed is just because everyone has no stable source of income and dare not when people spend money on things other than life. They will consider how they will live in the future. But as long as they have a source of income, housing will become a need for everyone. And the safety of the living environment is the guarantee of their future life. Liang was in the garrison camp opposite, looking at the crowded crowd in the house sales department, and explained to Godric, the money recovered is not only enough to repair the house, but also to start the construction of the moat, so that more people can have money. Then, we will open a pre-sale of 600 second phase villas, and increase the price by 20%, and the money spent will be recovered again. Godric was stunned for a moment. Isn't this cheating? Don't talk nonsense. This is to promote the circulation of dinars, improve people's lives, and make people live better. I have established several building materials companies. Please don't get into trouble with my dinars. Amy held Liang's arm next to her, and relied on nepotism to get Liang to sign and seal the supplier contract. As long as the money doesn't flow overseas, it won't be used up. But Liang, what if someone makes a lot of money but plans to leave here? With the signed contract in hand, Amy began to worry about the outflow of assets. I have already arranged this. Didn't Antonda bring back a lot of people from the Misty Mountains? Plus the Twilight Knights and the Nolder. Leon clenched his fists and his joints crackled. If someone plans to leave our territory, they deserve to be robbed by bandits after leaving the country. I guarantee that there are no bandits inside the country, but I certainly cannot guarantee security outside the country. Antonda is currently stationed temporarily at Fletcher with some Misty Mountain people. The Knights of Dusk are stationed in the village of Kerwin. Theodaisy received a sum of funds and went to the Eagle Claw area to recruit female soldiers. This was the place where Amy originally recruited female explorers, and it was the place where women were most accepted as knights. The Bacchus brought back by Anson from Cullendeer Castle were settled at Sarenmeth. The area around White Deer Castle is the territory of the Nolder Elves. Roland's troops were deployed in Foxtown. These places are the only way to leave Liang's territory and go abroad from all directions. They encircle the current boundary of the entire eastern region. No matter which direction they go, as long as they leave the border, Liang can basically guarantee that they will encounter robbers as soon as they leave the border. However, business travelers entering from other places will definitely not encounter these robbers. These robbers are all heathens who are difficult to restrain, and they are not easy to deal with. Anyway, for ordinary people, if they encounter these groups, only being robbed is considered lucky. The only place where you won't encounter robbers is in the direction of Weihu Town where Roland is located. But to the west of Weihu Town is the territory of heretics and fallen people, which can be really fatal. Moreover, these robbers have to pay taxes to Liang, and they have to pay up to 75% of the unexpected income tax. This tax is indeed a bit high, but it is legal. In fact, this tax with the highest proportion in history has been collected for 2 years. This tax has existed since Fawcett became loyal to Leon. Father no longer needs to pay this tax. He is already the legal lord of Sherhu City, a high-ranking member of the party, and he is also the one with the largest territory. At first, the area under the jurisdiction of Lion Lake City was severely damaged by Egram. But Father did a pretty good job in the past year or so. Although he himself had a bad reputation, Lion Lake City was very stable. And the Lion Lake City Flag Guard was rebuilt. Fawcett relied on the legitimate windfall income he received after becoming a butcher to have such strength. And now, Alistair is about to embark on Fawcett's path to prosperity. Alistair originally thought that Leong would regard him as an enemy. Alistair originally thought that Leong was dead. He was planning to defect to Amy. He also became the vanguard of saving Amy and fought a wave of 3 prophets in Kerwin. Unexpectedly, Leong came back after being missing for so long. And he raised the flag of the Pender Kingdom as soon as he came back. And no one even expressed objections to this matter. Alistair understands. After all, most of the people were originally Liang's subordinates. And since Amy is engaged to Leong, it is natural for Leong to be the regent. Whether it is the Lion Kingdom or the Pen Kingdom. Anyway, their kingdom. But, what should I do? After abandoning the Desha people and beating up the 3 prophets, there was no turning back for him. Loyal to Leong? Heartbroken. Leave here? Then where can I go? When Alistair was in trouble, Leong took the initiative to come to the door. Leong was willing to give Alistair everything he originally wanted. He could give him a residence, make him an official lord, and also make Alistair the grand leader of the Twilight Knights. Leong brought Marbert with him. He stabbed Malbot to death in front of Alistair. Of course Leong is willing to accept the Twilight Knights. Even if Alistair has enmity with him, Leong must unite every force at this time. In fact, Alistair's hatred for Leong was not great. He was slashed in the crotch by Leong. It was because he planned to capture Leong, and it was he who planned to ambush Leong. If we really want to talk about the reason, it was the order given by his immediate superior, Marbert, that caused his work-related injury. Moreover, it is normal to be injured during a war. As nobles, they should not hate each other just because the 2 sides are in hostile camps at the time. Although the injured part was a little strange, it was caused by accident, and was indeed not intentional by Leong. Besides, people's mentality is very strange. If you see others who are worse off than yourself, you will feel more balanced. Especially since the one who suffered the worst was his own boss. It would be more balanced. Leong let Alistair see that Marbert, the grand leader of the Twilight Knights, also had that thing cut off. With the knot in his heart relieved, Alistair can make a rational choice. Later, Leong asked a question in front of Marbert and Alistair. Which of you is willing to lead the Knights of Twilight and return to the new Knights of the Dawn formed by Sir Roland? Marbert hesitated for 2 seconds, but Alistair nodded without hesitation. So Leong stabbed Marbert to death with 1 sword, and then said to Alistair, The evil spirit from another world killed the Grand Leader of the Twilight Knights. Bring the Twilight Knights to avenge the Grand Leader in return. Knights of the Dawn, become my ally and fight together against the heretics in Lion City and Cliff Bay. What do you think? To be honest, what Leong said is all the truth. Of course, this is also the opportunity provided by Leong to Alistair, and the reason for returning to the Knights of the New Dawn. Seeing Leong gesticulating with a bloody sword in front of his eyes, Alistair naturally knew that if he dared to say no, then the leader would not be the only one killed by the evil spirit from another world. It may be Jocelyn who takes revenge from the Knights. So Alistair rationally became Leong's subordinate, and went to Kerwin Village to reorganize the Twilight Knights while waiting for the arrival of Sir Roland. Chapter 359 The Drunkard's Message. The headquarters of the Griffin Knights. When Sir Roland arrived, it was snowing for the first time since winter. Lord Leong, you are still alive. This is great. Roland smiled and greeted Leong. Now, only Roland still calls Leong, Sir. Sir Roland, you seem to have changed a lot. Leong was a little surprised. He hadn't seen him for more than a year, but his beard and hair were already gray, and he looked like he was 10 years older. In the more than a year since Leong disappeared, Roland and his Knights of the New Dawn have been eradicating the heretics and fallen ones. Although Roland is not loyal to anyone, he has actually undertaken the most difficult combat tasks, and has been fighting on the front line. A year ago, everyone worked together to repel Brennus from the Lion City. At that time, the entire Kingdom of Lion was unable to fight back. Only Sir Roland led his knights to clean up and pursue the uncontrolled fallen ones, chased them all the way to Weihu Town. After that, the entire western part of the Lion territory was in flames of war. Except for Fothered, who occasionally provided logistical support to Roland from Lion Lake City. The other lords were unable to provide assistance to Fox Town. The Knights of the New Dawn are actually very poor. When they were in Pain Village, Roland refused Liang's financial support and only accepted some necessary equipment. But this new knighthood, with a small number of people, average equipment, lack of food and clothing, and no reinforcements, actually relied on a lone army to clean up the fallen ones left in the Lion realm. And once wiped out the 3 prophets, the sphere of influence was pushed back to the north of the distant village. The 3 prophets have not been silent this year. They have created countless fallen people, but they have been dragged tightly by Roland in the Cliff Bay area. This is the main reason why there is no blood-sworn witch in the Prophet Legion in Kerwin village. The slow-moving blood-sworn witches, wearing heavy armor, have basically been killed by Roland's Knights of the New Dawn. At the same time, Roland will send all news related to heresy to Lion City and Lion Lake City as soon as possible. When the Lion Kingdom was in the quagmire of war, if Roland hadn't held back the Prophet Legion, it would have been difficult to maintain stability in the Eastern and Biba Gulf. And Roland's gray hair and beard were the price of his hard work over the past year. But from beginning to end, Roland never asked for any reward from anyone. And he didn't even ask for support from any lord. Even the logistical support from Sherhu City was provided by Father himself. He is not a decent person, but he respects Roland very much. Sir Roland, I plan to let the Knights of Dusk return to the Knights of Dawn. Of course, I mean to let them join your team. Those fools in Guangzhou Bay. No one will think that they can still represent the goddess of justice. Liang knew that Alistair and the Twilight Knights were only forced by the situation, and would not be completely loyal to him. So he must let the Twilight Knights return to the New Dawn Knights. By the way, the paladin who has been eradicating evil will increase his strength. After all, the biggest enemy at present is Kavala. Leon is not sure how Dalian or Leofric and others will react when they know that the enemy is Kavala in the future. But he knew that Roland was definitely reliable, and he was the most reliable comrade in the face of evil. Only by letting people like Roland take care of Alistair, who will not be sincerely loyal to him, can Leon rest assured. If the Twilight Knights are willing to return to Astalia's arms, then of course I will welcome the lost children home. However, Lord Leon, many of them now believe in the Dark Goddess Erida. Although I do not they will be regarded as heretics. But there will definitely be conflicts within the Knights. Roland did not refuse to accept a strong army, but he seemed a little embarrassed. The issue of faith was unavoidable, and he did not want any factional disputes to arise in his team. There are some things you may not know yet. The Dark Goddess is not a heretic in the first place. She was originally Astalia's closest comrade. Many people in the original Knights of the Dawn also believed in Erida. Liang spent a lot of time telling Roland about the past events he had learned. That is, the stories of the gods, as well as the abyss and void he had personally experienced. He only dared to tell Roland this for the time being. In other words, after the goddess left, Dawn and Dusk each went to 2 extremes. Roland thought for a while, and waved to Leonard. Leonard, there are 2 teachings. One is justice is like balance, and action is like sword. The other is when you are in darkness, your heart is toward the light. Which one do you think is more suitable for you? Roland asked seriously. I'm afraid I can't be as fair as a scale. Nor can I have no evil thoughts in my heart, Sir Roland. Of course, the latter is more suitable for me. Leonard replied happily that this habitual thief certainly did not conform to the teachings of the Lady of Justice. Then, you will become the deputy leader of the Knights of the New Dawn. And you will guide the Knights of the Twilight. I hope you can make them all like you. At least keep their bright hearts. Roland patted Leonard on the shoulder. Obviously, what Sir Roland has changed over the past year or so is not just his gray hair. Of course Alistair didn't like a rigid and decent man like Roland. But he didn't have any objections to Leonard and followed Leonard very wisely. This is exactly what Leon and Roland want to see. The New Dawn, which has merged with the Dusk Knights, is now no less than the Dawn Knights of Guangzhou Bay. In the afternoon, Sir Roland and Wendy began to try to save the dying Alaric. Roland actually didn't know how to save people. The only thing he did was to shout his war cry at Alaric. Strangely enough, Alaric opened his eyes the moment the war cry started to sound. Although his body is still weak, he is no longer in a hazy state. At least, he seems to have regained his consciousness. Wendy took the opportunity to pour some potion into Alaric, and while pouring it back, she drew some kind of sigil. This was the water that Wendy brought from the Lake Ericli in the Nolder Forest, and the water was soaked with crosswort. It has the effect of clearing away heat, detoxifying and refreshing the mind. But after soaking in water and drinking it, its main function is actually to induce vomiting. After drinking a lot of crosswort water, Alaric began to vomit. After vomiting, he felt quite energetic. It seemed that Wendy's treatment plan was effective. But after Alaric woke up, the first thing he said was, "Is Lord Leon here?" Wendy immediately came out to find Leon and brought him to Alaric's hospital bed. Lord Leon, I had a long dream before. I dreamed that I was at the door of a terrible abyss, or the entrance of a cave. I don't know how deep the abyss is. I can see that there seems to be magma in it, but I can't move. I also saw you in the dream. I saw you flying out of the abyss, but I'm not sure whether it was you or not. That person's hair was very long. Alaric was still very weak, and he seemed to be eager to tell Leon something. I think you read it right. I did fly out of an abyss. Leon realized that Alaric's soul might have been sucked in by the gate of the abyss at that time. Alaric had drank the elixir made from dragon tears, and he was already prone to negative emotions such as sadness and loneliness, which meant that his soul was fragile and could be easily affected. Leon now even feels that the elixir is not a lie. If you drink it, you will not age. Of course, if you become a spirit, you will not age. Huh? So what I saw in my dream must be real. I have always thought that it is real. Master Leon, I can guess what the abyss means, because I don't just see it there. When it comes to you, there are two others. Alaric said even more anxiously. One is an old man, and he has been here twice. He even talked to me. Could you have seen someone who looks the same as the statue of the late King Kabbalah? Leon lowered his voice and looked around. Fortunately, there were only Wendy and Roland here. From the looks of it, Alaric temporarily stayed at the gate of the abyss in his spiritual form, just like Medea's soul resided on the gate of the abyss after she lost her body. That's right. It's him. I've seen the statue of High King Kabbalah, and I promise it's him I saw. Alaric nodded vigorously. What did he tell you? Leon subconsciously glanced at the ring on his hand and hesitated, but still did not take it off. He asked me to serve him, saying he wanted me to be the king. I didn't agree. I'm not a child. How could I be so easily deceived? And the old man's demeanor looked like the shit that treats civilians like nothing. The noble is exactly the same. I don't like him. Alaric grinned. Of course, the most important thing is that when the guy flew out, he was originally a skinless devil, but he suddenly turned into the appearance of High King Kabbalah. Moreover, after he left, he returned till he came back and snatched a woman back. His appearance suddenly changed. He must be a devil. He is still an old gangster devil. What does the woman he brought back look like? Leon smiled. Alaric was still the same. This drunkard was actually a straightforward person, and he didn't trust nobles in the first place. However, Leon felt that Kabbalah definitely did not lie to Alaric. Kabbalah probably wanted Alaric to possess Ulrich's body, which would really make him the king. Moreover, communication between spirits cannot deceive anyone. Fortunately, Alaric did not believe it. Didn't you see her? When you flew out? The woman and I were at the door. Alaric asked somewhat strangely. I shouldn't be able to see you at that time. You should be able to understand that your soul was probably out of the body at that time. And living people can't see the soul. Leon explained honestly. At that time, Leon was a living person and not a spirit body. Of course, Alaric's soul could not be seen. Wendy next to her nodded thoughtfully, and Sir Roland also listened with a serious face and said nothing. The woman was very beautiful and looked like a Buckley. She said her name was Anna. Moreover, she also refused the solicitation of the devil, who called himself the High King. She said she was only loyal to King Ulrich. Alaric continued, I stayed at the door of the abyss for a long time. I don't even know how long it was. Then, just now, I seemed to be sucked up by a powerful force. I seem to have been flying as I drank too much. The feeling is exactly the same. While flying, I heard the woman shout a few words, including your and Sir Roland's names. This is the Paladin's soul-crushing spell. It's Roland who is saving you. Are you one of Leon's people? Has Leon gone back? I'll help you go back. You ask Leon to help me. I just want to find Ulrich. Alaric imitated a woman's speech and winked at Leon. Lord Leon, I think that woman wants me to bring you this message. Could she be your lover? No. She is King Ulrich's lover. She also served as a princess. Leon and Wendy curled their lips together. It seems that Anna helped Alaric. Otherwise it would not be so easy for this guy to wake up. The gate of the abyss where his soul is at the bottom of Deer Heart Lake. But his body is in Kerwin village, far away. What Alaric saw was Kabbalah's soul. Anna. Ulrich. The Ulrich in Lion City now is Kabbalah. He became a demon? Roland is indeed relatively receptive to these things. And Leon told him about the past of gods. So he reacted immediately. Leon nodded. It should be him. However, He is more terrifying than the devil. He has become an evil god. The evil god Aztahaka of the snake worship cult was created by him. This guy actually came out before me. And after coming out, he captured Anna and took her back to the gate of the abyss? Leon thought. Leon, Anna asked you to help her. Are you going to help her? Wendy asked a little uneasily. What should I do to help her? If I want to help, I'm also helping Ulrich. My wife was arrested and her body was used. It's quite miserable. However, the couple Ulrich and Anna are quite interesting. Watch, does he really seem to have feelings? I have to ask. Leon signaled Ulrich to have a good rest, and then pulled Wendy and Roland along. Let's go and meet the other two prophets. Wendy! This portable magic forbidden tower must be carried with him everywhere. Leon must take her with him wherever he goes now. Otherwise Kabbalah or other scary things may suddenly appear. The reason why Roland was brought along was naturally because he was a true paladin who could use soul-crushing spells and interfere with the three prophets' spells. Now that the three prophets have been arrested, it is estimated that there will be no problems in Foxtown for a while. Roland does not need to stay there all the time to prevent this decent man from interfering with Leonard and Alistair's earning money. Leon pays taxes. On the way to Changha Town, Leon asked about the soul-suppressing technique. The soul-suppressing art is not actually a divine art, but a kind of temperament. In fact, it should be called the right soul art. It is the kind of positive energy that can be generated by a gentleman who is upright and acts above board. Many people say, be upright and free from all evil, which is what they are talking about. In Liang's previous world, this kind of energy was called Hauranjingqi, and it was said that the effect was similar. Not only could all monsters and monsters not get close to him, but it could also help calm the souls of people around him and expel evil spirits. In Liang's view, this is the righteousness that Roland has cultivated with his kindness and integrity over decades. However, Roland felt that this was the goddess's blessing brought by his devotion to the goddess of justice. In fact, it was almost the same. The teachings of the goddess of justice were to make people fair and upright. The two captured prophetesses are currently being held in the main building of White Deer Castle. Winnie took them there when she went back to the forest to get water from the lake. They can only be locked up there. Wendy is currently the lord of White Deer Castle. The main building of White Deer Castle is now full of Noldor elves. The three prophets can't do anything. White Deer Castle is different now. There are more Noldor elves than humans. During the year of Lion's absence, most of the human inhabitants moved to Meishanglan, while the Noldor took up residence in White Deer Keep. Although the two sides still maintain friendly relations, White Deer Castle is still open to everyone. But with Leon gone, there is no such high level of trust between the two parties. Business exchanges are no longer as frequent as before, and the Noldor elves no longer help humans fight. Fortunately, the buses did not stop operating. Both Amy and Wendy tacitly maintain the practice of issuing monthly passes. Only the two of them have always firmly believed that Leon will come back, and they do not want to let the transportation industry developed by Leon disappear. Oh, not just the two of them, but also Alina. Alina was also at White Deer Castle at this time. After Leon and Amy announced their engagement, Alina moved into Wendy's house. In fact, Alina and Wendy have always had a better relationship. After all, Wendy saved Alina's life on the battlefield of Bashi City. Chapter 360. Find a cannon fodder. The main building of White Deer Castle. In a small room on the top floor. This room was the warehouse where Leon used to assemble grenades. But now it has become a temporary prison cell. In the temporary cell, there were two big rice dumplings. The two prophets were wrapped tightly, leaving only their two heads outside, and even their mouths were tied with ropes and cloth. Two prophets, let me tell you some bad news first. Your sister, Miss Anna, has been sealed into the gate of the abyss. No one can save you. Leon didn't want to talk nonsense to the two prophets, so he brought up Anna straight to the point, and then pulled the rope off the two people's mouths. Spit! Leon, don't try to fool us. Without the Forbidden Demon Tower, no one in the entire continent can seal Anna. Media spat out the ball of cloth in his mouth, expressing disbelief. Leon didn't say anything and pointed at Roland beside him. Roland didn't say anything, just nodded. This paladin will definitely not lie. These two prophets also know Roland, and he will not lie under any circumstances. Media's expression changed. Who did it? Who else has this ability now? The Forbidden Demon Tower in the Lion City originally suppressed the ghastly eye that first escaped from the abyss. It was the one that almost destroyed the Barclay continent more than 300 years ago. You should know that guy. Your goddess Erina also wanted to expel it. It just left the earth. But it was released again by you. Leon did not answer. Just shook his head and spoke to himself. That was the powerful demon that caused the two goddesses of justice and darkness to be forced to leave the earth. It must be much stronger than the one we met in Shirhu City. Shouldn't you? Do you think Anna alone can deal with it? Media was stunned for a moment. This is real? The prophet's voice actually trembled a little. Otherwise, do you think that High King Kabbalah built that tower because he was full? There are many Noldor elves in White Deer Castle who participated in the construction of the Forbidden Tower in order to build that Forbidden Tower. The Magic Tower. Kabbalah himself and many Noldor nobles have contributed their blood. Leon sighed. In the garden of the Noble House Tower, there are flowers blooming all year round. Why do you think that is? Moreover, the prophet Madigan also died there. Do you know why he died under the tower? That place is not a place of execution. Because Madigan is a Noldor elf. His blood can ban demons just like Wendy. This is not Liang's guess. These are all facts. Leon has already asked many Noldor elves in White Deer Castle, including the elf king Fergusoner. More than 300 years ago, the elf king Fergusoner took many nobles of the Fenway family to the original city of Kabbalah. Many of the designs for the high tower of the House of Lords in the kingdom of Pendor came from the hands of Noldor. At that time, it was difficult to build such a tall stone tower based on human construction standards. In the days of the Pendor kingdom, that tower was the House of Lords. When the Lion Kingdom ruled, it was the king's private residence. No one was ever executed in such a place, no matter what the crime. Except Madigan, who was publicly killed there. Madigan died 150 years ago, when Alfred, the first Lion King, was old. And Alfred destroyed a lot of historical materials before he died. The usurper must know a lot of inside information. And he didn't want to waste Madigan's blood that had the ability to ban demons. Since gaining powerful perception ability, Leon has understood that Madigan must have strong magic power and have gained super perception. In addition, Noldor elves are born with very developed hearing. And elves with relatively strong magic power have stronger vision and hearing than ordinary elves. Just like Wendy. This makes Madigan have to cover his eyes and wrap his ears. Otherwise he will receive too much information at the same time. And his brain will not have time to process it. And his brain will be confused and may even go crazy. The magic power in the bodies of the Noldor elves is probably not inferior to that of the Sindarin elves. It is just that they are naturally forbidden to use magic and cannot use the magic power concretely. However, the magic power still exists to strengthen the body's immunity and senses. So they live long, and it is not easy. Get sick. The demon Forbidden Tower that Kabbalah built originally used the blood of many elven nobles, including Kabbalah's own blood. There is a blood pool buried at the bottom of the tower. And the original Abyss demon was suppressed in the blood pool, where Madigan died. Flowers bloom all year round, which is also caused by the magical blood. At the same time, this is also the reason why Elf King Fergusoner has always had a good impression of Kabbalah's descendants. This Elf King was Kabbalah's comrade in arms back then, and together they fought against the Ghastly Eye, the first Egrim that appeared on the earth. However, after Kabbalah's death, many nobles in the kingdom of Pendor began to covet the beautiful Noldor elves, which led to 300 years of continuous hostility between humans and the Noldor. I've said it before. The Forbidden Demon Tower shouldn't be destroyed. Circe next to her gritted her teeth and said, but Anna just won't listen. This stupid woman. She insists on finding Ulrich's soul. Goddess. We are guilty. We have failed your sacrifice. Tears actually appeared in Media's eyes. The goddess Erida was exiled to the void in order to expel the gloomy eye. The three prophets all knew this. They were the messengers Erida deliberately left behind to guard the gate of the abyss. But they destroyed the Forbidden Demon Tower and released the gloomy eye again, which was equivalent to reversing all the efforts Erida had put in. No matter how evil the three prophets are, they are still loyal believers of Erida and still have feelings for Erida. However, there must be a big problem in their understanding of the teachings of the Dark Goddess. For a long time, the Dark Goddess has been misinterpreted as a heretic, hunted down, and hated by people. The three prophets had been resentful for a long time, but could not explain themselves. They simply broke the jar and threw it away. Of course, they could no longer turn their hearts toward the light. From being misunderstood to falling apart. The psychological imbalance, coupled with the ambition and desire that gradually grew without restraint over a long period of time, made them gradually go to extremes. It was only in recent years that the three prophets came up with the idea of becoming gods themselves. So they did not kill people at will in Buckley 30 years ago. They just wanted to protect the dark goddess. Banished to the continent of Pendor, they became both cunning and cruel. They are divine envoys, and they are misinterpreted as heretical divine envoys. They don't care much about the lives of ordinary people. In their concept, the body and skin are just tools. In the eyes of God, people's faith, life, and everything they own are just consumables. However, to humans, they are cruel demons and evil spirits who have no regard for life. But no matter what, the three prophets still respect the dark goddess Erida. The goddesses lost their freedom in order to expel the gloomy eyes. But they released the gloomy eyes again. Now, they were really starting to panic. Especially Media. She even started to cry silently without saying a word, looking very remorseful. Did Anna destroy the Forbidden Tower to find Ulrich's soul? Why? Seeing that Media was a little autistic, Leon turned to ask Cersei. Why else did she fell in love with Ulrich? Ulrich didn't complain about her until he was killed by her. Instead, he always defended her. Cersei answered quickly. Wait a minute. How did Anna escape from the Lion City in the first place? You can't bring the corpse back to life. Right. Leon thought of Anna's way of escape. I don't know. Anna doesn't want to tell us. Cersei shook her head. But Anna said that Ulrich's spirit body was sealed in the Demon Forbidden Tower. So she insisted on destroying the Demon Forbidden Tower. Media also felt that destroying the Demon Forbidden Tower would opportunity can occupy Amy's body and directly control the entire Lion Kingdom. So Media also supports Anna's idea. These two idiots. Of course, Leon knew why Ulrich's spirit body disappeared. At the moment when he was about to die, Ulrich was summoned by Althea to the island of the god of creation. But he really didn't expect that Anna destroyed the Forbidden Demon Tower out of love. What a touching love. In order to find your lover, you would rather destroy the entire continent. Wendy said something sentimental. What do I think? Anna may have been deceived. Leon suddenly understood what was going on. It was Kavala who had lied to Anna. Because the only one who can help Anna escape from the Lion City is Kavala. Only he can control the body. Otherwise Anna would not be able to stay on Ulrich's body. Kavala may have learned from Ulrich that the two had a true relationship. So he deliberately told Anna that Ulrich's spirit body was sealed under the Forbidden Tower. For Anna, this was very disturbing. Like fact, Kavala induced Anna to destroy the Forbidden Tower. That was built by Kavala himself. And he knew that the gloomy eye was inside. In other words, Kavala deliberately released the ghastly eyes. Was he deliberately trying to plunge Pendor into a panic over the demons of the abyss? It's possible. When is fate most likely to appear? Of course, it is a time of suffering and panic. In the face of crisis, people will pray devoutly to the goddess of order, and to the hero Kavala, who once suppressed the demons of the abyss. But how can he guarantee that he can deal with the abyss demon? This ghastly eye is a terrifying demon that caused the two goddesses to be exiled and failed to kill it. Moreover, Kavala now no longer has the body of more than 300 years ago, and has lost the ability to restrain demons. Even if he becomes a god, he may not be sure. Right? Moreover, Kavala is not an abyss demon. He is an aborigine of this world. And he obtained the power of faith through idol worship in an orthodox way. If he becomes a god, he will definitely be restricted by the rules of the Creator God. After he obtains the power of faith, he should no longer be able to fight in person with his physical body. Otherwise he will be exiled. His, etc. He also has another identity. The first high priest of the snake cult. What if he could use the name of the big snake, Azedahaka, to transfer the beliefs of the snake cult believers to his own? This is very possible. Otherwise what would he do by setting up a snake-worshipping cult? Azedahaka is not a god. It is just a magical creation made by the Sindariels. And it is definitely not restricted by the rules of the Creator God. Besides, there's Malthus. These are the Sindariels, who were born before the gods appeared. And it's inherently magical. If Kavala can use Azedahaka's spells or use Malthus's body, he can really avoid the rules of the Creator God. No wonder he had to go to great lengths to create the snake worship cult instead of directly creating the Kavala cult. The High King must have considered various possibilities. Leon tried to take the role of himself and simulated Kavala's life. Demons were raging in Pendor. And a hero appeared. Under the care of the goddess of order, he conquered the north and south to unify the continent, became the supreme king, and made the goddess of order the official belief of the kingdom of Pendor. Kavala then began to destroy the codexes of the various gods as requested by Eunomia. At that time, Kavala was a hero chosen by the goddess and an invincible king in people's hearts. But he was still just a pawn in the hands of the gods. when he reaches old age. This chess piece is not satisfied with such a life. He doesn't want to die. And he wants to be a chess player. So he began to build his own statues and temples to gain the people's faith. But he probably received the warning from the goddess of order soon. After all, he has been a close comrade for decades. The goddess of order probably told him a lot about God's restrictions first, hoping to dispel his thoughts. After all, the goddess of order does not want this world to appear again. God. So Kavala bypassed the Barclay continent and found Gwendarian Island, the hometown of the Sindari elves. From there, he found the Sindari elf Maltese, an elf body that could use magic and had a long lifespan. At the same time, he also found a magical creation, the big snake Azidahaka. Eunomia would definitely become an obstacle to Kavala. So he lured the big snake out to pursue him, forcing Eunomia to violate the laws of the creator god and drag Azidahaka into the void with him. This process must be more difficult and dangerous. It is estimated that Kavala's physical body died while attracting monsters. However, the goddess of order is not so easily deceived. Kavala's soul remains after death, and Eunomia must have discovered the problem. Therefore, before being exiled, the goddess of order sealed Kavala's soul in the temple. But Kavala was not expelled from this world after all. The statues he built in Pender made him have eyes and mouths everywhere, and he could still control many people remotely. Then Kavala probably remotely controlled the expeditionary force to establish the snake cult, defeated the Third Army of the Bacchus Empire, and established the Legion of Terror with Martis as its leader. Moreover, Kavala personally served as the first high priest of the snake worship cult. Since Kavala could speak with his statue, Leon felt that maybe the first high priest was actually a statue. So he always wore a mask. Compared with other faiths, snake worship is quite special, because snake cult believers often do not really worship the snake god. It is a pure brainwashing sect, and it uses snake heart stones and drugs. It preaches fear, despair and suffering, and pursues the afterlife and God's kingdom. Even the former priestess Alyssa only devoutly believed in blessings in the next life, and rarely mentioned Azidahaka. Kavala must have used this method to transfer the logic of belief. Instead of using God himself as an idol like other gods, he used an illusory belief to allow snake worshippers to voluntarily donate everything to the organization. Faith must flow to doctrines. Whoever represents doctrines can reap faith, such as justice, order, harvest, etc. These gods use themselves to represent doctrines. This is traditional idolatry. But in a snake worship cult, what represents the afterlife and blessings is not the snake god himself, but the rules of the snake worship cult, or in the rules of the high priest snake worship cult. The high priest is the one who allocates blessings in the next life, and the high priest has the right to interpret the doctrine. Snake worship is not idol worship, but functional worship driven by faith. This is also the typical logic of religious countries. God's messenger is more authoritative than God himself. God is just a totem. Only fools believe in God directly. Most people believe in leaders. This is probably how Kavanaugh transferred the power of faith to him. The god he introduced was the serpent Azidahaka, but he was the high priest who actually controlled it and gained the faith. In other words, he will never become a god and will not be limited by gods. But the benefits are no less. However, it takes time to accumulate faith. But Kavala should not be able to control a statue alive for a long time. Something happened in the middle. So the high priest of the snake worship cult died suddenly, leaving no heirs. Subsequently, since there was no statue of Kavala in the Umla continent, it was difficult for Kavala to directly control the snake worship cult, and this religious country gradually lost its initial vitality. In addition, the lifespan of those female priests was too short, and the 4-year transition they instituted was certainly not enough to give the high priest any power of faith. In these days, there was no television, and the believers were replaced before they even got to know each other. But even so, the snake cult still occupied almost the entire Bacchus continent, and it was only in recent years that the Ashbourne counterattacked. In other words, Kavala is a two-faced false god. On one side is the invincible king, and on the other side is the high priest of the snake cult. Neither of them is a god, but the power of faith he gets should be no less than that of ordinary gods. So Kavala didn't care at all about releasing the ghastly eye. Anyway, the gloomy eyes can't do anything to him. With the strength of a god, of course he can cope with all changes in the Lion City without change. And at the same time, he can make people miss the late king. No wonder he has been quiet. If he is ignored, who knows how many undead and fallen people will appear in the next few days. There must be restrictions. Otherwise Kabbalah will definitely accumulate troops faster than himself. But Leon can't attack the Lion City by force. Even if Kabbalah doesn't use any magic, he is still the invincible Supreme King. When it comes to fighting, no one is as experienced as this old guy. We need to find some cannon fodder first. And other countries must also take action. Two prophets. Do you want to rescue Anna? Leon suddenly asked. What are you up to? Media was still shutting himself off. And Circe was still asking questions. I plan to ask you to provide Anna with some help so that you three sisters can be reunited. Leon seems to be very well intentioned to reunite the three sisters. Do you still believe us? Circe looked in disbelief. Of course I don't believe you. But I believe in Wendy and Roland. If you want to rescue Anna, you must first kill the guy who sealed Anna. That is, the false king in Lion City. Moreover, Anna is not looking for Wu Ulrich. Ulrich is also in his hands. Leon looked at Circe. In addition, you have the responsibility to get rid of the gloomy eye that ran out of the Forbidden Demon Tower. So, I hope you will let Kia Yamwen declare allegiance to the Lion City and bring all the troops with you. Go to defend Lion City. And don't tell me you can't control Cliff Bay.